Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And today I have with me a very special guest. This is Legal Bites.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you? I'm happy to be here again after yesterday for the impromptu stream during some really good witness testimony. And now today I will be here for quite a bit, camping out.
Awesome. I'm very happy to have you. I think yesterday there was some weird audio going on with, and I think it was in StreamYard's back end because I had Joe on and he said he was having weird audio issues too.
Yes.
And so, and then when I had Joe on for my second stream, the audio issues were actually magically cleared up. They were all gone. So well, hopefully we don't have that issue today. And if anybody, the problem is you can never trust the chat. You can't, you love the chat. You can never trust them. They're dirty liars on audio.
I was thinking the same thing when yesterday people were like, no, you're too loud. No, you're too quiet. And I was like, I mean, really, how do I know that they're not trolling us?
I wasn't sure until I watched a clip that was posted by someone on Twitter, and our audio on Yumi and Legal Mindset for the clip was, I mean, it was way overpowering. It was well beyond just like it wasn't just a misbalance between us and the background audio. I mean, I was so loud and I was away from the mic, and it's like, okay, this is not how it works normally. Right. So something was up. But yes, today we are going into day 5 of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, a trial that is making that is fascinating to me so far, because I don't know what my initial thoughts are like. Why are we even here? But then I guess we're here to see if the prosecution can just hoodwink a charge. This is how it feels. But I don't know. What are your initial thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking a lot about trial strategy because I know that there's been a lot of talk about the defense counsel, the fact that he's really not objecting to anything. And that's really frustrating to watch that from the sidelines because there's so much going on. Like the prosecution is basically testifying for these witnesses for the most part. And you know, and it's just there are a lot of things that are frustrating to watch from the silence, like I said. But I've been thinking about it, and that there may actually be some benefit to sitting back and letting that play out. So, for example, with just allowing the prosecution to get in whatever they want to get in, but it's the prosecutor saying it, and it's not the witness saying it. At the end of the day, when the jury is going back into deliberations, it could very well be that they sit there and they say, okay, which witnesses were for the state? Which witnesses were there to convict? What kind of information do we have that helps the state here? And they may very well say, okay, but everything came out of the attorney's mouth. Nothing actually came out of the witness's mouth. So how much evidence is there actually in support?
Right. That's a that's a frustrating part of this, because you hope the jury is catching on to that. But the other point, the other possibility is that they're completely devoid of realization that the prosecutor has been laying all of the testimony, all of the foundation. The fact that Richards sat there during the direct examination of the police officer without objecting pretty much to anything was one of the most infuriating things to watch, because this guy, the entire foundation he laid for his knowledge of anything he was testifying to is, I went on social media and watched a video, and then I downloaded that video. the one
Yeah.
that I chose to download. It's like, well, did
Yeah.
you watch other videos on social media? Did you choose not to download some videos on social media? Are you sure you got every video from social media? Like, these are the questions you'd want to ask. And then he's testifying to the truth of what's in these videos. And it's like,
There's a
how?
lot of hearsay.
Yes, this guy, all of the audio that is not Kyle Rittenhouse or a witness directly testifying in any of the videos is hearsay, as long as
Yeah.
it's presented to prove the truth of the matter, which all of that audio is presented to prove the truth of the matter because there's no other assertion for having it in there. So you could, the prosecutor could make it, maybe argue a present sense impression, but these are things I think that should have been dealt with on a motion in limine prior to trial. They should have said, we want this audio stripped down. There's no point in having it in there. There's lots of editorialization, and it seems like the defense dropped the ball on attacking that. But some of the other things I've heard from smart people is that maybe Richards is just letting it all in there. Maybe that's part of the strategy of we have nothing to hide, and this is the way he's doing it. But
and the other part of about objections and the fact that he's not objecting is that, you know, he also doesn't have any objections that are getting overruled. The prosecution, on the other hand, is. And so that looks like he's complaining to the judge, and the judge is saying, no, sorry. Whereas on the defense side, they're not. I mean, sure, they're not objecting really at all. But when they are, they're usually winning. And when they're not objecting, then the judge is also stepping in and kind of like putting the prosecution sort of back in their lane, which for the jury, I think that's very powerful, because then they're like, okay, this guy's neutral and he's the one that's stepping out and you know, pushing this guy back over. So that also may be a very subtle cue for the jury at the same time. So I don't know. I mean, how much of a difference that will actually make, who knows? But
it's impossible to know at the end of the day what's going on in the mind of the jury. I think whatever the strategy, I think yesterday went a lot better. And I think I counted something like it's between 7 and 10 objections from Richards. And the one thing I noticed of severe value in that all of them, it disrupted Binger significantly to have those objections. Whereas the day before, he was just rolling through his script. And sometimes you've just got to break up what's going on from the other party. And so that was, it was good to see that happen. I'm hoping to see more of it today. We're going to get some, I don't know who's going to come out today. It's the other witnesses that are not Gaige Grosskruetz for the prosecution. So we might actually see Rosenbaum's girlfriend testify, which would be, that's going to be magnificent.
Yeah.
Because she opens the door to the fact that Rosenbaum is from a mental institution or mental care at a hospital the day before, or even that day, that he was suicidal.
Right. Because they were talking about the hospital bag, right?
Right. They've brought up this hospital bag several times. They had the soldier yesterday testifying to the contents of the hospital bag, to his view of the hospital bag. They've called it a hospital bag every time. And so that's going to be a line of questioning. And that line of questioning could, in theory, go all the way back to his child abuse crimes. Depending on how she testifies, if she says something like, you know, he had his troubles, but he was really a nice guy, or something like that, or he was really working on turning things around in his life. You know,
that's character evidence.
Yeah, anything that goes to his character from someone who purportedly liked him is going to be potential bombshells for the defense.
Because then that opens the door for rebuttal by the other side to introduce character evidence that is not so favorable. So
yeah, I that's the big risk for them on bringing her. If they bring her, I will be shocked. I can't imagine what fact Binger wants to get out of this lady who was not present. But that is one where you just let her come on and you let her go pretty much. And you spare the objections, in my opinion, unless it's something horrifically damaging, and you let her talk, because the moment she says that one thing, you've got the door open to really prejudice that person. So I cannot figure out what fact Binger wants to bring up to to bring her on. What a risk.
I mean, some of their decisions for witnesses, I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Also, I mean, why they brought on the guy Balch yesterday? Why they brought him on? Like, it didn't seem like that was beneficial to the prosecution at all, other than to show that this is a guy that was in a similar situation to Kyle and he didn't shoot his gun. That's the one thing that I can think of.
The other thing that was briefly mentioned that Binger kind of focused on was the idea that the bullet fired from that type of gun could go through a target and hit someone else. He didn't, and I got a lot of flack for this yesterday, and maybe I'll clarify it real quick. He didn't qualify Balch as an expert, but he got some testimony about a bullet's ability to penetrate a target and go through to the other side. People mistook what I was saying yesterday when I was saying I don't know if you could qualify Balch or any just general infantryman from the Army as an expert. And that was not a slight on Balch or infantrymen in general. That was just with what kind of people the court qualifies as experts on munitions, ballistics, arms. You know, the people who are experts in these fields, according to the court, are going to have ongoing certifications and trainings along with their experience a lot of times. So people misunderstood. I was not actually insinuating that the man didn't know his job or anything like that.
Right. Because in order for someone to be deemed an expert at trial, there's a very specific set of steps that they have to go through in order to be qualified as an expert. Under those terms, it's not like, you know, we would colloquially call somebody an expert because they are very skilled in a certain area or they have a lot of experience in a certain area. It's much more specific than that, and precisely for these kinds of reasons, because we want to make sure that anybody that is not testifying to exactly the five senses, right? What they saw, what they heard, what they smelled, what they tasted, what they felt, all that kind of stuff. Like if they go beyond that into the realm of analysis or hypothesis, then that just starts getting into speculation when they're not properly vetted as an expert under the requirements that the court has.
Right. And when you look at the expert that they do have in this case, that's a good example of someone who the court will look at as an expert rather than who we would colloquially call an expert, as you wonderfully put it, is that Balch is, you know, probably very skilled and knowledgeable in what he does. And he probably got a significant amount of training in the Army about his, you know, whatever specific arms that he was dealing with. That's great. But when you look at John Black's credentials, you're talking about a PhD, you're talking about certifications in various self-defense issues and weapons issues. You're talking about a concealed carry licensed trainer, someone who's going to have continuing education in the field, a guy who's been doing it for 30 years. These are what you want to see in a court expert, and more importantly, what the court wants to see in their expert. So, but he was not challenged. His credentials were not challenged, and he did get testimony about what he called as over penetration of a target, which is interesting because someone in the chat, and I don't know if this is true because I'm not a munitions expert, did say that that's actually the wrong term for it. It would be, they were correcting me, and they said it would actually be perforation. And so I don't know what the answer is, but that's why you want an expert to talk about this and why you qualify someone who's going to be giving testimony on how a bullet will travel through a body. Because one thing he didn't talk about was fragmentation. He didn't talk about the bullets tumble and AR-15 round, 5.56 and 2.23 ammo that can go into an AR-15 round rifle. You know, that has a significant amount of tumble as the bullet hits. The bullet is made to start spinning as it goes through the body, which could change the trajectory. We got no testimony on any of that because, again, he wasn't qualified in by the prosecution as an expert, and the defense didn't challenge him. So, but yes, I thought I agree with you. It's like, why are you bringing these people into? Why are you bringing them in? They're not beneficial. And Richie McGinnis, you could kind of justify because he's the only person who could testify about specific facts of him being quote unquote shot at by Kyle Rittenhouse at the time that he's shooting Rosenbaum. But he's the only guy you could get those facts in through for the reckless endangerment charge. But other than that, I mean, he's a disaster for the for the prosecution.
Yeah, which makes me wonder if maybe that was one reason why they had so many other witnesses that seem friendly for the defense. Is they're friendly, but they're maybe a little bit less friendly for the defense. And if you put McGinnis kind of smack dab in the middle of all of these witnesses, you have the primacy and latency effect, right? So the first witnesses that get heard by the jury are remembered most, and then the same thing with the last ones. The ones in the middle start to get a little bit blurry. So maybe they're hoping that they can kind of hide him in there among these other witnesses that are still favorable to Kyle, but a little bit less damning to their case. Maybe that had something to do with it.
Yes, very well could be. Nate, the lawyer, brought that up. He's like, you know what you do. I think he said you save your best witnesses for the end. So it's their favorable thing. And they're clearly, that's Gaige Grosskruetz, whose testimony is supposed to begin on Monday. And then carry into Tuesday. My personal opinion is that if I'm Richards today and he found out how they're planning on calling witnesses today, so that they can have Gaige start on Monday, I think your job is to drag out Cross and disrupt the calling of Gaige Monday morning. In my opinion, I don't think
so not fresh.
Yeah, I don't think Richards wants a fresh, rested over the weekend jury to hear Gaige Grosskruetz's testimony as the first thing they hear going into next week. Personally, I would be trying to drag out some of these lame witnesses on Cross and force the prosecution to have to carry their questioning of these middle witnesses into the next week. Yeah,
I would agree.
I am waiting for. I have one feed is set up, but it's not actually. Nothing's happening yet. We're just waiting on that thing to start. I'm looking for a second feed. I don't know how all these news stations that are covering this every day, how they're not actually setting up their live stream feeds ahead of time is weird to me. It's like, why don't you set a 9 o'clock timer on the stream and have it ready to go? But the one I've got is from PBS NewsHour. So just kind of waiting on them to actually go. Oh, here, day 4. Well, they have it scheduled for. Why does Court TV have it scheduled for 9:30? I'll pull up theirs. Maybe they heard something in the courtroom, and they said, "Well, it'll be 9:30 before we get started," or something. But they do have it, so I've got both of them now, waiting on them to start. As a preliminary matter, let me get a couple of the super chats that were in here, and we'll take a look and see if we can address any of those questions. By the way, if you're new to the channel, thank you and welcome. Law and Crime does not actually have a link yet, so I can't pull up Law and Crime's channel. Court TV has typically had a good feed. I haven't been able to find it most days. I just found it now. All right. 2% Right says it's pathetically obvious that all the media was shown exactly as intended by the prosecutor so far when you compare it to the media he showed of Balch on Carlson. It was all short, pertinent, and had nothing extraneous. Okay. I'm not sure. He had some pretty long media, especially with Corey Washington. I mean, those videos, he played 30 minutes of pointless video on that one. But, I guess. Richard Grubbert says, were you wearing your teacher shirt yesterday? Your Teachy McTeacherton shirt for teaching, the one you wear when you do teachings for teaching. Yes, I was. Angry Baneling says, you snatched gayness from the jaws of early. Joshua Schmidt says, in Midwest lawyer voice, objection, Your Honor. I was on my phone during the trial here, and Nikki Ricketts is late and gay. Okay. Ted Kaczynski says, Scott at Crime Talk has a better grift. Lol. What does he do? Who even is Scott at Crime Talk? Do you know?
Mm-mm. But I did see that in the chat, people said Law and Crime is live.
Law and Crime is live, and so is PBS NewsHour. So let me get Law and Crime up. I have actually Law and Crime's channel up. Are they not on channel C this time? What channel is? Oh, it's just on the regular one this time. Okay. I hate how these people are doing things. Here we go. Nothing's happening just yet on this, but that's on their end. It's muted on their end before people start yelling at me.
It's too quiet. You guys are too loud.
Also, closed captioning is turned on. It's up to, I've had people have been saying, can you have the closed captioning on the court feeds? I have it on every channel. It's a matter of when they actually do it.
Yeah.
Are we serious?
Yeah.
Rather it came in.
There we go.
But I was able to get my hair cut anyway. But
there we go.
Yeah, I don't know. And that low on my list of things that I care about. Is there a big issue?
Well, it's just when we try and time our witnesses.
Yeah.
We generally hope to think we're going to have a 12-1 break.
You got it. I agree with you. Well, it's Subway, so presumably it'll keep. I hope it does. What?
It's Subway, so
hi.
it'll keep.
You can have that first seat there, man. The lawyers and I have agreed that it's appropriate that you be dismissed on your request. And bless you and good luck.
So there's a juror that's dismissed. Do we know why?
Other
than they requested.
I hope you're feeling great. I wonder if they got sick or something.
I've heard from other folks that there was some issue with your mic yesterday being broadcast.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
I was made aware of it, and I spoke to Court TV about it, and I gather it was typical a judge commentary about the pace at which the questioning was proceeding.
Honestly, I don't even know. I just want to make sure you're aware of it. That's all.
I was aware of it, and from what I heard, I commented on the length of the examination. That was it. Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's get the jurors down.
All right. President-elect Austin M. says, I accidentally sent the wrong case yesterday. Look up Richards and Jamie Rojas. Racine County tried to charge him with his wife's sewer slide. All charges dismissed. Binger is only trying to run for DA again. He failed in 2016. Okay. JJ says, I just realized one of your guests over the past week was Canadian. Please provide a trigger warning in the future to prevent accidental exposure.
Must be talking about Viva.
Yes, occasionally a Canadian does slip across our very, very firm border protections. And look, the illegal immigration from the north has been a big problem. And I'll work on that. James Ridge says, sent this last night, too late. Defense asked Kyle Friend if the pedo reached for his guns or touched him at all. Would this have been a chance for the defense on cross to ask him, what would you have done if the pedo reached for your guns? I mean, yeah, but those questions about what you would have done in this particular event, the worst answer you could get was, I'm a lot bigger than him, so I would have just stepped out of the way. Like that would have been a bad answer. So you don't ask, because you don't want to know if the other person, if you don't know they're going to answer, I would be
Yes.
terrified and shoot them.
Yep.
Then you don't want that answer.
Right. And typically, I mean, you've got deposition testimony ahead of time, so that if somebody changes their story, you can hook them on their prior deposition testimony. So to say, your story changed, why has it changed? Who talked to you? There's a way to impeach a witness in that way. But the other benefit to having prior deposition testimony is so that you know exactly what they're going to say. And if not, you know exactly where to go to
Mild
impeach them.
discomfort.
Right.
She's pregnant and
Juror was
requested
pregnant.
to be dismissed, and I have granted that request
Okay.
with consent of the attorney. So
They should have
18 of
hammered
us,
that.
and
Like,
I don't want to hear any sniffles or sneezing. Okay, let's begin.
COVID could wipe out an entire jury.
It
Like-
absolutely
Your Honor,
could.
the state calls Jason Lekowski to the witness stand.
All right, Jason Lekowski. I think this looks like a rioter guy to me.
Interesting. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah. Myth and Nemesis also says Binger also needs to be careful about beating a dead horse. Showing the videos too many times can make a jury desensitized and indifferent. It loses its impact. We get 5 to 10 minutes of nonsense for the 30 seconds he wants. Yes.
Lekowski.
What community do you currently reside in?
Oh,
Green Bay.
Lekowski's third battle
In
buddy. Oh,
August
so
of
this is
2020. Where did you reside? What community?
Brown Deer.
this could be another bad
What is your
witness for
current
the
occupation?
for the
I'm going to
prosecution.
school full time.
Okay.
You go to school full time?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you have a background in the military?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
I was a Marine Corps infantryman, 0311 rifleman.
It's hard for the court reporter to follow that. If you could slow down and say that again, please.
Sorry. United States Marine Corps, 0311 infantry rifleman.
And what period of time were you in the Marine Corps?
2011 to 2015.
Did you serve any tours of duty abroad?
No combat. No, sir.
Are you familiar with a man by the name of Ryan Balch?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with him?
I met him after I got out of the Marine Corps.
How long have you been friends with Mr. Balch?
Since about 2015, 2016.
This trial is about events that occurred on the night of August 25th, 2020. Were you here in Kenosha that evening?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I believe around 10:45.
Why did you come to Kenosha that night?
Just to help out.
Can you tell us more about that?
I saw the community in trouble and I wanted to come help any way that I could.
I know you said you saw things yourself. I assume that's on the internet.
Correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Balch or anyone else about your desire to come to Kenosha?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what the plan was?
To
How did you
come
meet
down
Mr.
and
Balch?
help any way we could. It was to
He said after he got out of the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
How were you planning on doing that?
just to make sure nobody would come and harm the property that we were supposed to protect.
And how exactly, what methods were you going to use to accomplish that goal?
Shouting.
Anything
if need
else?
be. I was trained in the shout, shove, show, shoot.
What does that mean?
You shout, you shove, you show your firearm, and you shoot.
Did you have a firearm that night?
Yes, sir.
What kind of weapon
Sounds-
did you have?
An AR-15.
And that is a semi-automatic rifle.
Correct.
Was it armed? Or
Correct.
was
Right
it
into
loaded?
it.
Yes.
I love it.
How many rounds did you bring with you?
I don't recall.
What was the capacity of the magazine in the weapon you were wielding that night?
30.
Was it fully loaded?
Correct. No. 28.
Oddly specific.
So before coming down that night to Kenosha at around 10:45 p.m., did you have conversations with Mr. Balch about what exactly, specifically, you were going to be doing?
No. Just that I was supposed to come down and link up with him.
So tell us what you did when you came down to Kenosha.
When I came down, I linked up with Ryan. He brought me around to our area of occupation, which is where we were just supposed to protect. He introduced me to everybody that was there. Couldn't really tell you most of their names because they were just in one ear out the other. And then I took my post, and that was it.
Where was your post?
It was on the southwest corner of that car lot I was on.
And when you say that car lot, can you tell us what car lot you're referring to?
I don't.
Chat saying
Recall
28
what the
is
name of it
28
was.
rounds is for the
Do you
reliability
remember
of
where
the
it was
spring
located?
mechanism in the magazine.
Ah, okay.
Somewhere on Sheridan. I don't know the actual intersection.
There's a map behind you on the wall there, and I don't know if you are able to identify the area of Kenosha that's shown on there.
Binger
But I
doesn't
will
know anything about
represent to
guns,
you,
so
Mr. Lukowski,
he wouldn't follow
that
up on
this is
why
a
it would
map
be
that,
28.
shows
Okay.
the area of Kenosha
Is my-
from
I mean-
about
Yeah, probably.
Street and Sheridan on the north end down to 63rd and Sheridan on the south end. And there are 3 properties on there that are labeled Car Source. Are you familiar with the name Car Source?
No, I am not.
I'm going to represent to you, Mr. Lukowski, that we have videos and photos that show you at the Car Source location, which is at 59th and Sheridan. And I'm going to use this laser pointer to point to that location. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes.
That's my representation to you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That is the Car Source, the car lot that where your post was.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall guarding any other properties that night?
There was the property that was a few blocks south or north, sorry. South.
There is another Car Source that I'm going to point out, which is at the intersection of 63rd and Sheridan. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir.
Is that the other property you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you go down to that 63rd Street location and guard it at any point during that evening?
I walked down there first to see what it was, walked back on up to physically guard it. No, I was not down there.
Do you know what, if any, plan or understanding or anything like that there was between the folks that you were with to guard that other Car Source location at 63rd?
No, sir.
Is it fair to say that up until the time of the shootings, which we will get to in a moment, you, after visiting the 63rd Street location, came back and stayed at that 59th Street location?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about your experience at that 59th Street location.
For the first little bit of me being there, it was pretty boring, just milling about, doing whatever. And then once the police started to push the protesters toward us, that's when things got a little chaotic. Everybody was screaming, running back toward us. There were a few people that were attempting to come into the car lot. I had yelled at them to stop. They went about their way. At one point, I know that there was an individual that I believe hurt her ankle, and then Kyle had helped her. There, for the most part, once that happened, there was a lot of actually polite conversations between myself and a lot of the protesters and everything like that. And at that point, that's really all that happened.
I want to try and break that down a little bit. You said that there came a time in which the police pushed the protesters south past you.
Correct.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
I do not know.
And you indicated it started to get, I think you said chaotic was the
Correct.
word? What made it chaotic? Can you describe that more specifically?
The way that I see it is that you had the actual protesters and you had the a-holes that were trying to use the protest as their own gain.
You're in court.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
He even said a-hole.
A-holes? I mean, really, we've had the F word, we've had the N word. That's the one he has a problem with.
Tell us more about the chaos.
Okay.
Because I had talked to a lot of individuals that were there to legitimately protest, and some of them were saying how there were people that were instigating a lot of things, that they weren't part of what was going on. And I had noticed that a lot, that there were people that were using that to, cause havoc.
What specific types
Whoa,
of havoc
a-holes.
did you witness?
People throwing things at police, people starting fires, people with malintent.
Other than throwing things at police and starting fires, did you observe any other specific instances of, to use your word, havoc?
There were some individuals that were to the west of us that they were trying to come onto the property to start one of the cars on fire, and we had stopped them. And then they had a lot of vulgar, they had a lot to say that was not nice. And they had said that they were going to come back and burn down this explicit terms. And then later on,
Now he's
maybe
afraid
5,
to
10 minutes
testify.
later, they started throwing rocks at us.
Do you know who any of those people were?
I love it. Other than the
There's
havoc,
been
did you
some
see any
testimony in
specific
this
instances
case,
of havoc?
about
Well, yes, here's some.
someone who has
Wanted
been
to say,
identified
other
as
than that,
Joseph
though-
Rosenbaum. As you
Other
said,
than arson, were there any felonies going on?
Yes, sir.
on that night, and again, I'm going to ask you to try and put yourself back in the frame of mind that you were in that night and try and ignore anything you might have learned since then. At that time, that night on August 25th, when you were at the 59th Street car source, did you have any idea who Joseph Rosenbaum was?
No, sir.
The folks that you
His
just
lapel
mentioned
pin,
that
the
attempted
rebel
to start
signal
a car on
symbol from
fire,
Star Wars.
was Joseph Rosenbaum one of those
I have
people?
to take a look.
So I'm going to come back to Mr. Rosenbaum.
It looks like it is.
Talking about specific examples of, to use your word,
I don't know, but
I think you've mentioned that incident, throwing rocks
I
at
don't know. It could be something
police.
else. It was something different yesterday. It was something yellow, wasn't it?
Were there any other examples of things that you observed around that time period?
What, yesterday?
Individuals were throwing
Yeah.
He said a
what
different
you would
pin
call
every
chlorine
day.
bombs
Yeah.
at us and the police.
Did you see who any of those people were?
I did not see you through that. No,
Was Mr. Rosenbaum any one of those people?
not that I know of. No.
Any other examples that you can share with us of this havoc or chaos that you witnessed?
Binger has a lot
No,
of
sir.
nice suits. Gotta
You
say.
mentioned someone had something with her, was a sprained ankle or
I
something?
believe it was a sprained ankle because she was limping.
I mean, I would too if I were
You referred
trying
to
a
Kyle,
case
you
with
referred to
national
the defendant,
attention.
Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah.
And for the record, can you point him out for us, please? Okay, that's the individual at the table with the sitting next to Attorney Chirafisi.
Yes, sir.
No dispute. What did you observe what the defendant did to treat that person?
No, I did not.
I think you mentioned that when the crowd was being pushed back, there was some words exchanged between your group and the crowd. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Can you tell us more about that?
They were just screaming nonsense. And they were trying, I know that there was a few individuals that attempted to come to the car lot, and we yelled at them to back off. And they did.
The individuals that were attempting to start that car on fire, how did you stop them from doing that?
Yell at them.
We killed them.
You used, I think, what was it? Shout, shove, show, and shoot.
Correct.
Did you ever have to get to the second step?
No.
Shouting was enough?
Correct.
Did you ever have any problems with people coming on to the car source lot?
No.
You were
Outside
able
of
to,
that one incident, no.
and I think you said earlier your post was physically located on that lot. Did you say the southwest corner of the lot?
Yes.
I'm going to use
East. Sorry, southeast. Sorry.
Okay, I want to make that clear. I'm going to use the pointer here as best I can. And would you agree with me that this where I'm pointing is the southeast corner of that lot?
The other corner. I'm sorry, my directions are a little off.
That's why I wanted to ask. The top, just for your benefit, the top of this map is north.
Yes.
So would you say then that you were in the
Land nav.
east corner?
Land nav.
Yes.
Oh boy.
While you were observing the crowd and things going on, do you know personally where the defendant was?
No, I can tell you.
Were you paying close attention to his
The chat
movements
always
or
kills
anything
me.
like that? Did you speak with the defendant when you were at that 59th Street location that night?
Initially, yes.
Do you remember anything that he said?
He introduced himself, that his name. He said that he was an EMT.
What did you think about that?
I think he's just an EMT out here to help, just like we were.
Did he tell you how old he was?
No,
How old did you think he was?
I assumed he was 18
Why did you assume that?
because in the state of Wisconsin, you have to be 18, I believe, in order to have your EMT license. And he's carrying a firearm.
Was one of the reasons that you assumed he was 18 the fact that he was carrying a firearm?
Correct.
He just said
Why is
that. Richard's objected there. I think he said calls for opinion or legal opinion, maybe.
What he's testified to is his understanding of the law. It's not to be taken as a statement about what the law is. It's a statement of what the witness believes the law to be. Objection to
Do you remember the question?
Oh, why? I assumed he was 18.
What did the gun have to do with it? The fact that he's possessing a gun, why did that make you think he was 18?
Because you have to be 18 in order to buy a firearm. A long gun in Wisconsin.
Did there
Is there
come a
music in
time
your
while you were
background?
at the 59th Street
God damn.
office
Out on the street. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do
observed
about
an
it
individual
Okay.
other than mute myself,
know to be
which I can do.
Rosenbaum?
It's
Yes.
not super loud. It's just
How
it's
many
hovering there.
times that night
Yeah, it's
did you
some
observe that person?
Joe
Just
Schmo
one.
with an electric guitar
Can you
thinking
tell
that
us
he's,
what you observed.
I don't know, Van Halen.
He had been
I'll mute myself for now.
acting very belligerently. He had asked very bluntly to shoot him. He did a few what I would call false stepping, which is making a step to entice somebody to do something. He had done that a few times. After he'd done that a few times, I turned my back to him and ignored him.
What did you think of him?
A babbling idiot.
Did you consider him a threat?
No,
Did you feel that he posed any danger to you or anyone else?
no.
This is what he wants.
How tall are you?
I am 5'10".
Do you have an estimate as to how tall Mr. Rosenbaum was?
Not really. He was bent over.
How was he dressed at that time, if you recall?
He had something red over his face, no shirt, and he had a bag in his hand.
A plastic bag?
Yes.
Were you able to get a look at that bag?
No.
And how do you know it was plastic?
You said that he was asking someone to shoot him.
Correct.
Was he saying that to you?
He said that to me, and he said that I believe to multiple others.
Something along the lines of shoot me, shoot me. Would that be fair to say?
There was more explicit terms after that, yes, but yes.
So, what were
Did
those
you see
explicit
him
terms?
with
Say
any
them.
sort of
Say
weapon?
'em. I dare
Outside of
you.
that bag, no.
Did you see him with a gun?
No.
Did you see him with a knife?
No.
Did you see him with a club or a bat of any kind?
No.
Did you see him with a chain?
No.
You indicated that he was false stepping. Would you mind standing up on the main floor here and physically demonstrate for us what you're talking about? Yes, please.
want this guy to stand next to Binger because I think Binger's really tall.
For the record, if you allow me, I'll go ahead and see it. I'm going to try and describe what you just demonstrated for us physically, so we've got a good record here. You're standing still and then sort of taking 1 foot, maybe 2 to 3 feet ahead, stepping forward with that foot and sort of almost pushing your chest out towards that other person, and then withdrawing that same foot again and repeating that a couple of times. Would that be a fair description of what you just did?
I mean, that's not what he just did. He didn't
When you
repeat
said
anything.
that this individual was doing that, was he doing it towards you?
In my general direction.
Was there anyone else around you that he was doing that to also?
There was an individual to my right and to my left. I don't recall who they were.
Do you know if those were other individuals that were guarding that car source location?
They were, yes.
Do you know if any of them was the defendant?
I don't recall.
At the time.
So how is any of okay? I mean, I guess there's some relevance to
Yes.
it just showing the overall context, but
I had my weapon slung and pointed to the ground.
When you say your weapon, you mean your AR-15.
Correct.
Was there a sling around your body that the weapon was attached to?
Yes.
And when you say the gun was pointed to the ground, was that in such a way where the butt was maybe at the middle of your chest and then
You'd be facing like this.
at an angle?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you
So the
frequently
butt
have butts
is
at the
sort of
middle
at
of
an
your
angle
chest?
towards one of your shoulders, and the barrel is downward at maybe a 45-degree angle or thereabouts?
Yes.
Did you have any other weapons other than that AR-15 that night?
I had my knife.
Anything else?
I had a CS gas canister.
What is a CS gas canister?
It is a deterrent. It's like pepper spray, but a lot more potent.
Is that also commonly referred to as tear gas?
Yes.
Or is there a technical difference between
There's a technical difference, but for the records, yes, tear gas.
the two? Where did
There's
you
a difference, but for
physically
the
have
record,
that
it's the same?
canister located on your body?
In my dump pouch.
Did you say dump?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a pouch that you put on your opposite side to put empty magazines in.
Was there ever a time in which you pulled that canister out to use it?
When the protesters had pushed my way and started causing a ruckus, I had put it on a car in front of me because I needed to use it.
You put it in a place where you could get at it if you needed it. After you put it on that car, did you ever grab a hold of it with the intent of getting it ready to be
I'm
used?
pretty sure it fell off the car.
Where did that CS gas canister come from?
An individual, I think his name's Dustin. I don't recall his actual name. I was like,
some guy down the street.
Is that one of the other individuals that was there at that location?
yes.
I guess that this might be part of what he's
So you
getting at
had
too.
the AR-15, the knife, and this CS gas
Look
canister.
at how armed these
So
guys
did you
were.
have any other weapons on you?
No.
I know we've talked a little bit about the false stepping that Mr. Rosenbaum was doing. I
guess it
There were
begins.
two other individuals, one on either side of you. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us if Mr. Rosenbaum was doing this directly at any one of the
It
three
was
of
just
you?
in our general direction.
How far away was he from you when that was going on?
I want to say a max of 6 feet.
Did he ever touch you?
No.
Did he ever threaten to harm you?
Outside of his banter, no.
When you say his banter,
Outside of
what
his
specifically
banter.
his banter did you construe as a threat to harm you?
I really didn't see him as a threat at all, to be honest with you. But it would be his false stepping and his banter saying, shoot me, explicit term.
Did you interpret him saying, shoot me, as a threat to you?
No.
Did you interpret it as a threat to anyone else?
No.
How long?
Let's get
did
in there that he
Mr.
said, "Shoot me," a couple
Rosenbaum
more times. This is
continue
actually
behavior
not
before
that big
you
of a
turned
deal,
your
in my
back on
opinion.
him and walked away?
I'm not sure, but it wasn't very long. He had done it maybe 1 or 2 times, and I just ignored it.
You think Richards is going to drop a hard R again today? When he asked this guy about the shoot me thing?
Uh,
Call.
He
Man,
was
I don't
saying,
know.
any fires that
You
night?
said why?
What exactly
Tell us
did
about
he
that.
say?
The first one I put out, it was just north of the car lot. Somebody had set up a deliberate barrier and set a, what you'd call like a campfire behind it and set it on fire to deliberately set fire to the barrier.
I want to make sure I understand that. You said they set up a small barrier.
It was a rather large barrier. It was taller than I was. It was a wooden structure.
Do you know what type of wooden structure it was?
It was just a rickety structure. I
When they
don't
started singing Les Mis, it was really
Do you know where
weird.
it came from?
No.
Do you
You see
hear
any of the individuals who started the fire?
No.
Do you recall where that was located in relation to the 59th Street car source lot?
That was just in front of the church, or that the demolished church.
There's actually a little laser pointer in front of you. There's a button on the side, and when you point that, could you use that and point on the map where that fire was?
Right there.
And I just want to narrate for the record, that appears to be a location, was that on Sheridan Road?
Yes.
North of 59th, closer to 58th Street. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
What did you do in response to that fire?
I stomped it out.
With your feet?
Yes.
He
Did
said
you
all
use
of these
any sort of
witnesses
fire
would be
extinguisher
quick.
or water?
No.
What
I
happened?
guess technically
after
that's a
that?
relative term, so
After
No.
that, I had.
depending on what
walked
universe
back
we're
to
in.
the clock.
Yeah.
You mentioned there were other fires you put out.
Yes.
Tell us about those.
There was a few after the incident. There was one on the this car lot. There was a pickup truck that the interior was on fire. Then I had found a fire extinguisher next to it. I had put that one out. And then there was another one that I couldn't put out because the fire extinguisher was spent. So there was cars around it. It was myself and another individual. I pushed cars away from that.
I believe you said those two fires were after the incident.
Yes.
What incident are you referring to?
The incident with, I don't want to, the incident with Kyle.
The shootings.
Yes.
I want to try and keep this
Kyle
in
just looked at him like,
chronological
I'm
order
going to
as best
shoot
we
you
can.
next.
So if we can just go back for a minute to the 59th Street car source. While
Why
you
did
were
you
at
say
that
that?
location, other than the barrier in the street that you
I mean, as soon as he said the incident,
any other fires?
he was going to have to say it.
No.
Yeah.
Do you remember a time in which there was a dumpster on fire out in the street?
I don't recall.
Yes, it was the defense opening statement.
And I believe you said, other than the one interaction with the false stepping, you didn't have any observations or contact
Cheers,
with Mr.
chat.
Rosenbaum at any
It's
other
not
time
even
that
10.
night.
Correct.
Oh, my. It's going to be a long day for you.
They all have been.
We've heard a lot of testimony and seen videos of what we now know to be the shootings. And I think everybody's got a good idea now with hindsight of the sequence of those events. But what I want to ask you is, on that particular night, do you remember hearing or observing those shootings?
I remember hearing gunfire, yes,
Where were you located when you heard that?
at the car lot on 59th and Sheridan.
The original one that we've been talking
Yes.
about. From what direction did you hear those shots coming
From
from?
the south.
What did you do, if anything?
Ran toward them.
That would be running, and I'm going to use the pointer here, that would be running in a direction from the car source at 59th and Sheridan, south on Sheridan Road.
Correct.
Do you remember encountering a line of armored police vehicles?
I don't recall.
Tell us what you remember. When you heard those gunshots and started running, tell us what you remember about that.
There was myself and another individual. I believe his name is Dustin. I don't remember his actual name. Him and I ran down there. once I got down there, I was by myself. I don't know where he went. And then I got to the corner of the lot, which there's an alleyway there, and then the lot, there's a fence line. And then from there, Mr. Rittenhouse came up to me. He had said, I don't remember exactly what he had said, but he had said something to me. And then I had told him to run toward the police, which he did. I had followed him a little ways, but then there was gunfire behind me. So I turned around to attempt to assess that. And then once
Bless
again,
you.
gunfire behind me.
Thanks.
And at that point, that is when, pretty sure I blacked out. I don't remember anything after that.
You said you're pretty sure you blacked out.
Yes.
What?
'Cause I don't remember anything. The next thing I remember is helping out with Gaige.
I'm going to try and break that down.
I blacked
We
out
can.
and have no memory
You indicated that
at this
some point
point.
you were running south on Sheridan and you encountered the defendant.
Yes.
Are you able to
Hmm.
show us on that map where that encounter occurred?
I hope Richards, hits him on any unfavorable facts. With, oh, you
And
blacked
you've
out,
pointed
so
to
you
a
don't remember what
location
happened.
Which is on the west side
How
of
often do
Sheridan.
you black out?
It
Yeah. Do you,
appears to be right
yeah.
at
Does this happen
the
often? Had you been
between
taking
that
any substances that night? Were
car
you
source
drinking?
and the property that is located just to the north of that on the west.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How did the defendant appear to you?
Frazzled. In shock.
Did he have his weapon?
Yes.
Where do you know where he came from?
He ran from the car lot.
Were you still running at that point?
At that point, when I linked up with him, I stopped.
When you stopped, did you come in close proximity with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him, if you recall?
I don't recall.
And I think you indicated earlier you don't remember what he said to you.
I do not.
Now, do you remember after this night speaking with the FBI?
Yes.
And that conversation occurred about a week
I love
later?
looking at the
Yes.
shoes of people who walk in
And
through the
do
back.
you remember telling them
I'm just thankful that they're
the
soft-souled.
defendant had said to you?
I remember telling them yes.
If I showed you a copy of that statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
G-Man says, can confirm being a soldier does not make you an expert. Some have trouble with basic rifle qualification. I wanted to join the Marines, but they said my ASVAB scores were too high, so I had to join the Army instead.
I'm going to take that back from you now. Does that refresh your memory as to what you told the FBI?
Yes.
And does it refresh your memory as to what the defendant said to you when you encountered him?
He had indicated that he had shot somebody.
So he just refreshed his recollection with a transcript of his FBI
According to
testimony.
your statement,
Which is hearsay. I mean, not necessarily his FBI testimony, but the fact that, well, okay, never mind. There's an exception because it's Kyle's the one that
just
said
want to make
it.
that clear.
Did
Yeah.
not
Never mind.
shoot
When the,
anybody.
when the defendant spoke to you, he said he didn't shoot anyone,
Correct.
but he said he needed help.
Yes.
What did you tell him? if
I
anything?
told him to run to the police that were down the road.
What did you do then?
At that point, he started running. I followed him.
Let me pause for a second, and I just want to make sure we get our directions correct. What direction did the defendant run from there?
From here that way. So north.
North on Sheridan. And did you run in that same direction?
Yes.
What happened then?
And then there was gunshots behind me.
And when you say behind you, are you meaning back down south?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I stopped and turned around.
Where did you go?
I was in place because it felt like seconds after there was more gunshots behind me, which would have been to the north.
And that would have been the direction that the defendant had been running.
Yes.
Is that the moment in time when you feel like you kind of blacked out?
Yes.
And I think you said the next thing you remember is Mr. Grosskruetz?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
How very convenient.
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then there was an individual on the ground screaming. I had walked up to them with a group of individuals.
Is it a group of
Somebody was
individuals?
screaming for a tourniquet, I believe.
Perhaps a group
I
of
had given
ducks.
an individual, I believe his name is CJ. I don't actually know if that's his name. I had given that to him. He had applied the tourniquet. He had done it wrong. So I had pushed him out of the way, applied it correctly for the most part,
You
and I stayed
assaulted
with
him.
Gaige until police showed up.
What happened then?
Did you shout before you
And then
shoved
the
him?
police showed
Great
up,
question.
told me to back off. I backed off. Once he was in the vehicle, I had noticed an individual saying that there was a gun on the ground. He had pointed to it and started walking toward it. I pushed him out of the way. I had picked up said firearm. I dropped the magazine and emptied the chamber.
I want to make sure the record is clear. You said someone was put inside a vehicle. The he is
Gaige.
Gaige Grosskruetz?
Yes.
And then there was you said a gun on the ground. What
Yes.
type of gun was it?
It was a Glock.
A pistol?
Yes.
After you took care of neutralizing or disarming
No, Kyle
the
disarmed him.
gun, what did you do next?
The police had come up to me and told me to put it down. And then I had walked toward the sidewalk. And then I believe I had headed south toward the car lot.
What happened then?
There was a bunch of reporters, I guess, over there talking to people. And wait, no. I don't recall. I don't want to mix up my story.
Understood. You mentioned that you dealt with a fire in a truck
Yes.
at the car source location
Yes.
and found a fire extinguisher.
Yes.
Are you able to show us on the map where that occurred?
Yes.
Show us on the map. Sorry.
About
Sorry.
I think I know what you're about to say. Probably appropriate to cut and catch yourself.
Corner of that lot. Would that be fair to
Yes.
say? Where did you find the fire extinguisher?
Laying right next to the truck.
And the fire you said was inside the truck,
Yes.
inside the passenger compartment?
Yes.
Did you light that fire? How do you know? You blacked out.
What did you do after?
Yeah, is this part of the time period where you blacked out? I'm a little confused here.
I put that fire out. There was another fire that was just on the opposite side of the building. There was a car on fire, and then the fire extinguisher was spent, so I couldn't use that. But there were cars around it, so it was myself and another individual. I don't recall who that individual was. Had pushed, I believe, 2 vehicles away from it, so it didn't catch fire on those.
In the sequence of events that you've just described, beginning with hearing the gunshots when you were at 59th Street all the way down to where we just left off, did you encounter Ryan Balch at any time?
Yes.
Do you remember when and where that was?
No. But I know that I did encounter with him.
Do you remember when you were at the car source lot at 63rd Street being with Mr. Balch?
When I was putting out the fires, no.
After that, at that location?
After that, yes.
You mentioned some reporters down at the 63rd Street car source. Did you speak with them?
I avoided them as much as I could.
But is it fair to say that there were a number of them around you with cameras
Yes.
asking pictures? Or
Somebody
asking
needs to
questions, rather?
face app this guy onto
And they were also
Littlefinger,
asking questions of Mr.
the
Balch.
prosecutor.
Correct.
During that process, did anyone show you an image or a video of the person who was suspected to have committed these shootings?
No, because they thought it was me.
Those people thought it was you?
Yes.
When did you first learn that it was the defendant?
I don't recall.
Was there a time when you were speaking with those reporters that you learned that the person who was suspected to have
That also would have been hearsay how he learned,
Rittenhouse?
Yes.
because he didn't see it himself.
Is it fair to say
Yeah.
that those reporters were asking you who that person was?
They were asking me if I was the one that had done it because they were looking for a tall white individual with an AR-15 wearing a green shirt. And
Which-
that's what I was wearing.
Very racist of them.
There were also people that were saying, that
Stop
the
murderous
shooter
gazing him,
was with
Kyle.
your group.
Yes.
At that time, when they were saying that to you, you knew that was true, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you didn't volunteer that information at that time?
I did not.
Were there police cars nearby at that moment in time?
I believe there was a police blockade on the west side of.
But to be fair, I did black out
63rd
and don't
Street.
remember anything inconvenient to your
Did
line
you
of
ever
questioning.
approach any of the police that night and tell them what you knew?
Yeah. That does make his testimony a
After
bit
dealing with
suspicious, which hopefully the jury is also noticing.
3rd Street
Hopefully
car
Richards
stores.
points it out.
Where did you go?
Just do you remember, or did you black out during that
He
time?
had gotten
Every
Brian
question.
and myself had gotten into
Yeah.
my truck, and we drove toward the other car lot to pick up a firearm and I believe his cell phone that was inside the building.
Whose property was that?
That was
I mean, the
Cars.
cell phone and the gun. Who did those belong to?
Ryan.
What happened when you got to the 59th Street car source?
It was locked and there was nobody there.
Mr. Lukowski, I want to go back to beginning of your night. You indicated that you arrived at that location around 10:45 p.m. And we talked a little bit about your interactions with the defendant. Did you bring along any medical supplies with you that night?
I did,
Why did you do that?
just in case it was needed. Just in case it was needed.
Did you interact with the defendant with regard to those medical supplies?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He had said he was an EMT. I said that if he needed anything to let me know. And then he had asked, I don't remember exactly what he said. He had said something. And then I remember giving him my flashlight, turning around and him digging through my med bag.
I'm not sure I heard that word. You said digging through your
Digging through my med bag, yeah.
Was that the defendant doing that?
Yes.
Did he take any medical supplies from you?
I don't recall what he actually took. But yes, he did take some medical supplies from my bag.
Do you remember speaking to
Don't recall
the
what, but yeah, he
FBI
definitely
about
did.
those medical supplies?
Yes.
If I showed you a copy of your statement, would it refresh your memory as to what the supplies were?
Yes.
May I approach on?
Mr. Lukowski, I'm going to show you your statement. At the bottom of the first page, there's some items marked. Please look those over, and when you're done, look up. It may continue on to the next page.
Okay.
Can you take that back? Did that refresh your memory as to the medical supplies that the defendant borrowed from you?
Yes.
What were those specific items?
A quick clot, a bandage, and what you'd call a vitamin pack, which has a bunch of random stuff in it.
What is quick clot?
It is something that you use to stop bleeding, severe bleeding.
Quick clot. Were you aware at that time what sort of medical supplies, if any, the defendant already had on him?
I was not aware, no.
One second, please.
Mullen Labe says, was the coroner report published? Were there exit wounds? The pedo headshot didn't look like it blew out on exit, but at close range, maybe too fast since FMJ. Also, U.S. Marine Corps vet stories of AR rounds not stopping people. The
Good morning.
wound on his head, I think, was determined to
Is
be
it
like
fair
a
to say
grazing
that
shrapnel
prior
wound.
to August 25th, you had never laid eyes on Kyle Rittenhouse?
Correct.
After August 25th, have you ever spoken to Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
So you didn't know who he was when you got there, and you haven't talked to him since.
Correct.
And you had made mention when speaking to Attorney Binger about shout, shove, show, shoot, right?
Yes.
Should go closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Commands that you do is run away or retreat. that in there?
No.
So if you
Good question.
shout at someone and make physical contact or show them your firearm and they're still coming forward, have you ever been trained to
No.
head for the hills,
No.
run away from them,
No.
try to get yourself out of the situation that you're in?
No.
Good question.
You watch the video. Have you watched the videos in this case?
I have watched several, yes.
Okay. Have you watched the video at Car Source at 63rd?
Not in its entirety, no.
Okay. So
Let me show you, man.
you or have you not seen what Mr. Rittenhouse did prior to the shooting?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you saw Mr. Rosenbaum. Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse running through the parking lot?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay.
This guy hasn't
So
seen
you
any of it.
arrived at 59th Street Car Source,
Surprising,
Around, yes.
and you have
but possible.
an AR-15 and a.
I would have hung on that for a little bit.
Correct.
You're
Same
telling me
kind of
you're coming to
situation
trial. You
that
haven't seen any videos of the incident.
Rittenhouse that he has, right? He has an AR-15.
To a sense, yes.
You have more than he has, but you both are carrying a medical pack.
Yes.
And he goes through some of your things, your medical things, and takes things that he needs.
Yes.
Yep. And you see him that night,
Correct.
and he is, when you speak to him, you get his name and the EMT information.
Correct.
Is that about it?
Yes.
You see him that night out and about trying to actually help people.
Correct.
Do you see him that night threaten anyone?
No.
Do you see him being aggressive in any manner toward anyone?
No.
Good questions so far. It's a
You,
good cross so far.
I'm going to ask if you can take a peek at exhibit number 40.
Bork, bork.
Sorry, guys.
Joseph Rosenbaum.
Now, did you,
She heard a breeze or something.
Yes.
you didn't know his name, but was his behavior such that made you remember him?
Yes.
All right. So can you,
That's interesting. You blacked out, but you remember this guy.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, guys, we know Sheriffisi is low. It's because he won't get on the mic. I have no way to turn him up louder. He's far from the mic in court, and he needs to get closer.
Mr. Lukowski, I'm going to ask you one other question about this. You said you see Mr. Rosenbaum in that picture, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's a person behind Mr. Rosenbaum as well. Is that right?
Yes.
We agree that's Joseph Smith. Oh, yes. Joshua Smith. I'm sorry, Joshua Smith. Do you recognize or do you remember seeing the person behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
You don't remember seeing Mr. Zeminski? Okay. Now, you had said that Mr. Rosenbaum was yelling at you,
Yes.
okay? And he's yelling in a crowd of people, right? We're talking about the Ultimate gas station.
No.
You remember seeing him at the Ultimate gas station or not?
No.
So where did you see him in particular?
I saw him on the corner of 59th and Sheridan.
And when he was on, tell me if this is fair, when he's on the corner of 59th and Sheridan, he is yelling, "Shoot me," and then he uses the N-word.
Yes.
So he's N-word, shoot me, N-word,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And
The skinhead can't say
just on
N-word.
the backdrop here, he's saying
They probably got some feedback on that from day one.
African-American man who shot by police.
Correct.
And while he's saying, shoot me N-word, do you remember people behind yelling or chanting, Black Lives Matter?
I don't recall.
Do you remember that night hearing people saying Black
Yeah.
Lives Matter?
Yes.
Okay. Are people reacting to him?
In a negative
Hold on.
manner.
Are they reacting to him when he's screaming the N-word at a Jacob Blake protest?
In a negative manner, yes.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. In a what manner?
In a negative,
Okay.
in a negative manner, yes.
How?
Stepping away from him.
Okay, so they're separate, if I have it right. They're trying to disassociate themselves with the guy screaming racial epithets at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Yes.
And you had said that he is, now I'll ask you this. At 59th Street, are there other people around?
Yes.
So it's not a situation, you had said that you didn't feel threatened.
Correct.
It wasn't a situation, though, where you were one-on-one with Mr. Rosenbaum, was it?
It was not correct.
Okay, so there's other people, are there other people that are protecting the business there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you have support, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
And you had said that, let me ask
Good.
you this. You said you didn't view him as a threat. Would that have changed at all if you were alone with him?
No,
You didn't view him as a threat?
not at all.
Did he ever
Chase
threaten
you.
to kill you?
No.
Did he ever say to you, if I get you alone, you're dead?
No.
There's a difference.
Good questions.
You said that he was false stepping towards you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever do more than that? Did he ever come actually after you?
No.
What if did he grab your
If
gun?
he would have done that, would have made you more concerned?
Situation dictates.
Okay. Well, if I'm
Pew, 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 pew.
full stepping,
Every time I hear it.
would you be more concerned instead of me full stepping if I'm coming full speed right at you?
Yes.
Fair,
Good
right?
question.
Yes.
I'm then in your personal space, and you have a gun too, right?
Yes.
So
What if
one
I
of the
grabbed
things
at
I
it?
could do is take that gun from you.
Yes.
If I do.
Yes.
And if I threatened to kill you if I saw you that night, and then I'm running full speed at you and I'm going for your gun, are those all things you would have considered when making a decision what to do against somebody like me?
A threat to my life. Yes.
Oh, baby.
There you go.
Great.
There you go. Good
No
cross.
further questions. Just
Yep.
leave.
Now,
Yeah,
you
end
had
it.
mentioned,
He's got too much other stuff that he wants. That was
I guess.
great.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if we've ever actually established what one of those is. It's a homemade device.
Yes.
And can you tell me what you saw that night in terms of these homemade gas bombs?
A water bottle with substance in it. You shake it up, throw it, and then it gets to a point where it explodes. Because of chemical reaction.
Okay, and then does it release some form of?
I'm also a chemical expert.
Yes.
And were you guys on 59th Street getting?
I'm a little bit of a
Yes.
chemist. I was a Marine.
And you were also getting hit with. Now you say rock. There's been testimony that people were taking chunks of concrete or cement, breaking them on the ground and throwing those.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I know rocks come in different shapes and sizes, but we're talking about
Rocks
chunks of
come in all sizes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I think you had mentioned in your statement to the FBI that Mr. Rosenbaum was one of the most aggressive people that you had encountered that night.
Yes.
And is that true? Are you
Yes.
that has stood the test of time in terms
Yes.
of your recollections? Yes.
Yes.
There was some conversation that you had with Attorney Binger about your interaction with Kyle on on Sheridan Road as he's running north.
Yes.
he never stops running, correct?
He stopped running to talk to me.
For how long?
I couldn't tell you the time span.
Okay, well,
I blacked out.
we can do this. Is it minutes?
It seemed like seconds.
Okay. Are there, if you know, are there people behind him running after him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear anything of people yelling?
At one point, somebody did shout, "Get him."
So I'm going to show you if I can, and it only works on this video. So, Judge, do you mind if he steps?
Go ahead.
If you well, if we can do it.
Can this guy get in the same county as the microphone?
And seriously, he needs something that's just as mobile as him,
Yeah.
or he needs to train himself to stop pacing around the entire courtroom. I mean, it's fine. He's got a step count. He's got to get his steps in, but I understand that.
Look, I'm going to have to ask Jimmy Baggins to stop being a complete racist in the chat. Jimmy Baggins, you're a real pile of shit, and it's really awful. And your family should be ashamed, and you should have been aborted.
Oh,
It's too bad, really.
I didn't see what you were talking about, but it's probably a good thing.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you. So, Judge, I have marked this video as 41. I don't think there's an objection from the state to move it into evidence.
May I see it?
Yeah, this is just the front page of the. This is all I have. We're going to move the video eventually, but this is the.
It's the identifying
Yeah.
document from the video. Go ahead. Received.
No, you can.
No. Well, okay. It's your the defendant cannot currently see the screen. Oh, it's up now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll stay out of it.
There's a screen there too.
I'll stay out of it. Okay. Oh, and he's going there.
Judge, we're all getting.
This is a dilemma. When you get a witness who says something so well, you don't want to impeach them later. What is this video?
Take screenshots.
Oh, where they interacted.
That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude. Cranium that boy. He just shot a man.
How are they going to find him when he called him a racial epithet and he's clearly white?
Video. You tell.
I can't tell.
Are you, from your recollection, are you walking south on Sheridan Road at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So, is this about the location where you made contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, if you remember?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. But can you play the video? That you right there, Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a brief conversation with Mr. Rittenhouse, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, can you play it for one more second? Okay, and I'm not being critical. You keep walking then north on Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard on the tape things like people saying cranium that boy, right? Cranium, like your head, cranium that boy.
On the tape, yes.
Do you recall hearing that evening?
No.
Okay. Now, you had told the FBI that Mr. Rittenhouse said to you, I didn't shoot anybody, but I need help.
Yes.
Now, you'd agree, well, tell me if you'd agree. The statement that makes more sense is, I did shoot somebody and I need help. Right? Why would he need help if he didn't shoot someone? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Good question.
again, I'm not being critical. How certain are you that in fact he didn't say, I did shoot someone and I need help versus I didn't shoot someone, but I need help?
I don't honestly recall.
Very good.
Great questions.
Very good.
Are you at
He only remembered because he read his
after
FBI
Mr.
statement.
Rittenhouse leaves you and is running north on Sheridan Road? Do you hear or see, if you recall, any of the people
I'll
that
be right
are
back.
yelling at him
Sure.
and running toward him? Do you remember seeing and hearing that?
Yes, there was some individuals running toward him. At least they were running to the north.
Do
I might have to step away for just a
Do
second.
you remember
Sure.
hearing them talking or yelling at him or not?
Outside of individuals saying, get him, no.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Outside of an individual saying, get him, no.
Okay, so you at least heard one person yell, get him.
Yes.
And is it at that point then that you kind of, I think you told Mr. Binger, at that point you had kind of blacked out?
Yes.
Okay, and
So you heard get him.
can you tell us
That's
what that
good.
means to you?
It's when you just go through the motions. I guess it's when your body just goes through the motions and you're kind of like the lights on, nobody's home kind of deal. It's when your body hits to a certain point of stress to where it just goes through the motions.
Okay, so in high stressful situations, your recollection of events for you becomes difficult.
Yes.
Right,
least
I'll
in
be
this
I'll be
situation.
right
In this
back.
scenario, yes.
Tell me if I
Okay.
miss anything good.
Sure.
And you you make, or then what you recall is making contact with Gaige Grosskruetz.
Yes.
You have that photo? I'm sorry? Now, do you remember where you made contact with him? Are you on Sheridan Road?
I just stole your channel, but it's fine.
You remember
That's
the-
fine.
You look at the map, is that
I got this note.
I
Won't be.
can't read it.
I'm trying to.
So this is 63rd.
Yeah, never mind. It's, Dad, we need your help. Could you spare a minute?
Aw.
St. James Church. Remember where you are?
Oh, just before the intersection.
Okay. And that's a picture of Mr. Grosskruetz, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in that picture, he's holding a black pistol.
Yes.
Does
He's
that
also holding
appear
his
to
arm.
be, or look, I can't say,
The remnants of it.
does it appear to look like the pistol that you located on the ground?
Yes.
All right. That pistol that you located on the ground, you had said, I think I'm going to use your term, you dumped the magazine, right?
I had dropped the magazine and cleared the chamber. Yes.
So the magazine is the, for lack of a better term, if we see TV or whatever, it's the thing that goes into the grip of the gun that holds bullets, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a magazine with bullets in there,
Correct.
and then you said you cleared the chamber. What is
Correct.
that?
It's when you take the top of the slide and rack it back.
Okay, so like you'll see on television or whatever, they pull it back and then the bullet can fly out.
Correct.
Does there have to be a bullet in the chamber to fire the gun?
Yes.
Was there a bullet in that chamber?
Yes.
Good question there
In your
too.
training and experience with firearms, was that gun ready to be fired?
Yes.
Very good.
So in the past with some witnesses, Mr. Binger has asked them if they had shot anyone that night. And what I want to do is just ask you a couple questions about you that night. Okay. Fair to say, no one verbally threatened to kill you, did they?
Not that I recall, no.
No one actually chased you, did they?
Not that I recall, no.
Good.
Did anybody ever say to you, forgive me, you won't do shit, motherfucker?
No.
No one ever said that?
No.
to you? Did anybody ever,
Anybody
were
ever
you
try to take your gun?
alone at various times that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And you have military training.
Yes.
Did you ever feel there was a situation where somebody had kind of snuck up on you or ambushed you that night?
No.
Great.
Is it fair to say the reason that you didn't use your firearm that night is nobody had attacked you that night, right?
There's no need for it.
Great
Also good.
questions.
Now,
We're going to keep going. Keep up this line.
after
Yeah.
the shooting, you had said that you put out a truck that was on fire by Car Source.
Yes.
We call it Car Source 3, but it's Car Source at 63rd.
Yes.
And that, by happenstance, there was a fire extinguisher located close to that.
Yes.
Did you ever see Kyle walking back toward the police line?
Did you ever see Kyle? Come on, stop it.
60th or on 59th or 60th here. Did you ever see him walking back this direction after you had contact with him down here?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what happened after that?
No.
Leon's Law. I don't know if that's super fair to Richards. He has been pretty decent on cross. Sheriff Easy is killing it with this witness, who I don't think this witness was favorable to Kyle at the onset.
I don't know, because he sounded very hesitant when he first mentioned the incident. He was very hesitant to say what exactly it was. Like it looked like he was looking back at Kyle like, I don't want to get into it. So I don't know.
Is that right?
I did not know.
You did not see that?
No.
Okay.
And people may not remember, but Sheriff Easy did do cross on one of the witnesses the first day as well.
Ever at the Ultimate gas station?
So they probably got
I
witnesses
walked
that
past
they
it,
planned out.
Talked to some individuals there, and then just kept on my merry way.
Okay, so the contact, when you heard Mr. Rittenhouse screaming, I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum screaming the racial epithets and saying, shoot me, it wasn't at this location,
No.
it was at another location.
Correct.
Ask him about blacking out.
So can I ask you this, when you left for the evening, you had driven down there, right?
Correct.
Was your vehicle damaged?
Yes.
How?
I had a smashed back window and a smashed front windscreen.
Sorry.
Ooh.
Windscreen or windshield. Yeah.
Okay. So you drove back to wherever you were with the smashed up vehicle?
Yes.
I think I just have one more question.
I agree with Mark Polito. Can we get the man a wireless mic?
Yes.
Put a lapel mic on this dude.
Yes. He needs it. He really needs it. Or I saw somebody else in the chat earlier suggest a Britney Spears mic. That would also work.
Only if he wears her bikini too. Oh, let me see if I can. Can we get a super chat in? Super Iron Bob says the day of the rake cannot come soon enough. The historian says Legal Bites OnlyFans when I'm a Legal Bites super simp.
Sorry, but that's never. Sorry to disappoint.
It's just you. It's just your legal briefs in PDF form.
It's just me reading a bunch of legal briefs or reading opinions. I mean, hey, if you guys want to pay me to do that, that's fine.
Do they sell underwear on Teespring? Because I need to sell legal briefs. I need to sell underwear that just right across the butt says legal on it. Oh my God. I'm checking literally right now. Why have I not thought of this before?
Pretty good idea. Pretty good idea.
So, if I can ask you, Mr. Lukowski, is that the fire extinguisher, if you recall, that you used to put out the fire of the truck that's next to it?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
How much redirect do you have? All right, let's take a break. Please don't talk about please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
They don't sell underwear on Teespring. Look, guys, I am looking for a distributor of printed underwear, unironically, to sell legal briefs. Oh my God. Why did I not?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's like when someone was like, when are you releasing a coloring book called Color of Law? Well, as soon as I can now.
Binding legal briefs. Somebody you just got a super chat. Not just any legal briefs, binding legal briefs. That sounds painful.
Look, those are snug workout. That's workout underwear there. All right. So recap me. How are you feeling about what's going on right now?
Yeah, I think that cross was excellent. I think he did a great job of distinguishing his experience from Kyle's experience and also from Bouch's experience. I mean, his life was not threatened. He was never chased by anyone. No one ever tried. Although, did he ask if anybody tried to grab his gun?
I don't know if he,
I don't think he did.
I don't know if he got to there specifically. Maybe on recross, he'll do it.
Yeah.
He might've been saving that for, I mean, I guess the gamble is that the guy doesn't do redirect, but he might've been saving it for, recross to put that in the mind of the jury at the end. I would say it both times personally.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, we discussed earlier that if someone was reaching for your gun, that would change the situation. He did say it. The chat is saying.
When he kind of put everything together, like would all of these factors change? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And a very minor criticism, very nitpicky, but if we don't specifically remember him saying it, I would suggest that he could have hit it a little bit harder. So if he did this and this and this, that would change your thing. Because reaching for your gun is very aggressive, right? And you might be really concerned if someone was trying to take your gun away, correct? Like I would hit the gun thing a little bit harder, especially because you have the excellent testimony of Richie McGinnis yesterday, but very, very nitpicky. This is not a criticism of Sharif's. Again, to everybody.
My bigger criticism is get closer to the damn mic.
Yes, get on the mic. But to people who may not have seen me say something about this at all, it's really easy to Monday morning quarterback this stuff.
Of course.
And some of our commentary is going to be like, ideally, in an ideal world, with infinite time and hindsight, we would ask this or say this, and that's great. But there are also some things where we're like, you need to start doing objections. You need to break the flow of the other counsel. You need to ask better questions on cross. And today they're asking excellent questions on cross. Criticisms from me are very, very nitpicky on this stuff. At first, you're like, okay, we want to attack this guy's credibility because he blacked out. So he says. So then if someone ever says, if a hostile witness to you ever says that they have had memory issues about a specific time of the event they're recounting, you can hit that all day if you need to mitigate the damage that they've done. In this case, though, that guy had great other testimony, and his negative testimony about Kyle's been pretty minimal. There's some, I wouldn't have done this, but then he's better rehabilitated by saying, yeah, but this guy wasn't chasing you and screaming at you and didn't tell you he's going to kill you and didn't reach for your gun, right? Yeah, that's a much better rehabilitation than going after this guy's blacking out. Because if you go after a witness too hard, the jury can also get mad about that. And they can be like, hey, why are you picking on this guy? He was under stress. Gunshots are going off. I can see how he blacks out. So in this case, I think Sheriff Vesey has done a phenomenal job on cross with this witness.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think overall he did a great job of every single sort of question or concern that sort of popped up in the direct examination. He then just took like each one of those little bubbles that popped up and just poked them, just made them go away.
Yeah,
it was good.
Yeah, to reiterate something I was saying earlier, Sheriff Vesey did do cross-exam, I believe, on day 1 of testimony of one of the witnesses. I'm guessing he and Richards have each, to split the workload and the prep, have picked witnesses that they have done the prep for. They've read the FBI interviews or the depositions that have been done. So they're ready to go after each one of these people specifically, is my guess. And so Sheriff Vesey drew this one. I'm very glad that he did, because he has done terrific so far. That this could all change, but preliminarily I'm feeling pretty good about how the defense is doing today.
No, I definitely agree. I'm going to take a quick break because I need to feed the zoo.
Yeah.
But I'll be back shortly. So
no problem. I'll hit some super chats.
Okay.
And we'll be, I think we still got about 10 minutes before the court comes back.
Perfect. They will eat very quickly anyway. Okay. I'll be back soon.
Yep. Sounds good. Okay, guys. Somebody asked about the drinks, the liquor. I have this Hague Club Scotch. It's a single grain Scotch. I've never tried it before. I bought it the other day. I didn't even remember that I had this because I ran out yesterday. You guys have been liking the stream so much. I actually ran out of, I thought I had run out of whiskey, so I was drinking gin. This was hiding. It was not in my liquor cabinet where it would normally be. And so I didn't know that I had it. But then when I went upstairs after my stream, I saw the box that this came in. And I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, I have this whole other bottle of scotch somewhere. And so I went on a quest last night to find it. I didn't find it. I actually found it right before the stream started. So I do have it. Cheers to you guys. Cheers to the chat for liking the stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you're new here, I do a gimmick where I do a shot. I don't do it as a shot, but I drink whiskey at the first 1,000 likes, and then typically every 500 after that, although may have to modify that rule at some point so I don't die. Angel of Sin says in Richard's voice, listen, Your Honor, in terms of the greatest fighting game, Street Fighter 2 Arcade Edition, I prefer hyper fighting, but different people might have different opinions on what version, but Street Fighter 2 hyper fighting, I thought that was a little better than Turbo, personally. Rosenbaum clearly missed a command grab and got wombo comboed 100-0 with no rematch. Respectfully, Your Honor. Peter says, it's weird to say, but hearing the last 3 witnesses talk about the protesters versus the agitators makes all the mostly peaceful protest talk from last year make a lot more sense. Yeah, but I think when you take a step back, I don't go with what the news says is a mostly peaceful protest, by the way, because what the news says is mostly peaceful is the guy's literally saying that while there's a building burning behind him. That's the funniest meme there was. But in any protest, in any crowd, you've got a bunch of people who might be there for completely legitimate reasons, and then you have a couple instigators. For example, in Charlottesville, you've got a bunch of people. They may be expressing distasteful opinions, but then you've got some isolated incidents or even instigating incidents that can escalate what's going on. Same thing in January 6th, right? Most of the people on January 6th do not enter the Capitol building. Most of the people are actually outside protesting what's going on, perceived injustice to them. And some of the Summer of Love protests are the same, usually during the day when there's cameras and daylight. But when night comes, you get instigators, agitators, and bad actors who start doing things and then bring the crowd into that activity. Now, not all of it, right? When you're just going in, when you're peacefully protesting by looting an Apple store, okay, we've got a different question here. But in several instances of protests throughout history, you have a group of people who are generally nonviolent. And then you will have instigators that can bring violence to the movement and then get other people to start participating, right? That's the whole point. That's why now, like, I don't trust any claims of violence to not involve specific Fed activity, because it doesn't take many people, right? A couple instigators can turn an entire crowd from a march into property destruction. And that's why I would suggest humbly to take all of this stuff on agitated protests with a grain of salt, because there are people with lots of power that can utilize unrest and violence combined to pass policy and law that is not otherwise palatable to the American people. How do you start to get rid of law enforcement in general? Law enforcement that you say is racist and bigoted? Well, you at protests about a particular shooting instigate a bunch of violence and create an enhanced police response, and then get people more mad about what happens next. Like, that's how you perpetuate and foment this cycle of things. Make no mistake, like, if you're a properly connected and motivated politician who's got an agenda against police, all you have to do is keep doing things to make the police react and make them look worse to the people who are already turned off to police. It's a great strategy. T Cool says, "Tell me, Marine, were you afraid of a 5'3" manlet? No. How about a 7'3" roid machine on PCP? No." Slaglust. Oh, whoops. I lost that one. 1 second. I got to get back to it. Low Pro says, "I'd take a civilian like Kyle over an undeployed Marine like this dude. Kyle would be open to advice from experienced Marines, whereas all this guy knows is theory and has something to prove." Maybe. I don't know. Lancelot 652 says, "Binger, objection, Your Honor. This is devastating to my case." Scooter McDuder says, "Guy is withholding info. He is the one who pissed the crowd off for pointing his gun at them. Kyle got blamed because he was in a green shirt. This guy knows it and isn't saying why Rosenbaum was yelling, 'Shoot me.'" Could be. Could be. Mithrin Emmer says, "Binger giving up an opportunity to stretch things out longer. Perish the thought." Scooter McDuder says, "Should have asked why Rosenbaum was saying 'shoot me.' You can hear they were mad at this guy for pointing his gun. Yellow Pants later accuses Kyle because of the green shirt." There's a super chat that I cannot find. Oh, Slaglust. There it is. I found it. It says, "To help make your long days worth it, thanks for giving me something to watch on my days off." Oh, thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I'm hoping you guys are enjoying the coverage and hopefully the commentary as well. I know if you wanted to watch this without a couple lawyers talking about it, you certainly could. So I appreciate you hanging out with us, engaging in jokery and memery as well. look, these hearings can get really long and boring and technical, and we try to spice it up with a little bit of technical translation from law speak into lay language, explaining maybe the backgrounds or of rules or some particular strategies. But we also like to tell little jokes and have some fun to break up some of the monotony. So thanks for hanging out and doing that with us. AJ Cook says, hit me up if you want to talk 1-6 Fed fun times. I was reporting on the ground for Nat File. Just published exclusive video of Second Instigator. I was the guy who interviewed the medic and got the Babbitt shootings footage from him. Hey, AJ, hit me up in email. How do I contact you? I would love to talk to you about 1-6. That sounds phenomenal. The Japanese Yakuza 1 says, home from work, got me some whiskey on the way though. Awesome. So the brood of animals is fed, correct?
Yes, the zoo has been satisfied. So the dog probably won't be jumping on me for at least an hour or so.
Very good. Very good.
Yes.
I have caught up on the $20 plus super chats.
All right.
If you're new to the stream, I try to address the $20 plus super chats as fast as possible on these streams where we've got a court case. It's and so much is occupied by talking from the parties.
Right.
It may take me a minute to find a spot to read the super chats, but I do try and keep up with them as soon as I can. As a big thank you for supporting the stream. All super chats though, all of them will be read by the end of the stream and addressed if I have the ability to answer. So if you have any questions, those are there. You do not have to super chat. I'm in the chat also trying to follow along. Not perfect at it because watching, listening, talking, and reading can get a little overwhelming at times. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody just watching. You have no obligation to send any money in, but it is awesome, and I really do appreciate it. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, here's some shekels for the coverage. Quick question. How much longer until Iran comes to free the Yehudi? That's a very good question. Have you heard this, Legal Bites? That America is going to be taken down. I was told by a man on the internet, so it must be true.
It must be true.
America is going to be taken down, and the country that will do it is Iran. And what the Iranians will do actually is they will kill all the people like me. Right? I will be dead. But
Okay.
thank goodness, they will take the Yehudi, which is a term for people of Israeli descent, and they will return them back to Jerusalem because that seems in character for Iran.
Yeah, definitely seems very, very in character. They're very supportive of Israel, I'm sure, and
Yes.
Israel being populated by Jews.
Yes, that actually every time I tune into Iranian TV, that's what I say. They're like, you know what? We just want Jews back in Israel. That's what we want.
We really just want to support Israel. That's what we want.
Papa Buzzit. I'm going to stop you on that slander. He says, lol, Nick loves Dave Matthews Band and wine coolers. No, sir. Neither of them. Thank you. Disgusting. Dave Matthews Band. What is this? That is horrible. That is horrible.
Absolute libel.
Yeah, I do not. Did you know Dave Matthews Band? Do you know their crazy issue on that bridge in Chicago? Did you hear about this?
No.
Okay. So there's a
Let's
bridge.
discuss.
There's a bridge in Chicago with like a graded surface. I think it's Chicago. It's like a graded bridge, right? So that rain can fall through it onto the river below. Dave Matthews Band, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was them, is driving their tour bus, and they dump the bathroom.
Sorry.
No, it's
She's
okay.
barking at Mr. Bites.
I'm trying.
He came home.
I'm trying to figure out how to word this. They dump the septic from the bus on the graded bridge, and it hits a boat going
Oh.
under the bridge.
Oh no. I mean, why?
Can you imagine? You're
Like,
just out on.
was this just like it accidentally opened up, or like this was a conscious decision by someone?
Yep. Rather
That's-
than stopping off and having it pumped, they're like, "This is a graded bridge." Shook. Gross. Gross. Like you're just driving on a boat. You're like, "Oh, this nice little river cruise is nice. Oh, look at this beautiful Chicago bridge. Oh my god."
That'd be even worse if it was like a tourist boat.
I think
Where
it
they're
might have
like,
been.
Look over here, and you might see a giant pile of shit falling on your head.
Excuse me, Alita, you're in court.
Oh, I'm sorry. We only use the F word and the N word.
Right.
In court.
No a-holes.
Yeah, definitely no a-holes.
James Colley, I hate Matchbox 20. What are you talking about? And Zima, disgusting. Oh my god. What happened to me in the chat? What happened to me? Like I'm getting just riddled with slander. I'm gonna be right back. The sound is on. It's not me. The cord is muted. I'll be right back, guys.
I am muted. You're right. Okay. Should I just take over the whole channel? I think I just implicitly got permission for that.
Mr. Lukowski, I just have a few follow-up questions after Attorney Chirafisi had questioned you. At any point in that evening, did you receive a report that you or other folks guarding 59th Street needed to go down to 63rd to put out a fire?
No,
Or to deal with any sort of property damage at that location?
no,
So when you decided to go down there in the end, it was simply because you heard gunshots.
yes,
You were asked about your FBI statement regarding what you heard the defendant say.
yes,
That was a statement that you gave to the FBI on September 1st of 2020. Does that sound right?
yes,
That would have been about 6 or 7 days after the incident occurred.
yes.
Was your memory of what occurred on the night of August 25th fresher in your mind at the time you spoke to the interview than it is today?
Correct.
When you spoke with the FBI, did they identify themselves as law enforcement agents?
Yes,
He's got to
Did you
rehabilitate himself
understand that
heavily
they were
here
there to ask you about what had happened on the night of August 25th?
for Binger.
yes,
At that time, did you know that 2 people had been killed that night?
yes,
Did you feel that you had a responsibility to cooperate with the investigation?
yes,
Did you feel like you wanted to be as open and honest with the FBI agents as possible?
yes,
Did you feel like you wanted to give them as much information as you could about the events of that night?
yes,
When you spoke to them, did you tell them the truth?
yes,
Did you understand that if you lied to law enforcement, that would potentially be criminal activity?
He's
yes.
working hard for this.
And when you spoke to the FBI, you were clear with them about what the defendant had said to you when you met him on the street. Is that right?
At that point, what I recollected, yes.
The reason I ask that is because
You need to explain.
when Attorney Chirafisi was asking you, I think you said you weren't sure, as you sit here today, what the defendant said. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that because over the last 14 months, some of the details are no longer as clear to you as they were when you spoke to the FBI on September 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Good redirect.
Your statement
Yeah, he has to
to
rehab
the
it.
FBI,
Mm-hmm.
where you told them
This is him saying, I got blown out.
Rittenhouse's face was pale white, and he stated that he didn't shoot anyone but needed help. That was accurate, correct?
Yes.
Was accurate that he stated that, or that was accurate as the fact?
Do
It
you
was
understand?
accurate that I had stated that at that point in time, yes.
And was that
Good distinction.
what the defendant had said to you?
From what I recollect at that point in time, yes.
You characterized Mr. Rosenbaum and the way people around him were reacting to him, and I
This
think you
judge,
used the
I mean,
word
are you
they were
serious?
disassociated.
Yeah.
from him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else that appeared to be friendly towards Mr. Rosenbaum, or somebody that he was in association with or accompanying that night?
Not that I recall, no.
Did he appear to be solo?
Not that I recall.
I'm a little confused, so help me understand. Did he appear to be in the company of any other people?
I was confused at that. There was people around him, but I'm not sure if they were associated with him.
Did you see anyone that you felt was associated with him or accompanying him or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
You were shown a photograph.
Look
which has
at
been
this
marked exhibit number
photograph.
14, and you were asked to identify Mr. Rosenbaum, and you were asked,
Don't tell me you're a Nickelback fan.
do you have any idea who that was? Do you recall seeing that
Only the
person
song Animals.
at any point on the night of August 25th?
No.
Could we please show an excerpt from exhibit 18? Mr. Lukowski, there is a female in this almost center of the video, a little center left, with a backpack on and a dark shirt and blue jeans. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing that person on the night of August 25th?
No.
Seems like a new issue to be brought up on redirect.
State for
Yeah.
the jury, there's no dispute. That is Kelly Zeminski, and standing next to her is Joshua Zeminski, whose face can be seen here in exhibit number 40, just for the record. With regard to those,
It's odd that he's getting it admitted through him when he said that he didn't recognize them.
were they around
Yeah.
Mr. Rosenbaum when Mr. Rosenbaum was stepping at you and saying the things he was saying? Do you
No.
recall?
Not that I recall.
You characterize Mr. Rosenbaum as the most aggressive person out there that night. Is that fair to say?
But what about the
Prior
murderer,
conscience.
Kyle
Did you ever
Rittenhouse?
see him physically harm anyone?
No.
Did you ever hear him threaten to physically harm anyone?
No.
At any point on the evening of August 25th, did you personally witness anyone physically harm anyone else?
No.
You mentioned that at one point you walked past the Ultimate gas station. And just so we're clear, the Ultimate gas station is right here on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. Do you see where I'm pointing at?
Yes.
And you know, you're from, as you sit here today, you're familiar with that location? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Is that the location that you're talking about that you passed by at one point?
Yes.
What I want to ask is, where in the timeline did that occur?
Right when I got there, I had parked my vehicle on the one street over, and then I walked up. I think this is 60th.
Would you be able to use that pointer to show us what you just described?
Whoops.
I parked
Sorry.
somewhere back here, and then I walked up.
Okay. So you're pointing along what I think is 8th Avenue. Is that right? 8th Avenue there by Library Park, and then walked up to 60th and headed west on 60th.
Yes.
I really wish we could
That
see
was
what they were
the
looking
only
at.
time in the evening when you passed by the ultimate, that you stopped at the
It's that
ultimate
flannel
destination.
board
Yes.
map that he made.
Hmm.
The final thing I want to inquire about is the folks that were shouting as you encountered Mr. Rittenhouse, and Mr. Rittenhouse was running north on Sheridan. I think the one thing that you've described hearing is the words "get him." Is
Yes.
that right? Do you recall any other specific words that the crowd was saying?
No.
Really? You don't recall cranium just a
I'm gonna
second
try and
ago
ask
when
you
you
to
heard
put
it?
yourself back in the mindset
wait.
of that night, at that moment, when you heard.
I think that's fair though, because
Who did you
previously he said
think
he
it
didn't remember hearing cranium him or whatever.
I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Was it obvious to you that the him was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
I mean, I don't see how this is relevant at all.
At that moment in time,
Because it's not about
Okay.
his
did
state of
you
mind, it's about
have any
Kyle's state of
reason to
mind.
believe that the defendant had shot anyone?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that when people are shouting or pointing or doing whatever, that they were meaning the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Those are weird questions there at the end.
Hmm.
All right.
Get him, you didn't know that Mr. Rittenhouse had shot Mr. Rosenbaum, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to say, though, whoever they were yelling "get him" to, that person had something to be concerned about?
Yes.
Good.
And Mr. Binger asked you, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum yell at anyone or threaten anyone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you hear anybody else demanding to be shot that evening other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you hear any other white people using racial epithets in the way that Mr. Rosenbaum was using them that evening?
Not that I can recall, no.
Good questions so far. Again,
I just want to clarify your.
he's done a great job.
The FBI.
Yeah.
Okay. When Kyle made contact with you, was that in the portion of your statement or your testimony where you don't have a good recollection of it? You said you had blacked out. Was that during
After
Here we go.
with that little meeting, I guess I had with Kyle,
You just-
and I had followed him down, and I heard gunshots behind me, and then I had heard gunshots behind me once again. At that point, next thing I remember is seeing Gaige.
Okay. So I'm not being critical about this, but you hear what you believe to be a rifle shots fired near 63rd and Sheridan.
Yes.
You see Kyle Rittenhouse running in your direction.
Yes.
You hear people yelling, "Get him."
Yes.
He tells you, whether he says, "I just shot somebody" or "I didn't shoot somebody, but I need help." At that point, you don't suspect that he may have been the person who shot someone?
It didn't cross my mind, no.
Pretty good.
And in part because he wasn't aggressive during the night?
Correct.
This is beyond the scope.
Well,
No.
how is not beyond the scope?
Even if it is, I generally do not adhere strictly to that rule.
Is that part of, you wouldn't have
Another objection overruled.
shot someone because he wasn't acting aggressive when I say
This judge.
Correct.
My final question is this. As you sit here now and think about that statement, does it make more logical sense to you that he would have said that he shot somebody and he needs help versus he didn't shoot somebody but needs help?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is
Asked and answered.
Asked and answered, and the record is clear that this witness has testified to what the defendant has said.
Doesn't matter. Let it.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
He already
I-
asked it, and then
I asked
Binger
and
just
answered.
said, "I'm
As
scared
I
of this
said,
question."
that we're here to develop the facts for the jury.
Yeah, this is just drawing attention to the
All
question
abuses were-
that he doesn't like it. He
Yeah.
doesn't like the answer that's going to come out.
They're into
Now he's going to ask it again.
Yep.
But I haven't.
So
seen-
if the jury was falling asleep, now they're paying attention.
uh, swerve from my usual indulgence with these kinds of things, but on the second point, I think the question should be restructured.
So I know that you've testified about what you believe you heard that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I'm asking that you do is, have you looked at your statement since you gave it? Have you ever read your statement?
A few days ago, and then it in the court
Who had you read your statement?
myself.
Who gave it to you? Sorry.
I did.
Okay, so you met with Mr. Binger?
Why are you testifying? Shut
Testifying
your
for the
mouth.
witness.
A statement, a summary made by
Oh,
the FBI.
yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
So the statement that Mr. Binger provided to you was a statement written by the FBI saying what you told them.
Yes.
So
Do you know that's what you told
remembering
them?
that, now, my question to you was this. Having read that statement, and the portion I'm talking about is what Kyle said to you, does it make more logical sense to you today, or when you had
Binger is
again.
pissed.
I'm going to object again.
While you're
He can shake his head if he wants.
here now,
Oh, great.
why would he need help if he didn't shoot someone?
I'm going to object.
Argumentative.
Okay. I have no other questions.
No, phenomenal. Phenomenal.
I have one final question, Your Honor.
No, your
Grosskruetz.
redirect's over.
You said you didn't think the get him was aimed at Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't think Mr. Rittenhouse shot anybody because he said he didn't shoot anybody, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you may step down, sir.
Wow. Binger is not feeling good today.
Mm-mm.
Look at him. His whole demeanor is different. He knows he got handled yesterday, and he knows he's getting he is getting handled today so
Yeah.
far. He looks pissed. Oh no. Are we going to have the wide body? running the next-
Has he done any direct or crosses?
He's just sat there angrily
I mean,
at the
not
desk
crosses.
with his suit like
Yeah.
hinged up over his head.
I know yesterday for a period of time it looked like he was falling asleep.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. He just went up and swapped out some notes. Is he going to do the next exam? Oh, I can't wait. This guy has never been likable in the entire trial. He has looked agitated. He has looked grumpy. He has looked like he doesn't want to be there.
Call
Binger-
Amber Rasmussen.
Binger has always looked cool and collected until today. He's
Yeah.
looked like he's in control of the situation. I'm really anxious to see what this guy. He was smaller yesterday. He actually ate the army guy between the
No.
hearings.
Oh no.
Is this Rosenbaum's girlfriend?
Can you please state your name and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter?
Amber Rasmussen.
Oh my God, I cannot believe they would call this chick.
Rasmussen.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
No, okay, never mind. Not
And
her.
what is your position there?
Okay.
I'm a DNA analyst in the DNA analysis unit.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst?
I have been employed as a DNA analyst for just over 10 years.
Why do we have a DNA?
And what is
analyst?
your educational background?
I don't know.
I have a
Trying to get her in as an
Bachelor's of
expert.
Science in biology.
But for
and
what exactly?
marine biology from the University of Wisconsin.
Why didn't they
Green
list her on
Bay,
their
as well as a
on her
Master's of
expert
Science
testimony
in Forensic
earlier?
Science from Marshall University.
And what are your primary duties as a forensic scientist in DNA analysis?
As a DNA analyst, we will receive evidence, analyze that evidence for any possible biological materials, attempt to develop a DNA profile from that evidence, make any comparisons to known individuals, write a report on our findings, and testify to those findings in court if needed.
And have you received any specialized training in the areas of DNA analysis?
Yes, in addition to my education, I also received approximately 9 months of on-the-job training prior to being signed off as a full DNA analyst. I also undergo annual training and review current literature.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to forensic science?
Yes, I am a member of both the
Yeah,
Midwest
this chick was not-
Association of Forensic Science
Where's the dope bear
as
hearing?
well as the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And is your laboratory accredited by any organization?
Yes, we are accredited by ANAB, which is an acronym for another acronym, but it is American National Accreditation Board, ANSI, ASQ, National Accreditation Board.
And is there any sort of proficiency testing or peer reviewing that you participate at your laboratory?
Yes, we participate in both proficiency testing and peer review. Proficiency testing is when an external
He didn't ask you what proficiency
company
testing
provides
was.
us a test with known results, and we work that test as if it were a case and send our results back to them, and they verify that we named the correct results on that case. Peer review or technical review is when another analyst evaluates our work and the work we did on a case, and they review every case. Another trained analyst will review
So
every
these are
case.
the kind of foundational questions that need to be asked in order to admit someone
And
as an expert. They don't always do this in
actually
front of the
is what
jury,
people
but it's actually helpful to do it in front of the jury because then they get to see just how qualified they are to give the opinions that they're going to give.
is often referred to
Yeah, I'm
as
just
the
wondering
building
why she
block
wasn't
of
listed
life.
as an
It is
expert on the
present
witness
in all
list.
living things. It is the same throughout your
Yeah,
body.
I don't know.
It is unique to each individual except for identical twins, and it's what makes you who you are. It's what makes you a human. It's what determines your genetic characteristics.
Not a big fan of her vocal fry.
And how do you test for DNA?
It's
or
not,
how do
it's
you
I
get
don't
the
like
process
wavery
used?
voices.
So for forensic testing,
It's just nerves.
look at areas of DNA that aren't typically associated with physical characteristics. They are areas often referred to as junk DNA, but we have found these areas that are vary from individual to individual, and one individual may have the same DNA type at a location as another, but when we look at multiple types, that will vary from person to person, and we can use that totality of DNA types within an individual's DNA profile to differentiate between DNA from different people.
Now, when I read these reports, there's something called an STR. What is an STR?
An STR is the
Sandwich that
is a
runs.
specific
This guy's enemy.
reference to the type of DNA we look at. STR stands for short tandem repeat, which is the small repeated sequences of DNA that we use for our analysis.
And how do you, is that kind of analysis a commonly or generally accepted procedure in forensic science?
Yes, it is.
And how do you go about doing a STR DNA analysis?
So first we will take an item of evidence, whether it is swabs or clothing, and we will take a sample from that item, and we will subject that sample to a series of reagents in order to break open any cells that may be present, clean up that sample from anything that is not DNA, and end up with a small volume of liquid that contains purified DNA. We will then take that small sample and count how much DNA is present and run it through our system to make copies of those areas that we use in our analysis.
I have a great question that the
Now,
defense
I
should
placed a
ask
document
about
in front of
DNA
you,
and Rosenbaum.
that has been labeled in another way, Exhibit 22. Can you please take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
Is this the document?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings for laboratory case R20-2992, dated June 25th, 2021. And I can tell that it is my report because there is my signature on the first page and my initials on each subsequent page.
So did you review that report before coming to testify today?
Yes.
And is this, as far as you can, is this a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
I'd like to move Exhibit 22 into evidence. Now, in this case, is this case related to the Kyle Rittenhouse? This report related to the Kyle Rittenhouse case?
Yes.
And what did you receive to test for DNA in this case?
In this case, we received 3 sets of swabs from a firearm, 2 sets of swabs from an
They're going to
ammunition
try and say
magazine,
that there's
and
no
3
DNA
standard or
from the
reference samples
deceased
from known
on the
individuals.
firearms.
What is a standard or
Oh, that he didn't grab the gun?
A standard or reference is a sample that is
Doesn't mean he didn't grab it if there's no
from
DNA
the
on it,
person,
though.
and we
Yeah.
use that to establish what that individual's DNA profile is. And we can then use that for comparison to any questioned evidentiary profiles we obtain.
in the 3 standards in this case you received from Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's standards is called a buccal swab. What is that?
A buccal swab is a swab of the buccal cells, which are the inside of your cheek, contains buccal cells. So these are basically swabs that are taken from the inside of a person's mouth.
And the ones from Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Huber are dried blood standards. What are those?
Dried blood standards are when blood is applied to usually a card, and then we can take a sample of that blood to develop a profile.
So you can get the DNA from the dried blood.
Yes.
And you talked about swabs from a firearm and from some ammunition magazines. Can you describe how that process is done?
Which part of the process?
I'm sorry. What do you mean by swabs? Like, what do you actually receive?
So in this case, what was received were envelopes containing swab boxes, which are small boxes that contain basically a wooden stick with cotton on the end, a long-handled Q-tip. And each of those boxes was marked as having been collected from a different area of either the firearm or from a magazine. In this case, there was 1 set of swabs marked as having been collected from a trigger, another from a barrel guard, and another from a pistol grip, and then 2 sets from a magazine. And what we do is we will cut off the cotton portion of that swab, and that is what proceeds in our testing to try to develop a DNA profile.
So is it your understanding that someone would have taken that swab, swabbed the parts or the items that are listed, and then packaged it up and sent them to you?
Yes.
So it's being represented to you that the gun has been swabbed by these Q-tips?
Yes.
Or not technically Q-tip, but. Now, did you find any DNA on any of those swabs?
Yes.
Where did you find DNA?
There was DNA detected on all 5 of those evidentiary items.
And what did you do once DNA was detected?
I attempted to develop a profile from each of those, and then attempted to interpret those profiles and make any comparisons to those.
Now, for the trigger swab, was there any DNA found from the trigger swab?
Yes.
And who was the source of that DNA?
A single source male profile was obtained from the swabs from the trigger, and Kyle Rittenhouse is the source of that DNA profile.
Now, the next finding is swabs from the barrel guard. Is that a part of a gun?
Yes.
And what were the findings?
Do you have
on the
any
barrel
expertise on
guard?
guns?
The barrel guard contained a mixture of DNA, so there was DNA present from at least 2 people. This contained DNA from at least 1 male. And assuming that there were 2 people present, I was able to do a comparison to each of the 3 different individuals in this case. Would you like me to read those results as well?
Let me ask you one question before you do that. You said you used a process or a procedure called STR mix. Just briefly, what is that?
STR Mix is a software program that helps us to interpret DNA and analyze DNA profiles, and it also helps to perform comparisons to the DNA profiles.
is this the standard you use when there are potential mixtures?
It is most often used for mixtures, yes.
Is it the
Oh,
only thing
she's
your
got
lab
a
uses for
nasty
mixtures now?
whistle on her
We
S's.
do, in certain cases, we do have, we can not use
Can't
the
unhear it.
software and we can do a manual interpretation.
I didn't hear it until you pointed it out, but now I can't
What
unhear
were
it.
your findings
Now you're
on
done.
the barrel guard?
Sorry. Suffer with me.
For the barrel guard, this was a 2-person mixture, and assuming there are 2 people present, we compared 2 different hypotheses or propositions or explanations for the data. The first explanation is that this DNA profile came from the person of interest and an unknown individual, and the second is it came from 2 unknown individuals. So in
Ruined the
this
experience
instance,
for over
the
8,000 people.
persons of interest were each compared separately to that mixture profile. There was strong support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 70,000 times more likely
is in
to observe
every single
DNA
word.
profile if it is a mixture from 2 unknown individuals than it is a mixture resulting from Joseph Rosenbaum and an unknown individual. There is very strong support for exclusion for Anthony M. Huber in this mixture. It is at least 2 billion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals than Anthony M. Huber and another unknown individual. And there is very strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown individual than if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals.
Now let's
So my
translate that into
understanding is that
English.
There's strong support to
I
exclude
think the
Joseph
jury's just
Rosenbaum
like,
and Anthony Huber on that DNA swap, on that DNA analysis, but very strong support to include Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes.
Now, were the
shocker, Kyle
the next
Rittenhouse's
item is the
DNA is on
swabs
his
from
gun.
the pistol grip.
Okay.
What were the results from that? Was that also with the STR mix?
This was also a 2-person mixture, including at least 1 male, and it was also interpreted using the StarMix software.
So what
I've
were the
ruined the
findings
chat.
on that item?
Because this was a 2-person mixture, our possible explanations are the same. We have either the person of interest and an unknown or 2 unknown individuals. And for the pistol grip, there is strong support for exclusion for Joseph D. Rosenbaum. It is at least 600
Strong support, though. That's not conclusive.
more likely to observe this
can't.
profile.
I learned this
if it
in a
is
different
mixture
case.
resulting from 2 unknown individuals. Then if it is a
70,000,
mixture
by the way,
resulting
was
from
the
Joseph
first
D.
one.
Rosenbaum
That's
and
not actually
another
that
unknown
high.
individual.
Like,
There
notice
is
Rosenbaum
strong
was
support for
70,000 on the
exclusion
first
for
one.
Anthony
He's
M. Huber.
650,000
It
on
is
this
at least
one.
13,000 times more likely to observe this profile if it is a mixture from 2 unknown
13,000 on Huber.
individuals than if it is a mixture from
Surprised
Anthony
Huber
M.
doesn't have
Huber
DNA
and
on
another
there.
unknown
He was
individual.
shot point blank with the gun pressed
And
against
there
his
is very
chest.
strong support for inclusion for Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile
A
if it is a mixture
quadrillion.
resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown than if it is a mixture from 2 unknown individuals.
You know, we're talking about
Fair to say
likelihoods
that's
here,
essentially the same
percentages.
findings as the
How
swab
can
from
you
the barrel guard, but the
This stuff doesn't actually play well for a
the
jury.
numbers and the likelihoods are different.
They are
Yeah, because
similar.
you can't hang your hat on it.
Yeah.
Now the next item is
And
the
they're
magazine
just hearing
swabs.
numbers. This is
What were your
word soup.
findings from the magazine swabs?
There were 2 sets of magazine swabs submitted in this case. The first set was a low-level 2-person mixture that contained DNA from at least 1 male. And this was also interpreted with StarMix.
Crazy thing is, we know
And what
that
were the
other
results?
hands touched the guns. We just don't know who they
There
were.
is moderate support
And they only
for
have mild
exclusion for
certainty about who it
Joseph D.
might have been.
Rosenbaum. It is at least 2,670 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a
Mild
mixture from 2
exclusion
unknown
of
individuals
Rosenbaum.
than if it is a mixture from Joseph D. Rosenbaum and an unknown individual.
I hope on cross they hit
The
that.
conclusion was uninformative for Anthony M. Huber. The statistical value generated for his comparison has been seen for both individuals known to be included in a mixture and known not to be included.
Oh my
So our
God.
laboratory will not make a conclusion in this statistical range.
Oh, I hope on cross
There is
they hit
very
this.
strong support for inclusion
Yeah.
Kyle H. Rittenhouse, it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from Kyle Rittenhouse and an unknown than if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals.
Now, so in terms of Mr. Huber, you cannot either exclude or include him.
Correct. The amount of DNA present from the second contributor, and this is a low-level mixture, there was less information present, so we are less able to make a definitive answer one way or another.
What is a low-level mixture?
Low level just means that there isn't much DNA present, or not our ideal amount of DNA for performing an interpretation. So there is less DNA than a full profile from all of the contributors to the
Why are you
mixture.
introducing an expert witness
Does
who
there have to
doesn't
be a
have
certain amount or
conclusive
a certain
testimony in your
quality of
favor?
DNA present in order for your laboratory to continue with testing?
Because we've got to put on some
have
kind of a case, I
threshold
think.
where, so we count how I mentioned earlier. We
I'm
count how much
prosecution.
DNA
I
is
leave
in
her
a
alone.
sample, and we have a threshold where we have determined we may get results. Anything below that does not continue in our laboratory process. But as far as once results are generated, we will see if we can make comparisons. Sometimes there isn't enough data to make comparisons.
Now, the last item here is the second set of magazine swabs. What were the findings there?
This was also a low-level 2-person mixture with at least 1 male present, and this was also interpreted using the StarMix software.
And again, what were the findings?
The presence of Josen D. Rosenbaum's DNA within this mixture was uninformative. Statistical values in this range have been observed for both individuals
Oh my
known
God.
to be included in a mixture and not known.
Why
and
would
known
you
to
call
not be
this
included
witness
in a
at
mixture.
all?
So we will not make a conclusion regarding his presence of
So
DNA
Joseph
in the
Rosenbaum could have
mixture.
grabbed the gun.
Anthony M.
You
Huber
can't tell
was
he- you
also
can't tell us he didn't.
uninformative. Statistical values
Same with
obtained-
Huber.
such as those obtained for his profile,
On
are
cross, they better nail her to the
inconclusive,
wall.
and we will not make a
I think that
and Kyle H.
I-
Rittenhouse, there was strong support for inclusion of his profile within the mixture.
all they have to say is like, you're not certain about this. You're not certain about that.
77,000
You're not certain about this. You're not certain about that.
Profile, if it is a mixture
That's really
with
all they need to do on
from
cross.
Kyle
Just-
Rittenhouse and an unknown individual than if it is a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals.
What is touch DNA?
Touch DNA is the term that is often used to refer to the DNA that is transferred to an item when a person touches or handles it.
And is it more or less likely to transfer DNA in a touch DNA situation than, say, if bleeding onto an item?
Body fluids are a definite source of and good source of DNA. Touch DNA will vary greatly in the amount of DNA contained in the resulting sample. It will vary based on how long the object was handled, how much friction or pressure was involved, how recently that individual had washed their hands, if they had touched their face prior to touching the item. There are quite a number of factors. So touch DNA has much more variance in the quality of DNA obtained.
So, assuming your hand is not bleeding or doesn't have any sort of other bodily fluid on it, what kind of cells would you be expecting to find if it's touch DNA? Like from where in the body or what fluids in the body?
Touch DNA is often from skin cells or transferred from, as I said, usually touching your face is the most likely source of DNA. Or touching any other items may also be a secondary transfer of DNA.
So if I touch this television here briefly, I may or may not leave DNA behind.
And mayonnaise.
You probably left DNA behind. Whether it was enough to be detectable via our methods is a different question.
A terrible
sat here
answer
and-
again.
Touched it for a longer period of time, or if my hands are particularly sweaty, it'd be fair to say that it'd be more likely there'd be enough DNA to test.
Yes.
Now,
This
we
is
in the
terrible
courtroom have
for
seen a
them.
Video that shows Mr. Huber making contact with the firearm that was in question here. How could it be that Mr. Huber makes contact with the firearm and does not leave DNA behind?
Why would you ask this?
This is a cross question.
As far as leaving DNA behind or being detected on the samples we received, touch DNA, again, can vary. There may have been very little DNA on his hands when he handled that object. It may have been wiped away later. The sample may have been exposed to
She's giving
heat,
so many reasons why
moisture,
no one should listen to
or
her.
undergone a duration of time before it was collected,
Or
and all of
there's
those
so much
things
doubt
will limit
here.
the amount of DNA that can be detected.
Is it true? Let me ask it this way.
I think we're getting mixed up
Is there
on
background
who's playing for who,
restrictions
which
on
side
the-
again.
In terms of items for simply touch DNA
The
analysis?
facts in this case
Yes.
just consistently go
And why
back
is
to
that, to
self-defense.
the best of your knowledge.
We have submission guidelines for touch DNA items. They are less likely to result in usable DNA profiles, and we will not accept touch
Dr.
DNA
Michael.
items on nonviolent cases.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
That's where you end?
That was awful because number one, they didn't translate science into English,
A sample.
and number two, so they lost everyone. Number two, they went into so many reasons as to why they shouldn't listen to her.
In this case, so there's a firearm, right? You tested.
The DNA unit did not receive the firearm itself in this case.
What did you receive?
We received swabs that
Taken
were
by someone
collected
else
from a
that
firearm.
are maybe not experts.
And
Good.
so the when law enforcement sends those to you, they tell you this swab was taken from this area of the firearm or this area of the firearm. We'd like you to
Move closer to the mic, please.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that you never got a swab from the barrel of that gun?
The barrel guard was the closest, to my knowledge, that was obtained from the barrel of the gun.
Do you know what a barrel guard is?
I do not.
Okay.
I don't know what we're analyzing, but I'm an
I
expert.
agree, however, it's listed barrel guard. There's nothing on here listing barrel of gun.
Correct.
Oh my
So-
God.
If, for example, Joseph Rosenbaum touched the barrel of that gun, we'll never know that, right?
I have no way of determining it.
Because it wasn't sent to you for analysis, right?
Yes.
Done.
Giant gaping hole of reasonable doubt here.
Why did you call this lady? You didn't need DNA. Like, it's literally, it has no point in this case. You know
Not-
who. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
not when you have actual eyewitnesses that said, "I saw him reach for the gun. I saw him grab the gun."
I just-
And
But that's
there's
all
video
defense
of all
arguments.
of it,
You can tell me what
That's all
you
defense
see.
arguments. You know Kyle shot these guys. That's
of
all you need.
course.
In Exhibit 45, I see a person walking the opposite direction of whoever's taking the photo, and a person on
Why
the
is
ground,
she-
and there's
Okay.
an object
Never
connected
mind.
to them. The person on the ground appears to be holding on
Let her
to
talk as long as they're not going to
the
object.
object.
I guess. I mean, this photo has nothing to do with what she analyzed, but I mean,
No disagreement.
it's whatever.
Stand-
Yeah,
hold on,
prosecution's not going to object.
No disagreement that the object in between them is the firearm? No disagreement. Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Rasmussen, if I told you that person standing there is Anthony Huber, okay, that we agree on that. You agree that it appears Anthony Huber is touching that, and we agree that's a gun. We'd agree that Anthony Huber is touching that gun, right? Appears to be he's touching that gun?
It appears to be.
Okay.
Why are they not
in the
objecting to this line of
areas-
questioning?
so the fact
I don't
that
know.
DNA present in the areas you were asked to look at doesn't mean that the person didn't actually touch the firearm. We see it, right?
Correct. The DNA. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So I told you, different angle. That's Mr. Rittenhouse on the ground. That's Mr. Huber holding skateboard. And that's a firearm. You agree it appears that Mr. Huber is touching that firearm. Do you agree with that?
That appears to be the case.
And so the
fact that, I don't know where that is on the gun, but the fact that the DNA isn't there, and everybody thinks DNA is this thing that proves everything. You'd agree that we can see he's actually touching the firearm.
What is your question?
Well, the fact that it's not present, and
Just-
I don't know where on the gun that is, but the fact that DNA is not present in any of the areas of the firearm for Mr. Huber doesn't mean that he didn't actually touch it.
Correct. Whether DNA was detected from an individual or not does not mean that they did not touch that item.
I would say this should be taught in how to cross an
And
expert,
the-
but
I
this
think you
is this
said
should be
something
taught
like
in how to
this, right?
not
The
how you
shorter
shouldn't
amount
bring
of
this
time
expert.
Someone touches something, the less likely there'll be DNA.
Look at Binger. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yes, the less an item is handled, the less I would expect there to be an opportunity for DNA to transfer.
Was there ever a follow-up request by law enforcement to test any other areas of a gun, of that gun?
Not to my knowledge. That may not have gone directly to me, though it may have been to someone else at the crime laboratory.
Binger is dying. He is dying right now. Look at his
You're right.
face.
Yeah.
I don't remember the numbers. I'd move.
Look at that guy. He's looking at
Yes.
Sharifsi like he's a bowl of pasta.
No.
And I have no other questions. Thank you for your time.
Oh my God, he just demolished their entire testimony.
Nuked it. Completely nuked.
They didn't even have a redirect.
Yeah.
They
Well,
were
here.
nuked from orbit. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Although actually, unless you need it, well, go ahead, do it. No. Let's fight over it.
I love this judge.
He's great. I want to go listen to stories while his wife knits a blanket
Please.
next to me.
I want to invite myself over for dinner.
That
Just
was
listen
the
to his stories.
uncivil. Are you in the chat? Did you see this? I saw him in the chat earlier.
Yeah,
that was
he was earlier.
why in the hell did they call this woman? You know that that you don't have to normally use DNA to prove the whodunit. The only DNA evidence in this case, if they found any, would be beneficial for the defense. Other than that, you don't need to concern the jurors with that silly DNA stuff. Like,
You don't need it.
Legal Mindset saw it. He's there. I didn't see you in
Yeah.
the chat, buddy. Oh my God. What are they doing?
Because there was absolutely no benefit to bringing her on because, and that's one of the hard parts about finding a good expert is that not only do you need someone that knows what they're talking about, understands it, they have the proper background, experience, expertise, everything, but they also need to be able to communicate those ideas to someone that's not an expert. So
Yes.
that whole exchange about like likelihoods, percentages, and this may or may not have his DNA if it's mixed with some other Joe Schmo, but maybe not Rosenbaum. It was just a whole like mishmash of words that if you're not in that field, you don't necessarily understand it. So if anything, they probably just put her to sleep until the point when they asked enough questions to say, should we really even be listening to you in the first place?
Is there an outside chance that was the plan to put them to sleep, but say, but we've got an expert on DNA though, so therefore this case has more ground. Like I don't know, but I'm trying to figure out any reason why you would honestly put that person on the stand because I cannot figure it out. There's no help to the prosecution and entirely helpful to the defense.
It was the equivalent of just lobbing a tennis ball over the net.
Who is this lady?
I don't know.
They said her name. I didn't recognize it. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yes.
Ma'am, could you please state and spell your name for the benefit of the court reporter?
Susan Hughes, Hughes.
Ms. Hughes, did you know Anthony Huber?
Yes,
How did you know him?
I am his great aunt.
Oh.
And
His grandmother was my oldest sister.
and how did you come to know Anthony?
I was his great aunt.
My
Yeah.
niece is his mother.
So did you know him from when he was a child?
Yes.
And would you have considered yourself close to Mr. Huber?
Yeah, even when he was a child, we had kind of a special connection. But I was born in Kenosha. I moved away, came back in 2011.
Were you
And
there?
from that
Otherwise,
time,
this is a character witness.
we
And
were-
what are you doing,
became even
prosecution?
closer.
Now you said you had a special connection. What do you mean by that?
Oh, God.
You're going to try to bring out the emotions.
Yeah, but
he was a
this is
redhead.
so risky.
I used to be a redhead. He was, his immediate family, they were all blondes. So he kind of gravitated,
She says he was a
to
good
me
boy or a
at
special
family
boy or something
gatherings and
that's
things.
done.
even though when he was a child, I really only saw him, holidays and when I visited Kenosha. So, 4 or 5 times a year. But even then he would gravitate towards me because I could talk to him about things he was interested in. I mean, we
This is
shared
someone who
interests
might
in
have
art and music,
personal knowledge of his criminal
computers,
history that can testify directly to
and
it.
Star Wars, things that little boys like to talk about.
So you said you would see him in Kenosha. Did Anthony grow up in Kenosha?
Yes, he was born here and went to school here.
Do you know if you know what any schools he attended here?
Well, he's in the Southport neighborhood, so I think he went there. Perhaps I know he was at St. Mark's for a while, and I don't know. Those kids go to Lance maybe for middle school. I'm not sure.
Norm.
I was living in Madison, so I wasn't real connected to what schools he was going to.
So in 2011, you said you moved back to the Kenosha area,
Yes.
and you said you became more close. What do you mean by that?
Well, from that point, I moved back because I had health issues and both of my sisters did. So I was seeing his grandmother quite frequently. And Anthony was very close to his grandmother. So, I would see him sometimes, once or twice a week. He would call her frequently. She moved in with me actually in 2013. And from that point, we saw Anthony even more. He frequently needed rides to jobs and things. And when she wasn't able to take him, I would take him.
And about how old would Anthony be in this time period?
Well, when I moved
Teenager,
back,
adult?
I think he was like 17, maybe when I moved back here.
And even back then, did you ever know Anthony Huber to use a skateboard?
Always. The skateboard.
Oh, wait, this
I
is
must
Huber,
confess,
not
was kind of
Rosenbaum.
influence to me.
Okay. Let me,
because, he would, when I first moved back here in 2011, we
me
had a
delete that.
family
I thought it was Rosenbaum.
gathering. We had a dinner in the winter, and I lived close to Penoyer Park. And Anthony
He can testify to
arrived
the
in a
domestic
car.
violence where he beat his siblings.
There was a foot of snow on the ground. He walked into my house with a skateboard and was going to, skate on my laminate floors. And I said, you can't skate in the house. And where are you going to skate anyway? Because there's snow on the ground. And
He's like, that's not what I was going to use it for.
He went out and he found a place to skate in the snow. I mean, he always, even shortly before he died, when I would take him somewhere, he would know I was picking him up in a car. He was going to go home in a car. He would still have the skateboard in case there was a chance. There was an interesting parking lot.
You ever get in a
somewhere,
fight with the skateboard?
and he could go out and skate.
To the best of your knowledge, was that his main mode of transportation if he wasn't getting rides from
Yes.
you or someone else?
Yes, he skated sometimes.
You're trying to establish why he had a skateboard at the
John-
moment?
None of that
As
is
if-
necessary.
Available to take him.
None of that is necessary. It's like
One of his friends.
there was a guy with a bicycle that night. Oh, he was an avid bicyclist. Like, who cares?
skate home.
Like it's not a
frequently.
totally unusual. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm from
Some of the
California. Like, is that weird?
temp jobs that he had were
I thought it was normal.
by Jelly Belly and
Jelly
you know,
Belly
I-
sounds
I-94.
delicious. Oh wait, that's the jelly
People
beans.
know
Never
where
mind.
that is. Anton's, I mean, that's like Cooper Road or something. And so Miles, he would go on a skateboard.
And was this a hobby of his? Would he compete in skateboarding events to the extent you know?
That I don't know. I was a sometimes supporter of his habit.
Okay.
So
The domestic
you know, he
violence
would
charge
talk
is
to me a
gonna
lot
come
about
up
it. He
because
would
the
send me
prosecution
videos
called
and
him a
things,
good
but
boy.
I really didn't follow whether he was competing. I know when he was younger, meaning, you know, 18, 19, he was actively looking for sponsors and things. I mean, that was something he was interested in, but that never materialized.
No, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Oh, and I know that as he got older, one of his pipe dreams he had told me was that he wanted he had a vision for an indoor skate park downtown Kenosha, and you know,
So skateboarding was central
Guys,
to
you
his
don't
character,
want to
that-
object to
Yes,
this witness. You want
Now,
to
I'd
let
like
her
to draw
talk
your attention
as
or-
much
or
as
bring you
possible.
to,
Yeah.
uh,
And you
late
also want to,
August of-
you don't want to come across as
2020.
disrespectful.
Were you
Because she
living
is a grieving family
in
member
Kenosha
after
that
all.
time?
yes,
And are you aware of the shooting of Jacob Blake and the events that followed that shooting?
yes,
And during that time frame, did Mr. Huber contact you?
yes.
And when's the first time did you guys have a daily contact, or how did this come about?
Well, that whole weekend, you know, a few days before, and then certainly after Jacob was shot, we had frequent contact during that period.
And did Mr. Huber have any special interest in the Jacob Blake shooting or the events that followed?
Yes,
And what was that special interest?
he told me that he knew Jacob. We had Anthony would sometimes want to go with me out to Petrifying Springs. There's a memorial bench there that is dedicated to my son who passed away. And after Jacob was shot, Anthony wanted to go out there with me. And while we were there, he told me he had known Jacob. I frankly don't recall how well he knew him. I mean, it just sticks in my memory that he said he knew him. That was the reason why we went out that day. He knew that Jacob had children. He knew, you know, I remember him mentioning a few things about Jacob's life.
Let me ask you a question.
Did you
Sure.
know
Did you
Jacob
know
had
Jacob
felony
Blake?
warrants?
I did not.
Now, so what day did you go to this? You said a memorial bench for your son.
Mhm.
And was that someone that Anthony Huber was close to?
Yes.
And what day did you go to this memorial bench?
I believe it was Monday.
And that's what he told you about, that he knew Jacob Blake, and you
Yeah.
discussed.
Why does your son
his
have a
feelings
memorial
about the
bench? Or your
protests and all that.
Yes.
why does he have a
Do you know if
memorial
he had
bench?
gone
Is
out
on
on any
cross.
previous on any night to engage in a protest?
I know he had gone. He had taken his phone. He told me he was just wanting to take some videos.
Now, it's been established that Anthony died on the late night of August 25th. Did you see him anytime that day?
Yes.
Why did you see him?
He stopped with Hannah late in the afternoon.
Who's Hannah?
Maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Girlfriend, I assume.
They were on their way to do a lot of errands, and he stopped to, I think I gave him some mail, and he was on his way to a cell phone store.
Now, is this something that you would do? Would you occasionally give him money?
Mhm.
And did he have a driver's license? Did he know how to drive?
Yeah, he got his driver's license the day of his birthday, the Friday before.
And who would go practice driving with him and things of that nature?
That was me.
You mentioned a Hannah. Who's Hannah?
Hannah was his girlfriend.
So, do you recall approximate time of day that you saw Anthony that on August 25th?
Like I said, I think 3:30, 4 o'clock. I remember it being later in the afternoon because we had a conversation about the traffic. And I reminded him we needed to get back in town before curfew.
And then with that, did they depart?
Yeah.
And was
Well,
Hannah,
no, excuse me. Was that can you repeat that question?
then they left after you said be back by curfew? Was that then
Yeah,
they left to go
yeah.
to the store
Yeah.
or wherever they went? Was Hannah driving at that point?
I think it was Hannah's car, but Anthony was driving.
Now, we've seen video here, and you may have seen video as well, that Anthony Huber ran towards Kyle Rittenhouse while Kyle Rittenhouse was armed. Were you surprised when you heard about that? Were you surprised by his actions? Had you ever seen Anthony Huber run towards danger?
Yes.
Sustained.
As to which
What was the objection?
Relevance.
Aha.
You weren't there that night. How can what relevance is him running towards danger at a different date?
That's
guy
that's
has-
right.
This guy has no idea what to do.
Well, maybe
Yeah, he's a little stuck.
certainly on the second round. Having a custom,
we've heard nothing but having a custom evidence in this case.
pardon me?
We've heard nothing but having a custom evidence. I think I can rehabilitate.
Well,
Whoa.
first off, you don't need to comment on the ruling. Secondly, they're different rules.
Learn your fucking
And we've been
place,
talking
man.
about this all along. There are different rules. Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case. Lunch is here.
Judge, oh my
And,
goodness.
Read, watch, or listen to any comment.
He is frustrated. There's a lot of tension on this prosecution team right here.
We'll aim
Yeah.
for.
And Judge is like, I'm going to diffuse this situation right now because if this guy keeps arguing with me, I'm going to get pissed.
Yeah,
I
and
mean-
that's not going to look good for him.
No. Wow. What is the prosecution doing right now? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. It sounds like they wanted to introduce some character evidence to say, is he the kind of person that would charge, run into danger? Is he the kind of person that would charge at a kid that has a gun or a man that has a gun?
Yeah. I mean, that seems like it, although, so I'm half torn on the defense's objection, but I think they did the right thing because this guy is completely like, he has no idea where he's going. When that first objection hit, he sat there for 30 seconds of dead air. Just, what do I do? This is what I want. We just sat here and listened to this lady tell us nothing, all to get to this moment, and it was just taken from me. And they said yesterday, and maybe this is probably a mistake by Binger. He said all of the witnesses today he believed would be short. So they know that each of these witnesses has like one or two things that they're trying to hammer in there.
Ooh, let's see this. Are we going to get to see the exchange?
I don't know, but I bet he's asking if they've opened the door to character evidence.
I'd like to direct your attention to 90404 sub B.
This is 404. This is character evidence.
Victim offered by an accused or by prosecution to rebut the same or evidence of a character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence the victim was the first aggressor.
Holy shit.
We are rebutting the evidence and characterization that's been made both in opening statements and in cross-examination.
This is a big deal.
Anthony Huber was attacking, being the aggressor against Kyle Rittenhouse for seemingly no reason. This is what the defense says.
Want to respond?
Well, the response is there's been evidence that Mr. Huber, while Mr. Rittenhouse was on the ground, struck him in the head with a skateboard.
Wait, this is from the defense or from the prosecution?
I think that goes to, if I can here.
So the prosecution's trying to argue that the defense opened the door somehow.
I don't know if that rebuts evidence that the victim was the aggressor when it's really just a fact on video that in fact he did strike him in the head with a skateboard.
Right. It's different from character
grabbed
evidence.
his weapon prior to being shot. So I guess the court has to make a determination whether or not the evidence that's been put into the record up to this point would support the idea that we're just saying watch the video, which clearly shows what Mr. Huber had done to, I think it goes, Mr. Rosenbaum was, I think the question is, we've alleged that he's the aggressor here. Mr. Huber, his acts speak for themselves in terms of what he did.
So you're thinking that Anthony Huber was not the aggressor?
I'm saying that the evidence shows that Anthony Huber swung a skateboard at the defendant's head. Then he hit him in the back of the head with a skateboard while he was lying on the ground. Then he grabbed his firearm. That's what I'm alleging.
I guess what I'm struggling with. Oh, did you want to say something?
Yes, that's precisely why we have this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This is precisely why this rule is here. They're alleging.
Not alleging. The video shows.
Huber, attempted
technically they're
to
alleging.
strike Kyle Rittenhouse with the skateboard, missed, and then came and we would say did not strike him with the skateboard, perhaps attempted to strike, but came at him with the skateboard and grabbed the weapon. They're calling him the first aggressor, although now they're apparently not.
Can we move to dismiss this charge?
So we can rebut that evidence. And our theory, as we've laid out, is that these people were going to stop an active shooter, that they were provoked by Kyle Rittenhouse, by his actions with Mr. Rosenbaum, that his actions there
That they weren't witness to?
were of such provocation as they believed he was an active shooter. He was a danger to all of them. The state, frankly, views that Mr. Huber is a hero, and that we can present evidence of conduct to rebut this claim that he is aggressively pursuing.
He just said he's
Kyle
a hero.
Rittenhouse with
Again,
no basis.
open
He
the
did say
door.
that.
Which is exactly what they're
I
saying.
mean,
They're-
he didn't say it
Mr.
in front of the
Trotsky
jury, so that
Right.
typically doesn't open the
They
door.
called
Yeah, that's
Huber
true.
the
True.
first aggressor against Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay.
They can rebut that.
Okay. With respect to Mr. Rosenbaum, the defense has definitely suggested and presented evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was a turbulent personality and was acting in an aggressive manner, and that is certainly a pertinent trait of character in terms of the question
Defendant's
as to
state of mind.
who was the first aggressor
Okay.
in the incident between them. I didn't hear a similar attack on Mr. Huber, as I think Mr. Sharafi has just stated. What the defense has offered with respect to Mr. Sharafi is direct evidence that Mr. Huber did actions that the jury actually has the
Right.
unique benefit in this case that we wouldn't see in 1 in 100 cases, or even that.
God, this judge is
where They
great.
can actually
Yeah.
see the action. So the evidence that you're offering now is character type evidence,
Yes.
which is really not directly rebutting the physical acts which the jury has
Right.
been able
These
to
are
observe,
two different types of evidence. Exactly.
opposed to the case of the Rosenbaum evidence, where they've not seen the act and there was evidence introduced as to turbulent character. So it's rebuttive. Is that a word? Rebuttive?
I don't believe so.
Well, let's
Why
go
would you
rebuttalist.
say that?
I asked to the.
Let it go,
I think
Judge.
that's twice now.
What did he say?
But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to think about it
I
during
think
the
that's
break,
twice not a word.
and read what Judge Weinstein and
He's getting
leaders have to say.
smarmy.
It's an interesting point, but my initial suspicion is that this doesn't rebut with the acts which the jury is able to see Because, and the statute makes reference to, and offered by the prosecution, where is it here? Offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor.
That's precisely what they presented. If they want to stipulate that Mr. Huber was not the first aggressor in terms of his interaction with Mr. Rittenhouse, I think we'll gladly accept that stipulation.
What did they show? What has the defense offered?
In the opening,
In argument or in?
Are you going to stipulate that he was the first aggressor?
In either an argument here during the case?
That's
or
what they should say. Okay, well, you can
opening
stipulate
or
that he was the first
in the
aggressor and enter your
evidence.
character evidence. Let's get it in
what
front of
did
the
they
jury.
what did they offer on the subject of aggression by Mr. Huber other than the act with respect to the skateboard and any effort he may have made?
Victim doesn't matter, guys. The jury's not in the room.
De-weaponize the accused.
in terms, all we know, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, the only interaction that I'm aware of between Mr. Huber and Mr. Rittenhouse that night, there may be some pictures where they're sort of seen in close proximity, but the only interaction that I'm aware of between the two is you see Mr. Huber, I believe this was an opening, sort of focuses attention on Mr. Rittenhouse, begin running that way. He either swings and loses his grip on the skateboard or throws the skateboard at Mr. Rittenhouse. It goes to the other side of the road. He then goes and retrieves the skateboard and then goes back towards Mr. Rittenhouse. So I don't see how that is not the defense calling him the first aggressor. It doesn't have to go back all through the night like they've been allowed to do with Mr. Rosenbaum. They are saying, unless they are agreeing that Mr.Rittenhouse was the first aggressor.
Like they've
They're
been allowed
saying
to
he
do.
was
These
the
guys
first
are
aggressor.
salty as shit right now.
By throwing a skateboard
There's a
at
lot
him
of tension
by
on that
using the
team.
skateboard.
Okay.
So we can rebut that. Or in the statute. It's plain language in the statute.
Well, I'm gonna see what the commentaries say. We'll take a look. Why don't you come back about 12:25 if you can? Oh, all right, 12:30.
Got a 30-minute break.
12:30. Aren't you a light eater like me? You may take it, yeah, as long as you promise to return it. We're gonna 12:30. Yeah, you got it. So you got about
Ooh.
33. All right.
Binger and the other guy and co-counsel are not having a good day. They're very agitated.
No.
They look leagues different from day
One.
one of the case in chief.
Yeah, I completely agree. He's getting snarky at the judge, which is never a good look in front of a jury. Especially because I
Yeah.
mean this particular judge, he's very affable. He's always very warm. So for either side's attorneys to be getting snarky with this kind of a judge does not look good.
Yeah, I can't believe the state is. Binger was so good day 1 and 2 that I cannot believe that they're fumbling this hard.
Everything has just slowly unraveled. It seems
Day
like
1 and 2, I was thinking, the defense has a good case, but the state has such good lawyering that they were going to be able to kind of maybe muddle through this and make a case out of it. Now, I mean, today they've been obliterated. They've clearly only offered this lady to talk about how he's a good boy. And at the end of the day, if they do that, they should go, okay, if the judge allows this, if the judge allows character evidence to rebut the idea that he's a first accuser, they should say, okay, judge, then we want to go into his prior acts. We want
this
to show
opens
that
everything.
we
Let's
wanna
talk about
show
his
that-
character.
Yeah, he has a history of domestic violence. He has convictions for domestic violence. And people make the mistake that Huber's domestic violence convictions are against his girlfriend. That's actually not the case. If I remember correctly, Huber's domestic violence convictions involve his siblings. So you can go ahead and say, so he assaulted the people that are closest to him. He assaulted his family. This is a guy who went to prison for injuring the people closest to him in his life. I mean, the implications of opening the door on this are out there. I don't know that the judge is going to allow this in the first place because Sharif's argument is very good. We didn't actually allege anything about Huber at all.
Yeah.
We made opening statements that the evidence will show these things, and the evidence has shown that he swung and missed or threw the skateboard. He goes to retrieve it. He goes and he swings the skateboard, and we will argue he makes contact with Kyle Rittenhouse. We did not say he's the first aggressor. We did not say anything about that. That rule exists for when there is not direct video evidence of what is going on.
Right. Well, and also what the judge was saying about the distinction between two different types of evidence is absolutely correct. You have like time and place, like the sensory evidence that I was talking about before, that like you were there at the scene, you saw this, you heard this, you felt this. You know, these are the things that are incredibly factual and very, very relevant, especially in a timely manner to the actual events that happen. So, you know, saying I saw him slam his skateboard on Kyle Rittenhouse's head, that is, you know, very, very relevant, very central. But it's an entirely different matter if that same witness were to say, you know, I know this guy, he has a tendency towards violence. That is character evidence. It's entirely different than saying what you saw or what you heard. You are saying that over a long course of time, over a long period of time, this is the type of person that he was. And therefore, because the implication is, therefore, because he's this aggressive type of person, you know, in this instance, he must have been the aggressor. He must have been overly aggressive. So on the flip side of that, what the prosecution is trying to say here is, well, because, you know, there's this evidence out there that he, you know, people are saying that he slammed his skateboard against Kyle Rittenhouse's head, you know, because there's that evidence that is coming in, we're allowed to bring in this evidence about his character to rebut that. You can't use that to rebut the other kind of evidence. You use that to rebut character evidence.
Yeah. The weird thing in this case is I don't think the prosecution wants to win this motion, because as far as I can tell, if they lose this, they haven't necessarily opened the door to character. I mean, they've got Great Aunt on the stand, but she hasn't. I've been waiting for her to say he was a good boy. He was, he was always so nice. He would never do this. She hasn't said that yet, to her credit. That hasn't come out. So the crazy thing is, if they're going to win, if the prosecution wins on this motion, or this objection, and says, we want to include character evidence to rebut this, does that mean that they open the door to full character evidence on Huber? I mean, I think it does. I don't actually know since what they're offering is character evidence under 404 for specific homicide cases to rehabilitate an accused aggressor, does that then qualify as opening the door? I mean, I think it has to, but I don't actually know how those two rule interactions play out. Any idea?
I don't know. I mean, I was just thinking maybe we can look it up, look up the text, and try to parse through it while they're trying to parse through it during recess, right?
Yeah. Leon's Law, who, by the way, is a recent bar admittee who is also who interned with I believe a district attorney's office. The thing that you'll learn about people who pass the bar, when you take the bar, you know more about the law probably than you'll ever know for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
So don't get the idea about like, oh, this guy's been lawyering forever. People who've been lawyering forever, often they might know their specific practice areas, but they'll really be out of touch on a lot of other aspects of law. So I'm going to say Leon's Law says they definitely do open the door, and I'm going to trust his assessment of that, because I can't imagine how you could. Well, we're going to enter character evidence, but only under this limited exclusion. So we don't want the other character evidence. I think the prosecution, maybe the defense set him up in a Kafka-esque trap, right? Where yeah, we'll object to this. You say you're trying to enter character evidence, and then we get to go full character evidence on Huber. I don't know that that's a good win for the prosecution. Because again,
I don't think, yeah, I don't, especially because, I mean, if what you're saying is correct, and the domestic abuse allegations were concerning his own family, this is a family member that is talking, that says that she has a special connection with him. She would know about these kinds of things.
Oh, we got a correction from Leon's Law. I misread what he said. Apparently, he says DA can bring in good character of decedent. Defense can't bring in bad character of decedent unless the DA brings it up first. But I mean, they are bringing up character first. They're bringing up character to rebut the initial aggressor assertion, which is not a character assertion. That's an assertion of an action, right? Like, they haven't said that Huber attacked him because he's violent. They just said that the evidence will show that Huber attacked him. So
right.
I think, man,
not that he has a violent character, not that he has a tendency towards violence.
Yeah, unless the state says he has a tendency towards heroism and bravery, then we can say that heroism and bravery include domestic violencing his siblings.
Domestic violencing.
This is a fascinating day and a turn of events so far. Very explosive for the defense in my assessment.
I think that the salt is probably particularly sharp on the heels of that expert that the defense just completely nuked. I mean, there was, I once again am questioning why these witnesses today that have been brought up were brought up.
Yeah. I think the one thing they really want to portray Huber as he runs towards danger. That's what they're trying to get in there, but it's a risky gambit to do that in general. So I don't know why they would. Let me read a couple of these super chats. These are some very big ones. David Woodman C says, Nick, thanks to you and your guests over this last week, it's really helpful to understand the inner workings and minutia. Oh, and Viva Fry should have blanket immunity from a no Canadian rule.
I agree. He's like not really Canadian. Like, he is, but he's not really a Canadian.
Yeah. Heel versus Babyface says, hey, Boo, your coverage of this trial has been amazing, dude. Keep it up, brother. Az, I love you, man. When the trial's over, I hope we can do a painting stream really soon, because I miss talking to you, and we need some chilled out stuff after this. Evil Bunny says 40 a day for this week. Thanks for the coverage. Been watching almost all of it. Thank you, Evil Bunny. Very, very happy to have you guys here. Satan the Sir says gaming and stuff, says a little bit off topic, but no one seems to be talking about how many of the January 6th prisoners have been held for longer than the maximum sentence for the crimes they are accused. The DC version of trespass on government area. Yeah, that's some people have actually been talking about it. Actually, some judges have been talking about it, and that's the interesting stuff. How long are we going to not prosecute these cases? And that's a very good question for January 6th. Maybe I can find a January 6th attorney who would be willing to come on and talk about some of these issues. Because it's very interesting. I need to go to the restroom because the chat has me drinking a lot, which is rude. So I'll be back in just a second, chat. We are going to resume the full trial coverage at what they said 12:30, so in 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so can you cover for just a second, and then if you need to step away, I'll cover after that.
Sure, sounds good.
All right, be right back, guys.
Oh, I see my brother is back in the super chats. Thanks, Andy. Sorry, everybody has to deal with me. No, this has been really fun. I'm really happy that Nick has allowed me to come on and help sort of talk through all this stuff, because it's fun to do it with other people, right? Okay. Oh, that's a good idea. We can pull up 404B character evidence while we're waiting. Maybe make some productive use of our time, right? Let's see. This is my stream now. All right. Let's see. Oh, I see someone in the chat was asking only dogs when. I don't know. I could possibly set up an only dogs account for Indy. That I might be a little bit more amenable to. Someone wants to know what type of puppy. She's a lab mix. We adopted her from the streets, but she's probably more lab than anything else. Maybe some setter, pointer, maybe shepherd. I'm not so sure. But yep, she is 100% wonderful. And you can't really see it because my name is blocking her, but she's totally snoozing on the chair by me. So, yeah, if you guys want to see a picture of Indy, of the dog, she is on my Twitter. So you can definitely go and check her out there. There's also photos with the two cats, the other parts of the zoo. So you can see Holmes and Astra as well. So yeah, feel free to go and check that out. All right, and I'm pulling up the 404B statute, but it's being slow. So bear with me while it's thinking. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, is Nick back? Does that mean I have to give over the stream back again? Oh man.
I'm back.
Ruining all the fun. No, I'm just kidding.
What was happening while I was gone?
I'm just kidding. Nothing really. Just people wanted to know a little bit about Indy, and they wanted to see photos of her, so I directed them over to Twitter. And I'm trying to pull up the 404B statute, but my internet is being lame. So for some reason,
I think it mirrors Federal Rule of Evidence 404.
Okay.
I got a new thing to try out. I'll be trying this out over the next couple days. I got this new webcam. I crowdfund. It was a crowdfund. Lumina, a 4K AI camera.
Okay.
I have no idea. But yeah, I'm gonna try it out.
All right.
So that'll be fun. I'm hoping it's a good travel camera. My camera is I use a mirrorless camera with a big lens and everything. I don't like to travel with it too much because it can get broken and it's expensive.
And
so
it's a little bulky too.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that this will be a nice travel cam. It can apparently do bokeh and stuff in the background on its own. So we'll see. We'll see. What's up, RK Outpost? How you doing, man? Kids don't understand English. They can't even tell what I'm saying. Oh my goodness. So yes, as we left off, I did a couple super chats, but we were giving basic assessments of the day. I mean, I just can't fathom why they brought the DNA expert. I mean, at first, this is how it goes as a commentator on the case, and the chat should always keep this in mind. They bring the DNA expert, and immediately I'm thinking, why are they going to challenge this expert? Why are they not challenging her qualifications? Why weren't they objecting that this expert was not listed on the expert witness list? We could have had a Daubert hearing on this. We could have done all sorts of stuff. And then you get to the testimony and you go, this is exactly why they didn't challenge this witness. There's nothing damaging to their case in here. everything in this is beneficial to their case. At
Yeah.
the end of the day, when they get to closing argument, they can say, okay, the state even brought in an expert on DNA evidence, and they could not conclude anything about whether or not these people grabbed the gun. But we have it on video that they did. We have it on video that they reached for the gun, and the state's feeble attempt was to try and disprove what your own eyes can see.
Yes, exactly.
Like,
It just yeah, it's a very powerful thing to say. What is more trustworthy? Some computer program that is giving a likelihood of an existence of a presence of a person, or your own eyeballs that are watching a video that see it, or or to back it up, this guy that came in and said he saw it. He saw him reach for the gun. He saw him take the gun. Or how about this guy that came over here and said he saw this? It's very powerful. But also at the same time, for the defense, they also will be able to say, look, they brought in this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. They said all of these things that are beneficial to Kyle. And
Yes.
and were these really witnesses for the prosecution in the first place? I don't know. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I just I think it'll be very powerful for them to say they even tried bringing in a witness. They threw in the kitchen sink and nothing is sticking.
Jim Satala brings up a good point. In opening, the prosecution called Huber a good boy. In their opening statement, that was the exact words. They said he's a good boy.
I don't know if that's enough.
I
Do you
don't
think so?
know. If it was brought by a witness that says he was a good boy, I say 100% yes. If it's brought by the prosecution in opening, I'm not sure. But I
Yeah.
mean, technically, the state raised his character. He's a good boy. He's not out there trying to cause trouble. I mean, I make the argument, personally, as defense counsel, I make the argument, the state, your honor, in opening statements to the jury, the first impression that the jury has of Anthony Huber, before we even get to say anything, is that he's a good boy. How is that not evidence of his character? How is that not the state trying to paint him as some sort of hero that we get to rebut? I mean, to me, that's what I do.
But if he says that, though, then the prosecution can turn around and say, well, in your opening statement, you called this guy a victim.
Yeah.
And so
That's
therefore we're able to call these guys victims to the jury. So
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know that I would go there just because of one slip in the opening statement, because the same thing can be used right against him.
Although I think they've given up on the victim thing, because victim has been said in front of the jury about 9 times so far. So I don't know that they're really hinged on. I mean, most of them by Richards. To be fair, Your Honor, I keep saying victim. I'd like to object to myself, please. I'm not supposed to say victim. We had prior rulings on this. Several witnesses have called them victims. The police officer specifically called them victims. So I don't know that they care. They haven't objected once to the use of victim in the thing. So it's a value, or it's a value proposition at that point. How much do you want to fight on this issue? Is it worth it to go after character if they could say, well, he called them victims, so we want to call them victims from here on out?
Yeah.
It's a trade-off. But with this judge, though, he might say, you did open character on cross, but I have a rule of no victims in my court. So maybe he sticks with it. I don't know. With this judge, I'm almost willing to risk it.
Yeah. So I pulled up the federal Rule 404 statute, at least on the Cornell Law website.
I think it's 404C, Leon's law said.
Yeah. So first 404A1 says prohibited uses. Evidence of a person's character or character trait is not admissible to prove that on a particular occasion, the person acted in accordance with that character or trait, generally speaking. Now, in a homicide case, 404C, there you go. In a homicide case, the prosecutor may offer evidence of the alleged victim's trait of peacefulness to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor. So that is something that they can do. So I don't know. They might allow it in.
Yeah. So and then the next relevant section. This is where we're curious. B, other crimes, wrongs, or acts. Permitted uses. This evidence may be admissible for another purpose, such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, a lack of accident. Notice in a criminal case, prosecutor must provide reasonable notice of any such evidence that the prosecutor intends to offer at trial, so the defendant has fair opportunity to meet it. Articulate in the notice the permitted purpose for which the prosecutor intends to offer the evidence, and that reasoning supports purpose, and do so in writing. Or maybe it's or is it in the commentary on this? Oh, wait, here we go.
There's definitely going to be case law.
Subject to the limitations in Rule 412, a defendant may offer evidence of an alleged victim's pertinent trait, and if the evidence is admitted, the prosecutor may offer evidence to rebut it and offer evidence of the defendant's same trait. So...
Which would be character evidence for character evidence to rebut.
Yeah. So this is interesting. This means the defense can raise character evidence of the victim without it being raised prior. Is that what this says?
But it
What's
says subject
412?
to limited. Yeah, let's look at 412.
Sex offense cases.
Oh.
Subject to the limitations. So a defendant may offer evidence of the defendant's pertinent trait. And if the evidence is admitted, the prosecutor may offer evidence to rebut it. I think under the read of the law, not the plain language, but the read is that since it says defendant or victim, victim may be supplanted for defendant here. Because I've always been under the impression that you can't impeach a witness, even if they're the victim, on character without their character being raised, but maybe they can. But they had prior acts.
Well, so I wouldn't say that you can read victim in there, supplant defendant for victim. I don't think you can. I think that as it goes to the alleged victim, you go to A2C. We're in a homicide case because that's the kind of case that we're in. The prosecutor can offer evidence of the alleged victim's trait of peacefulness to rebut evidence. So if the defense is trying to say that Huber was the first aggressor in this case, that he was the one that was coming after him with a skateboard, they are able to offer evidence of his peacefulness to rebut that. Okay, so I stand corrected on what I was saying earlier. This would be allowed in. The great aunt's testimony would be allowed in about his general peacefulness. If the court determines that the defense is trying to show him as the first aggressor, and I kind of think that they are, realistically, because I mean, how else would Kyle Rittenhouse be using self-defense if he's otherwise what, the first aggressor?
It's weird. It's a weird case where we've got
I mean, because the sequence of events is like, that's not the first thing that happens, right? Like Huber's not the first one that starts the chain of events, right? Because he's running away and then, but I would say that because you're each encounter, I would say, that Kyle Rittenhouse had with another person would have to be treated with its own analysis, right? So with Rosenbaum, that's its own analysis. Who was the first one to be aggressive? Who was the one that was chasing whom? Who reached for the gun? That whole thing. And then when it came to Huber, of course, it's within the context of all of the events that happened that night, but you still have to kind of look at it individually.
Okay, so
I would not be surprised. Basically, I would not be surprised if the court does actually let in this character evidence to rebut the claim that Huber was the first aggressor. Because I kind of think that they are trying to show that realistically.
Mark Polito, he emailed both of us, but it's Wisconsin Rule 404.502, McMorris evidence. And I've got this pulled up here from US Legal, which says that evidence of a victim's prior violence is called McMorris evidence. Is named after the case McMorris versus State. In this case, the court held in criminal actions when the reputation or character of the victim in the assault case is not directly an issue, evidence thereof is not relevant. However, in trials for homicide or assault in which the issue of self-defense is sufficiently raised, evidence of the turbulent and dangerous character or reputation of the deceased or the victim of the assault is relevant in determining whether the victim or the accused was the aggressor, and as bearing on the reasonableness of the defendant's apprehension of danger at the time of the incident. This rule has been generally recognized by the law of Wisconsin and most other jurisdictions. So we have a homicide case.
Mhm.
We have self-defense as an issue being sufficiently raised. So then they get to include evidence of turbulent or dangerous character or reputation of the deceased or the victim of the assault, relevant to determining, it is relevant to determining whether the victim or the accused was an aggressor. That's a tough one on domestic violence. I'm not sure. I mean, clearly they've argued about this in pretrial as prior bad acts, but man, I don't know. This gets hairy into the weeds of evidence. I say with this judge, go for it, because he has been permissive to the defense to go after this stuff. It's the ruling on whatever this is going to really indicate, because I think you're right. This probably should be admitted under the rule. So what the judge does here is going to, and the state says, it's plain language of the statute. Judge says, I'm going to read the commentary. If the judge comes back and says, I'm not going to allow it in, I mean, if you're not going for the goalposts at this point, if the judge doesn't allow this testimony, then you're sleeping.
Yeah. And for those of you in the chat, no, I did not open a beer or a White Claw.
Sure. Uh-huh.
That is what it is. It's an aha.
That's her dummy drink to hide the fact that she just cracked open a White Claw that she was given by Richie McInnes.
Not that I have anything against beer or White Claws.
How weird was it, by the way? He's like, yeah, I carry around a bag of White Claws to pacify people at riots. Like, you do? Like White Claws? To me, that's strange.
I mean, it's kind of a good millennial thing. Like it's what millennials don't like White Claws.
I have no
Probably
idea.
like 50 million people in the chat now that I said that, of course.
I've never drank a White Claw because I have dignity. So
they're great. They're magical. It's just you don't taste any liquor, and they're incredibly dangerous for that reason, but there's tons of fun.
See, back when I was in college, the thing that was the equivalent of a White Claw, these are really dangerous. Smirnoff Ice watermelon. Oh my gosh, you could drink like 50 of those and not realize you drank anything, and then suddenly you're dead. Oh my goodness. If you had a house party and when I was in college and you didn't have Smirnoff Ice watermelon, you did everything wrong.
Oh man.
It's no, Mike's Hard Lemonade has a distinct alcohol taste to it. It's not as good. It's not as good in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, White Claw literally, it tastes like fizzy water. It really does. It's that dangerous. I like it.
Yeah, I don't nowadays. I just drink whiskey. That's what I drink now. And this scotch, this Hague Club scotch is phenomenal. It's very good. It's not expensive. It was like $60, but it's a single grain scotch from Scotland. Go figure. And it comes in a beautiful bottle.
Nice.
This is literally why I bought it. My wife collects the bottles, but yeah, this is from the House of Hague. I don't know. It's really good, especially for the price. Strong recommend, folks. Not
Now,
expensive.
where's your affiliate link? Is it down in the description below?
Yeah. Busy Bone says, not expensive, $60 FML. You got to realize that there's an import tax on scotch right now. It's like $15 to $20 a bottle. So
Oh,
out
what are you doing?
Oh yeah.
My husband hates me.
No. That man just handed you Basil Hayden's. That's a keeper right there.
He knows a lot more about whiskey than I do.
Basil Hayden's is a very solid bourbon, in my opinion. That's the bourbon, not the rye. So good man.
Then I guess I'm gonna join you on that.
I'll wait until you pour yours and then we'll cheers.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let me get a different glass. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Tall Skinny Geek says, I'm going outside to literally dig a hole in the ground. I can fill it with a forsythia I want to move. And all respect I have for Binger, it's going to be a small hole. Greg UW says, Mr. Roshi is doing a banger job at defense lawyering. Yeah. Sharifisi did great today so far. Sinatra says, hey, what's up, buddy? He says, Basil Hayden's is a fixture on my shelf. How you doing, man? We talked like 2 years ago. I hope things are going well. We should talk again sometime. We should talk again. You seem like a really good dude when we talked last time. Everybody, guys, go check out Sinatra Says on YouTube. Very, very cool individual. Good stuff on his show. Go check him out. Padria says obligatory grift chat. Well, it is obligatory, but thank you. Andrew Bin says, didn't know Lodge Boo worked for the state. John Robert, thank you for the donation. I assume YouTube censored your chat there. Lane K 1978 says, should the defense lawyer have asked the previous witness? Oh, here, I'll wait for you to plug in. Are you okay? So the question is, should the defense have asked the previous witness, why did you send Kyle to the police if he did not shoot anyone and just needed help? I don't think so. If someone in a situation of a riot, maybe they could have asked, you send him to the police because the whole situation is volatile, right?
Yeah.
Might have been the question I ask.
Yeah.
But you don't want to leave that open.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you might get a weird answer.
Yeah. So this is the glass that I wanted to replace it with because it feels a little bit more appropriate for the situation.
Oh, it's got the bullet in there. I love it.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Those were I think they were a wedding gift from some very close family friends. So yes.
Andrew Knapp says prosecution was saying that Rosenbaum did not go for the barrel guard or shroud, but maybe just the end of the barrel. Now they're using a DNA swab from the guard. Seems to cut against their previous argument. Is the barrel guard and the shroud the same thing? Here's the thing. 1, I don't know. 2, I don't know that the person asking the question knows.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like if Binger is asking this person or well, it was the big guy. If the big guy, I don't know his name. If I knew his name, I'd refer to him. But for now, I just have Chonker. If the big guy is asking the expert about barrel guard and shroud, I have no idea that he knows what is what, and I know she doesn't. So there's no. That was one of the good things Sharifsi hit. Do you know anything about this? No, you don't know the difference between a barrel shroud and a barrel. And frankly, we have no idea if the person submitting the sample does. Now, if she says, no, the barrel shroud is this specific piece, the barrel is this distinct piece. I know this because I've worked with firearms as part of my forensic analysis,
Exactly.
blah, 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 blah. But she didn't do that. So yeah, that was a whole weird line of question. I still cannot figure out why they called that expert. Terrible choice.
Yes. Yeah. And you can tell that they were rattled by that too.
Yeah. Because what you want the expert to say, and my very limited experience with DNA forensic testimony is that they do this. They offer it in likelihoods that that this is there. 1 in 23,000 is actually, I mean, it's not a positive hit on ID, but it's not that remote. And she even said it's a mild chance that it was not him. the moment you have anything beyond a strong, extremely strong thing, 1 in 660,000, great number. That means out of what, a fifth of the population of Wisconsin, out of a fifth of the population in Wisconsin, if you stacked all of them together, one of them might be the person whose DNA you're matching. That's good odds. That's really good, because that person has relatives in Wisconsin. And if they have 5 relatives in Wisconsin, it could have been any of them, hypothetically speaking. So that's good for the state. But the moment you get down to 1 in 2,300, that's like what, 1 in a tiny town. Think of it this way. If the tiny town all grabs the gun, one of them is Joseph Rosenbaum. Okay. Now I'm more willing to believe it. You don't go with that to as your big bombshell evidence. Very weird.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, introducing that kind of DNA evidence, you don't need that when you, we talked about it before, but you don't need that when you have actual witnesses that were there that saw it. I mean, if this was, some sort of a complete mystery, right, where we're not entirely sure what exactly happened, and you really need someone to look at these pieces of DNA evidence and to map together what exactly transpired between 2 individuals that no one will ever know because both of them ended up dying, or something along those lines, or one of them survived and that happens to be the defendant. That's when using this kind of DNA evidence, forensics, all that kind of stuff is really appropriate and probably crucial. But in a case like this, where there were so many witnesses and so much video evidence, it's not even necessary.
Yeah, no, exactly. And all it does is serve to confuse a jury who are not DNA experts. It serves to waste their time, which they value highly, and they did not want to sit there for that 48 minutes or whatever that it took to examine and cross-examine that person. And then for the ultimate conclusion of her saying, well, you're right, our DNA evidence doesn't prove he didn't grab the gun, because right there on the picture that I'm looking at right now, he's clearly grabbing it.
I mean, and they shouldn't have been able to get that part in with her looking at the photo, because they shouldn't have, because that's outside the scope of her analysis, right? Because unless she actually looked at photographs and videos as part of her analysis to reach her conclusion and to create the lab report that she did. Yeah. But
they did not introduce her as an opinion witness. They introduced her as a fact witness. They introduced her as an expert opinion witness. They qualified her clearly as an expert opinion witness. No one in that courtroom thinks she's doing anything other than offering her expert opinion on the DNA samples and all of that stuff. And so when she starts giving opinion, the state should have objected. However, remembering that the state's entire foundation for all of the videos that they've introduced is a cop went on social media and downloaded them with no knowledge about anything about any of them. How could they possibly object? Because the objection comes in, objection, no foundation. Why would she know about this or have an opinion on it? Your Honor, their entire case is based off of one police officer went on Twitter and YouTube to download the statements of other people. And we're going to ask how she can't know from looking at a picture. That's all their witnesses have done. And it's, again, if the defense is competent, that would be a trap, hoping almost that they object on it. But I don't know that that's the case.
I mean, that may be why they haven't been objecting to that kind of playbook, I guess you could say, on the prosecution side, because maybe when it comes time for the defense to put on their case in chief, they're going to say, hey, you know what? They were able to get this in. They did this, they did that. They testified for the witness, etc.
I think that's the thing. I said it on opening day when Richards brought up that he wants to, his opening statement had all these visual aids and Binger kind of objected to it. And I said, this entire trial for Kyle Rittenhouse is visual. The entire thing is, it's what you see happening on the screen. You see a man chasing him, throwing something like an unhinged lunatic, screaming, fuck you, right before getting right before getting gunned down. You have the next step. He's getting, you can watch him get kicked in the face. You can watch him get hit by a skateboard. He shoots the guy. You can watch the guy come up and fake surrender and then go for his gun. You can watch it all happen in real time. The visual elements of this, because the facts are so strong on Kyle's case, and the facts, if you notice, the prosecution has not disputed any factual elements of any of these claims. They have to try and infer the intent of the deceased. That's their go-to option, is that, well, Huber, he's a guy who ran towards danger. Huber's not on the stand to testify that he ran towards danger. He can't tell you of any instance in which he did run towards danger. There's no factual basis that he was running towards danger to be a hero. In this case, the defense right now is the jury right now is just as likely to draw the inference that he was an aggressor, that he was a hero. So it's, maybe it is the strategy. Let it all in because all the video helps Kyle, generally speaking. I mean, there's a couple hearsay things that they should have gotten. The guy saying militia over and over and over should have been objected to. Like, frankly, that's opinion testimony that doesn't matter. Yellow pants guy saying that Kyle was raising his gun at people, that should have been objected to, in my opinion. That shouldn't have been in there. But the rest of the video, good stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see. Restless Medic says undercover defense lawyer.
And I did, does anybody want to speak further on this?
Well, cheers.
Oh, yes, cheers.
Waiter.
No, he's given me permission to drive.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So just so the court knows where we're going, and it may or may not impact the ruling, we're going to be talking about a specific incident when Mr. Huber was a child, in which he ran to try to help stop an explosion at a family gathering. That's what we're getting into. And it's not a general, he was a good guy kind of thing. It's a specific act to rebut that Anthony Huber was going to attack Kyle Rittenhouse. We see it more as he was going to try and save people from Kyle Rittenhouse. That's our basis, and I just want you to know where we're going. Legally, I think that's permitted.
Okay. Defense?
I would argue that's not a character trait for peacefulness. First,
Good argument.
But if it comes in, then I'm going to ask the court under 90405 to allow specific instances to rebut that, which is allowed under 90405. I have criminal complaints involving Mr. Huber where he caused physical harm to other people. And I think if they're going to lay forth or try to lay forth opinion evidence on peacefulness, 90405 allows me to rebut that on cross-examination with specific instances of conduct. But overall, I don't think running to something is a character trait for peacefulness, in my opinion. So that's what I would ask the court to consider.
Okay.
Good.
Well, I looked in the books. And Colonel McCormick section, and this, we don't update a lot of these things anymore. This is from 1990. The laws of evidence don't change that fast, although there's been change to this rule fairly recent. And I actually, one of the issues I didn't get to yet, and may not have to, is whether on the particular points we're going to talk about, whether the federal and Wisconsin rules are alike, because there's been somewhat of a change. But this is from 1992, and it's section 193, Colonel McCormick, a well-established exception to the rule forbidding character evidence to prove conduct applies to homicide and assault cases in which there is a dispute as to who was the first aggressor. This exception permits the accused in such cases to introduce appropriate evidence of the victim's character for turbulence and violence.
That's what I was
in
talking
response, the prosecution may adduce evidence that the victim was characteristically peaceful person. So it says that the accused can offer evidence of the defendant's character, of Mr. Huber's character for turbulence and violence. They haven't done that. They've introduced evidence of specific acts of Mr. Huber.
Mm-hmm.
And that sentence, the second sentence I read is, in response, the prosecution may adduce evidence that the victim was characteristically a peaceful person. So you're responding to something that hasn't been offered, which is character evidence about Mr. Huber. Now, if I read to the revision from 1974 of the federal rule, evidence of a pertinent trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by the accused or by the prosecution to rebut the same. And again, rebut would be in reference to the evidence of a pertinent trait of character, which has not been offered by the defense. Or character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. So it says evidence, it doesn't say character.
Okay.
So that second phrase seems to suggest that the prosecution can offer evidence in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. Wait a minute. Let me look at that again.
Judge doing law in real time. This is what every lawyer has to do, right?
Yes.
Of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the defendant was the first aggressor. So I hope so, because I read it the first time and I questioned whether I am. Let's see. Or evidence of the
I like that he really wants to make sure that he gets it right.
Of Mr. Huber offered by the state in a homicide case to rebut evidence that Mr. Rittenhouse was the first aggressor.
I have picked him as the first aggressor.
Well, I'm reading from, and I'll try one more time. Here, wait. What?
We agree that it's the victim of the first aggressor.
And I'm going to offer as an exhibit here just to say that
I think he means that the reading of the statute is that way, but
so much for that book.
I love this judge.
Will you? You can
He's
look
great.
at it yourself. It's there.
He's great, Judge.
Even Kyle is laughing.
You could not ask. You could not
No wonder
pay
we didn't
any
renew that
amount
book.
to get a judge who takes this much time on an
You
objection
could make up things.
I wish every
to-
judge could be like him.
to get it right.
Let's read from my favorite, which is Judge Weinstein, who says, and
Did he throw the book?
this is at 701(3)(c) that we've talked about before. When the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, then the prosecution is entitled not only to offer rebutting evidence about the victim's character, but also introduce evidence that the defendant has the same character trait. And so it starts off when the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, which hasn't been done.
Yeah, that's the first part of that statute, not the second.
Well, the second part, if we're talking about this, I'm talking about 2B, which is going to be one, when they do these transpositions of the numbers. What are you offering it under? You tell me the statute you're offering it under.
I'm
I
offering
thought it was 1B.
90404 1B, but there's two provisions in there.
I know there are.
One beef.
We're
That's what the
talking about
subtitle
the
says.
second, which is the character trait of peacefulness of the victim offered by the prosecution in a homicide case to rebut evidence that the victim was the first aggressor.
Right.
Even the subtitles knows
And
he's a
that
big
is
boy.
A more sweeping statement than the older material before, I think it's a 1974 revision. Anyway, there was disagreement in the other one I used was the Graham Handbook of Federal Evidence, and there's disagreement. So when I walked out here, I thought, well, I think I'm going to resolve it, the tie in favor of the state. Now, you're forewarning them that you have got some other crimes or some contrary evidence. Well, I guess
Other acts evidence.
rebutting evidence
Mhm.
that we might as well talk about now rather than have to excuse the jury again. Are you prepared for what the defense suggests they're going to offer?
Yes, I don't believe the incident in which an individual runs to try to help or try to save people brings in completely irrelevant criminal acts that have already been barred.
You don't?
It's character traits for peacefulness is what they're getting into. I have 2 criminal complaints, one of which the defendant held a knife to his brother's throat. He put a knife to his brother's ear. He called him. He said he would gut him like a.
You said
You're
what?
talking about Huber, right?
Mr.
Yeah.
Huber told his brother that if he didn't start cleaning a room in their house, he was going to gut him like a pig. Mr. Huber's brother
That's
noticed
discipline.
a knife in Mr. Huber's right hand that looked like a butcher knife, 6
God.
inches long with a green handle. Mr. Huber later on in the same incident threw a chair and some clothes across the room, threatening to kill his brother if he didn't clean. Mr. Huber then sat down with the knife in his hand and watched them while his brother and Mr. Huber made his grandmother pick things up as well. And Mr. Huber told his brother that if he stopped cleaning, he would kill him. Mr. Huber's brother then turned around and Mr. Huber put a knife to his brother's stomach, saying he was going to gut him like a pig.
Please
Mr.
let
Huber's
this
brother
in.
bent down to try to protect himself. Mr. Huber then grabbed his brother by the neck, dug his nails in, and choked him for approximately 10 seconds. He then put a knife to his brother's left ear. His brother felt the blade and believed his ear was cut. And then as he left, he told the people in the house, "I'm going to burn the house down with all you fuckers in it."
Oh, Christ.
That's what Mr. Huber had said in that instance.
Let it in.
And that is charged in Kenosha County case 12 CF 1346. He has another criminal
What was the outcome and when
Yeah, I want to know that.
12 CF 1346. I believe he entered a plea to strangulation and suffocation in that case.
Wow.
Done.
I have a 18 CM 509 case in which he kicked what I believe is his sister.
18? That's just
Caitlin
2018.
Hughes.
Oh my God.
In the right hip, causing her pain and causing her to fall into a nearby dog crate. So I would normally not move to admit those. However, if they're saying that this is a peaceful man, and if you say, Judge, running to this area to stop whatever was happening.
Told you. Why are you
it's not a
bringing these
fight where there's
witnesses?
no violence,
What are you
doesn't
doing?
sound like.
Yeah.
But if you're saying that's peaceful, 90405 allows me to get into specific instances on cross. So
He said, I know that.
Sure. I believe 90405 allows specific instances of conduct of the individual being cross-examined, which we obviously cannot do. This I don't know how they would get this in. I guess.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you can't do? The individual being cross-examined will be the person who's giving the opinion. I tried this case. State against King, right here in this
We're
room.
at
when I was
10,000
district attorney,
viewers. Hey, what's up, chat?
1974,
Oh, shoot.
70.
Cheers.
Mr. King shot his wife in the eye and killed her. And there was testimony.
His judge has tried every case ever. He's amazing.
And the bottom line was that I was allowed when the an opinion had been expressed about the character for peacefulness of the accused, and on cross-examination, I inquired, "Would your opinion change if you knew thus and so about Mr. King?" And there was objection because it was a specific instance, and the Supreme Court said that was permissible inquiry because the opinion had been rendered, and the wealth of knowledge of the opinion giver was therefore subject to scrutiny as to how much information this person actually knew, because the character you're trying to present isn't limited to just an incident involving a fire at some point in time, but is limited to the entire character of the decedent.
Yep.
So my initial inclination would be this is probably admissible. Probably.
I would say so. Yeah.
And if you go ahead with the evidence, and you're welcome to do so, although the defense has also pointed out correctly that the character is for peaceableness, and what
Look at Sharif
what
smile.
we're talking about was more heroism. So, but I think I'll give you that much. But you're forewarned. I'm going to be taking another look at that King case because it's been a long time. But this sounds like something that he'll be allowed to go into.
Proceed at your peril, prosecutor.
Zoom in on the prosecution, and once again, hello, darkness, my old friend.
What do you want to do?
I'm here to slit my wrists again.
You what?
I will not withdraw that question.
Withdrew the question.
You'll withdraw that question and?
Yeah.
I'm not going to elicit that testimony.
Okay. Do you want Mrs. Hughes back on?
That's a smart choice.
A couple
Okay.
more questions. They obviously have
Oh my God.
You're gonna? Did he just no further questions her?
Are we ready for the jury?
I mean, what other questions does he have for this lady? Just dismiss her from the. Just get her off there as
There's
fast
nothing.
as you can.
Yeah, there's please leave and never come back.
At least,
Come down,
the,
please.
at least the DA was
Schroff, do
smart enough. At least the DA was smart enough at this point to withdraw this line of questioning because he's going to get demolished. And that is a preview on how the testimony of Rosenbaum's girlfriend is going to go. If they bring her on the stand at this point,
Right.
they're frankly idiots to
Right.
do so. That was, I mean, that's what we talked about. The judge resolved the question for us. We weren't 100% sure. If they get to allow this character evidence under this exception, does that then open the door to the subsequent exception for the defense? And the answer is, I think so. Probably going to let that in. And they clearly do not.
Yeah.
Clearly do not want
Yeah,
to let that
that's-
in.
Yeah, that is not something that they are going to want in, and not that kind of specifically graphic. I mean, especially because the generic good character evidence that they would be bringing in is not worth it to get
Right.
that level of specificity, like a massive, butcher's knife and throwing chairs and getting grandma involved. Like, holy crap, that is awful evidence that is so damaging to the state. They would not want that in. It's not worth getting that, like I said, generic character with evidence.
All he has to do is read that to the witness. He just says, back in 2018 or 2015 or whenever that this happened, this is what was complained about him, and he pled guilty to it. Blah 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 blah.
Yes.
Do you remember that happening? Or you remember when that happened, don't you? Because you had a special relationship with him.
Because you moved back in, when he was 17, you moved back to Kenosha, and then you were around the family for, a lot longer.
Yeah. and you just read it
Afternoon,
to
everybody.
the jury, and they go, "Holy shit, this guy's
We
terrifying."
had some additional discussion on the issues that were pending, and it has been decided the state has decided to withdraw the question which was asked.
Smart.
Again, that doesn't look good in front of the jury either.
It doesn't. It doesn't. But it looks a heck of a lot better than it would otherwise with the defense just completely nuking this decedent.
Gentlemen,
The whole defense narrative is that
Ms.
Huber's a
Hughes,
hero, therefore he should have stopped Kyle. Now that's gone. They
the
can't,
night of
they have
August
not introduced it.
25th,
Summary
or
judgment
into the morning of August 26th.
on some of these issues for sure.
When or how did you hear about what had happened to Anthony?
I got a text around midnight, maybe a little after, from Anthony's girlfriend, Hannah, saying,
Oh, we don't need to get into the context of it. That would be
Okay.
called hearsay. And then did you ever receive any further communication about, let me ask it this way. When did you find out that he had died?
much later. It was maybe 5:30 in the morning.
And how old was Anthony when he died?
He had
Yeah.
turned 26 a
Someone-
couple days before.
Someone in the chat just made a good point. Defense should
Ma'am, I'd like
clearly
you
say
to,
that Huber was the
look at
aggressor.
There's an item in front of you which I've
Go
turned
for it.
over. I'd ask you to turn
Actually, yeah.
it over to look at it. It's in marked as States Exhibit 44. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a photo of Anthony as an adult and Anthony as a child with his skateboard.
And are those pictures you provided to my office?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate copies of how Anthony looked at in childhood and as an adult?
Is it him in like a baptismal gown with a
I'd ask that
halo
44 be entered
and a
into evidence and
skateboard?
Published to the jury by being passed around.
Is there objection?
There's not.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it him helping African children in Uganda, like handing out clothes and water and
Yeah,
food?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have questions?
I have no questions for Ms. Hughes.
Thank you.
No questions. Get out. Your testimony was useless.
Yeah. Yeah. Better to just let her, just don't cross-examine her, because like I said, you don't want to look like the a-hole in this
Yep.
circumstance when you're the defense attorney, because the jury is going to be like, look, her great nephew just died and you're badgering her, you're
She's-
poking and prodding her. That doesn't look good.
And she's literally heavy breathing from walking from her bench seat to the witness chair. You don't want to be mean to this person at all.
No.
The
And she
slightest.
seems sweet and sad and yeah, you don't want to.
Prosecution right now is reeling. They have gotten demolished on the past two witnesses for sure, and probably on all three today.
Yeah.
Remember, guys, Binger is trying to win an election. He is trying to, I think in 2022, run for the district attorney of Racine County or Kenosha County. He's an assistant district attorney. He is not hired right now. He is not appointed or elected right now. He is hired. And this is his move. Right now, he's watching that high profile prosecution that he thought he could win crumble in front of him. Watch his face.
It'll be interesting to see what the media portrays about this case. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there was,
The whole truth.
articles headlining that the judge was too defense friendly or something
gonna
like
happen.
that. I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay, who's the witness here?
Ma'am, could you please state your first and last
Please
name?
be
and spell
Rosenbaum's
them for the
girlfriend.
Benefit of the court reporter.
Carrie Ann Swart. It's spelled KARIANN SWART.
Pretty sure that's Rosenbaum's
And Ms.
girlfriend.
Swart, do you know Joseph Rosenbaum?
I do.
How do you know Mr. Rosenbaum?
He's my fiance.
And is Mr.
Why?
Rosenbaum still living?
No.
And did he die on August 25th, 2020?
His date of death is
Tread carefully.
August 26th.
And before that date, how long had you known Mr. Rosenbaum?
Since August
What are you going to get out of
3rd
this person?
2019.
And after you met, how long did it take till you started a romantic relationship?
About maybe 3 days.
And Had you known him before? You never met him before August 3rd?
No.
And where are you from?
I grew up in Illinois.
What would you and Joseph do together?
When Joseph and I were together at the beginning, we were homeless. We just spent a lot of time talking, getting to know one another, and laughing and joking around. He was a very
Someone in chat
animated
just asked,
person like that.
how is this relevant? This is
And is
relevant because
Joseph
it's
from
about to
Kenosha?
introduce Joseph's
No,
past
he,
to the
is
jury,
from
which
Waco,
would be
Texas.
And do you know
would
why
be
he moved up?
terrible.
He
And
moved
there's also a little bit of room to
with
to introduce
his
evidence
girlfriend
about
at the
the
time
people
and their child.
involved.
So does he has a child living in Kenosha?
Correct.
I would like to bring your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020. Did you see Joseph on that day?
I did.
And where did you see Joseph?
I saw him at the motel that we were living at.
Was it in the motel or outside the motel?
They just
Outside
opened the
motel.
door to why he was
And
not
have
able to
you
stay.
do you know where Joseph had been in the days prior to that?
Correct.
I'm sorry. Do you know where he had been in the days prior to August 25th? In the day or two prior?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was at a hospital in Milwaukee.
Why was he at a
Do
hospital
you
in
know for
Milwaukee?
sure how he got from the hospital in Milwaukee to back
I
to
don't
Why?
understand why they're asking
I
this.
am not 1,000% sure. As far as I gathered from him and from the hospital, they brought him down here.
You didn't bring him back down.
No, I did not.
And he wasn't dropped off at this motel.
No.
So how did, if you know, how did Joseph, do you know where he was dropped off?
I believe he was dropped off by the transit center.
So
Binger's face.
right around here in downtown Kenosha.
It's amazing.
And do you know how he got to your hotel?
He walked.
I don't want to give the name because it's I
Look
don't
at
know
his
how
face.
far would that be?
About an hour, 40 minutes.
Fuck.
Hour to 40 minutes to an hour, I would say.
So the hotel is not in downtown
No,
Kenosha.
it's not.
He walked an hour to
Bring the mic
violate a
from
court
me
order,
closer.
didn't he?
It's kind of hard to hear in here.
Is that better?
He's screaming inside.
And when Joseph arrived at your hotel,
This is
what did
going to
he
be the
have on
last
him?
witness before Grosskruetz
You mean
tomorrow,
as in on his
Monday.
person?
They're going to
Well, let me ask this way. What was
go
he
into the
wearing?
weekend listening to her.
He was wearing jean shorts, white shoes, and a red top.
Did he have a bandana with him at all?
No,
And was he carrying or holding anything?
he was carrying a plastic hospital bag.
And did you see the plastic hospital bag?
I did.
Did you see what was inside the plastic hospital bag?
I did.
What was inside the plastic hospital bag?
I saw socks, a miniature deodorant, like trial size, little toothbrush and toothpaste, paperwork, and an empty water bottle, like a plastic water bottle that was empty.
So when you're talking about a plastic water bottle, let me just borrow
Yeah.
one from the detective here.
Yeah.
Do you mean like your standard 16 to 20 ounce plastic bottle, or like something you'd see maybe at a gym or on a bike, like a more heavy plastic?
No, it was a plastic bottle like that.
So a small, probably 16 ounce plastic.
It was
water bottle.
empty. There was no water.
Could he have gotten water in the water
And-
bottle later?
Did you talk to him about this bag?
I did. I
Big.
just asked him
That's-
if he wanted me to throw it out, and
Big-
he said no. He was going to carry it around with him because of the few items that were in it.
Big is Midwest
About
for
what time
bag.
did he arrived,
by the way.
at this, or I guess near this hotel?
I would say between 3:30 and 4:30.
And what did you guys do once he arrived?
We talked. We hadn't seen each other for maybe a week, and we just mostly talked about his and my relationship.
And this was outside.
Correct.
And then how did, actually, let me ask it this way. Do you know if he was able to procure any medication that day?
He was not able to fill the prescriptions he had because the Walgreens closest to us had been boarded up and closed down due to the chaos that was going on.
Do you know if he had taken his medications that day?
He had.
What did he have medication for?
Right. Yeah. On cross, they can totally ask what it is that he's getting medication for.
Someone's cell phone just went off. Was that wasn't on your end, was it? What did it? Oh my God. Pew pew. Quick shout out to Sword and Scale, who sent a big super chat. It says, hey, Nick, get yourself some proper scotch, some Depends, and an IV so you can stream 24/7.
I don't understand why
What is
they're going into
as
this.
Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the plastic bag from the hospital.
And is it true that a few days ago I showed you a printout of this exact exhibit?
Yes.
And is that the plastic bag that you're referring to that he brought back from the hospital?
Yeah, it's like one of those plastic bags that you just put your clothes and belongings in.
And in looking at the screen, does it seem like there's more items or fewer items or the same items, if you can tell, that he had when he was at your residence?
It appears to be the same as when I saw it.
Can you make out anything in this photograph?
I can make out. I think he might have had an extra shirt in there. That might be. And it looks like the water
Is
bottle
that
on the
because
side.
what you can see or what you're thinking
Shirt.
that you may have remembered seeing?
Yeah. Is the prosecutor going to move
Do
to
you
dismiss
know if
his own
Joseph
case
Rosenbaum knew
and then run
anyone
as a
named
Republican?
Kelly or Joshua Zeminski?
He did not.
Yeah, you can't. She has no answer if he knew this person.
Yeah.
No, Guy, I know you're saying what the fuck
Scene
is the
would have known.
point? Correct, but this is another witness. You just let them
People
talk
in
because
Kenosha.
the same as last witness.
No,
She's about to open
did
the
not.
door that Rosenbaum was a giant pedophile,
Not sure I heard the question.
and
The
it'll
question was-
ruin the
question was,
prosecution.
do you know whether he knew many people in Kenosha? And she answered, pardon me?
That would be my objection would be the same.
Okay. It's along, generally, it's the same, would be the same ruling, except that it's like my asking if you know people in, many people in Topeka. And that's really a bad example. But the bottom line is, it's a
No, it's
little
if
bit
I
different
know
from the
you know
last-
people in Topeka.
Did the decedent know an individual, a specific individual? Now he's asking her, did he know many people in Kenosha? And I think that she'd be in a better position to answer that, so I'm going to let that one go.
And you said no?
Correct.
Oh wow, he
Now,
let that through.
In your
Okay,
relationship this
Weird.
about year, how often were you with him?
Every day.
And were there times he would go out on his own?
No.
Were you together all the time?
you're with
All
him
the
every day. What about the
And you said
steering
for a
this
while you were
protective
homeless,
order?
and you said you were living in a tent,
Correct.
and you were together that entire time.
All the time.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever introduce you to someone named Joshua Zeminski?
No.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever introduce you to someone named Kelly Zeminski?
No.
Did he ever talk about knowing a Josh or a Kelly?
No.
Do you know Joshua or Kelly Zeminski?
I don't.
Ask her, do you normally date
How
tiny
tall
men?
was Joseph?
5'3".
How tall are you?
5'3".
And was Joseph a larger individual, build-wise? Was he bigger frame, smaller frame, medium frame?
He was medium, smaller frame.
He's 5'3", 150 pounds. It's actually kind of a big guy for that
That
height.
is kind of a large frame.
I knew guys who were 5'5", 5'6", who were probably medium frame. You know,
Do you
they're
know if Joshua
they're
had
pushing
any money
135,
on him
140.
when he was at your residence?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Do you know if he had any money?
Joseph?
Did I say Joshua? I apologize. Did Joseph have any money?
Oh no! Come back, stream.
Oh.
Come back, stream. We know he didn't have any money.
Oh no.
I'll refresh.
Okay. At least it's not on my end.
If you know if Joshua had any money on him when he was at your residence.
I'm sorry.
Do you know if he had any money?
Joseph?
Did I say Joshua? I apologize. Did Joseph have any money?
It's the stream itself, apparently.
Okay.
I'll pull up another one. I had to deal with this last time. We got just weird stuff going on. Let me see.
And when he left, he said,
Hold on.
Do you know if he had any money?
Here we go.
Did I say Joshua? I
Back to
apologize.
where we were.
Did Joseph have any money?
No.
Okay. No, he had no money.
Now, did Joseph spend the night there, or how did he end up leaving?
Sorry, subtitles are gone,
Okay,
guys.
this way. Did Joshua leave? Did Joseph leave?
Yes, he did.
About what time?
He left at exactly 9:38 because I looked at my clock.
You looked at your clock?
Why did he leave?
Watch.
You've got that.
And how was your parting? How did you part ways?
It was really good. We were talking about things we were going to work on in the relationship. He was
Why'd you have to-
extremely excited to
Sorry.
work on himself, work on some of the things he needed to work on. And
What did he need to work on?
I'm wondering the same thing.
Left, he said he said that he would see me in the morning, and he was all excited, and I love you. It was a pleasant visit.
Was there any discussion of the potential for events downtown or the curfew or anything like that?
I did explain to him that things had gotten bad the last few days because he was not in town, and I did tell him explicitly not to go downtown.
Why did you tell him not to go downtown? Because he's like, let her say, because he gets into trouble.
And
I mean, her answer could just be generically, it's going to be dangerous.
I'd just ask anyway.
Of course. Yeah, I definitely agree. But I'm just saying
Downtown's-
that's the likely answer from
Phone
her.
call at 4 a.m. from the medical examiner.
Downtown's going to be dangerous helps
Is that
Kyle
when you
anyway.
Discovered that Joseph was deceased.
Correct.
That's fair.
Did Joseph own any guns?
No.
Did he have an interest or a hobby involving guns that you're aware of?
Not at all.
You ever saw
I'd say
him in
objection
magazines
relevance,
or
Your Honor. There's no
articles or having a knowledge
evidence
about
that he had a
guns?
gun at all.
No.
Yeah, no one's trying to say that he had a gun or that
He
Based upon the court's
only that he was trying to get Kyle Rittenhouse's gun.
in this subject regarding firearms.
he did just object.
Sustain.
Again, good
Look on
objection.
his face.
Look at this guy. He has no idea what to do when he gets
What is
interrupted
my
unobjected.
response? What is my response to this objection?
Brutal. This is why we were saying on the day 2 of the trial, but day 1
So
of
what
the
did you do
examinations.
once you
Object.
received this news?
Object.
I mean, maybe they're saving their objections for this particular attorney
Cried.
because of the fact that I don't know. Maybe they have a history of working on the opposing side from them.
And looked up
Could be.
on the Facebook
I don't know.
Kenosha scanner page to see what the police call might have been about that night. And there was a video link, and I clicked that, and that's when I saw the video of Joe dying.
So you watched one of the videos of the shooting,
Correct.
and That evening, had you been watching? We've heard a lot of people are out there live streaming or filming or the news. Had you been watching any of that?
Nothing.
All right. So you had no idea that anything, you didn't know what was happening in downtown Kenosha until 4 o'clock
Till
in the morning.
4 in the morning.
Once you saw that video, what did you do?
I broke down and I can't get that image out of my head. So, yeah,
Did you go down to downtown Kenosha at all?
I did the following morning. My sister picked me up about 8 a.m. and we went over to Car Source, and there was the mark where Joe had been laying. And I put my hand in it, and my hand was wet with his blood. And that's, again, when I collapsed on the ground.
Going for the emotion. That's fair. It's going to happen.
What is it marked as Kate's exhibit?
Risky gambit, though.
42 and 43. From here, we'll look at it in order, okay?
Okay.
Let's do exhibit 42. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a picture of Joe and I in front of Quick Trip.
And is that a true and accurate copy of a photo of you two together?
Yes.
If you know, do you know when in relation to August 25th that was taken?
I would say, in relation to when, probably a year prior.
Oh, so probably closer to when you first met.
Yes.
I would like to move exhibit 42 into evidence.
Receive.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 43. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a picture of Joe and I in the bathroom.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate copy of
Odd venue, but all right.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
It is.
And is
Did
that
either of
a
you
picture-
poop?
Exhibit 43 into evidence.
Receive.
And if you know, where in your relationship was that taken for time-wise? Was it?
This was about April of 2020.
Thank you. I'd like to publish the pictures by having them passed around the jury.
200 Watt Studio. Richards was just probably clarifying the objection and the motion in limine that was discussed pre-trial. That's
believe
probably
that's all-
why he
that's all the
whispered in the
questions I have.
prosecutor's ear. By the way, did he just say that was all of his questions? If it
I don't know,
was,
I missed that. But I am looking at Kyle right now, and he looks like maybe he's going to be sick.
okay, yeah. So they just truncated the entire testimony of this lady because they were going to ask her more, and they got
Probably.
blown out with the last witness.
Yeah, I think that they probably were going to. Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
We want to talk about how they have introduced the questions about what hospital he went to, why he had things to work on in their relationship, what she knew about him moving from Texas, and why. This is a guy who was convicted.
Why he left the motel, right?
This is a guy who's convicted of several counts of child rape in Arizona. He would then move to Texas. He would then move to Wisconsin. The best thing the defense can possibly do is find a
Let me ask you
path
folks to step out for a minute.
to admitting child rape.
And, yeah, when you finish looking at those
Jury will
pictures,
no
and-
longer care
yeah,
about anything if
then
they
I'm
hear
gonna
this
ask you
guy
to step
raped
in
a
the
bunch of
library
kids.
For a minute. After you've done so,
Right.
why don't you step in the library? And I don't think this will be lengthy.
I don't think this will be lengthy. That's what she said before I cried.
This will be an interesting exchange.
Yes. I'm excited
I'm ready for it. Yes, me too.
Boomer joke. I'm 100 years old. What do you expect?
You had to work for them instead of you.
I mean, they should not, after the last witness especially, they should not even have put her on the stand. This
Right.
judge is ready. Like, I got a sense of this early, and I think I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong, but this judge has a sense of just general justice. And he looks at Huber and he looks at Rosenbaum. He goes, on any other day, I would be prosecuting these guys except they're dead.
She can step up.
Or I would be judging these guys except they're dead.
But we'll find out.
By the way, my husband,
But you can't.
he just texted me. He's in the other room. He says that you and I should call sports games together.
Judge, I don't want to, we had talked about this after openings, and I didn't want to step on any pretrial ruling. In the opening statement, there was a statement about Mr. Rosenbaum being in the hospital in Milwaukee. That was addressed with Ms. Ward on direct examination. I am of the opinion that simply stating he was in a hospital is a misrepresentation as to what actually was going on. Most people are in hospitals for physical
Here it comes.
to recover from whatever's going on. And I think if we're going to give the jury a clear picture of the hospital he was in, I think we have to be able to at least, I think it's appropriate now based on their questioning, and the questioning is evidence. So that in fact that he had been released from Aurora, their mental health wing or their mental health.
Why is that not part of the hospital?
I'm not saying it's not part of the hospital, but I think it's reasonable to say that the majority of people believe that you're at a hospital for physical ailments.
She said she knew why he was there.
I don't know that.
She also talked about medications.
Because we deal with a larger percentage of people who are hospitalized who are
Jury is out of the room, by the way.
mental or emotional disorders.
Right.
But and you're not selling this.
Well, the other area that she had mentioned, or that was talked about on cross-examination, was did he take his medications that day?
Yep. There you
Yeah.
go.
That's another area.
So it's irrelevant, I suppose, if he takes blood pressure medication or medication like that. I'm assuming, and she can come in and do this outside the presence of the jury. I'm assuming there's testimony about him taking his medications for mental health ailments. And I would ask, I don't have to go into it too deep, but I think it's relevant that I ask her what those medications were that he took that day.
She testified to him.
It could be, but what if she names a medication? Do we know why it was prescribed, what its pharmacological properties are, what the possible side effects are, what it's generally used for? There's all kinds of things, and I'm not going to invite the jury to speculate on that by just dropping in front of them, well, he was taking liquid penicillin. It means nothing to the jury. So I'm just depositing something for them to speculate about, and so I'm hostile to that.
Ask why he was taking medication.
What it's for?
Well, I'm going to let you have your voir dire to determine the extent of her knowledge. Okay. It is fair game because
Okay.
you bring up about medication.
I mean,
That's all I can ask. So
Okay.
That's all I can ask.
honestly
Good
though,
answer.
even if they don't get in these details, the jury may also be asking that question: what was the medication for? Which opens the door for reasonable doubt for Kyle, because that's all the defense
Hold on,
needs to do here.
1 second.
No, it's relevant. I think they are a reasonably good point, which is these psychoactive drugs, these benzodiazepine type drugs. I'm not an expert on them, or else I wouldn't be at this table. But one drug can be prescribed for a variety of diagnoses.
Ask her why they were prescribed.
Yeah, for the very reasons I've said, I'm not just going to give them something that means nothing to them and then ask them to try to speculate as to what it's for. So ask her to come in.
Right.
She can be examined.
Yeah, that makes sense. And doing that outside of the presence of the jury is also appropriate, because that way you're not potentially tainting them.
This is a good, fair ruling by the judge. No, stop asking about the volume. No, I cannot turn it up. No, I cannot do it. No, I can't monitor the volume in real time. No, I don't care about fucking extensions in Chrome that can increase the volume, because I still can't monitor in real time. And Streamlabs downsamples audio to try and balance it out. It's not, or StreamYard. They do it on the back end. No, I can't do it. No, stop asking. No.
You had answered some questions from Attorney Kraus regarding Joseph taking medications that day.
Correct.
Also, over 11,000 people watching now. Holy crap.
Mr. Rosenbaum had taken medications that day?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what they were?
No, I only know some of them. I don't remember all of them.
Do you know, can you tell us the sum that you know he took?
Gabapentin was one.
I'm gonna stop you for 1 second. Do you know what he takes that? Did you know what he took that for?
Good question.
Bipolar disorder.
Okay. Any other
Nailed it.
medications that you know that he took?
I know he was on an antidepressant. At that time, I don't know which one they had him on.
Okay.
Those would, and then something for sleep.
Okay, but so the only, to be fair to you, the only medication that you know by name was gabapentin.
Mhm.
And you are telling us that you know he took that for his bipolar disorder.
Correct.
Okay.
How long
Any
had he had
questions?
bipolar disorder?
Steve?
That's it.
Do
They
you
rested.
know-
Or no, never mind. Sorry. No, that's it. That's all the questions they asked.
Do you know
Okay.
do you know that he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
Yes. Yes.
And
Open the door. Open the door.
He fell asleep.
how do you know that gabapentin?
Control Alt Delete.
I was his emergency contact at the hospital, so they really called me and asked me what kind of medications I've worked in the past for him.
Oh,
And
please
I
recross
told
this.
them, and they were in contact with me, letting me know what medications he was on, just like they called me that morning to say they were going to be letting him go. But that he had his medication.
Just ask why he was in the hospital. You're his emergency contact.
The hospital told you that day or the night before that they were gonna. Did they say they were prescribing it, or did they just ask you what they should prescribe?
At first, they were asking what they thought was best. And then I told them what had worked for him in the past. And he, the doctor or the nurse that I spoke with, then explained to me what medications they put him on. And
Recross can be brutal if they do it.
that was that.
How many medications total do you know was he taking? Or was he getting? I mean, at this way, was he given at the hospital?
I believe he was given Effexor, gabapentin, and Seroquel for sleep.
She just testified she only knew about the gabapentin.
Seroquel.
I didn't hear the question before that, so I'm not sure if they were asking about previous medications.
So I'm trying to look up these drugs. I'm not familiar with them.
You're trying to look up the drugs on the fly? You didn't ask?
Oh, this is a lack of preparation on the prosecution's part. You've got to know everything here.
Why are you bringing this witness? That's the ultimate question. Why are you bringing this witness and not preparing for what could happen from it?
Oh boy.
Viva, if you're in the chat, I did send you an invite on Twitter, buddy, if you want to pop in. Jury is not in at the. No, jury is in at this point.
No,
I think there's.
I thought they're not.
It's in this.
They were excused, I thought.
No, they're back for now. This is direct
Ask the,
or redirect.
jury to come back in, please.
Oh,
No, this
Okay,
is
no.
the voir dire. This is the voir dire
it's
outside
voir
of the.
dire.
Yeah.
Oh
so,
shit! So it's about to get worse.
Oh my god.
I'll be right back. Too much liquor.
You're leaving now? Okay, so they're probably letting in the jury right now. And I believe the prosecution so this is the cross-examination then. Okay. I wasn't sure if the state was going to resume the direct examination or if the prosecution was going to start their cross-examination. Looks like to me the defense is going to start their cross-examination. Okay, I'm on pins and needles about what is going to happen next. Okay, and for you guys, a voir dire, it's basically they're taking the opportunity to ask questions of the witness outside of the presence of the jury so that they can clarify something, to know if she knows enough information about his medical history or about the medications, etc.
Direct examination that you and
Okay, so this is cross-examination now.
spent the day of the 25th together. Is that fair?
The afternoon, yes.
Okay. And you were
You haven't
asked
missed anything,
by,
Nick.
Attorney Krause if he had taken his medication that day, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum was taking gabapentin, is that right?
I believe so, yes. That's what I was told.
Okay. And do you know, having been around him, that was for bipolar disorder?
It was to help with, along with the antidepressant.
And when you saw him, this plastic bag, you saw the picture of the plastic bag?
Correct.
One of the things that you mentioned that he had in there was a plastic water bottle.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you had said that plastic water bottle was empty, is that right?
Correct.
Did you find it odd that he was walking around with an empty plastic water bottle?
Well, when I saw the bag with the empty bottle, I thought it might have been garbage. I asked if he wanted me to throw it out, but he said because he had some clothes and some paperwork from the hospital that he was just going to hold on to the bag because that was all he had.
And he didn't ask you to throw away the water bottle, did he?
No.
He took that with him when he left you that evening, is that right?
As far as I know.
Now, you had said that normally you had spent a lot of your time or all of your time together.
Yes.
But that night was going to be different. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you had told him not to go downtown.
Correct.
Okay. Why was that?
Because of all the unrest the days
The
prior.
chaos.
And you were concerned that he was going to go down there?
No, I was concerned that because the entire city was up in flames that something would happen to him anywhere. But specifically, it seemed like it was downtown. So because he was coming from Milwaukee and didn't know all that information about Kenosha, I just wanted to make sure he knew.
Did you feel the need to go with him when he left?
No.
And did he tell you where he was going?
No, he didn't.
Why didn't he stay at your house?
Did he, to your knowledge, did he have anywhere else to stay?
No, he did not.
So it was either with you or no other designated kind of place to go.
Correct.
Why didn't he stay at your house?
And my last question, from where you were staying, how far is it to 59th?
I would guess an hour walk back because it's about an hour from the transit to the hotel. So it'd probably be about an hour back to this area.
So if we walk, let's say we walk 4 miles an hour, I don't know that, but so it would be maybe 3, 4, or 5 miles, somewhere in there.
I don't know.
Okay, good enough.
They're gonna try something on redirect?
Ma'am, I don't have
Maybe.
any other questions for you. Thank you for your time.
I mean,
Why
he also
stay?
he also wouldn't want to go too hard on her because again, this is somebody who is grieving the loss of a person that's close to her.
Yeah.
Consult with you on medications he was going to receive.
Yes.
And why? So was this a new mixture of medications that he
No.
was on?
No. This was his regular medication that he had gone off of and had been back on for the last week or so, last week, 10 days before his death.
Please hit this on redirect or recross.
And he had been on that with his other medications altogether for a while.
Yeah, for the whole time I was with him, a year, yeah.
What were these medications for?
Please hit it on recross. Please.
I have no follow-up question.
God damn it.
I mean, okay, but they also have an opportunity to bring in an expert to talk about the particular drugs that she mentioned.
Yeah, but they're not gonna.
We'll see.
Guys, the volume is erratic because some of the people will get by the mics and some won't. I'm not going to try and adjust the volume on the fly. I can't hear the output. I can't monitor it constantly. If I had a dedicated producer doing it, maybe, but we don't. So relax on the volume stuff. We're trying to be very quiet while they're not saying anything important, which is most of the time. But Shurfisi has a habit of staying 10 miles away from the fucking microphone.
And then pacing around and turning his back to the mic. And
yeah. So
I mean, I could go into ASMR voice if you guys really want, but I don't think we need to go there.
Wait, I'll ASMR on behalf of co-counsel for the state. God, I hope I get a sandwich.
Oh, no.
Look at that bread. Oh, yeah. Slather the mayonnaise on it. Bacon goes on everything.
Bacon does go on everything.
Even peanut butter and jelly. Put the bacon on the peanut butter and on the jelly.
Okay. That's just too, I need to take these earbuds out. It's too intimate in my ear. I can't handle it. Good Lord.
We've got trigger warning. A Canadian is approaching.
Oh,
booyah, people.
Welcome. How's it going,
Viva
buddy?
is here.
Okay. So I've been following for the better part of the day while trying to edit the video that I'm going to put out on the Danchenko indictment. The only reason they called his girlfriend was to establish that the liquid he had in his bottle was not acid or an incendiary device. That's the only thing they wanted to get out of her.
I guess.
Raise your right hand, please.
I think they were trying to get character. I think they really wanted to get character evidence in, to be honest.
Yes.
I think they truncated their questions based on the last witness.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Here's Binger again.
Could you please pull that microphone really close in front of you and speak as loudly and clearly into it as possible?
It's because he's watching the stream, so he understands our plight.
On the next break, I'm going to check the other feed and see if it's louder. But
how are you currently employed?
I have my own dealership in Milwaukee.
What is that dealership called?
Car Planet.
Where is that located?
4020 North Green Bay Avenue.
Back in August of 2020, were you operating that car dealership in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a series of car dealerships here in Kenosha by the name of Car Source?
Yes, sir.
How are you acquainted with those businesses?
Actually, I worked here up until 2015. And after that, I moved to Milwaukee.
When you say you worked here up until 2015, where is here?
Kenosha.
Okay, at Car Source?
Yes.
After 2015, did you work at Car Source?
No.
Did you have any ownership interest in the company?
No.
Was there a time in which you were down here at one of the car sources around the night of August 25th, 2020?
Is that Monday?
That's Tuesday night.
Tuesday, I was actually here. We got a call on first night of riots. We got a call from police department. It's actually my dad's dealership, so I was here actually before that too.
What is your father's name?
Neil Kendry.
How do you spell that?
ANIL. Last
The guy
name
testifying because he and his dad had an ownership interest
What
5
is
years ago.
his relation-
This witness is not going to turn out good for the prosecution.
No.
It fits the theme.
We got a call. Who is the we?
Police department called because my brother's phone was off, and I guess people like around 4 o'clock, he put it on silent mode at nighttime, and then police department called around 6:30 to notify that riots happened or stuff like that.
Who did the police call at that time?
I do not remember. One of us.
Okay. When you say one of us, it's
Either
you and
my
who else?
dad, either me, myself, or my brother. I think more like my brother.
What is your brother's name?
Anmo Kintry.
And
Did the prosecution not meet with this witness beforehand?
spell that for us, please.
ANMOL.
There have been multiple
What is-
occurrences that seem to suggest a lack of preparation by the prosecution here.
It's like the first time they're meeting here.
For example, cars come from the auction.
And this guy's not going to be too favorable to a crowd of rioters.
And then once they're detailed, put it on the lot. That's it.
Back in August of 2020, was your brother Anmol the head of the inventory for CarSource?
Yes.
You said there was a phone call around 6:30 p.m. Do you remember which night that was?
6:30 a.m. on Monday morning.
Why don't we have
Monday
that
morning,
guy
yes.
testifying?
I misunderstood. What, if anything, did you personally do after that with regard to the issue of the phone call? Did you come down here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you normally live?
We were on KR,
That's
20 minutes away.
Okay. And when you say we were on KR, do you mean just
We live in the same house.
you, your brother, and your dad?
Yes.
Okay. So did the three of you come down at that point?
Actually, 4 was my mom too.
Okay. Did you all come down at that point?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
And what did you observe about the CarSource properties at that time?
A lot of cars were burned. The building, a lot of glass was broken. So, and then the police had a caution tape around it.
I've got a
Careful,
map
Lita. He's
up
going
on
to
the
send you
wall
a DM that
between
says
you
"Show
there.
Bob."
There is a next to the
Wait, who is?
Don't worry
the
about
bottle
it.
of hand sanitizer.
Oh, was there a super chat that I missed?
Next to it, that's yes, right there. It's a laser pointer, and would you please, using that map, point out the location that you've just described as having burnt out cars and police tape around it?
What is he trying to get out of this witness? Conceptually, what would be the best thing he can possibly get, not knowing what's coming?
My dealership was burned to the ground. Our inventory
Dealership was
ruined.
burned, massive rioting, business was destroyed,
These can.
but he didn't kill anybody, so Kyle must be guilty.
So this is a map of the area of Kenosha along Sheridan Road.
Oh, hold on. Someone just said here
You're pointing to
because
the
his
CarSource
brother.
location, which is on the northeast.
that go?
Brother's inventory manager at the time.
59th Street and Sheridan Road. Is that fair to say?
Bring the brother.
Okay.
Right.
In addition to that location, there are 2 other CarSource locations close by on Sheridan Road. Is that right?
No. There's 63rd Street is a second CarSource.
There's
Okay,
also a
hands back to the
location kitty
witness.
corner from the one you just mentioned. Are you aware of that one?
You mean Car Doctor?
Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
yeah. That's the repair center. Yes.
Okay. So if you could point out the one we were just talking about that you mentioned earlier. Okay. And then kitty corner across the street from that to the southwest corner, we have it labeled as CarSource, but do you see what I'm talking about?
Oh, right here.
Yes. Yes. What is that location?
Car Doctor.
What is that?
It's our repair center that's owned by my mom.
Okay. When you were originally describing a location that had burnt out cars, that was the first one.
Yes.
Okay. You said you came down there at that point?
Yes.
This time in the morning? Which morning was it that you came down? Do you recall which day it was?
Monday morning.
Monday morning? So this was after Sunday night into Monday morning?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do?
Brilliant questions.
Cried.
Okay. What was the condition of the location that you've now described as Car Doctor?
Hmm.
What was the condition of that location?
That was fine.
Did you see any damage to any property at that location?
No.
These locations that you've talked about, the Car Source at 59th and at 63rd, and then the Car Doctor, at that time in August of 2020, did you work for any of them?
No.
Do you go by the name Sam?
Sal.
Sal?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time on that Monday or maybe the following day?
Why is this
in
guy
which
on the
you spoke to
stand?
anyone, and I'm asking you personally, spoke to anyone about protecting those properties?
This guy stopped
Here we
having an
go.
ownership interest
There's an
in
individual in the court
2015.
who's
Why
been
are we
identified as
talking to
Kyle
him?
Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Do you see him here in court today?
Yes.
Have you ever personally spoken to that person?
No.
Have you ever personally texted or called or spoken
No.
on the phone with that person?
No.
Okay. At any point during that Monday or Tuesday process, did you ever speak with anyone about protecting any of those locations?
No.
He's going to say that Kyle had no business being there with a gun because no one asked him to
Right.
protect anything.
Right. Right.
Further questions?
But this guy, no further questions.
That was it.
guy-
And by the way, the effect of Kyle not being at this guy's business, it got burnt, and he cried, and the rioters destroyed his property.
Right.
No one
that's
went like his business isn't an issue. He owns Car Planet or whatever.
No, but
Right.
Nick, it is
Let's-
because
but let's-
his business was destroyed.
Okay, and you go by Sal, does he go by Sam?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, the Walmart wasn't burned down, but the Target was. The fuck are we talking about?
Well, because I mean, it'll only illustrate.
That's why we've
good
got
for
a
the
cross-examination.
It's good for the defense. It's
Exa-
just for why is the prosecutor calling this person?
No, and you imagine the defense now should know that this guy cried when his business was destroyed by the rioters, and so he can actually, they can milk that to a great
They
degree to
can.
bring out his hatred for the rioters and what
can-
happened when there was no one there with a gun to
Wait,
defend it.
hold on.
63rd Street. 63rd Street. Yes.
In Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay. That was taken on the night of the 25th, is that right?
Tuesday evening.
I never saw this picture.
Okay. Now, you were asked, I think Mr. Ringer asked you if you can identify the person sitting at the table with you, Kaya, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had said that you never.
Hey Nick, can you bring up that lawyer's volume?
No, he's 10 miles from the microphone.
I'm joking, Nick. I saw you. I saw the bit earlier.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Binger asked you, if I have it right, if you had asked anyone to protect the property that night, right?
There we go.
Okay. And you had said
No.
so these men are on your property, right?
It's my dad's. Yes.
They're on your family.
Yes.
property.
Mhm.
You don't ask them to leave, correct?
Especially when they have guns and they dress up right in front of me. I was actually behind that silver Mercedes. There was a Hummer parked, which is our personal car. It had a brake line issue, and we parked that car inside, me and my mechanic. And there were a bunch of cars came in around 7-ish, and then the person that's right next to me dressed up right in front of me, like putting the fancy shoes on or something like that. And then he put some other, and then I was over there and I observed that they did that.
Well, tell me if this is right.
Did what?
You didn't think they were there to harm you, did you?
No.
Literally said put on the fancy
He's
shoes.
He's gonna say, I didn't ask them to be here, but then when I saw them, I wanted them there.
Exactly.
You know a gentleman by the name of Nick Smith?
Later I learned he was actually worked for my brother about for a week or two. I don't recall because I live in I manage Milwaukee store, so I really don't even know his
I really
staff
don't know why I'm a witness here.
until when I come there because I'm there all day.
Okay, so people in that photograph have worked for members of your family in the past. Agreed?
At least one.
Okay. And only if you know. Do you know if those people in that picture were going into the car store's physical building?
Okay, the person with the white hat with the cross. Later, I find out that he was he used to work for my brother as an ex-detailer, and he worked for short amount of time.
So my question to you is, do you know if people in that photograph were physically inside that building?
No,
that evening?
no.
You don't know that, or they weren't?
In this building?
Yes.
No.
Were they in any other of the car store's buildings that your family owned?
Just the 5821 and the car doctor, which is a service center.
So they were physically present inside 2 of the 3 buildings, right?
I don't understand your question.
I'm going to turn up our microphones in a second. Stop talking to me about the fucking audio. I don't care. Go somewhere else. Fuck you.
Okay. I'll say what the lawyer's saying. I can hear it. Wait, that's my mic.
Present. No. Only person which I can imagine because the Nick, he probably inside because he worked as a cleaning cars. That's what he used to do.
Okay. Did he work there at the time on August 25th?
No,
Do you know how he got into the building?
I do not know.
Okay, good question.
Correct?
Yes.
If they finesse this guy, they can get him to say that he was relieved that they were all there.
Is your family's business give keys to people who no longer work there?
They don't.
So to physically get into the building, would somebody
be let
in the
in.
family have to open the building?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay.
Good question. Get on the mic, Sharfisi.
And do you remember what time you took that picture with those people on the screen?
Right before the curfew. I can't recall, 7:30ish.
And then did you leave?
Yes.
Okay. And are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no conversation between you and any of those people about staying to protect the business?
No.
Nothing.
No.
No, there was not.
No, there wasn't.
No conversation.
No.
at all?
I personally believe, I think the questions more you have is for my brother.
For Sam.
Maybe the prosecution should have thought of that.
Beautiful
Because I
answer.
don't even work there.
I don't even work there.
He takes the picture of the men with the guns on his property, which shows a certain level of collegiality.
Yeah.
Sale, do you have a BMW?
Yes.
Do you remember giving Mr. Rittenhouse a ride from Car Source, what we call Car Source 2, which I think is the doctor?
Interesting.
Good question.
On 63rd, do you remember doing that?
Oh.
You don't remember
Well.
doing it that day?
No.
But you do have a BMW?
Yeah. I have 10 more cars.
Oh, really, Mr. Fancy Pants?
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I've got a bicycle and a scooter.
Half
have
of
a
them are late model Honda Civics, to be honest. What's redirect going to be? What a waste of a witness. What are you going to do, Binger?
Mr. Kindry, there's going to be something up on the screen in just a second I'd like you to take a look at.
It's a
Why would they
picture
Why
of
would
your
they have brought that
penis.
up in Maine?
Is there a way to...
What is this? This is new evidence being brought up on redirect?
Mr. Kindred, there's a message on the screen. It's a text message. I'd like you to read it to yourself, if you would.
Hi, Sam.
No, to yourself.
Well, read it to us. We need to hear it.
Yeah. Put it up.
Oh, hey, no,
man.
no. Hey,
Okay.
Sam, it's Kyle. Do you need anyone to protect your business tonight? I'm more than willing and will be armed. I just need a dress.
You see it.
Me and my brother would both be there.
I think
Armed.
Thursday or Friday. My brother showed it to me.
Thursday or Friday of what week?
Ooh.
Objection hearsay.
Of the week of August 25th, 2020, when all this was happening?
Who received it, Nick? He received that
His
text.
brother.
His brother showed it to him.
Oh.
This was a message.
His brother received it and showed it to him.
Received by your brother, not by you.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have about that.
No, I would object because you want this in as evidence.
I guess.
Although it's an offer.
There's-
I mean, what they were saying before was that they were asked to come, but this appears to show that they're offering their services.
Well,
Statement
true, but
by
what
a
he-
party that's
And
adverse.
there's a group of people there.
Oh, that's him on the left.
Ask you to try and go back
Yeah.
into that moment. There may be some things you've learned since then. I'm interested in at that very moment, as you're standing there with that group of people.
And that grin on your
Do you
face.
know any of them?
No.
I gotta ask, why are you in the picture?
I saw the guy right to the right of me dressing up, and I was so impressed. And he mentioned he's from ex-army, and I was like, I never seen that, and I normally saw these things on TV. So I'm the one who requested, can I take a picture? And I think somebody did. I can't recall who did it. And then I gave my phone number to Nick to send it to me. And then that's.
And then you said, thank you for being here.
Yep.
He did.
This is straight out of the civil action. When he said, never ask the question if you don't know the answer.
The guy with the white hat.
White hat with a big
That's
cross on
the
it.
white hat with the
Okay.
red cross.
Yes.
And I
Are we
assume
going to get a
before this
recross?
night, You knew who he was.
Hope so.
No, because I always work in Milwaukee, and my brother runs the Kenosha stores.
Let's put aside Nick for a second. Did you know anyone else in that picture?
No, sir.
What was your understanding at that moment in time what those people were doing there?
He was
Did you-
terrified, clearly.
A lot of cars came, I think 3 or 4, I can't recall which ones, and me and my technician parking our Hummer inside the shop because the brake lines were leaked, and I saw these people were dressing up and this, and I went over there and I observed that they're dressing up. For me, that was really impressive.
Impressive. Why?
Understanding of why they were there. Did you have an understanding of why they were at your
saying,
place?
They were saying that they were here to protect Kenosha because and community service, and I was like, oh.
And he said, can I have a photo with you?
Did them say they were specifically there for car shows?
No.
You mentioned that there was a Hummer that you parked inside a shop. Was it this building shown in the picture?
Yes. All the way to the end.
Okay. We know this is the 63rd Street Car Source.
Mhm.
I'd like you to take a look at the people in that photograph there. Obviously, you're next to them at 63rd Street. My question is, were you with any of those people anywhere else that night?
No.
Were you with any of those people at the Car Doctor location on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan at any point that night?
I recalled there were a lot of right across the street from a Car Doctor. A lot of people were walking by. I observed some people over there, yes.
Which of those people in the photograph did you observe by the Car Doctor? The one I'm going to use, you're calling it the Car Doctor. We actually haven't heard that up until today, but either way, it's that Car Source location on the southwest corner, or the Car Doctor location on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. You know which location I'm talking about?
Right across the street from the main lot, right? Yes.
Which of the people in that photograph did you see or were you with at that car doctor location?
No one.
No one in that photograph?
No. I saw a lot of people like from a car doctor. If I'm standing over there across the street, they were passing. And then, yeah, I saw that.
But that wasn't anybody in this photograph.
Not that I recall.
You know, AJ Cook says this is for the militia stuff and to show a bunch of scary white guys with guns.
Yeah, but he said that he was the one that requested a photo with them. So
Yeah,
how
he said-
scary were they to him?
Not just not scary. How protective were they to him?
Right now, they're
Yeah.
deciding on whether or not they should even recross this witness because he's so goddamn favorable.
One question.
Are you aware that the people in that picture were at all 3 of your family businesses that evening?
No.
You were unaware of that?
No.
Okay. And
No, I was not aware of it. Or
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of it.
And you, at a little before curfew, you had left for the night, and that was your involvement on the 24th.
If everyone picked up on the hand gesture by the by the lawyer.
Sorry, 25th.
Was it
These in
Tuesday?
chat, boys.
Yeah, that day, that's the last thing I did was took the picture, and then my brother came in with our mechanic because we heard people chanting over by the courthouse, and then my brother came with the mechanic. He dropped him off, and we're like, okay, let's go.
His brother comes, and his brother also has no problem with them, and his brother sent that text or received it.
Oh my God, what a terrible witness for the state. What are they doing today? I guess they're trying to snuff out all their bad witnesses before the weekend.
No, but Nick, who are their good witnesses after this? Grosskruetz?
Grosskruetz, that's it. Monday.
Yeah, he's going to be a great witness.
I think he's going to get blown out.
I had a bullet in the
Yeah.
chamber of that handgun, and but for the fact that my bicep got blown off, I would have used it.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting direct and cross.
Yeah, I clipped a highlight from earlier during a stream where that zinger moment came out.
I'll be right back, guys.
Where are you going, Nick? Are you going to the bathroom?
Look, I've had a lot of whiskey, Viva. Stop
He's going to the
judging
boys'
me.
room.
Is it a number one or number 2?
5 times. He's done up like 5 times since we started. I am holding this stream down here.
Well, I was on with Neerman yesterday, and Kurt on civil law got cut out, and then Neerman was gone. I was sitting there on his own stream alone for like 5 minutes. It was quite funny.
But I always struggle with just picking up random conversation when it's just me all of a sudden, and especially on someone else's channel. Then I'm like, what shall we talk about?
You did good. You did good.
Thank you. Thank you. It helps when there's a very active chat, and that gives you some material to talk about. But
Well, this chat, half of the material in this chat, you can't repeat publicly.
sorry guys, I can't fix the volume either. I am in even less of a position to fix the volume.
Hold on. So this might be his brother.
Oh.
Maybe not.
Could you please bring that microphone as close as you can?
Please.
Closer.
Into your mouth.
I noticed they didn't disinfect the mic. That's a very serious COVID problem.
It's ANMOL, last name KH.
Okay, so this is his brother.
How are you currently employed?
I work for Car Source.
What is Car Source?
It's a dealership owned by my dad.
What is your father's name?
Anil Kintry.
How long have you worked for
This
your
is a
father's
brother.
business?
Yeah. I think we have a little bit of an echo, Viva.
When was that? Where is Car Source located?
We have 2 locations. The main location is 5821 Sheridan Road.
Oh yeah, now I can hear my voice. Okay.
The second one is on 6226 Sheridan Road, Kenosha.
Blame Canada, guys.
I don't know why the echo comes and goes, but
That are named Car Source.
No, sir.
Do you have your own business as well?
I just started a month ago.
Okay.
Is that
The witness is surprised by the questions. This is not going to go well.
Are you familiar with a location called Car Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you know about that?
That's actually our inspection center because we have a lot of regulations that we have to follow for DOT. So every car that comes in has to be inspected, certified mechanics. Doesn't matter if they're certified, but yeah, we just use it as well as we have a body shop and a detailing center there.
All of that occurs at Car Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Where is Car Doctor?
It's right across the street from 5821.
Sir, there's a map on the wall behind you there, and that is showing the area of Sheridan Road. On the north, at the top of the map, is 58th Street, and at the bottom of the map, on the south end, is 63rd Street. Right in front of you, by the microphone, is a little laser pointer. Would you mind using that laser pointer and pointing out on this map where those two car source locations are that you described?
While he does that, is my audio better, people? I don't want to upset the crowd.
The chat
I can't see
is
that.
not an audio expert. They have not been
If you need to get up
qualified.
and walk over there.
These are too loud. What the heck is going on here?
All three of us are apparently too loud in comparison to them.
Okay, better.
I'll switch back to the original source at the next court break, probably in 20 minutes.
And I got to pick up a kid at 3:30, so I got another few minutes now.
We'll just be quiet while they talk.
In the meantime, use ASMR voices.
I'm going to go mute myself, people. I'll be back in a second.
Could you please point out the location that you have identified as Car Doctor?
Yes.
And for the record,
That dog is ruining the mojo.
It is located at the southwest corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Is that accurate?
5912 Sheridan. Yeah, that is correct.
At any point around August of 2020, were you employed by or an owner of any of those locations?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah. We're going to be talking about the night of August 25th.
Not normal that the witness does not understand the question.
2 days after Jacob Blake was shot.
Okay.
Do you remember that time period? You've identified the two car source locations.
Yes.
On August 25th, 2020, did you work for those locations?
Yes.
What was your job there?
Move inventory.
What does that mean exactly? Did you say move?
Move, yes. We moved all our inventory to our storage units.
Where, you don't need to give me an address, but where were your storage?
Illinois.
Illinois?
Illinois, yes.
Let me back up a second just so I can make sure we're on the same page here. We've heard a lot of testimony and we've seen videos of the, I think you call the first location at in the 5800 block of Sheridan Road.
Sure.
The cars were damaged. There was fire that burned almost all of them up. Correct?
Damaged or destroyed.
Do you remember what night that happened?
That happened. They say it's Sunday night, but it was very early Monday morning.
You just described moving your inventory to a storage location. Why did you do that?
Because my dad asked me to, and we did have quite a few inventory. The main lot that got burned down, the 63rd location, was as well as jam-packed with full of cars.
Is it fair to say, sir, that after you had a large number of your cars destroyed at the first location, you decided to make sure that you got all of the other cars off the other location?
That's correct.
And that's why you were moving them?
Yes.
By the way, do you go by the name Sam?
Yes, I do.
Now, I just asked you what your job was at those two car sources, and I think you told me it was to move inventory.
Inventory management, in terms of buying vehicles from the auctions, getting them ready, get them transported, all that.
So you
Were
love these
you
cars.
employed by that other location that you
Who
called
would care if someone
doctor
did something
also?
to them?
I am not employed by a car doctor, but I manage. Basically, we get our inventory ready via a car doctor.
Tucker Carlson face.
Why is that location owned and named something different than Car Source?
Because we don't sell cars there.
Okay.
Neither we have license to sell cars there.
When you say you managed the car doctor location, you seem to suggest that that didn't mean you were employed there.
No, I'm not employed. Basically, like I said, I manage inventory for Car Source.
Who, back on August 25th, 2020, who owned Car Doctor?
My mom.
And even though you weren't an employee of that location, you
The hissing sound is on the
managed it?
source. Don't know.
Well, a lot of the inventory sitting there is from Car Source.
This witness is uncomfortable about the corporate structure of his enterprise, and I don't think the prosecuting attorney is sensitive to that.
Day of August 25th, 2020, which was a Tuesday, were you there at either one of the Car Source locations or at Car Doctor at any point?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Absolutely. I am going to focus in on Tuesday, August 25th, 2020. That was the night that Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 people. It is 2 days after Jacob Blake was shot. And I'm asking you on that particular day if you were at either of the Car Source locations or Car Doctor.
Knock, knock,
I
IRS.
was
We would like
at
to speak with
the
you.
Car Doctor location.
It's not a joke. Like,
we had few customers' cars that came back for service. We had 2 major vehicles that, well, 2 vehicles that needed major repairs. So we were pushing those cars inside the building.
Why were you doing that?
To save them from destruction.
Up until that point, had any of the property at the Car Doctor location been damaged?
No, sir. Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Absolutely. I think you're describing that on Tuesday, August 25th, you and someone else were pushing some cars inside the building.
Yes.
What I'm wondering is, before that, had any of that property at that location, the building or the cars or anything else, been damaged?
On Tuesday or before Tuesday?
Before Tuesday.
Before Tuesday. Sorry, I have to think about it.
I have to think about whether or not
So
it was
you're
damaged
you're
on Tuesday
asking-
or earlier.
Monday?
Well, I think you've testified that Car Source 1, the first
Yes.
location, had been destroyed by fire.
Right.
What I'm wondering is, were any of the other locations, the Car Doctor or the other Car Source, burned or damaged in any way?
I swear to you, the guy looks like he's uncomfortable about some business decisions, like insurance claims or something.
Other than pushing.
I mean, he could also be uncomfortable about
inside
speaking publicly, and especially knowing that this is
What else
getting
do at
plastered all over the United States.
We
Some people are not the best with public speaking.
Our mechanic tools.
Not everyone has a YouTube channel.
We didn't know what was going to happen. And
Other than the arson, was there any arson?
cleaned up. Because there
Any other felonies going on around you, sir?
Monday evening, Monday night, you could say. Some cars did get damaged, a lot of glass everywhere, and our mechanics and detailers were basically clearing up the lot. Just clean up, basically, pretty much.
Other than what you've just described, did you do anything else at either of the Car Source locations or at Car Doctor on that Tuesday?
On Tuesday, no, sir. I was majority of the time.
This is redirect, or is this still direct?
Still directed. Look, I don't think
Oh
Did
the
you ever
defense
have
is.
any discussions that
Good
day
God.
with anyone about protecting or guarding either of the car source locations or car doctor?
No, sir.
Do you know or have you ever heard of a person by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Now I have.
On that day, did you have any contact of any kind? Phone call, a face-to-face discussion, email, a text message, anything like that with the person that you now know is Kyle Rittenhouse?
No, sir.
No, I'd like to get back to that text now, that screenshot.
That may have been sent by one of the other guys that he was with, though. It wasn't clear from the last witness, at least not to me anyway.
I'm
There
baffled.
Got to identify the cell number that was received at.
I have a message that is up on the TV screen there. I would like you to please read it to yourself. Have you had a chance to read that message?
Yes, sir.
Before today, had you ever seen that message before?
Before today? Yes, sir.
When was the first time that you saw that message?
I cannot tell you exact time, but it was the day after the shooting.
The shooting occurred on a Tuesday.
Yes.
August 25th. Are you saying that you saw this message on Wednesday?
I am not sure. I cannot remember which day it was, but it was pretty close.
Where did you first see this message? In other words, did you see it on a device that you possess, or was it something on the internet, or
My
what?
cell phone.
Was this?
Sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Sorry, what was the question again?
I think you said my cell phone.
This message, yes, on my cell phone. Sorry.
Mr. Kindry, the message that's up on that screen, was that a message that you personally received on your cell phone at some point?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you're not sure exactly when it was that you first saw it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
There is a timestamp on this message, and it says yesterday, 3:02 p.m. Do you have any idea? Does that help you at all to figure out when this was?
Can you appreciate the witness? These are new questions to the witness.
Yeah.
I get that, but I'm wondering
Yeah.
if that helps you to understand which day of the week it was.
So normally what happens is there's some amount of preparation with your witnesses before you go to trial. Like you at least are going to have some sort of a conversation with them. I mean, you can't go too far in trying to tell them this is what you need to say at trial, because that would be improper, highly improper.
Do you know who that
But
is?
there should be some familiarity between these two.
They should know what's going
To your
on.
personal
Yes.
cell phone. Fair.
What it is that
You have any
they're going to be talking about at the
how
very
that
least.
person got your cell phone number?
Well, ever since Monday morning and Tuesday, I've given out my cell phone number, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, media, general public, my customers. They actually came by for calls and stuff.
One of the reasons why he's uncomfortable.
I remember giving him out, giving your personal cell phone out. And I'll just point out, the defendant Kyle Rittenhouse is here in court. Put the photo, please.
He's uncomfortable because they were basically hiring unlicensed security armed guards to protect their business, and he doesn't want to reveal that.
First, Mr. Kindry, have you ever seen that photo before?
Yes, I have.
Were you there at the time that that photo was taken?
I was not.
Do you recognize anyone in that photograph?
My brother.
Other than your brother, do you recognize anyone else?
My ex-detailer.
What is that person's name?
Nick.
Can you identify him in that photo?
Wearing a hat with a cross.
He is the gentleman with the white hat with the red cross on it?
Yes, sir.
Other than your brother and the detailer, Nick, do you know or recognize anyone else in that photograph?
No, sir.
The individual who is the second from the right, he is a male with a green shirt, a black long gun, and wearing a backwards baseball cap. There is an orange device or some sort of case right in front of him on the ground. Do you understand who I'm referring to?
Yes.
That is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, as he looked on the night of Tuesday, August 25th. On that night, or at any point on that day, Tuesday, August 25th, do you remember having any contact with that person?
It's not relevant at all, but who cares?
Sorry.
Let him burn the time of the
While he's
jury.
armed.
No. I'm asking if you remember at any point on that Tuesday having any contact.
The echo is not me, people.
Face to face, over the phone, a text message, an email.
There's no echo.
Any contact of any
Communism.
kind.
I do remember he came to me at Car Source.
I do remember. Indication.
When you say the first location, is that the one in the 5800 block that had been
Yes, sir.
damaged by the
Yes, sir.
fires? Tell us what you remember about him coming to you at that location.
It was pretty normal. Just like everybody else, they were talking to us and that you're gonna be fine, and this and that. You will come back from this. His response was the same, like the way he said it. He talked about how he can help us with fundraising the business. And
Ken, what does this have to do with the foundation of the actual crimes alleged? I
sure,
have
he asked for
no
my phone
idea.
number, which I gave it to him, just like I gave it to the media or any other individual.
Just like
It's polite.
he does not want to admit that he asked for private armed security of the
I don't
property.
remember him giving me his phone number, neither I asked for it.
Did you talk to him about protecting or guarding either one of the Car Source's locations or Car Doctor?
I did not.
On Tuesday, August 25th, did you talk to anyone about guarding or protecting either of the Car Source locations or the Car Doctor?
I did not.
You've identified your person that used to work as a detailer, Nick, in that white hat with the red cross.
Yes.
So this is August 25th, 2020. Was he still working with your family companies in
Not
any
at
way?
all, sir.
But he had done so in the past?
That was quite far back.
Do you see how he's evasive in his answers, this guy? This is supposed to be their witness.
Okay, August 25th, that Tuesday, did you talk to Nick Smith, that individual?
I did not.
Did you provide keys to anyone on Tuesday, August 25th, so they could get in or out of any of the Car Source locations or Car Doctor?
I did not.
Did you offer money to anyone?
I did not
I did not.
touch the face. He's uncomfortable.
Did you offer money to anyone in exchange for them guarding or protecting either of the Car Source locations?
No
or
testimony
Car
that they've been given money.
No, but he says I did not, as in not that no one did. He knows that someone gave him the key, and I think they're worried about vicarious liability if they did in fact mandate the security
Yeah.
and they killed somebody.
And importantly, he's not the owner.
Did
His dad
you
is.
give anyone permission to be inside any of the buildings on either car source location or the car doctor location on Tuesday, August 25th?
I did not.
I did not.
Did you give anyone permission to?
And he
They
touched
weren't
his
allowed.
face
You
again.
would say
protect
they're
any
not
of
allowed.
Those 3 properties.
I did not.
I did not, but my parents did.
That particular evening, did you know that there were people there with guns who had taken upon themselves to guard any of those car source locations or car doctor? Did you know that night that any of that was going on?
I did not.
Did not.
I assume
Someone
there
did.
came a time after that where you learned about that. Is that fair to say?
The next day, yes.
How did you learn about that?
News channel.
He just said he saw his text
That's
the next
first
day.
time that
Oh
you
man.
knew about any of that stuff?
Videos.
What about your parents?
What about the text message? He said he just saw the text message the next day.
Back for a second.
That doesn't square well with that text message.
That we
I
showed
did
this
not
to
hire
you.
them. I did not.
If you
Oh, hi, Mark.
this text message at any time.
I did not. I didn't know who it was.
Oh, I did not. I did not know who it was. So 2 mutually incompatible answers. Okay, I got to go pick up a child. I'm going to keep watching you guys in the car, and if I can get back
All
in,
right.
see you soon, guys. This is fantastic.
Peace from the only
See
Canadian
ya.
I like.
See you guys.
No.
Break, folks.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
thank
Talk
God, a
about this.
break.
We're about to listen to the account of the trial. We'll see you in about 15
Another baffling witness for look. I get that
Completely.
they're trying to burn out their witnesses before Gaige on Monday because they want to close with Gaige Grosskruetz.
Mm-hmm.
But going into a weekend, you want at least one of these witnesses to be good, and you want them to close out the day. None of these witnesses have been good.
None of them.
These 2 brothers were I mean, they're just useless. The jury is sitting there like, why am I listening to this? Why am I here? Please bring, they're waiting. You guys are waiting. We're waiting. The jury's waiting too. Please bring home the bombshell we know that must follow what's going on, because at some point we've got to figure out why the hell this person is on the witness stand. And then the payoff is literally, I still don't know. They're done asking questions. I don't know why they called the brother of the inventory manager, and then why they called the inventory manager and not the owner. Why didn't they call the owner of the dealership?
I mean, I wonder if they're still planning to, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. That's the only way that these 2 brothers make any sense. I am going to take a break before you do.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm
wait.
switching the feed is what I
Okay.
said.
What's that?
Switching back to Law and Crime because the other feed is quieter. Guys, I know
And my husband just he just asked, but before I go out to the break, he asked me to ask you to turn up the volume.
You know what? I used to like your husband and now I don't. Guys, we know the volume is quiet on the court's end. We're struggling to listen to it too. Hopefully Law and Crime had better audio before. Hopefully they still do. It's there's if I sit here and fiddle with the fucking volume all day, you guys will hate what's happening. Trust me. We're trying. When Long Crime feed crapped out, we had to switch to another feed. It had lower volume. Long Crime is higher. It should be better. So hopefully, go ahead and go to the bathroom or whatever you need to do.
I'll be right back.
Because I need to go when you get back.
Okay. All right.
So Law and Crime also has the subtitles. Believe me, I would prefer, but I also don't like switching in the middle of things if I can avoid it, because it becomes really messy with trying to find the spot that you just missed and all of that stuff. As someone who has done this for years, don't trust me. Make fun of me in the chat or whatever. But this is the explanation for why we're doing it this way. And if you think the commentary is ever too loud, leave immediately. You're here not for the trial. You're actually here for the commentary. If you want to just listen to the trial with no commentary, go to Law and Crime on your own. Go to ABC News, go to Court TV. You will not offend me. I will be happy. You are here because you have lawyers talking about what's going on, translating things that are going on, offering insight as to what was missed or what they hit well. That's why we are streaming this, is to give our insight. If you don't want that insight, please go. No harm, no foul. We love you anyway. I don't know why you'd want to be uninformed, but that's up to you. Go do it. So the main thing is the commentary that's going on. The secondary part is the trial, and we do make a pretty good effort to not talk over the trial as much as possible, because we want to hear it too. So yeah, but the overall volume, Law & Crime is better than whatever feed that was. I had to switch on the fly because Law & Crime's channel just crapped out in the middle of it. So let me read a couple super chats to kind of catch up. Greg UW says, rank order of best lawyers for Kyle in order: Judge Based, Fatty Sandwich Man, Mr. Roshi, Richards, the other lawyer. Judge Based is top. I think Sharafisi takes the second seat right now. Sharafisi is doing a phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. Binger and Fat Man are doing a terrible job today. Richards hasn't done anything today, and that's fine. Sharafisi is running it. 2% right says the DNA witness was solely used to use up time to push testimony of Grosskruetz to Monday morning. Maybe. I think they were thinking they could slip in some DNA evidence without actually slipping in DNA evidence. Onyx Robot says, watching the chat on another stream, you see people saying this wasn't a big deal. Some even said this witness did well with their testimony. With this caliber of witnesses, how's Kyle's chances? Kyle's doing really well today. He's doing really, really well today. His defense team is doing an excellent job. I don't know what else to say. Today they've been on point with objections. The minor criticisms that I have about like if I was Sharafisi, I would have gone farther on Huber's great aunt, and I would have gone farther on Rosenbaum's ex-fiance or whatever. But you never know how that's actually going to play out. And like Legal Bites has said here several times, you got to be careful. These are grieving witnesses, and you run the risk of being mean to someone who just lost someone, and the jury going, hey, you don't have to be a dick about it though.
Yeah, completely agree, because that's something that can so easily backfire, especially when we're talking about a case involving something like homicide.
Yeah. And just know that, again, we are fully aware that our criticisms are the equivalent of Monday morning quarterbacking. We're not in there. We have not done all the reading and research and prep for this. Our careers and reputations are not on the line in the same way that someone's like Mark Richards, and I don't know his first name, but Sharafisi's, I think it's Corey Sharafisi's, are. We know that they're doing the work. What we're providing is commentary about how, again, in our ideal setting, we might deal with these issues, different things to think about. Our criticisms are very, very minor of these attorneys doing the job. Now, when I say that Binger is having a shit day, my criticism of him is 100% full. He knows he's having a shit day. Look at his body language. Look at his face when you see him sitting at the bench, sitting there like this.
Yeah.
He knows. First 2 days for Binger were great. The past 2 days, and especially today, have been atrocious for the state. He knows it. The big boy co-counsel knows it too. They know that their defense is getting shredded, and you can see it on their faces. It's not a mystery here.
Yeah. Yep. Completely.
Attorney Tom, you want to pop on? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Come join us.
I've
never interacted with him through any live stream or any video collaboration. So I can meet him.
I'm going to send Attorney Tom the link. I'm also sending Nate the lawyer, who a little bit ago said he's available. I'm sending these guys the link. tons of insight from very smart attorneys on this. And again, one thing you will never catch me doing, you'll never catch me overflating my experience or my opinion. I'm just a guy. I'm not a great attorney. I don't profess to be better than any other attorney. I'm a guy who does his job when he's asked to do it. And that's it. And I try my best. We're giving this commentary with zero risk to ourselves. And we're just saying, this is what we might do in this situation. If we were in this situation, we might do something different. If we knew a whole bunch of stuff, and Richards and Sharfisi have proven us to, I think on some counts, to know that they had more info than us, where we're like, object. And then 10 minutes later, it's like, oh, this is why they didn't object. So it's insight as to what's going on in the courtroom from our training and experience. But at the end of the day, we can't impact this case in any way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's true that the people they're actually performing right now, they have so many things that they have to remember. They have so many things that they have to like just sort of keep together in their brains at the same time, while remembering that not only is this all performance art, in front of a jury and in front of, a bunch of people in the courtroom, but then also it's being live streamed all over the country and actually internationally, in fact, because anybody can see this off of YouTube from anywhere in the world.
Right.
So it's a lot for any individual attorney to be keeping together, just, for any basic trial, but especially one that has this much media attention, this much national attention. I think that overwhelmingly, overall, I think that the attorneys generally speaking involved in this case, like, I would say that they're probably doing a good job, even though I know there's been a lot of criticism of the defense in the first couple days. I think that there probably is. That's a fantastic sweatshirt.
What's going on? Hey,
what's up, Attorney Tom?
What I missed today?
Defense has been absolutely killing it.
Yes.
Prosecution is bringing witnesses that are baffling, like frankly baffling.
Well,
yeah, they're getting nuked.
Just watched for the last 10 minutes the store owner, or whoever he was,
the inventory manager.
The inventory manager. Yeah. What was the point of that? They just wanted to show how dangerous the scene was, or I don't know.
And yes, the prosecution is trying to illustrate how dangerous the general scene is in a self-defense case. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the big problems the prosecution is today. Literally every witness that they have brought, you go, why in the hell did you bring this person? Earlier, Tom, you probably didn't see, they brought a DNA forensic analyst on to testify that they were inconclusive about if there was another person's DNA on the gun.
And then on cross-examination, the defense counsel showed her photos of the decedents with their hands on the weapons, and they were like, "Well, what do you see here?" "Well, it looks like his hand is on the weapon."
Yeah, that's one of those
those. His hand is on the barrel of the gun.
That's one of those things that doesn't even matter. I mean, the picture speaks for itself. The jury's probably upset that they're getting their time wasted.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking this whole day. You're killing an entire day on these witnesses that don't matter. The prosecution had a gambit that they tried, and that gambit was, we can maybe get some good character evidence of the two decedents through some witnesses. They brought on the second decedent's great aunt to testify. They got objected to when the state tried to introduce that he was a hero in his past and he ran towards a fire to put it out. And the defense basically said, okay, if you do that, we're bringing up the criminal complaint that he pled guilty to, where he held a knife to his brother's throat and he strangled his sister and threatened his grandmother to clean the house or he would kill her and, quote, gut her like a pig. Yes. And the prosecution then walked back. They said, okay, we're going to withdraw that question. We're not going to go into it because it got destroyed. But
here's a question about that. Now, we talked about motions in limine before trial actually started. Motions in limine a lot of times we're talking about what kind of evidence to be excluded, but you can also have a motion in limine for what kind of evidence that both parties will stipulate to include at trial. It kind of helps to streamline the case. So I'm almost wondering why in this case the prosecution didn't try to have a motion in limine about this kind of character evidence and to have this sort of exchange before trial even happened, because that's very embarrassing to have that in front of the jury, to be in the middle of kind of asking questions, and you can definitely sense that they're trying to get somewhere, and then the jury gets excused. They have this whole back and forth that the jury doesn't see, and then when they come back in, they're like, just kidding, we're going to move on.
Yeah, well,
that's very embarrassing.
Well, isn't it and this is where maybe I don't know because I don't do criminal trials, but in criminal trials, does the prosecution have to release who they're going to call to the stand? I mean, maybe in pre-trial, they didn't want to play their cards on about who they were going to ask, what they were going to do. So maybe they purposely didn't address the motion in limine.
These witnesses were on the stand, and the motion in limine, how it played out was they put in the motion in limine, we're going to exclude, or maybe there was a motion for a prior acts or both, one of the two, but we're going to exclude the fact that Rosenbaum is a convicted child rapist and Huber is a convicted domestic violencer, right? They got those acts in limine, but the judge said, look, if you open the door during the trial, we'll have to ask that question again. So in limine, they did exclude the prior bad acts of the two decedents, but then the state, for baffling reasons that are beyond me, bring the great aunt of the second decedent, who has no personal knowledge of the events of the day, just literally only knowledge of the events of the character of the dead witness.
Do you think that there's any chance of the judge granting a directed verdict after the prosecution rests?
I literally do. I
think so.
I didn't 2 days ago. Yesterday, I was like,
yesterday I did.
Maybe
after McGinnis.
Yeah. Today, I'm like, I don't know how you get there, because part of the prosecution's, and this would be in the motion memorandum, but part of the defense's argument is going to be the prosecution wanted us to stipulate that, or they were willing to allow some, or to get some evidence in if we stipulated that Kyle Rittenhouse is a prior aggressor. We refused to do that. And then by extension, that means that the other person is the prior aggressor in this case, which makes a clear-cut case of self-defense. I don't know if they win directed verdicts on all counts, because there's still the gun charge. There's still the curfew charge, and Kyle, frankly, depending on the gun charge is a matter of law. If it's not dismissed, I think he loses on it. The curfew charge, if the jury isn't pissed off, I think he loses on it because he's definitely out past curfew. But these are misdemeanors. These are misdemeanors that don't matter. They're going to carry up to a year in jail. I think sentencing on them is going to be light no matter what. He's got no prior criminal history. He's young. He was trying to help out. Everything is going in favor on this kid's sentencing. If you don't have the homicides. So to me, if you can directed verdict on the self-defense claims and then the one reckless homicide with the extension that it's self-defense going to reckless homicide, you have a huge win here.
Now, what's the deal with this judge in Wisconsin? Or they're in Wisconsin, right?
Yes, they're in Wisconsin.
Are these judges elected or are they appointed? What's the deal with this judge? Because I mean, he might not grant the directed verdict just because of the heat that's on this case.
This judge has not given any indication that he is kowtowing to any mob. In fact, pretty much every reasonable ruling, every ruling with any consideration has gone in favor of the defense.
Yeah.
To the point where this judge has actually advocated on behalf of the defendant in objections that his own counsel hasn't raised.
Yeah. Which is, again, I mentioned this earlier. I think that's a very powerful image in front of the jury to say that the judge is the one that is objecting to the prosecution's behavior.
Yeah. Yeah. There's been no indication that this judge is biased against the plaintiff or against the defendant. And that can actually go two ways, right? Sometimes a judge, and I'll say this in the Chauvin trial, Peter Cullen went out of his way to say, even if he wasn't ruling that way, to say that he was being fair and to try and give consideration to things. And sometimes if the judge is giving you everything your way, you're about to get blown the hell out on the decision, because what they want to do is eliminate paths to appeal. No, we gave the defense everything they're asking for. However, we're ruling against the defense. In this case, I mean, that could be true, but with a jury trial, I'm not feeling it that way.
Right. Somebody asked in the chat what a directed verdict is. So basically what happens is after the prosecution rests, the defense can make a motion for directed verdict, which means even if you stipulate that everything the prosecution has said is true, it's still not a crime or it's justified, you know? So basically the case ends.
Yeah. It's effectively a criminal version of a summary judgment motion. We agree that everything admitted on the record right now is good. And we don't need to rebut, for the purposes of this motion, we don't need to rebut anything. Under the law, our client is not guilty. And if the judge says, there are no facts to resolve here, as a matter of law, your client is not guilty on the basis of self-defense, you win. Again, it's a big gamble it's not a gamble. It's a long shot, I'll say, in criminal trials. In this one, after today, I think they've got a chance.
I was calling the jury.
Joe Sullivan says, "Dear bigot, the reason for the DNA was to prove the gun was grabbed to back up the video." I agree. It also showed they touched the rifle everywhere except the trigger, proving the prosecution's narrative of going after a mass shooter. This is what they were going for, not saying it worked. And Joe Sullivan, thank you for the huge super chat. No, I agree. That's what they tried. I think they failed miserably on it. And if you two don't mind, I'm going to run and pee out more whiskey and I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All right, everybody, Nick's gone. Let's all make fun of him quick. Come on, chat. Let's get some noses in the chat. Everybody quick before he comes back.
Although I can't really make fun of his nose though, because I've got a nose too.
Hey, I got a nose also. Don't trust me. If it wasn't comparison to Nick, everybody would be making fun of my nose. I've heard it all my life, but it's just funny.
Well, it's nice to finally meet you, Tom.
Yeah, it's good to meet you too. I feel so. The past 2 days I've been on a stream. I feel like I've almost met the entire YouTube lawyer community. Usually I'm pretty aloof from everybody, but I've met. Who do I need to meet next? I think I haven't met Nate.
Okay.
And
well, he should be coming soon, I think.
I haven't met Viva, but then other than that, I think I've talked to everybody. I think.
Okay. Well, you just missed Viva.
Oh, what are they saying?
Yeah, we certain something. It sounds like it's probably muted.
You know, this is the first day that I've agreed with what Kyle is wearing. As funny as it sounds, when we go to trial, we make all of our clients wear light clothes. Like yesterday, he was wearing a maroon undershirt. I think that's very dark, and there's some psychology behind it. We have jury experts who say, plain undertone shirts, white shirt, light blue tie, maybe some pastels, not like a pastel jacket, but like your undershirt and your tie and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Today's the first day that I agree with what he's wearing. Interesting commentary. I know.
It may sound really nitpicky, but it's true. I mean, all of these like subtle psychological cues that the jury can be getting can make a difference.
Yeah.
That if you allowed or gave permission to those armed men in that picture to be on your property with your permission, that you could be sued for that?
Hey, Nick's back. Everybody stop making fun of him.
Allow anybody,
Please.
neither I give anybody permission.
Not my question. Okay, sorry. My question is this: do you have concern that if you allowed armed men to protect your property and someone was shot at your property, that you and your family could face a lawsuit for that?
Could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
That's a decent question, though.
You have concern. Well, I'll start with this. You, after watching the videos, you understand that Mr. Rosenbaum was shot on your property, correct? My question to you is this. Do you have concern that if you allowed armed men to protect your property, and one of those armed men then ended up shooting someone, that you and your family could be sued for that?
No, sir.
You don't have any concern about that?
No, sir.
How much inventory from the 24th, the 23rd and the 24th, in terms of loss of money, how much money did your businesses lose in terms of damage to property?
I cannot give you an exact number at this
You're the inventory manager.
Maybe a ballpark?
Sorry, I cannot remember at this moment.
Are you the
More than
inventory
100,000?
manager of the property?
More than 250,000?
I do not know, sir.
So is this like your family? Is this the business that feeds your family?
I work for my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And you don't have, and you're the inventory manager?
Yes.
And you don't know what your loss was
Thank you.
from those fires?
I personally never calculated it. My dad does the money part.
You're
Did
the
if you know,
inventory
did Car Source,
manager.
Car Doctor, did they have
I
insurance
guess in name only.
vehicles that were burned?
Yes.
Is there a civil suit against these guys? I guess.
Not yet.
Now, on the 20, do you know Dominic Black by chance?
I do not.
You know Nick Smith?
See this move?
Yes.
Do you know a man by the name of Justin Hamilton?
Ex-mechanic, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Smith and Mr. Hamilton both worked for you, is that right?
In the past, yes.
And just letting you know, Mr. Black, Dominic Black, has testified in this case already. Okay. If Dominic Black said that you gave him permission along with the other people in to be those armed men to be present on your property on the evening of the 25th, would that be not true?
I did not give anybody permission.
So Mr. Black would be lying about that. Objection.
What's objection? What?
Typically, the witnesses are not permitted to testify as to the truthfulness of statements made by others. However, the witnesses,
However,
you can rephrase it in such a way that the witness can be made aware of the testimony of the other witness and then asked for the truth of it.
You can rephrase it like you don't agree with the statement, not is he
The other
lying?
person's
If he
testimony
said this, would that be not true?
of the matter.
That was already done.
Well, it was, but I'm going to let him.
Okay.
I'm gonna let him do it again.
On the morning of the 25th, oh, strike that. On the 24th, do you know, did Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton come to your properties and help try to put out those fires?
Which day was that?
The 24th.
Which day
Monday.
of the week?
Monday? Monday. Monday the 24th.
Now, could you repeat that question, please?
On Monday the 24th, did Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton come to your properties, the Car Source properties, to help put out those fires?
On which property?
Any of the properties.
Do you know the time? Like, sorry, I can't understand the question.
You don't, I just want to make sure, you don't understand the question of whether or not somebody came to help put out fires at your property?
On Monday, you said?
Yes.
He does come across as quite evasive.
Yeah.
You said, what was the name of the people?
Nick Smith.
What are they trying to extract out of this guy? Just how he hired the Kyle Rittenhouse and crew to hang around?
Yes. That's
Did
that's
they
what the
come to
defense
your
wants.
properties or property?
Or at least that someone invited them there. Even if
Yeah.
it wasn't him, someone did. They were invited. They didn't just volunteer themselves.
Our doctor.
So yes, they did.
Yes.
Oh.
I will have to look at the video or
Did you hear that
photograph.
torture?
I cannot remember that far back.
Yes. Oh, so
Were you
tortured.
there attempting to put out any of the fires on your property?
No, sir.
Did you call anyone to assist to try to help, or did you just let the property burn?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
To be fair, he asked
do
for
anything?
Vagine on Snapchat, and this
Call
is what he
anyone?
got.
Did you ask for help? Did you physically do anything to try to stop?
I
those
called 911 several times. Yes.
fires? Did anybody show up?
I do not know.
Okay. Nick Smith and Justin Hamilton, if you know, they showed up at least one of your properties to help put out the fires, correct?
I will have to look at the photo or the video.
Okay. Do you recall asking them to help put out the fires at your property?
I did not ask anybody.
No?
I did not ask.
And on the 25th, the morning of the 25th, did you call Nick Smith again and ask him for help that day?
I did
Which would
not.
be Tuesday?
I did not.
Okay. So if I could just maybe turn around. So this is, we have referred to this as card source number 1. If you know this is what I refer to as Ruther High School. That's a school right there, right? I'm sorry, you've been talking to my phone.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the 25th, this building right here, this school, had suffered graffiti damage. Do you know that?
I do not.
You weren't at the property across the street from it earlier that morning?
I did not stay there.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, were you there and did you?
It's like
Attorney
someone's playing
Tom.
Jeopardy or something.
It's every single week or every single day of trial, several
on the
times.
roadblock.
It's happened multiple times today.
I did not see it on the school.
Attorney Tom,
Why
are
is
you
it-
playing Space Invaders?
Yeah,
Cleaning graffiti.
exactly.
That's
Caught me. I just want to know why this guy's so afraid of answering. I mean, I guess he's afraid of civil liability, but I mean,
Worried about his insurance claim, most likely.
yeah.
Because to my knowledge, they don't have an existing civil
I
suit. But if they
remember
screw up their
that I
civil
had
their insurance claim, then it gets really
Basically,
messy.
when I
Right.
got there with my parents, people reach out to us, pretty much.
And when you say we got there, you're talking about
At Car Source.
the 5912?
Yes, 5821.
Sorry, 5821. And you had a conversation, according to your statement, with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Which, yes,
Okay, you gave a written statement on September 11th to a Detective Cypress.
yes,
You remember that?
I do remember. That.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes,
And Kyle Rittenhouse, he had offered to help, according to your statement, and fundraise for your business. Is that right?
They should close out these witnesses and make them call Gaige
wanted to
today.
help with fundraising the business.
Right. You told that to Detective Cypress.
Yes,
And you gave him your phone number because he asked for it. Is that right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was there any damage to the car doctor or to Car Source on 63rd? Was there damage to those properties on the 24th?
Which was Monday.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's just over a year. Okay,
It's just
Monday.
over a
I'm
year,
sorry,
but
The question.
I just don't want to answer.
it's only the most important
any
day in your
proper
business in the past decade.
to the car doctor or the car source, what we call car source 3, on the 24th?
Attorney Tom, how many men have you brained with that bat?
0. Allegedly,
Source
or how many have I?
Car doctor.
No, this is a super cool bat. This is a bat that was made on the day that I was born, or the year I was born. It's got my last name engraved on it. Big baseball fans over here.
Ooh, except I think you might be an Asterisk fan, right?
There
Yeah.
are a few windshields cracked.
Sorry, I'm a Dodgers fan.
Okay.
At car doctor.
We don't like the Astros over here.
Okay.
Yes.
How about on the, you go down and check your property on the 26th, which would have been the morning after the shoot.
Which location?
Both of the properties that had not been previously damaged.
Yes.
Was there any damage to either one of those properties on the 26th?
A car doctor.
And what was that damage?
Towards the back, where the body shop is.
Hello, I'm Dr. Brian McDonough.
So when we arrived on a car doctor, went inside, our mechanics were there. He actually pointed out, hey, you want to come see this?
Now, when you say he, we're talking about your
Our mechanic.
You don't have to tell me what he said. Can you just tell me what he showed you?
Yes, that's what I'm about to. So he took us towards the back, towards the building where there's a body shop. So it's a 4-car garage. And what we observed was there's the body cars, a lot of bumpers, a lot of taillights, headlights. All those cars on the back are for body repair. So there is pickup trucks. They're usually rust out, and there are a few of them, but there was one by the garage.
So the damage was to the, if I have you, I have what you're saying right, to the inventory.
Well, no, I didn't finish it. So basically, there was a lot of glass on the back door. Yeah, I can't. And the garage doors, the rectangular tiles that are see-through, they were stretched. They were fallen inside the shop. So it seemed like it was a break-in.
Do you have? I'll ask it to you this way: on the
Go to the mic.
morning of the 25th, you went to the properties to make sure that they were okay from the night before, the 24th, right? I'm talking about Car Doctor and Car Source 3. You checked the properties, make sure they were okay.
Monday or Tuesday?
Monday night into Monday. I take that back. Tuesday morning, you checked the properties and they were okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, at Car Doctor, you have a ladder, is that right?
Not that I can recall.
Do you have a ladder at any of your properties?
No, I don't think so. I don't believe so.
Have you seen videos of, on the night of the 25th, of people at your property?
I have.
Okay. They're on the roof, right? Yes?
Yes.
Do you have a way to get to the roof?
They made a way.
Oh, were you there?
No.
So I want you to tell me what you know, not what you're guessing.
Yes.
Now
that's
you
what I was
guess.
about to,
What do you know? Why are you even
when I brought up
here?
the pickup truck. On top of the pickup truck has a cab. Okay. We had about over, you can say, at that time, probably 250, 280, less than 300 tires in the back shed. And we keep them in the shop or whatever. So they are stacked on top of the pickup truck, on the cab, towards the roof.
So it is your belief that these men climbed up on the tires and then climbed up on the roof? That's your belief?
I just told you what I saw.
We have testimony
next
that there
day,
was a
on the
ladder
next day morning.
already there from
And you
Dominic
never
Black, if
provided-
people
is it
don't
your
remember.
testimony today, you never provided a ladder to anybody to get on the roof of CarSource.
I did not.
Do you know if your brother was there that night prior to curfew, right? On the 25th?
25th.
Tuesday.
If this
Let's
helps,
say
I can tell
Tuesday.
you there's a picture of him with these
Yeah.
men.
It's better with the days, Monday and Tuesday. Sorry, I just have a hard time with the dates.
Do you know if your brother gave them?
Is inventory manager spelled money launderer
You
in
don't know?
Indian?
He did not.
Were you there?
At Car Doctor?
At CarSource at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night on Tuesday.
I'm almost wondering if he
There's-
works for his dad's company.
Yeah, at
When
this
did-
point,
when
he
did you
seems to
leave the
have
property
no
for good?
actual connection to the company.
Before curfew.
His mom owns one of the dealerships. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, wait, does she
In
actually?
between
She doesn't seem to be
7:30,
managing it.
7:45,
Did you see those
Yeah, why aren't we talking to his mom?
that were armed?
He's
Or
an
his dad.
unpaid
Any one
manager
those
of Car
properties on the
Doctor.
25th?
No, sir.
You did you see that? You didn't see them like standing with your brother in that photograph?
Look at Binger's
I did
face.
see that.
Look
So
at
you
Binger's
saw
face
armed-
next time it goes to him.
Okay.
Did or did not?
But in the photograph, I do see people.
He's
Is
destroyed.
Binger wearing a pocket square today, like the other days? And like
No,
a
but he
little-
has a literal Rebel Alliance pin from Star Wars on his lapel.
It,
Oh,
it
that's-
looks like it.
That's so lame.
Your brother.
Yeah.
The pocket squares are so
You
lame.
saw them there without your brother.
We were talking about how
When
how
I
Kyle
was
was
there,
dressed earlier, and I wanted to make a comment about Binger was just worse than Kyle the first few days of trial,
And heading home.
Binger looks
before-
very swank. Most
which
days.
is not a good thing. You don't want that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, because he is a public servant, right?
People were at your property.
Yeah,
You don't want him
this
to
man
look
has
too
worn
slick.
a different
People with-
high-priced
with
suit
guns.
every
You're
day
right,
of this
right.
trial, and he's the
I saw a lot
government-funded
of people
prosecutor.
on Sheridan Road armed.
I'm asking you specifically if you saw people with guns on your property before you left to go home on Tuesday.
What the defense is doing right now is just shredding
I'm sorry,
this
I cannot
guy's
remember.
credibility. He knows
I know
nothing
that I
about
was
this
asking my
case,
brother to
nothing
leave.
about the incident. He's supposed to be the inventory manager for the property that's directly in question.
you were
He
down there
literally has
to
no
pick up your
idea what's
brother, right?
happened.
No,
Right.
You were down there.
I got a ride from my mechanic. He dropped me off, and
Someone
we-
says stop talking over
I
them.
came
This
in,
guy
locked
isn't
up the
saying
store, and
anything
went
of
back.
value. The defense is just destroying
Agree that
his
the next
entire
day, meaning
testimony right now.
Wednesday, there's no damage to any of the doors on your building in terms of no locks busted, none of that stuff, correct?
On which location?
Any of them
Car Doctor, there is damage
to the locks?
to the back, to the glass, to the garage doors.
You don't know who did that.
I do not know.
Okay. And have you watched the video of people, armed men walking in and out of the CarSource that evening?
Yes, I have.
Have you guys ever seen the Hitman
Yes.
games?
Did Nick Smith have a key to your building?
Just saying, Sharafisi, Hitman. That's all I'm
Did
saying.
you give him a
That's
key
it.
that night?
It's for
I
the
did
chat.
How about Justin Hamilton? Or I'm sorry, Justin Hamilton.
No, I did not.
No? But you saw on the video them walking in and out of your store.
I cannot even tell who is who or who these people are.
That wasn't my question. My question was you saw people walking in and out of your
Yes, I did.
store.
Brian McDonough says his brother is burning down the dealership right now.
Did you ever ask Kyle Rittenhouse if he could help protect your business on on Tuesday, the 25th?
I did not.
You never asked, and you never asked Nick Smith, and you never asked Justin Hamilton. I'm Justin Hamilton.
No, I did not.
This is interesting because it discredits him and it discredits Dominic Black, the first witness who said that this guy specifically asked them to do it and drove them to the location.
I'm going to ask it to you this way, and I'm not trying to be offensive the way I say this is. Were you just willing to let your property be damaged on the 25th?
After seeing the destruction, there's nothing I could do.
So you kind of resigned yourself to the fact that whatever was going to happen on that day was going to happen. Is that what you're saying?
Attorney Tom, how do you like a statement of non-mitigation in your civil liability claims?
Yeah, I
An
mean,
admission under oath.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's makes it pretty good. Well, I guess I don't know. I don't really do property damage claims, but it makes it good for the insurance company. Is what it
Yeah,
makes
it sure does. Like you had a duty to mitigate, and you had the opportunity to have armed guards at your property for free, and you didn't take it.
Interviews as it relates
Yeah.
to damage to your property.
I may have.
And a lot of insurance policies have specifically like civil unrest or riot exclusions.
Interviews right
Yes.
now.
I've come to learn in the past year.
And what I want to ask you is, if this sounds about right to you, and I'm taking it off of your interview, 137 vehicles were burned on your lots. Does that sound about right?
If
I don't
it's,
know.
that's what it says.
You're the inventory manager.
I
do you
do not know the numbers off the top of my head.
How do you not know even a
I don't
rough
have to-
estimate?
Would you challenge that it was 137, or does that sound about pretty close?
Close.
$2.5 million in losses. Sound about right?
I don't know. My dad handles the money part of the business.
Inventory?
Your family had to hire a lawyer because your insurance wasn't going to cover those damages.
That is not true.
That's not true? So if you said that you're working with a lawyer to convince your insurance company to cover at least some of the damages, that's not true.
Uh-oh.
I did not have to hire an attorney.
But did you hire an attorney?
Did you tell, in this interview, did you tell the writer, our insurance company is finding their way out so they don't have to pay for all this arson? Did you tell them that?
Well, there was no acceptance from the insurance company, so there's.
My question to you was, did you tell this interviewer that our insurance company is finding their way out so they don't have to pay for all this arson? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I do not remember.
You don't remember saying
Well, now
No.
See, this guy just got
After
wrecked.
that, they also said that I
He's
was bad,
he's a completely untrustworthy
Okay,
witness
yeah.
at this point.
so I do not.
Well, I'm
remember.
asking what you said. Okay?
I do not remember, sir.
You do not remember having that conversation.
now they're gonna bring up all the evidence, and if he would have just said yes, they would have moved on, glossed over. He's making it worse for
And
himself.
they're going to make it more painful now.
Yes, sir.
I'm inventory manager, and I don't know how many cars were lost, what the value of the cars were lost. Like, if I'm sure VC, I'm saying, you really don't know how many cars were lost? You
He does
really
not
don't
speak
know
much
what the
English.
dollar value of
Okay,
those cars
so
are on average?
The numbers came from somewhere, and your dad doesn't speak English, and your brother doesn't work there. So it's you, right?
But I do not
my.
remember that. I'm sorry. It's been over a year.
Is your insurance
no.
claim resolved?
Testified under oath that you had insurance for all of this. That's not true. Right?
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
Oof.
You've already testified under oath that you had insurance for all of
Binger's
this.
fucking face.
That's not true, is it?
Oh my gosh.
We do have insurance. My dad does have insurance on all the locations.
But not for those vehicles due to arson, correct?
I'm not understanding the question. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that?
Oh man.
I asked you, one of the first questions
He's
I
making it
asked
worse for
was
himself.
about your loss. You had said you have insurance.
This guy needs
My
to.
statement to you is
Somebody sent this to my law firm, by the way, anonymously.
for all the time done to
Big
those
squeak.
vehicles from arson.
This guy needs a
Isn't that
gentle reminder.
We do have insurance
for arson?
But for arson.
for ours. I do not know.
Were you compensated for the damage done to the vehicles?
Is your insurance claim finalized at this point? Like, what are we talking about? Again, have you replaced the inventory with insurance money? You're the inventory manager. Have you looked into replacing have you checked out local auctions? You're a used car dealer. Any of these questions, anything. And this guy, I mean, he already looks like trash.
Did you see your brother give 4 men a ride in his BMW
I don't remember.
from the 59th Street
I don't know.
address down to the 6226 address? Did you see him giving?
I did not.
No.
Emily Baker, I'm going to send you a message in DMs. If you want to come on, you can. If you can't, that's fully understandable. I want to open the invite.
Yeah,
to you.
that would be great to get her take on this.
And I got about 10 more minutes before I got a boogie. Some of us,
worries, bud.
actually have to practice law.
Hey, some of us are just on a completely different time.
Continent. Yeah.
Some of
Yeah,
us
exactly.
Some of us
Nothing.
just do okay enough on YouTube that we don't have to bother with those petty concerns. And then other of us try and make jokes on YouTube and fail miserably.
Oh no! Settle down
Yeah.
now, you two. Do I need to keep you guys separated?
AttorneyTom.com/results. Everybody.
Legal Bites, did you know that Attorney Tom was caught on camera in 4K down in Houston, Texas, getting stepped on by a girl dressed up in an anime costume?
It was
Okay.
To be fair, it was my birthday.
I don't know why that makes it any better or worse.
Oh, we've got my favorite buffet, my buffet monster here.
No.
Check out. I
saw
love
me spread the testimony
every time I
about
make a
giving
fat
this
joke,
guy
you make
proof.
the exact same sound. It makes me so happy. Oh, we've got a new witness. Oh, he's a cop in uniform. He looks like the guy who installs my cable.
Can you please state
Like,
your first and last
unironically.
name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter?
Officer Eric Widener, ERICHWEIDNER.
That's Eric with an
And Mr.
H.
Widener, how are you employed?
As a City of Kenosha police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
Going on 22 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Third shift patrol.
And were you working on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
Yes.
What were your general duties that evening?
I was assigned patrol.
So the city of Kenosha was patrolling on that night?
Yes.
And where were you stationed, or what were your activities, let's say at the beginning of your shift that night?
Just normal patrol, taking calls if a call came out for service, staying in the area of the downtown area, uptown area, and just taking normal calls when someone called 911.
What do you mean by staying in the downtown area or uptown area?
In the outskirts of the heavy congested area that was having the unrest.
So that was part of your duties, was to stay around there, but then if another call came in, domestic violence or burglary, you'd go to that call?
Yes.
At any point were you directed to go to the area of 63rd Street and Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Why were you directed to go there?
I am an evidence technician also, and I was called to go and process a shooting scene.
So what is an evidence technician?
We have special training.
Why didn't you collect the
above and
shells
beyond
for
what a normal
3 days?
Patrol officer has, and we respond to calls of service for like burglaries, anything that needs fingerprinting, shootings, shots fired, suspicious deaths, stuff like that. Kind of like what everyone knows as a CSI, but we do it kind of as on patrol.
Now, what you said you were there to process the scene. What does that mean?
I was told there was a shooting scene, and they wanted me to process it, photograph it, document it, and collect evidence.
At that point, how many details about the shooting were you given?
None. There's a shooting, and a subject was down.
Can I ask you to bring the microphone closer to you?
Just trying to lean forward.
You can move the microphone. Actually, that might be easier.
All right. Much better.
So, what is the first thing you did when you got to this? The scene is a car source location. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a car place at 63rd and Sheridan.
What is the first thing you did when you arrived on this scene?
I spoke to multiple supervisors on the scene, asked them what the circumstances were. The person who was shot was not on scene anymore, so I asked questions about that. And then I was walked towards where they thought the scene was.
And then what is the next thing that happened?
Eventually, I started locating some evidence, and I started photographing the scene.
Where did you first locate evidence?
The first evidence I located was spent shell casings or fired shell casings in the street off the 900 block of 63rd, which is west of Sheridan Road.
Now, there should be a laser pointer up there. If not, I can give you one. I think there's one in front of you. Could you just indicate on the map where you found those casings that you just referred to?
By the way, chat, I'm Ricada Media on Twitter. If you're new to here and you are a Twitter user, I've been tweeting some little quips throughout the day.
Oh, the
hashtag
900
advertising,
63rd
hashtag
Street, sort of
self-promotion.
Towards the end of that block in front of the car source? Yes. And could you tell what kind of shell casings those were?
Those were 40 caliber.
Are those the type that be normally fired by a handgun?
Typically, yes.
And those were
Florida
actually in the
caliber,
street.
according to the closed captioning.
What's the next thing?
I hear that's a great caliber.
Next.
These are alligator raping, baby eating caliber, Florida caliber.
East towards the car lot.
Yeah, I ate alligator about a week ago. I was down in Louisiana at one of my other offices. It was pretty good, actually.
You're in Houston. Go to Cajun Town.
Typical houses.
Go to Cajun Town. It's one of the best Cajun places in the entire city of Houston.
So there's another 40 caliber shell casing.
Correct.
That was still not on the lot of the car source.
No.
What is the next thing that happened?
I walked into the parking lot and I observed what appeared to be blood on the concrete of the parking lot. Closest to would be the southeast corner.
All of these witnesses that you would normally bring in a murder trial to prove the facts of the murder are really weird here because they're not relevant to the state of self-defense, and the defense is basically stipulated to the homicides of all of the alleged victims.
47.
All right,
This
y'all.
guy-
I gotta hop off.
Later, buddy.
All right.
See you soon. Go to Cajun
Yep.
Town. Get the alligator bites. They're so good.
All right.
See you, Tom.
See y'all.
Peace. This is literally a guy testifying that Kyle Rittenhouse did indeed
if I could
kill the
direct your
victims,
attention
and we
to
know
the
that he
screen,
did. That's not a question.
To Exhibit 47. What are we looking at here?
So the building I'm talking about is to the left on this picture, and there's a group of 6 cars. That's where most of my evidence I found reference the shooting happened. And that's where the blood was found also, possible blood.
So is it fair to say that if you were standing where the person that took this picture, which was, I presume, you,
Kyle's got to be feeling pretty
take
good
this
right
picture?
now.
Yes.
Are you facing Sheridan?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Kyle's not yawning today. There's no New York Post stories about Kyle yawning today, by the way.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah,
So is it
Agent
fair to say
Exeter
that
brings up a good
As
question.
you were taking this photo, you're looking directly at Sheridan Road and then what is now Freighter.
Why is he finding
behind
40
Sheridan Road?
caliber shell
Correct, I'm facing
casings when Kyle's shooting
That's a
5.56
more succinct way of putting it.
or
towards the
223?
And so
Those
in the
are
middle of this
handgun
area
rounds.
of cars is where you found most of the evidence in this scene.
Correct.
Try to have the next exhibit 48, please. Officer, what is this?
Again, an eastbound picture, just a little bit more close up to the cars.
And exhibit 49. Is this the building?
This is the building I was talking about. It's the very south end of the building where the group of 6 cars were parked.
And the next, I believe, would now be Exhibit 50. What is this, sir?
That's a picture of 2 cars. The silver car, I believe there's a number of placards next to it. Those should be, one of them should be where the possible blood is. The other one should be shell casings I found, fired shell casings.
So that moisture on the concrete there, is that related to the crime scene or is that something else?
I couldn't determine what that was.
Now,
That's
you
where
talked about
Kyle Rittenhouse
placards.
peed on the corpse, isn't it?
There's a pointer there next to, on top of the, no, I'm sorry, an actual wooden pointer. Could you just go and point out what you mean by placards?
Why are there 40 caliber rounds being found there? 223 is what, half the size of like it's half the diameter of 40 caliber, right? Like that. I'm not a weapons expert, but 223 means 0.223 of a meter or something, or of a centimeter or something like that.
Those placards
is
were 4 and 5.
22.3 millimeters in diameter,
fired
whereas a
shell
40 caliber
And
round
what
is
kind of
40
shell
millimeters
casings
in
were they?
diameter. Am I wrong?
223 Remington.
You know better than I do.
Aguila, Aguila, I believe.
You move to Exhibit 51, please.
223 of an inch. Okay.
Yeah, because this is American measurements. Thank you very much.
49.
What is
and
what is a
15
40
evidence. I
cal?
would
What is a
ask
40
for
cal
51 on the
diameter?
screen.
Is that 40.40 of an inch?
That's
is this
what
one of
people in the chat are
placards you were
saying.
discussing?
Correct.
And that's one of the 223 rounds?
Correct.
How many rounds of 223 ammunition did you find?
That night I found 2, which is labeled right here in this picture.
Guys,
Those are the
I
two
don't
that
know
you
how
found?
calibers work. I know that I have a
Are you
1911
aware if
that's
any others were
chambered in
found of
45.
223 ammunition?
I was told multiple days
My wife
later
has a
that some other
380.
ammunition was found.
And do you know where it was found?
I was told under a car. That's all I heard.
Did you look under every car for casings
Yes, I looked under cars.
with a flashlight or something?
Yeah, with oblique angle with the flashlight. If you put it on a side angle, the shell casings usually pop out at you because they're on a different plane.
My 1911 is a Springfield Armory 1911
And you're doing
Rangemaster.
this around
for the
midnight,
people in the
after
chat who
midnight
asked.
on that evening?
Correct.
Yeah, is that some of the blood next to it?
No, the blood's off to the left from the picture.
If I could have the next exhibit, number 52. That's just a close-up of the same placard.
It's a medium shot of the same placard, and eventually I'll do a close-up of it before I pick it up.
Next exhibit 53, please. What are we looking at here?
Right, number 5 is at the bottom of the screen. That's one of the fired shell casings that I was just talking about. And then number 6, which is up on towards the top of the screen, towards the other vehicle that's parked, that was the possible blood that I found.
Would that be all that darker colored area there?
It's hard to see from that picture, but it's definitely where the placard is. I'm not sure about the black color on the right. I don't know what that is.
And is it fair to say that when we're looking at this picture, we're sort
Oh
of
my
looking
God, I can't believe we've been sitting here for almost 7 hours.
Those group of 6 cars, kind of in the middle of them.
And again, yet again, I'm wondering what
Yeah,
the
I guess,
point
yes.
ultimately of this witness is. No one is disputing that Kyle Rittenhouse shot these people with the caliber of bullet, whatever caliber the state wants to say.
So what is the
You want
next
to say
thing that
50
you did?
caliber? We'll take it. He did it in self-defense.
likely took
Is
a
the
medium and
argument?
close-up
None
of
of this
the
is
blood
relevant to the
on
claim of self-defense.
the ground.
The state
And then I
doesn't have
noticed
to
there's
prove
a
murder
black
here.
hooded,
The defense has
like a full
stipulated
face
to the
mask
murder
that was to
the
right
elements
or
of
to the
murder,
north of
and they've
this
said it's
picture right here.
justified through self-defense. Like the only thing that's relevant is Kyle's state of mind and the objective question of self-defense.
So this is just placard
Everything
5,
else
that's
is
one of
already
the
admitted. If he
casings.
loses on
Yeah.
those two, he goes to prison for life.
So
Period.
in other words, normally you need to be able to link the ammunition to the firearm and the firearm to the person,
be fresh.
and have this whole causal link that you need to line up in order to show
Not sure.
causation, right? That this person fired the gun. The gun had this bullet. The bullet went through this person.
So as we're looking
But
at
you don't
this,
need that in this
is it
case because
south?
that, all of that has been just agreed to ahead of time.
I'm standing at the corner of the building.
So all they're doing is
fact,
wasting people's
you're
lives.
looking
After
right
the fact,
after the
testimony
shooting
is completely irrelevant in this
I'm
case.
looking at where my-
Anybody who
where
was
my,
not there
located
at the
evidence
time
was
to
found,
testify to
So
either the
we're kinda looking
the
into the middle
defendant's
of that
state of
group of
mind
6
or
cars?
the general
Correct.
state of mind of an
And
average person
did
is
you change
irrelevant
any
to
of
this
the
case.
lighting or do anything with the lighting from earlier in the evening? The lighting that was on that parking lot?
No.
About how long after the shooting were you processing the scene?
I cannot answer. I don't remember. We would have timestamp of that of our dispatch, but I don't remember. To be honest.
You don't remember how,
But it
how
wasn't
long
like 4 a.m. at this point.
No.
So it would have been relatively close to when the incident occurred.
If I had to guesstimate, I'd say an hour.
Okay. I believe this is exhibit 54. That's it then, right? Yes. So 51, 52, 53, 54, I'd like to move into evidence.
Yeah, the stakes here
What is
are
then the next
dramatic.
thing that you
If Kyle
discovered as you
loses on the
processed the
intentional
scene?
homicide because he can't prove self-defense, and he's admitted to the intentional homicide, he is the guy who pulled the trigger. Everybody knows that. If he loses on self-defense, he goes to prison for life. It's over.
Proceeded back to.
This is a waste of everybody's time.
For the evidence.
Did you find another casing on Sheridan Road?
I believe it was on 63rd Street, west of all the other casings.
That's not what he asked.
So the 40 caliber casings I initially talked about on 63rd Street, those were more towards a house that was labeled 915. I found another one 2 houses away, which is 925 63rd Street, and that turned out to be a 9mm casing, fired casing.
Now, in terms of your activity that evening, is that the extent of your activity at this crime scene?
Before I left, there was a possible shots fired going on in a park west of us, 1 block west of us, and I went over there to attempt to locate evidence also.
Best your knowledge, that had no relation to this crime scene.
I believe it had nothing to do with this crime scene. There's other shootings going on.
Oh, that's interesting. There's other shootings going on.
I have nothing further.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which goes against the narrative that the prosecution was trying to set at the beginning, to saying that Kyle Rittenhouse was the only one who shot anyone that night.
Yeah, he's the only one who shot a person, but we know that there were at least 5 other shots that night.
That's true. That's true. Zeminski, for example, is one of them.
What kind of bag are we talking about here?
I'm sorry.
What kind of bag? Like
It's
a
only been
grocery bag
described-
or?
It's only been described as like a clear hospital type bag.
I did not
Bag.
look at that bag, no.
Didn't find
Love
it
it.
at the scene.
How about a fire extinguisher?
Not that I can recall.
You forensically checked the
So
scene.
in a-
You
in a
didn't find
case
a
like
bag
this
or a,
where
a
it's,
fire extinguisher? Okay.
Homicide. And you're there relatively quickly after the call comes in, I'm assuming, right?
Useless witness, but
I'm
this
not
is
sure how
good
long
cross.
it took me. I was not one of the first responders.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get there from the first responding people.
And I think you had said you do kind of like CSI type of work. That's how you described it.
For layman's terms, yes.
Is the area like taped off that night? Do you remember?
It was.
And so you're looking, and I believe you, I'm not questioning. You're looking under cars for spent casings, and you understand that at a time later, a couple days later, there were more casings that had been located. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have anything to do with the collection of those? Any involvement in the casings that were found after?
No, I did not.
Why is he on the stand? Again, a good question. Why are you here? Other people collected the shell casings from the actual caliber used in the alleged homicide. No questions. No questions. This guy didn't even examine the scene. He didn't find the bag. He didn't find the fire extinguisher. He didn't find the shell casings that Kyle Rittenhouse discharged.
She doesn't even go here.
With the crime scene tape, you mean?
Yeah.
When I arrived on scene, the crime scene tape was put up by the other officers who responded prior to me. It was on the very south side of 63rd Street, extended from the alley, which is west of the building in question, all the way to Sheridan Road. It crossed Sheridan Road onto the Kenosha Hospital property. It went down the sidewalk northbound towards the other shooting, I guess.
So it was a very large scene.
Yeah, it was taped off. Typically, we'll do that.
You
We'll
ever
have the
seen a
crime
man
scene of
sit
the main
consistently
area of the
where
crime scene,
his
and because of
suit is
large crowds
creating a
or
tidal
unruly
wave
crowds,
behind
we'll
his
expand
head?
it farther than normal.
I'm not asking if it's proper. I'm just asking if you've ever seen it in your entire life.
You know, that there's
I don't know. I've seen some poorly fitting suits before.
The tape was up.
Have you ever seen one where there's a tsunami
there's large
of
crowds.
material behind the head of the person wearing it?
I know you're just asking me so that you can make me uncomfortable.
crime is a fire extinguisher or a hospital that you would collect.
Someone in this chat said "suitnami."
For the investigation, I would collect it. I had no knowledge of a hospital bag or a fire extinguisher being used in this incident.
We now know why so many people died in 2006 in Indonesia. This guy went there.
Put that little card on it, the hospital bag.
I would have to determine if it had something to do with this. If it's just blown there from the wind or something like that, then no. If it had no relation to what was actually happening, unless someone would have told me there's a bag involved in this, then I'd be looking for a bag, obviously.
This guy literally has
But
no
right
idea
across
about
street
the
from
bag.
Hospital, it could have been a wind. I don't know. I don't remember seeing a bag.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent recross on that one. You know literally nothing about the bag that the prosecution just asked you about, right? Yeah, I have no idea. What a fucking
No clue.
embarrassment the prosecution has been today. Like, again, I don't try to overinflate what the jury is seeing. We don't know, but the entire day has been bad for the prosecutor.
Yes,
And
every single they have struck out every single time.
And we're not talking anymore. Like right now, again, yesterday and the day before, I'm not even considering this as a possibility, but today I am. We're not talking about performing for the jury. We're talking about performing for the judge as a matter of law on a directed verdict. Kyle Rittenhouse has a possibility of getting several charges dismissed at this point. Right?
Yeah.
At least a reasonable, like, I'm not saying he's going to win, but at least a reasonable, you're talking a 20% or greater chance at this point on some of these charges.
I would say more than 20%. I would have said 20% yesterday.
Yeah, and directed verdicts to the chat, you're never talking above 10% on these things. You're talking 1%, 5% chance. Because you just don't get the idea that the entire prosecution's case in chief is supporting the idea of self-defense. Remember, their argument against this is that Huber is a hero coming in to save everybody, and that was not admitted into evidence because turns out if they did that, they'd have to also admit that he was threatening to murder his brother and grandmother and strangled his little sister.
Officer, I know it's tough because you guys have those
Insanity.
big belts on, but if you could just try to maneuver that microphone as close to you as possible and try to speak into it because the acoustics are not great.
What does a big belt have to do with a microphone?
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jeffrey Van Wee, V-A-N, capital W-I-E.
Took me to realize that this is not the same guy as just now.
How long have you been
Jury, in
Whoops.
case you're asleep, this is a different
18
person.
years.
7 hours in.
Involved in the investigation of a shooting involving a Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
And how did you become involved in that case?
I was handed over evidence by Detectives Howard and Antaranium to process and actually
Celador asked if
secure
you request a directed
And how did
verdict
you
but
go about,
lose, did the trial
obtaining
continue?
that or
Yes.
starting
The
doing
directed
that?
verdict says, for the
So
purposes of
Detectives Howard and
argument
Antaranium
under the
met
law,
me by the
we'll take
police
every
station.
fact in this case asserted as
From there,
true, and we
the
think we
evidence was
win.
brought into
Will you
our-
rule on
our
the law,
evidence room in the
judge?
police station,
That's how it works. If you
and it was
lose,
turned
that
over
you
to
just
me.
keep going.
Yes, exactly.
And was this
It's
on
like
August
you said
26th?
earlier, in a civil case, it's like
You
a
were
motion for
called
summary judgment.
It was
You just
roughly
continue.
9 in the morning. maybe a little before 9 in the morning.
And do you know from where these items had come?
No.
So what is the very first thing you did?
First thing I did
One of my
was
cats was looking at me,
I
sorry.
was given 2 rifle boxes. So I actually processed the rifles and took photos of them.
Now, do you have any special training to do this type of thing?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
I'm a certified evidence technician for the last 15 years.
And what does that mean?
That means that as far as crime scenes go, that I would, whenever any different kind of crime scene goes, or I would go respond to that scene and I would process that scene for evidence, searching for whether it's DNA or fingerprint evidence or blood evidence. Also just processing evidence. So like if a detective has an item that he needs processed for DNA, then I would actually take that and swab that correctly.
Have you ever swabbed yourself?
And how do you swab that correctly?
As far as the rifles went, I actually took 3 swabs from each rifle. The swabs I obtained were from the trigger, from the pistol grip, and then from the barrel has a guard around the barrel. So I swabbed the guard.
So now they can ask about the rest of the barrel.
Most likely place if somebody's holding that weapon, that their hand would be on that guard.
Why didn't you swab the barrel, homie?
Why would you not, or why didn't you swab the actual barrel?
Thank you.
When I was given these rifles to process, I was instructed to process them. There was at that time, for my knowledge, there was no reason to swab the barrel.
We're
you saw
incomplete
the areas
because
where
reasons.
Someone is most likely to actually grip or hold the weapon.
Correct.
And that generally would not be
Most
barrel.
likely.
Correct.
So what did you
Good
do with
God.
the first weapon that you encountered?
It was a rifle box that was written. It had writing on it. It said Kyle Rittenhouse.
So what did you do with that?
With that one, I opened the box up. I wound up taking the serial number down, the information out from the weapon, photographing it, and then swabbing it in those areas.
They're going to show the photo of him grabbing it again and saying,
Did you take photos of them?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And then
I've got
what
an
is the
image
next thing
for
you
the
did
next
in
break
processing
for the
this
chat
evidence?
that will blow your mind. It's
once I
beautiful.
oh no. Oh no.
So I tape up the box.
All right. So you weren't here, obviously, but a couple days ago we had an evidence box and it was opened and it was taken out of there. So you would have at first sealed it up in that box. You were the first one to do that.
That's correct.
Binger
you
is
would put that in
Googling
evidence?
Dr. Jack
And then you
Kevorkian
come
right
back
now.
to the next thing.
Correct.
All right. So what's the next thing that you did?
Next was an additional rifle box, which was labeled Dominic on it.
And what did you do with that?
The same process. So
I also don't understand
areas
why
that-
they wouldn't call this witness either directly before or after the DNA
Right.
expert.
And then
Yeah.
securing it, taping up and securing it.
No, I want to go
This
back
would be
to
good build up.
the
You get
box
these
that
two
had
cops
Kyle
who are
Rittenhouse,
forensic
written on
gatherers.
it.
And then you get the forensic expert
Did
on. You
you
qualify
ever
them.
look into
I mean,
a-
it wouldn't have helped, but it's a better flow.
You said there was a rifle.
Yeah.
Anything else along
Just to sort of conceptualize this kind of information all at the same time, rather than going from storyline to back to like forensic stuff.
Was there
and-
anything attached to the
Yeah,
rifle?
between the two business owning
black
guys,
sling.
right? Like,
And was
And
there any ammunition
case
or a
chat
magazine or anything like
has
that?
misunderstood.
Not in
I
that box.
fully
It was
support
a
the
separate,
two business owners and their
bag
weird,
that had,
shady money laundering car
magazine
business.
with live
I
ammunition.
love them. I
Did that
think
have one or
I
two
think
magazines?
taxes should be avoided at all
And
costs.
was there any markings on that box? Or bag?
I was informed.
I'm not going to go to say that I agree with any kind of tax evasion activities. I would
what
not
did you find
advocate
when
for
you
that, and I would not
looked at that
recommend
magazine?
it. As a
I wouldn't
lawyer.
advocate it,
The
but
magazine had
taxation
live
is
ammunition
theft.
in it.
You know how much live ammunition is in that magazine?
A lawful maneuvering around taxes, sure. Let's say that.
Rounds, and there were 22 live bullets in there, unfired bullets.
And were they all the same brand or were they different brands?
There were all the
22 live bullets. He
same
fired
as
4
far as
shots, so we had
caliber
only
goes,
26
but there was
chambered or
multiple different
loaded.
brands inside.
And what was the caliber of these?
There were 223s.
And did you take a DNA swab of that piece of evidence as well?
I did a swab of the actual magazine, so I took a swab off each side of the magazine, a DNA swab.
One swab on both, or two?
Where's the other
one-
two
one
rounds
One
go?
swab on each side of the magazine.
Weird.
And then did you
facts
package
here.
up the magazine and the
Right.
live
So
rounds?
I wound up taking each unfired.
Oh, he didn't know he fired 2
out,
at the
and in the order
jump
they
kick
came
man
in,
and missed.
I
That makes
Oh, that's
sense.
right.
So like
That's right.
first unfired bullet that I
So
ejected
even
out of the
Kyle
magazine,
has
I would put
28
box and
in the
label
mag.
one, the second one too. So I did
to
that for all
prevent
22
spring
rounds.
degradation.
And I took photos of each one.
Took photos of each one.
Correct.
Did you do the same thing with the rifle that was labeled Dominic?
There was no ammunition with that, no magazine.
Guys, I'll read all
So you
your
did the
super
same
chats at the
process
end,
in
even
terms
if it
of
kills me.
The DNA swab.
Of the actual rifle, yes.
And then what do you do once you take these swabs?
So the swabs,
I
I
licked
wound
them.
up securing. The swabs actually go in a little swab box, and I secure them in an envelope, something that can breathe, that's breathable. And then that gets taped up, and I secure those in a locker into evidence.
Was there any other evidence that was not related to these firearms that you packaged or logged that day?
There were a few other items that was handed. Yes, there's some clothing. There was a cell phone, and then a backpack which contained some medical supplies.
Did you do anything with the information that you got off of the firearms?
So we do with every firearm that we log into evidence, we have a form called an E-Trace form. And what that is we work with, in conjunction with like the ATF as far as having a database and a record of every gun that we log into evidence. So with both of those rifles, I wound up contacting on the telephone an ATF agent who actually did a quick, what they call E-Trace form with me in order to log that into the database.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hashtag ATF kills dogs. Just saying. I don't want to prejudice the ATF, but they have a habit of murdering dogs.
Afternoon.
So,
Look at this
Don't worry,
smile.
Indy
26.
didn't hear that.
You basically assist these two detectives, Howard and Antaramian, in terms of doing this swab. Is that right?
I did. They handed off the evidence to me, in which, but I did the swabs by myself. Yes.
Understood. Well, and your report indicates
Why isn't Antaramian on the stand?
that at KPD, evidence detective Antaramian advised he needed 2 rifles processed. Did he tell you, he being detective Antaramian, the areas that he wanted swabbed by you?
He did not.
Who made that decision?
I did.
At that point, do you know anything about the case?
Not a whole lot, no.
Okay. So you mentioned that the trigger is swabbed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know we don't have the pistol or the firearms here. So I'm going to, when you say the barrel guard, is that the area here where my left hand would be if I was holding it like this?
Correct. So the barrel of the gun has a plastic, if you would, guard around it. And
It
that's
is not plastic.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And then the pistol grip, is that the area?
Right. That's where your hand, your
These are cops, guys.
So
People
if
try to
the
qualify
trigger's
these
here,
as expert
pistol grip is
witnesses.
where your your
Plastic
hand
barrel
is
guard
holding onto.
on an AR-15.
So when the DNA swab is done initially, obviously you're looking for potentially forensic evidence on that gun, right?
The barrel guard on my
But
AR-15
you
is not
don't know
plastic.
The areas specifically that you're supposed to be looking at. True?
Unless I'm otherwise told when I process whether
got
it's
a-
a gun
we've
or
got
a
a
rifle,
joiner.
it's going to be typically this.
Hey, Emily, how are you?
that I
I'm good. I'm watching this going, why are we all here today?
there was something
Because this is all pointless.
reason
Today's a
or rationale that I would.
And I don't understand. They're
And-
but they're putting on witnesses that they don't need.
Yes.
And then it's hurting them.
Rifle or
Yes.
Yes.
gun,
That's a
Badly.
bad day.
all our evidence.
It's a very bad day. I think yesterday was also a bad day for the prosecution, and today's just a horrible day. They've been completely nuked.
At some
This is what you get when you file cases you shouldn't file.
more information about.
Agreed.
And you know, I'm a prosecutor. I like to file things.
I'll ask it to you this way. Any detective.
I've been tempted to file aiding and abetting DUIs on passengers. Like I like to file
Ooh.
things.
Now that
But
information about what had happened
you don't.
was out there.
Did not.
So
If somebody
what is
would
the
have
point
asked
of this witness?
Schwab,
I don't know. I mean, then again, I've been sitting here for about 7 hours, so it's getting a little fuzzy. But so has the jury. So this is like I feel like I'm getting the same kind of experience that the jury's getting. Except I have a dog with me.
They checked
He
out
just
long before
admitted he
you.
could have
Yes.
swabbed other parts of the gun if anybody had asked him, but he didn't because no one asked him.
the firearm that you, I think you opened it that had Kyle. It's like Kyle Rittenhouse.
Binger looks like he wants to run for office.
There was a
Binger looks
sight
like
on
he
that
wants to
gun.
run into a noose right
He
now.
wants to run into some whiskey. Good thing it's Friday.
If you remember,
But good Lord.
Maybe a whiskey barrel and just stay there all
that
weekend.
site didn't have-
Yep. So somebody asked if I was drinking whiskey too. No, I've got water. I stream later. I will be drinking later. I can't. If I start now, nothing will be coherent.
I am pacing myself, but I have joined in on the whiskey.
It's so good.
Thanks to my husband.
This guy just admitted he
And this
never
testing
viewed the
was
site.
done the day
He's never seen the crime scene at all. What is the point of this witness? What are you trying to get?
Here's the thing.
Yes.
Relevancy. Why didn't the defense just object to relevancy? Oh, because they're smashing on cross. So why would they?
Yeah,
The judge
because-
should.
Yeah.
Because if they had the opportunity, the defense would call this guy to say, you didn't check the scene. You caught 40 calibers at the scene. This is 223. What are you talking about? 40 caliber. Who could that have come from? Like
I think all they've proved is that there was a lot of shooting going on that evening.
They don't even have a redirect. Prosecution is getting blown out right now. I'm Emily. Will you please bring charges for sodomy against the defense today? Like forcible sodomy at the point right now, because the prosecution is getting demolished in embarrassing fashion.
And
They're
I
calling
know
the
that-
witnesses though. They're making these
yes,
choices.
right. That's the thing that's so baffling. And I know that there are people in the chat right now that are talking about how loud we are, that they can't hear the witness. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
There's nothing relevant
saying.
happening here.
Who is this guy? Oh, I just happened to walk by like 2 days later. I don't know anything about this.
And the prosecution normally brings in quite a lot of officers, but you don't need to prove
testimony
the
or-
homicide. So why?
The whole-
You're
Right.
boring your jury and you're just going to piss them off.
It's almost
to
like
do-
they're
Oh, go
they're
ahead.
like, well, we're used to calling cops, and so therefore, like, I don't know what to do with my hands if I don't have cops.
Literally, yes.
Yes.
Literally, yes. Because all they have to do is prove that Kyle is
Officer Murray.
unreasonable
And can we spell
in
your first
exercising
and last name
self-defense.
for the
That's their
benefit of
whole
the court?
job.
Yes, the
Caliber of
first name is
bullets
PEP,
2 days later
and my last
doesn't
name is
matter.
MORE.
And
Unless
how
you
do
could show that he
The
used an
city commercial police
illegal
department.
caliber,
How long have you
maybe
been with the city of
like
Kenosha
a
Police Department?
if
A
he
little
used
over
one of
12
those shotgun gauges
And
that have
were you
a
working
line
on the
between the
night of
two
August 25th,
balls that like
2020?
a people killer that's
And
illegal.
Were you with
Sure.
anyone that evening?
He doesn't have
in your
that.
Squad car?
No.
Yes, my partner that evening was Officer Krieger.
And what were your general duties that evening?
Patrol.
And what is that? What do you mean
Why?
We were assigned to an area throughout the city. We were in the kind of downtown area.
Does
So
he
we
look a
had
little like Tom Cruise?
patrol.
He
There was
does.
a
We've had a lot of like
Consider
characters here that look like movie actors. Like McGinnis looks like McConaughey, and
60th Sheridan.
what's his
They're
face?
just getting
looks
it
like-
ready.
Looks like Howie
They're
Mandel.
casting it.
Now,
It's
is
the
Yeah.
there
nose.
something ordinary going on that night in that area?
Yes, there was civil unrest.
So, was your duty to patrol the civil
This
unrest?
guy looks like Chris
or
Farley
other
ate
things,
Louis
or
Anderson.
Both, or how was that working?
You're
It was
so
a
mean.
combination of both.
Yes,
So we
literally,
had
yes.
whole areas
We know
that
that that's what it is.
We're doing our normal routine patrols, but then we also had to respond to fires that were taking place.
Why are they trying to establish the civil unrest? Because it makes Kyle's actions look more reasonable.
Yes.
This whole
I mean,
day is baffling.
And then you let the defense cross them, so the defense gets all those great leading questions in, instead of making the defense call these witnesses and do it on direct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
we
make
heard
defense
gunfire,
call
and
these
then
witnesses rather
a
than
few
get to
moments
cross
after
them.
that, dispatch advised that there
So,
were some calls that
In
there
their
was
opening statement, the prosecution did point out that there was chaos, there was unrest, but their point that they hammered in several times
You guys were in a
throughout
squad,
their opening statement was
we were
that
actually
Kyle
at the
Rittenhouse was the only one that shot anybody, and yet somehow he was the only one to do it. So it's like,
Where'd that
I
narrative
think,
go?
oh God,
It
I
went
don't
into all
know.
the other bullets that they found, because he might have been the only one to shoot a person, but everyone was shooting.
Right.
Kind of like the kung fu fighting.
Who's driving?
Mhm.
They've
And then
lost their
Officer Krieger being
script
the
on their
passenger
opening
seat.
argument.
That's
They
right.
set out a great
So
story, and then
you
they
were
just
at
They really
Lost
did.
11. Did you just drive
I
right down
mean,
60th Street?
Correct. We
on that
just-
first day, I really thought that the prosecution nailed it, and the defense just was a dumpster fire. Ever since then, the dumpster fire has been the prosecution.
How are you operating, if you remember?
I don't recall if I had our lights active at that time.
So what
It would
happened
be in your MDT
when you
logs,
get to
though,
60th
that you
and
could
Sheridan,
review before
turn
trial.
right?
Like, you would know that.
Correct. So I turned the vehicle to face south on Sheridan.
I love the guy yesterday. Well, I don't remember what day it was, but it would be in our logs. Like, why didn't you review the
yelling.
logs
There was,
before testifying
appeared
today?
to be
You
a
knew you were
person
going to
laying in the
testify.
roadway up ahead.
The chat said everyone was Kenosha shooting instead of kung fu fighting. I can hear it to the tune.
Everybody was Kenosha shooting. Dun, 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 dun. I like it.
I don't know why they'd want to establish that, though, because it makes the action
Pointed in that direction.
make it look
Now,
more reasonable.
Sort of situation where there's
It's painting a good
potential
picture of the
ongoing
unrest.
violence.
Guys,
Yes.
we're
What is
talking
your-
over
what are you
foundational
trained to
issues
do?
right
What are you
now.
trying
These
to
are
do
not
with that?
critical to the case.
for a
We will be
situation like
quiet
that,
when they actually get
first
to
thing that we
something
would do
relevant.
is if there's
That's
an
a
Which
point.
may not actually end up happening with this witness, to be honest.
After that, it's life-saving measures to try to render aid and preserve life at that point.
I've had
So
so
were you
much
gonna do
whiskey
that from
today.
60th and
And
Sheridan.
it
or
still
were you
doesn't
trying to get
explain any
closer?
of this.
So we were trying to get closer, but information was put out over the radio.
Imagine
that
how bored the jury is.
rifle
Oh
gunfire
my
was
God.
killed, and we're
Like,
in
my back hurts from sitting here.
there's no
I
ballistic
can't even imagine how it feels for them.
vehicles, and our
Yeah.
vests at
I'm-
that point were
yeah.
only rated for handguns, and we weren't equipped to head into what we believed to be an active shooter at that point with the equipment that we had with just the two of us being there. I noticed there were armored vehicles behind us.
Cops
so
just
I
admitted that they
reversed our
were
patrol
they
car
were
Afraid.
not quote unquote
and moved it off
equipped,
to the
so
side
therefore
so
they
that the
didn't
armored
go
vehicles
intervene
that
in
were
an
equipped to
active
handle
shooter
something like that
situation.
could pass us.
Great,
Which helps Kyle.
great
Yes.
for the
So
prosecution.
you were waiting for
It's great for the defense. The police were unequipped to handle the unrest that was going on. That's what they just admitted,
into the sea.
Yep.
That's correct.
which means Kyle had no other choice because no one was coming to help.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What if anything happened next?
The Bearcats, I believe, began to pass us on the left, so we were in the curb lane, and I
At least
believe
they're
there was-
asking
I'm not sure how many there were. but
direct
two
questions
Bearcats, I believe, passed us.
and not leading
And
questions.
then there was a, at that time, unknown white male approaching us in the roadway toward the front of our patrol vehicle.
And now, as you're sitting here, do you know who that unknown white male was?
Yes,
Who was it?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
And you had never seen him before?
No.
And when you see this unknown white male, who we now know as Kyle Rittenhouse, what do you observe?
He had a rifle that was slung and somehow attached to his body. He had his hands somewhat similar to this, and he was approaching us in the roadway toward the front of our patrol vehicle. My partner and I, Officer Krieger, gave him multiple commands to get out of the roadway and step
Hey, Nick.
aside so we could
Yeah, what's
proceed
up?
and try to get to
My husband wanted me to give you another message.
that needed assistance.
He
Okay.
said
Now-
he said Legal Eagle contacted him and asked you to turn the volume down.
Turning out the window? Did you have some sort of
Too bad.
Legal Eagles? Commands? How are you
Legal Eagle's a
giving these
bitch,
commands
and I
to-
don't listen to him.
I recall Officer Krieger.
I'm kidding. He's never had any contact with Legal Eagle.
We had our windows down so that
Nick, I'm going to start sending you the pictures of me and Legal Eagle at a Vid Summit.
Please do.
I
Only
want
if
to
I
hear
can
about
post them.
that.
behind or the side.
We'll chat. We'll chat.
And I believe at one point I used our squad's PA system, which is a loudspeaker and that has a microphone.
And what you said, was that directed at Mr. Rittenhouse or the crowd in general?
At Mr. Rittenhouse. We were giving him instructions to get out of the roadway and essentially get out of our way so we could get to where we believe the problem to be.
As
Hey, kid, take that gun and get out of here.
other people in your way, or was he the primary person blocking you from going down there?
At that point, he was the only one in the way.
So you indicated that Mr. Rittenhouse's hands were kind of up,
That's correct.
and you said he had a rifle.
Yes.
Did you think that that might be the person who could have been involved in the shooting?
At that point, no. In
He
my
said
prior
he
experience
was.
in law enforcement.
Sorry.
When somebody surrenders to us, they will generally put their hands up, but then they will take a further step and generally drop to their knees, or they will lay in a prone position.
Oh, so he
and
didn't
take some
get
type of
down on the
further
ground,
action.
so
They'll
he's
usually follow commands when they're attempting to surrender. I've never in my career had somebody put their hands up and continue to advance and disobey orders from us to not advance on us.
What orders?
And
are they recorded?
were
Did you
there
actually issue them? Because there's recording of this incident.
Other
What
people
orders
out
were
that night
given?
that had rifles and firearms?
We were surrounded all night, all week by. There was probably more people armed with weapons than not throughout that entire course of the civil unrest.
Yep.
Someone with an AR-15
Oh,
wouldn't
shit.
necessarily.
The
be
defense
much
is going to love that.
At that point in time that night, no, I had encountered throughout that entire shift. Like I said, I probably spoke to more people that had pistols and rifles and.
I've
baseball
never
bats
heard
and
a
you
single
name it, than
order
not.
from
And
this
there were
case other
also-
than the
I couldn't even tell
hearsay
you how many
that
people
an
came up
order
to
was
me
given to
throughout
Kyle
the night
Rittenhouse
that
to
had a
move
rifle
on and to step
would come up
away.
to say, "Hey, I'm not
I've
trying to do
never
anything,
heard
I
an
just wanna
order
talk
that
to you."
he was told to
And
get
the
down
advice
on his
that-
knees or put his hands behind
the
his
advice
head
that my
and
partner
be
and I gave
detained.
everybody that night was, if you're a supporter of us or you're here to try to help, go home. There's a curfew in place for a reason, and being out here is only causing more problems. It's harder to tell
There it
who's
is.
there to be a problem and who's not.
Now,
But that's
you
not what
mentioned
Kyle Rittenhouse
curfew.
heard.
Did you
Kyle
have the ability
Rittenhouse
to write
heard,
curfew
we
tickets?
appreciate you guys. Here's some
We had a
water.
system in place for taking people into custody, and then they'd be issued citations. Yes.
And were you doing that to everyone that was breaking curfew, or were there guidelines that you were given?
No, that would have been physically impossible with the amount of people.
If the
that were out
defense
there.
doesn't come up and ask,
So
did you ticket
Who, if anyone,
anyone?
were you to give curfew
I'm out.
tickets to?
Yeah. He just asked.
Yeah. He doesn't know how to answer. Who
I'm
did you
not
give a
exactly what
curfew
the
ticket to?
direction was, but it was something along the lines of just the most severe incidents, or if we were to obviously observe a felony taking place, then we would act on that. But anything that would be more minor, we didn't have the capability
Cross
or the
better
manpower
ask
to
how many
address
curfew
We didn't have the capability or the
We didn't
manpower.
have the capability or the manpower.
Cross
curfew
better
tickets to
ask.
everyone.
Good
How
for Kyle.
many curfew tickets did you write that
say
night
Property
personally?
damage that did not.
Zero is the answer.
Zero is absolutely the answer.
That would just have to stay in the stack until we were able to get to it.
So that you had a
I
priority.
can't
list
imagine what
you
that
had
stack
things
looked
you would
like.
respond to.
Correct.
Now, a shooter, where would that be in a priority list?
That would be the top of the list.
So this man we now know as Kyle Rittenhouse is approaching you. There's commands over the PA. There's commands being shouted. What's the next thing that happens?
What
He
commands?
approached the passenger side of our patrol vehicle, with him disobeying the commands and being armed with a rifle like that. I drew my service weapon, and Officer Krieger deployed.
Emily
pepper
Baker,
spray.
do you know that
It became
Star
clear
Wars
and
girl?
obvious that he was
No,
not
but I saw her in
She's-
the chat, and I love that.
She's fantastic. She's a super simp
Now,
for
you
Henry
say
Cavill,
you
though.
were still driving the vehicle.
I mean, I get it. I can get down with
When
that.
you draw your
I can
service
understand
weapon
it.
to me, what
Yeah.
did you do with it?
Not mad at it.
So anytime we're
Hashtag women are
confronted
embarrassing.
with somebody that's armed and that could be a threat to us, it's not.
Depends who you
I
ask.
kid. I
and
kid.
given everything that we did,
We're just not going to let you get away with it. We're bored.
we were surrounded.
Look,
burning and on
I can
fire.
get behind it too. I'm just saying.
Outnumbered and completely surrounded.
Henry Cavill's a
We
handsome
advanced
man,
with that weapon.
even though his
He
arms are
is.
short.
We were in a stop position at that.
My arms
point.
are
Are his
short.
arms short?
We're waiting for him.
I'm a fucking T-Rex.
Get out of the front
ridiculous.
He's-
advance.
He's
And as he approached the
100%
passenger
worse.
side, I was able to use
I have
my
to ask
right
people
hand
for help at the
to
grocery store.
withdraw my weapon.
Type
and
into
then keep
Google
out.
later. Henry Cavill,
So, did you
short
point the
arms.
weapon, or you
It will
just
blow your
pointing
mind.
at him, or you just had it ready? What were you doing with it?
I would imagine that I would have had it pointed at him, because that somebody advancing on us with a rifle, not obeying commands at that point, would be taken as a threat.
But he wasn't taken as a threat. You didn't cite him. You didn't ticket him. You didn't arrest him. You didn't
Now,
do
were you
anything.
on
So
patrol?
clearly you didn't take him as a threat, or you would have fucking done something.
You don't remember for sure?
I worked.
I would like to enter into evidence my profile picture right now. That's Henry Cavill in his tiny arms.
So I would say that's fair to assume.
If you remember, you know now. Is it fair to say there were more fires and property damage than I still went on Tuesday?
Exhibit A is admitted.
I was there from
Objection, Lex Foundation.
part of a civil unrest.
I can't tell if that's been altered or not.
Long before we had anything set up or in place, I was there for the start of it and through this incident.
Is it fair to say that there was a more presence of Bearcats and National Guard and things on this Tuesday night than the Monday night previous?
Yes.
Now, you said you drew your weapon and Officer Krieger deployed pepper spray. Were you able to see if the pepper spray had any impact or hit Mr. Rittenhouse?
Not sure if it made contact with him, but his deployment of the pepper spray had the desired effect, because he began, I think he continued northbound at that point and got away from us.
So
Got
then what's the
away
next thing
from
that
us?
happened?
He's
I think he means,
surrendering himself.
southbound.
Yeah, and they're like they tried to pepper spray him and he moved away. That's not his fault. That's their fault.
Mr. I'm
I
not
hope
sure
Cross
pronounce his
rips
last
this
name.
guy up.
Gaige
So he tried to surrender to you,
Grosskruetz.
but there's some
And you pepper sprayed him.
miscommunication that happened in the
And his
chaos,
right
right?
arm was badly damaged. and
Is
he
it
needed,
fair to say that it might be
needed
hard to
urgent
issue
medical
hear
care.
commands from a PA
So
through
what
a
did you
Bearcat?
observe as you found Mr. Grosskruetz?
There was a large group of people. Everybody was screaming. There was a lot of people running around screaming.
A lot of chaos.
Bearcat had pulled up and they loaded Mr. Grosskruetz into the Bearcat and requested an escort out of the area to the nearest hospital.
Did you provide that escort?
We did.
You say Mr. Grosskreutz had been
Were
disarmed
there still a
at
lot
that
of
point.
people around that scene?
Yes, there was people everywhere.
And did you hear any additional gunfire or anything like that?
There was constant gunfire. That was one of the things that when we first encountered Mr. Rittenhouse that didn't set off any alarms for us as far as him being a potential shooter in this incident, was that there was still gunfire erupting around us.
Right.
Constant
gunfire. Everyone I encountered had a weapon and there was constant gunfire. That is going to be the theme of the defense closing.
So after
I hope so.
Char
hope
Wardley,
so.
Char Wardley in
Mr.
the chat asked,
Grosskreutz in the
what are Bearcats? They're
armored
armored
vehicle.
vehicles that are employed
so you
by
go to
police.
and where do you go?
We escorted the
SWAT
Bearcat
use them a lot.
to Frederick South Kenosha Hospital.
In Die Hard, they get
which
hit by a
was right
rocket
there. We're
and
actually
then
in front of
another
it. So
rocket.
we
And
got
the guy
them
says,
around
oh my
to
God, the
emergency
quarterback
room
is
entrance.
toast.
And I went inside to let the medical staff know they had a probable trauma coming in.
The defense loves deep
due
fake
to
Tom
the
Cruise right
amount of
now.
damage that was done to his arm.
And then what's the next thing that
He's
you
their
observed
favorite.
or did?
After that, there was a security supervisor
Prosecutors
for
begging
CAMH
there's a
that
Chinese
had
buffet
called
open
in
when this is
an
done in
officer down
Kenosha.
there.
Oh, come on.
That triggered a response from us to try to
I'm going to a
locate
Chinese
another
buffet
officer.
after this. That's not
There
an insult.
wasn't. They just couldn't contact one of their security personnel. And
No, he's not going to eat. He's just
they
going to
weren't
drink.
able to find him, so they falsely called that in.
Justice
think
fueled
so.
by alcohol.
Officer, you
He's
thought
going to eat a bunch of pickled eggs.
a law enforcement officer.
Yes, when
While
dispatch
drinking.
advisor was an officer down at the hospital, we assumed it was a law enforcement officer.
Now we have heard testimony that there was a lockdown at the hospital. Was that part of this?
Why the
The
fuck does it
hospital, I
matter?
believe, was either going into lockdown
Not
or had already
relevant
been
at all.
locked down.
But the defense
We
is
were
like,
greeted
yeah, go
by, I
keep
believe, a security
talking.
guard at the
Tell us how
entrance
bad
that
the
gave
night
us
was,
access and saw us
please.
pull up.
Keep telling us how chaotic it was and how you didn't have enough manpower to get
Now,
there.
what's the next thing
Yes.
you saw or observed?
How you had to shut down a hospital due to violence
There
in
was
the
a male by
streets.
the name of Giovanni Garcia. He was very panicked. He was in a hospital room, and he kept stating that he wanted to leave.
We don't need. Yeah. I don't
want you to
Don't say that.
I'm asking an open-ended question, but don't give me the full answer.
So there was a Mr. Garcia you dealt with.
Objection non-responsive
And
is the
then
proper
did
way
you
to
have
do
any
that, by the
dealings
way.
with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Objection
I did.
myself.
And what were your dealings?
A Dr. Bornis had advised me that
No, don't say that.
was deceased from his
Shit,
injuries,
that looks bad.
and he was moved to room 18, I believe it was, in ER. I photographed his.
This cop
body
is definitely
and
more
then
handsome than
collected
Tom
the
Cruise
clothing
because this
that
cop
he
is
was
at
wearing
least
that night.
5'8".
And he's in
Do
uniform.
you have any training in
Uniform always helps.
Uniform does help.
Anything of that nature?
I have standard training for evidence handling. I'm not an evidence technician, but I do have standard training for.
I'm not an expert. He just said it.
So collecting evidence generally is one of your duties as a patrol officer?
That's correct.
No, he just said he was not an evidence
Did you
technician.
stay with Mr. Rosenbaum's body at any point, or what did you do?
I did.
You did?
Did they object?
Until
I heard
when?
something.
I don't recall what the duration was, but I did secure him into a body bag. And then I spoke with a medical examiner about him being deceased. And I
Could
was
you see
advised
all the
to
kids
place
that
him
he
in the
raped
morgue
in the
at
body
hospital
bag with
there
him?
because they
Sorry.
were overrun
Sorry.
with tasks and other things and didn't have somebody to send there. So I was able to place his body into the morgue there for safekeeping.
I again have
So
no
what did you
tears
do
for
with
the
all
dead
the clothing
pedophile.
and belongings from Mr. Rosenbaum?
I bagged them as I was trained to bag them individually. And then I later secured those into an evidence locker in the police.
Everyone's trained to bag them individually, just so we're clear.
Literally all of them.
Cross-examine.
Again, this is the difference between someone who is capable of doing a job and an expert that I was
Yes.
talking
Right.
about earlier.
Right.
This guy, he grabs stuff from a crime scene and puts it into bags and writes with a Sharpie on a literal gallon-sized bag that you buy at Walmart, Exhibit A, 22 caliber rounds or whatever. He puts someone in a body bag and he tags a toe. So John Doe, allegedly Joseph Rosenbaum, or purportedly Joseph Rosenbaum. He does this. Everybody does this. This is their job. Who responds on scene?
Could not withstand
Wait.
rifle shots?
I thought they said no further
And
questions.
do you know why that is?
No, he
It's
had,
not
he had
rated for
one more.
Okay.
rounds. Or
His boss got up and told him what to ask next.
the rating
Yes.
along with it. And
Please
there's
stop
an explanation with
losing.
that rating of the type of rounds that it's capable of stopping. And a rifle round is well above what our body armor was capable of stopping.
If you know, is that because it's rifle rounds are full metal jacket rounds, or do you know why it would be that way?
I'm not sure.
Literally not an expert here.
Because
what
not an expert.
exactly
I'm
the
not sure.
concentration was of the ones that we have, but there is a set that they have for the type of round, the caliber, and the amount of force that comes with that round.
Is this hearsay because he heard it in training?
Not those rounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be.
So
Hearsay,
a rifle
not an
round could have
expert.
penetrated your vest and
I don't know if it
actually
matters.
damaged you.
It would have
It
gone straight
doesn't.
through it like I
But
was
again,
wearing nothing and
There's no point.
Me as a lawyer who's a witness who has read the specifications of DWI machines, was not qualified as an expert and was not qualified to testify on the specifications that I specifically read.
As a war zone, is that right?
Correct.
Oh, you categorized
here we
it as
go.
a war zone, correct?
Tell me if this is right. On the 23rd, evening of the 23rd, 24th, and into the 25th.
Yes, there was escalating damage and violence that was taking place over the nights.
I like this dude better than the other defense dude. He gets the point
Yes.
first.
Yes. Agreed.
Sharfisi's great.
His
He's
cross are much
fantastic.
better.
Yes.
Like that.
Nothing to this magnitude.
I hope he does close.
And I think you said more people were armed than not armed.
And the other counsel can prepare all the facts. Yes, that's the
Can I
point.
answer this? So you were working on the 24th and
Yep.
the 25th.
Yes.
You had said there was more damage, more fires on the 24th and the 25th. Is that right?
That would be my feeling, yes.
Were there more people protecting buildings that you saw on the 25th than on the 24th?
I did observe more people that were armed out in places. I don't know exactly what their alleged function or intended role would be. I didn't have many conversations
That's
with
fair.
people that were
That's fair.
there. We did notice some heightened security.
Okay, so my question was, more people that were protecting the businesses, the less fires that you saw. True?
I don't know that I would equate those two. No, the city was
Well,
Under siege.
24th, then the 25th. That's what you said.
You said it.
I don't have a report written. that would
Undermining
indicate
his
the amount
own
of fires
testimony.
that were-
Phenomenal.
That were started, and I would just
Burn
be
this
going
guy to the
back
ground.
and using memory to try to remember. I'm not certain the totality of the fires or how many fires were started and what nights.
I wouldn't burn him
I
too
mean,
hard.
he-
He's the one who said there were guns everywhere and it was a
Yeah.
war
So
zone.
your report
Yeah.
indicates
They
that
need him a bit.
You hear
You want his
gunshots
impressions. You don't want his
from the
facts.
south. Is that
Yeah.
right? At about 11:49ish.
Cheers, chat. I'm toasted
cheers.
already.
And are you able to, through your training, and
Yep. Cheers.
decipher
They should be done in like the next 10 minutes, shouldn't they?
fire?
Why does court go so long in Wisconsin?
technically have
fired, like
up to 40
pistol,
minutes, but I think they'll be done in 10 because they won't start another witness after this.
On occasion, sometimes it's harder to decipher different calibers, but sometimes you can.
Were you able to decipher what you thought you heard on the 25th at about that time, at about 10 minutes to midnight?
At the time, I'm not sure what.
Did you know you had
thought
rifles
process I had at
in
that
play
point? There was just gunfire
for your body
erupting,
armor?
and there was
Great.
multiple types of gunfire going off simultaneously. So I would say it'd be fair to say that yes, some of it sounded like rifle fire and some of it like pistol fire.
Because everybody was shooting.
Literally everybody on Earth is firing guns.
Officer,
I don't
I'm
even
ready.
know
I'm
what
gonna
to
show
do. It's a
you,
war zone. Oh my
Mhm.
God. Again. For Kyle Rittenhouse, you could literally not pay for this fact set and this judge.
Yeah.
Please arrest me. I just shot 3 people. Please. No.
Pepper spray.
You can tell me. Is this vehicle right here the vehicle that you're in?
From this picture, yes, it appears to be.
Okay. And you're in the driver's seat of that vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you see at that point, you know that's Mr. Rittenhouse now, right?
Correct. Now, yes.
Do you see him coming toward you at that point?
From our vehicle?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I know you had said you were outside your vehicle. Is it fair to say at that point you're back in your vehicle?
At this point, yes, because we had just turned the corner.
All right. And now he has his hands above his shoulders, kind of walking toward you. Is that right?
Correct.
What's up, Sword and Scale? I see you in the chat, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot.
Can you hear those people yelling that guy just shot someone?
At this point in time, no. No, we cannot.
I don't hear any commands.
I don't either.
Yep. You can't hear the people outside. We've already established that.
To let the Bearcat through, or are you backing? Is that the reason you're backing up?
At this point, with watching this video, it'd probably be dual purpose here. So I did want the Bearcats to be able to get around us. And as you saw twice there, Mr. Rittenhouse did manipulate his rifle as he's walking toward us.
He
like
did?
this part right here. His hands are not above his head. They're actually down toward the
He's
rifle.
pushing it
That's
so he
where
can
my
walk.
partner and I were going through the process of wondering
Sure.
what this is.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, he's pushing it so he can walk.
How about now? What are you doing now?
I don't
His
hear a
hands are
single
up.
Command.
I don't hear a single command. And over that you wouldn't hear it anyway. There we go.
Maybe, yeah.
Just there.
What was the command there?
Now at that point, is that
It's so loud.
get out of the road? Do you hear that?
Yes, I heard it. I'm not certain if that's Officer Krieger or myself. I believe both of us were yelling at him to get
Okay,
out.
get out of the road. So he
Okay.
complies.
You had, I think you had said, Attorney Crowe said,
Eagle Bear says, why is this cop lying? From a defense attorney? They always do.
Correct. They'll usually get down on their knees or.
And from a prosecutor, it seems like he's telling what he recollects. And trying not to tell his impressions because they're trained not to talk about their speculation
Yes.
and impressions.
Yeah.
so when you say
You're not giving him any instruction to kneel down. Well, they usually kneel down. Did you give him an instruction to kneel down? No, you did not.
Not necessarily. I've had quite a few experiences where when somebody does have a desire to surrender to us, they will do that on their own because they're aware that they're armed and their intent is.
That
to surrender.
doesn't.
They don't want something else.
How many times in your career has
Just
somebody fucking done that?
officers are dictating to them what to do.
It's not how that works.
Oh,
Get
absolutely.
down, hands behind your back, or whatever it is.
Correct.
Did
Yeah,
anybody
instructions will be
issue
given
that
at point.
command?
But on TV, they go down to their knees. So I just thought he would.
Yeah. I assumed he was a regular viewer of the TV show Cops.
Isn't that what they do on Law and Order? I don't know.
You have no idea that he's done anything,
correct.
Mr. Rittenhouse. That's correct.
Do you ever make contact with him about him having a firearm in public?
Great.
Do you ever want to get any information that he might have as to why he's walking toward you
with his arms up like this?
Yes, that would be something that we would do secondary. As I stated earlier, when you still have gunfire that's actively taking place.
When did you do
there's
that?
Victims that need assistance, and there's, still potentially a threat that's got to be stopped. So those take priority over.
Ask him again.
Names and information.
Pin him down.
Did
that
you do
wasn't
that?
their priority.
To be fair, in hindsight, the person who was involved in this was, for lack of a better term, you didn't know it at the time, but he was surrendering.
That's quite possible. Yes.
Great.
Pin him down on, we didn't think it was a priority, because that's what he just said. We didn't think it was a priority to get any information from him. There was too much gunfire going on, and we had to address that.
The defense has been fucking killing it today. I can't even contain myself.
You just
He backs away. He gets off the road.
Correct.
Is that the point that you believe Officer Krieger had used the pepper spray?
Yes.
And at that point, you and or Officer Krieger told him to go home or something like that?
I don't recall anybody telling him to go home. The only commands I recall giving him were get out of the road and to stay back.
Fair.
When you went to the hospital, did you see any videos of what had happened? Meaning any of the shootings?
I know that there were people that had videos playing on cell phones through, I'm not sure if it would be social media or what the websites would have been, but there were people that had videos of what was taking place on their phones, yes.
When you were at the hospital, did you become aware that the person that you had contact with right there was the shooter?
I was focused on preserving evidence with Mr. Rosenbaum and other tasks that I had to take place. So that was all in passing. I didn't focus much on what was taking place with that video.
Not my priority.
Good. The defense has been obliterating the prosecution today.
Yeah,
No further
every
questions.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Every single
Thank you
witness
for your
that the prosecution brought up today just
Nope.
got absolutely nuked.
Don't recross that.
This
Don't
guy's
redirect
going to come
that.
up and be like, do you have a cold cut
Officer-
trio that I can borrow?
It's just
for a
going to get
few
worse.
minutes?
Don't redirect
What is
that.
your-
You
your
let it
sole
go.
focus as you're sitting in that squad car addressing the potential active shooter?
The fact that I'm in a war
And
zone.
if we were to come across a threat, to stop that threat, and if we weren't actively engaged with somebody that was a threat, to preserve life.
You
and
literally
find
just
anybody
called
that was
Kyle
injured
Rittenhouse
and
not a
medical
threat.
assistance.
I hope.
Now, in that
I don't know if
video that was just
Recross will do
shown,
it, but
it showed
so
that
you would
Officer
agree that
Krieger
Kyle
was
Rittenhouse was not a threat
outside
at the time.
the squad car. Do you know how he was outside the squad
One
car
question.
right before you backed up?
I don't remember him leaving our vehicle.
Can we play that exhibit again?
Defense. Can you just cue that back up for us, please?
Yeah, thank you. Do you guys have that? I mean, we can probably find it, but do you guys still have that available for us as your exhibit? Good God, what a disaster for the prosecution. I'm going to make gumbo in this guy's honor tomorrow.
Sounds delicious.
It does sound delicious. I love
I
a good
make
gumbo.
I make a wicked gumbo. I'm not even lying. Hey, Ty. I see you in the chat, Ty Beard. Are you available tonight? You want to hang out? Want to come on the stream and talk about stuff?
Can't wait to see how drunk Nick's going to be when I tune in later tonight after my stream.
I'm
gonna be
already
cool.
fucking destroyed. It's embarrassing, but it's reality.
He did. He moved the gun. When you see it again, he moved the gun so he could walk more clearly.
Yeah.
And then he put his hands back up.
That was the whole manipulated the gun was literally, I want to move this away from hitting my legs.
He was behind the vehicle, kind of by the trunk area, and then jump in the passenger seat.
Yes, it appeared that he was exiting to retrieve something from our trunk. Attempting to retrieve something from the trunk, it appeared.
What kind of things do you have in the trunk?
That night we had medical supplies. I believe he had a type of ballistic vest that had plates in it that would have been more helpful for rifle rounds. And I don't recall if he had a rifle in the trunk that evening or not.
So it would be more helpful with rifle rounds, but perhaps not stop them.
Correct.
And you're talking about rifle rounds. You're talking about .223 is fired from an AR-15 like the defendant had?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
What a waste of a redirect. Like, they shouldn't have even done redirect because it.
The jury's just thinking, I need to get out of this seat. I need to go home.
Let's break for the day.
Did they deny recross?
Obviously,
They don't need it.
Please
Or they
don't
I know they don't
just-
need it, but I'm
discuss
just
it.
curious if
request
they
it.
denied
Not
it.
even with members of your household.
You got a whole weekend, jury. You
don't
need to
read
be
what
quiet
was
and
anything to do with the trial,
stay
the town or
integrity.
anything else.
Stay integrous.
Integrous.
Keep in mind that what I told you the first day.
After a certain number of drinks, I make up words.
Yeah.
This would be so hard for a jury because it's being televised. When
You're
trials
going-
aren't being televised, other people aren't watching. They don't want to chat. This would be so hard.
Everyone
Yes.
in that room is going directly home and talking to their spouse about it immediately.
Of course.
Because their spouses are all watching it on TV or here. Hi, if your spouse is on the jury, don't talk to them. Remember
If
the
your spouse is
judge's
on the
instructions.
jury, hit me up
Very forceful
afterwards.
and
I'd love to
safe.
interview you.
But only after the jury has finished deliberating, of course.
We'll both be in
After the verdict is
Not
rendered.
advocating for any kind of jury tampering.
No, I
Yeah.
literally, if someone emailed me today
have
and
a
said I'm
wonderful
on,
weekend, and,
my
we'll
wife's
see
on the
Monday
jury, I'm on the jury, I would
at
say
9
no, after
And
the
would
trial.
you please go to the jury? You want to in the library or the jury room? Library, jury room. Please go to the jury room and speak with Mrs. Mataska.
I would like to once again remark about how much I love this
Thank you.
judge.
He is a phenomenal judge.
He is wonderful.
I would pay money to have this judge oversee every case that I do, because even if you don't like his outcomes, he's consistent and he follows his interpretation of law, which is clearly discernible. You can disagree with his interpretation, but you can discern it. And if you can figure out what the judge's discernment of the law is, you can plan around it. And the fact that the prosecution has done a bad job of this so far is pretty pitiful.
Yeah, the judge isn't doing anything weird, and that's all you need. You need a judge who's consistent and easy to read and follows the law, and you can see where their line of thinking is. He's been very clear, and the jury's going to like him. It makes a difference. I mean, in all of the jury trials I did, when the jury feels at ease with the judge, it's so much easier for them to ask questions, to come to a verdict, and to feel like they are working with the court than to feel uncomfortable and on the back foot like they're fighting against the court. So it's really an important thing for the jury and the judge to have some kind of a harmony. But it's interesting.
Have you guys seen Liar Liar?
Yes, but it's been a long
been a while.
time.
Do you remember
Yeah.
the scene where he tells the judge that he needs a break because if he holds in his urine, it could lead to like erectile dysfunction in the future?
I have a note here. It says exhibits
I'll be right
47
back.
to 54, which you presented on disc.
Oh, they're going to admit
will
the
need
evidence.
Hard copies of those photos before Kraus leaves today or else.
Or else.
So, that's from the clerk of the court. And
The clerk's going to kick your ass if you don't get her the exhibits.
Yeah, never
not-
anger the clerk.
Never, ever.
That's the last person that you want to anger. Even
I would piss off the judge
above a
first.
judge. Yes.
I would piss off the judge before I'd piss off the clerk.
100%.
What did I tell the jury? You'll be in really big.
I like him
I
a
love
lot.
this judge. I
do
love him.
too.
He seems like I want to like have like a Sunday brunch with him
Mhm.
and hear all of his like best war stories.
Oh, you know he tells stories like when they're not in trial in like motion practice. You know that he's chatty
Oh.
and he's
Oh my
chatty
God,
with
yeah.
chatty with the bench and chatty with the attorneys.
100%.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good thing. There are a few judges I feel like that about, but one of them just did the Durst trial, and it was very fun to watch Judge Wyndham on TV. I was like, "Oh, you're one of my favorites. I like you." So, good times.
Yeah. So people in the chat are asking why we don't want to piss off a clerk. And it's really because the clerk is really like the central person that you need to get all of your stuff into, and they can make your life a living nightmare if you anger them. just
Yep.
an absolute administrative nightmare. And that's really where a lot of these details can get caught up. And I mean, what we're witnessing right now when we're watching this trial is we're witnessing the show, right? This is the performance. But behind all of that, there's so much administrative work. There are, binders that you need to present to the court, so that the judge can have copies of exhibits, and so that everybody has copies of everything. And there are so many things. And every courthouse, every state, every county, every courthouse has their own rules that you need to abide by. And some clerks even specifically have, certain rules. I mean, they're usually the judge's rules, but the clerk is the one that's enforcing those. And it's their job to make sure that things go smoothly. So yeah, if you anger the clerk, in any kind of a case, especially right around trial, your life around trial just got so much harder.
Yes. Never, ever. Look, whatever your issues with the court are, never piss off the administrative staff, because the and speaking in a little bit different capacity, if you're making the administrative staff mad, and then let's say later you file a document that needs expedited review from a judge, and you file the document, and you immediately call court admin. You say, hey, look, I really need you guys to give this expedited review and get it to the judge right away, because this is emergency. I need this done before tomorrow. They go, sorry, we're really busy. Don't ever. The admin staff of the court should be treated like a literal saint.
Yes.
And you should never be snarky. You should never be affrontive. You should never be insulting to them. They're doing their job. And from my experience, the admin staff does a phenomenal job, and they try really hard. They don't care about you. They don't care about your case. They literally are just, I'm trying to get,
but if they like you,
yes,
if they like you,
yes,
they will help you.
Helpful.
They can be very helpful. I mean, I worked as a research attorney for judges before I went to the DA's office, and got to see the different ways attorneys would come into court and treat the judicial assistants and the clerks. And it was very interesting to watch, because half the time the clerks and the judges go to lunch together. They work together for years and years and years. In LA County, the judges pick their judicial assistants and work with them for 15, 20 years. So if you piss off the court clerk, they're going to talk shit about you to the judge. Yes. Same with the research attorney. They are going to talk shit on you. They are going to not answer your calls. Oops, you were supposed to send those jury instructions. I sure didn't see them.
Look,
that's a shame.
I am a consummately polite and debonair professional when
in court,
when
not on live streams, that's for sure.
No, in court. And if you notice, I rarely ever talk about the active prosecutor in a case, or even a previous prosecutor in a case, or a judge, unless I think they're clearly wrong in the law. Like when a judge oh my God, my battery died.
It's exhausted. It's exhausted of you.
Mini arms.
Listen to
you
this.
don't have your battery wired in.
Look, it's like $150 to do that, and that, not that that's a problem. I just haven't gotten around to it.
I've seen well more than $150 in super chats tonight.
Yes, we're doing okay, but what I'm saying is, I had a judge in a case. This is a civil case. This is a contract issue, and the judge said that based on the receipt of a receipt that was signed by a third party. Okay. So my client is alleging to have only a contract with the first party, but that the third party signed a receipt that was delivered to them by the third party, that my client had a action in furtherance of a contract with the third party and not the first party of the case. That because
and these are two different companies?
This is a company that exists, and then a separate person that is suing in their individual capacity, not related to the company.
Is this not making sense because you're drunk, or is this not making sense because
No.
someone just did something really fucking weird?
It's really fucking weird. So here's the deal. My client hired a person with a registered company with the Secretary of State of Minnesota to do a painting job. The person did not complete the painting job, so my client had only paid them roughly 60% of the total value because they didn't finish the final 40% of the work. And their terms that they agreed to in text message were, when you finish the 40%, I will give you the 40% in cash. They never finished the 40%. So my client never paid them. This other person, completely devoid of the company, sued in their individual capacity my client, and sued and said that they had a contract with my client. My client has never exchanged a word with this person, right?
Like a subcontractor?
No, not a subcontractor.
Not even a subcontractor?
Was this like an employee of the company?
I'm so
no, it's so weird. So the owner of the company, who is again registered with the state, who owns the company according to the state, is the person my client dealt with. This other person, who is the girlfriend of the owner, right? The girlfriend sues my client in their individual capacity.
She wanted that money. She earned that money somehow.
Right. Not as representative of the company, not in any capacity other than her own. And then she sued my client and said, well, I signed the receipts, and told the judge that. And the judge said, that's an action in furtherance of the contract with the other party. And the judge had, because it was small claims court, the judge denied my admission. The judge said, the other party's not represented. It's not fair if you're represented. So
that's not how that works.
I'm just sitting there watching, pissed, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay. And my client's trying to stumble through this hearing, but the judge says, wait, so you got receipts from this person? And his answer is, I've never met this person in my life. And the judge said, but she signed them, so it's an action in furtherance of the contract. And I'm sitting there screaming, no, it isn't, Judge. But I'm on Zoom and I'm muted, so I'm toast. And so then the person,
this gets better.
the best part is that my client had told the original contractor that they were not allowed on his property because the original contractor took a bunch of garbage from the original work site and dumped it illegally at a private business. And the private business called my client and said, hey, get your shit out of my dumpster. And my client's like, I didn't put it there. This guy did. And so then they worked it out and it was no big deal. And he's like, yeah, actually I've had bad deals with this guy before because I hired him and he did the same shit to me. So no big deal. That's done. So then my client, I send an email to the lady, right? The lady who sues. And I'm like, okay, just to let you know, your alleged subcontractor, this guy, he can't come to my client's house ever because he did illegal acts and my client is not happy about it. And my client informed him about this back in May. And then she never responds to me. I call her on the phone and tell her, I sent you an email. It details why your boyfriend is not allowed at my client's house. If you want to tell me what other subcontractors are available, no problem. You do it. Because we said, fine, if she says she's the contractor and she's going to finish the work, okay, let's see you finish the work, lady. But this guy's the painter. She's not a painter. She's just a weirdo. So then she has to try and go. We get the second hearing where she has to explain to the judge why she didn't finish the work. And she's like, well, they didn't let my guy at the property. And the judge says, wait a minute. You're the contractor.
You're the guy.
And she's like, why didn't you finish the work? And we didn't even ask her to finish the work. All we asked was, please tell us a date when you can finish the work. We are willing to work with you. And then further, please tell us the name of any subcontractor you plan to employ to finish the work. We even gave her an out. She couldn't do it. And that's when the judge realized that her initial ruling was bullshit because I don't know what, she was mad at my client because he was a little late for the hearing. And legal advice to everybody out there, never in your goddamn life be late for a hearing. Be 30 minutes early.
At
Always,
least.
always,
At
always.
least.
The lines are long. Parking always
Oh,
sucks.
Parking sucks. Traffic sucks. Something's going to come up. Be there early.
Yes. Never, never be late for a hearing. But my client was a little bit late. He had internet trouble. It's not, he was traveling. He had internet trouble. He got on as soon as possible, but the judge was already pissed. And so the judge was not willing to listen to my client.
Yikes.
So the judge made bad decisions. I have called out that judge and her bad decisions. And I think she realizes those bad decisions and she corrected them very clearly in the subsequent hearing. She basically, it was an opportunity to give the prosecution a little extra chance. Prosecution fumbled at the goal line like idiots in that case. But generally speaking, the whole point of this was I rarely ever, even though I have this large audience and live stream potential, I do not talk about active cases. And I certainly would never besmirch the administrative staff who works really hard. A judge or a prosecutor can make bad decisions that I can disagree with. The administrative staff is just doing their job. And if they don't go through with something, it's probably, and this is my experience, because I filed it wrong and then I need to correct it. And that involves me having a phone call with them. They've always been courteous. I don't know why you would ever go after a court clerk or a court admin.
Nick,
in
you're
real
forgetting
life.
the basic rule. Most lawyers are dicks. And
That's
so
true.
that's the problem. A lot of lawyers are dicks. And especially when you look at private practice, because criminal practice is a little different, but when you look at private civil practice, especially by the time they get to the partner level and are showing up in court, they're used to everyone in their office scurrying around and being afraid of them. And then they come in and pop off to the clerk, and the clerk's like, "Oh no, you did not just do that. That's not what's happening.
You did not."
That's like going to the McDonald's because you're mad that the chicken nuggets aren't made out of beef. Like it's not that the guy at the McDonald's made your chicken nuggets and you had a problem with them. It's that they weren't made. You're going to McDonald's, the front end, with a problem with corporate. Like that guy didn't do anything. He did he put the chicken nuggets in the fry oil for 6 minutes and pulled them out and put them in a container for you. He did everything he was asked to do. Why are you yelling at this guy?
Yeah.
If you want them to be made out of beef, you go to corporate. That's not that guy's problem.
Yep. John Pittman asked in the chat, even the female lawyers. Yes, I use dicks as a gender neutral term because asshole takes too long to say. So yeah, there are definitely female lawyers.
If you've never,
yes, completely.
And Emily, no offense intended, because I have not ever worked with you in this capacity. But if you haven't met a female lawyer who's a dick, you've never worked with a county prosecutor who's a female.
Oh, I can totally be a dick. I can totally be a dick. Normally, though, I have tried to be kind multiple times.
Yes.
And that hasn't worked. Or you've fucked over one of my friends in trial. So by the time I walk in to have a case with you, I know about you, and it's not going to go well. And that's the thing with prosecutors' offices. You literally, if you mess with one, you mess with all. So I don't start out being a dick, but I can definitely get there. I have been petty. And the thing is, lawyers and judges are humans. And so when you get flustered, when you get pissed off, there's a reason for it, but you're also human and you're doing your job. And there are people that get under your skin. There's a lawyer who I could not even have a conversation with because it would just devolve into yelling. And it was just a mess all the time.
As a criminal defense attorney who has, and you can look up publicly, a prosecutor in Minnesota who watches the streams, by the way, mentioned that I've done X amount of cases in Minnesota. That's great. I've done more than that. We just resolved them outside of trial, and that's fine. We resolved them outside of filing, and that's not a slight to the guy. He's a nice guy. I like him. I'm going to drive up to his county and have some drinks when I get an opportunity. But that being said, as a defense attorney in Minnesota, I have never once been mean, snarky, or abrasive to the prosecution office, no matter who I'm working with in the state, because I know automatically. I'm like, look, normally at the at the onset, the first thing I'm asking this prosecutor is, what deal does the state have for my client? And I want those deals to always be beneficial. And for the most part, they are beneficial because that person doesn't hate you. They don't hate your client.
Nope.
Look, Emily,
They don't want to go to trial. They want to resolve the case.
Right.
They don't want your guy to get screwed over unless your guy has a rap sheet 1,000,000 years long and needs to go to prison. And even then it's like, look, they're facing this. I will give you this. And if it's early on in the case and you're pleasant to work with, most prosecutors will be pleasant. That's not to say that there aren't some with huge egos that just aren't that way, but most prosecutors will be pleasant. If you show up being a pompous asshole, you will get treated in kind, or you will have the prosecutor, not that I've ever done this, but I totally have. You have the prosecutor go to the bailiff and be like, hey, so-and-so's coming in today. Can you just put them at the bottom of the case list? Can you just put them to the bottom of the docket? Because I hate them. And they come into court and they rub my shoulders when I'm sitting at counsel table and they're like, hi, Madam Prosecutor. And you're like, get the fuck off of me. It's so inappropriate.
So inappropriate. Oh my
God.
God.
The tales of a young prosecutor in
But
LA
holy
County.
crap.
The truth.
Thank
the
God
truth
I've never
about
had to
this.
deal with that.
No,
Emily,
we've got-
can you attest to this? The truth is that 99% of cases are not Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Like,
I mean, at
like-
least 99.5.
Yeah, this is a for a prosecutor and a defense attorney. This is a once in a lifetime case, once in a career case. Most of the time, you're dealing with a petty felony. It's not a petty misdemeanor or whatever. It's a felony possession charge. You're dealing with some yahoo who got too drunk at a bar and threw hands before falling on his face and got called in. You know, you're dealing with these petty crimes 99% of your, or as you said, 99.5% of your day. You're dealing with people who are guilty. You're dealing with people who are guilty of some random extraneous thing. The overwhelming majority of cases that hit the prosecution's office are not murder. And that's the same as defense attorneys. Most of the time you're defending a DUI. Like, let's be real. What is the court load on DUI? Is it 50%
Very high
of cases or is it higher?
So it's interesting because LA County is so big. We would be broken up into misdemeanor court, preliminary hearing courts, felony trial courts. And then you would kind of divide out into the special units that have all changed around since I left a few years ago. But your caseload would kind of ebb and flow. And in misdemeanor court, depending on where you're located, I was doing minor possession cases, DUIs, and then all the ancillary DUI crimes like the driving on a suspended license, driving without insurance. And then because of where I was located, lobster cases. I'm like, can we stop with these lobster cases? I'm so tired of trying to explain to people why they need a license for lobster. Like, this is not why I went to law school.
You're talking about
I don't fucking
like
care.
fishing for lobster?
A literal lobster case?
Oh, we had a whole lobster sting operation in Long Beach. They had bait lobsters that were tagged because there were these fishing boats that were selling lobster to a restaurant, but they were illegally fishing for lobster in the marked areas where you're not allowed to fish because it's a breeding ground. And there were bait lobsters in there. They had to keep the bait lobsters in a tank in evidence. It was
God.
It was so ridiculous, but also like, I get it. So we had commercial lobster fishing ones, and then we had just the like a dude goes down to the beach and gets some lobster to take home and eat, and didn't have a thing. Or people would go fishing and not leave the tag of skin on the fish when Fish and Game came around and be like, well, they were already cooking it, but you're supposed to leave a tag. Like, this is why I'm a DA for this. Seriously.
Emily, I just want to say, you know, as a Canadian psychiatrist,
I was wondering if Jordan Peterson was going to come in.
I just want to ask, have you considered the fact that fishing for lobster is analogous to fishing for people in the modern day? Because at the end of the day, we are all lobsters when you get down to it. When you evolutionarily, we're basically derived from lobsters.
Lobsters are.
You need to straighten up, straighten your back, and what was it that he said? Straighten your back and do the thing.
Straighten your back and keep your eyes up and wash your balls and clean your room.
Look, I support washing your balls. Lobsters are just.
I will concur in that.
I support that. I have a house full of boys. I get it.
Yeah.
Lobsters are just giant bugs. So, fight me. It's just bug meat. They're like alien bugs.
What is this picture now?
That was the worst thing I realized the other day. I was like,
that lobsters are bugs.
I won't eat cicadas. I won't eat the bugs because I am a bigot and I won't do it. But yet I'm sitting here eating shrimp and lobster. These are just sea bugs. It's the
Ocean
same
bugs.
meat and it's horrifying to me.
Bug meat.
It is.
But I don't care. If you cook a roach and tell me it's a shrimp, I'll kill you and I'll kill your family.
Yeah. But
somebody just flag the stream for when Nick gets arrested. Someone fed him a roach and he snapped. He said he was going to do it. No, it was LA is a big county. So there's lots of these wonky little communities. And by the beach, the fish and game cases were real. They actually went to our bosses because they thought we weren't taking the fish and game cases seriously enough. That was a fun conversation with the higher ups.
Oh my God. That's just
they were
like
super pissed about it. We had fish and game arrest for a DUI, but fish and game in Long Beach. But fish and game doesn't have the capacity to arrest. They don't have any lockups. They don't have breathalyzers. They don't have anything. But they were at 7-Eleven and they saw this drunk dude picking up food and stumble into their car. And they decided that in their green pickup truck with one light on top, they were going to chase this dude through Long Beach to arrest him for DUI. And then they had to call CHP for help. And CHP was like, what are you doing? Why are you engaging in a chase with someone? And the guy is like, I didn't think they were police. And it's like, well, right. It's a green.
Because why would you? Why would you think that? Oh my God.
I'm loving this. I'm just picturing the meeting between you and the DA who's like, Emily, have you considered that this is an illegal lobster? Have you even considered that they grabbed this lobster from a cage illegally?
Yep.
And you're like,
I took it as seriously as when they brought in people who they had arrested for habitually taking cans out of the recycling in the communities when they put cans out for recycling, and they would track people for weeks and then arrest them for taking recycling out of the recycling bags. I'm like, get out of here. We have so much more.
California's tax dollars at work.
Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here with that.
Only
we have so
weeks,
much more
though.
to do.
Yeah.
Only weeks though.
Uh-huh. So there's times people are like, were you a tough prosecutor? I'm like, yeah. I had a woman that stole an ass. And
wait, she stole an ass?
Like
how do you steal an ass?
Are you talking about like
Kardashian?
silicone implants or like a donkey?
Implants.
Oh wow. Okay, so it is that California.
She stole silicone implants. Is this Kamika Kardashian? Like, what the fuck is happening?
She's the youngest sibling. She got gifted.
She got gypped.
Gypped. Thank you.
On the ass, but she impersonated someone else to get a care credit account, and with the care medical credit account went and got plastic surgery to have ass implants. And then when they went back to arrest her, she was going back to the doctor because the ass had become infected.
Oh my God.
But when they charged her, she also had prescriptions. When you say that sometimes I was petty, and I do, she had prescriptions, but they were in the false identity. So I charged her with also having prescriptions in somebody else's name. You're not allowed to have Oxycontin in somebody else's name.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look,
yeah,
she stole plastic surgery with this care credit account. It's all of the types of identity theft and the narcotics. And my boss was like, really? I'm like, it's not in her name. They're like, but it was legitimately prescribed. And I'm like, not to her. So she came in to be arraigned on a stretcher because she couldn't sit down because her ass was infected. So she was face down in court, face down, ass up in court with her infected butt. And then the best part of it is because they decided to arrest her, the county had to pay to take out her ass because they had her in county custody.
Look,
I came in on ass infected and ass up, face down. What did I walk into?
This is a stolen ass, by the way.
It's a stolen ass.
It's a stolen infected ass. These stories are amazing.
God willing, I die face down, ass up. Like, God willing that happens to me. I don't care if I ate some bad ice cream and get salmonella and immediately pack and die on the street. Please let me die face down, ass up.
Look, there were definitely days being a prosecutor
God.
when you're like, someday we need to write a book because no one will
Yes.
believe the shit that happens and the
Yes.
stuff that people do. Like, no one will believe what goes on in the prosecutor's offices and the things
I
you see
agree.
and the things you don't file, the things you look at and you're like, nope, we're not doing that today. So,
Oh man, I
from
mean,
a more
You know what?
serious,
You guys gotta listen to more hip hop because that's a song. That's like the first line of a song. Face down,
Yep.
ass up.
Yes.
That's the way I like to.
beep.
yes, we know. Wait, Nate, you're on stream with me and Rakeda and you're not cursing. You got to keep
That's
that reputation.
true. No,
I mean,
you know, I'm so used to it now because like every stream now I do, it's like demonetized. I'm like, hello, boom, yellow. I'm like, all right. So I'm like so careful now. But all right.
I'm not.
YouTube, let's be honest on this. And I'm replacing the battery in my camera. I'll be a second. YouTube literally hates the AAVE, right? African American Vernacular English. They hate it. They discriminate against it. And I have streams. My buddy Drexel, I've been friends with him for we've been friends for probably 25 to close to 30 years. And when I have streams with him, they get demonetized miraculously, even though there's nothing in there that is particularly offensive. YouTube is not on par with AAVE, which, by the way, becomes basic internet lingo within a year. The FR being for real, that comes from AAVE. That comes from this thing because the internet is actually quick to integrate culture, but internet businesses are not. And it's annoying. So Nate, I hear you. You're saying you need to listen to more hip hop. If you listen to more hip hop, you're going to be demonetized on YouTube instantly.
Well, if you put the hip hop on your stream, but this is Viper and I were talking about this. He is a tech YouTuber and his intro is very loud and very like, what's up? It's your boy. And he was getting demonetized for having hostile and aggressive videos. He's like, I'm just a black man and that's how I talk. So we were talking about that quite a lot, that this was happening and it's not uncommon. So it's interesting that you bring that up, Nick, because it's facts, because I curse a lot and I don't get demonetized unless I'm talking about a particular subject like a Josh Duggar, where it's known that the content is going to be a little bit on the difficult side to talk about factually. But no, it's
almost
interesting.
Yeah. Almost every one of my live streams like immediately gets limited with ad monetization, like as soon as I go live. And then, but then after 24 hours, after everyone's already watched it, of course, then they're like, oh, just kidding.
Yeah.
It's fine. You can monetize it now.
There was one
except for when we covered the USA gymnastics team, how they went to Congress. That was the one time because of, I mean, that is sensitive content. So
but again, it's educational content. And it's like,
yes. And
it's educational
content. We didn't go into any graphics, any details whatsoever. And we were very careful, very circumspect about how we talked about it too. Anyway.
How you guys doing? Nate, how are you doing? I think they've been drinking whiskey all day to watch this trial.
I started only a few hours ago.
I got kids. I was sitting here listening to Ahmaud Arbery. Then it's funny.
What happened in their trial today?
It was opening statements.
How did that go?
It was bad for the defense. The prosecutor just like destroyed. Number one, I didn't know. Supposedly the guy who owns the house told the guys who gunned him down, like, hey, you know what? We're looking for white guys who stole something from the house, but we have this black guy that comes all the time, and he's never stole anything.
Oh shit!
That's literally
that is so damning.
And
Nick's also being outed for using cheap batteries.
Dude, it's the battery that came with my camera. Like I tried to avoid this thing. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna switch it over to this to the camera until I'm sure that battery fucking exhausted thing is off. Turns out, no, it was off.
Hey,
No, that
I'm sorry, but Nate, that's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Just watch the prosecution's opening, and she kills like everything. The defense attorney even admitted, oh yeah, my client. Number one, he admitted two things that are just in fucking sane. I'm glad I can say it. Fucking sane. The first thing he admitted is that the two guys that chased down Ahmaud Arbery, they were talking about what is it called? Citizen's arrest. So they said the reason why they chased Arbery is because they saw somebody outside pointing down the street, and they saw a black man running, and they chased him, and that gave them probable cause for a citizen's arrest.
But they didn't stop there.
No, and then when the cops asked them, why were you trying to get a citizen's arrest? Or, what were you going to arrest him for? They said, we don't know.
Oh my God.
I thought they were going to get convicted before I heard opening statements, just based on the facts. I was already like, these guys are totally fucked. They should have pled to whatever they could have pled to. But now I'm just like, you never feel 100 after opening, but that's 100.
Yeah.
Why did they go to trial?
And
that killed their whole defense. The defense was saying this stuff.
I was talking with Joe Neerman last night about this because he's been covering the Arbery trial as well.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there the whole time going, this is a really, really, like, Kyle Rittenhouse is a different case. Kyle Rittenhouse is a clear case of self-defense.
And then
motion to dismiss. I got $50 on the motion to dismiss.
Dude,
if anybody wants to take me up on that.
You said that and I'm like, I don't know. After today, I'm like, motion to dismiss after the case in chief of the prosecution. I think it's possible to get 3 or 4 of the charges dismissed.
Yeah, I think the top charges are gone. I think all the top charges. I think the only 2 left is the gun charge and the other charge. I think that's it.
Maybe you keep the reckless endangerment charge, maybe, but you still have to consider
that one.
Even that one, defense. I don't
know, because McGinnis testified that he was behind Rosenbaum when it happened, right? And so we're talking about the bullets that were near McGinnis, right? And those are bullets that went through Rosenbaum. So if it was right,
the reason I say that the reckless endangerment charge might be preserved on a motion to dismiss, where hypothetically every major charge is dismissed, is because of the specific jury instruction that says you're not entitled to the privilege of self-defense on a reckless endangerment charge. However, if a perfected self-defense claim is made, the jury is entitled to consider that in their actions.
Go
Nick, ahead.
One thing, though, even about that last point, that's a legal impossibility, though. Perfect self-defense and then the reckless endangerment is a legal impossibility. And the reason why is, if I have perfect self-defense, right, that means I am justified in using force. So if that bullet goes and kills someone else, right, because I've released it in perfect self-defense, then how did in the mid-flight that bullet turns from being totally justified to then non-justified and now killing someone else? No, you can't. It doesn't make sense.
I think the only reality that exists actually is when you have like a flamethrower or some other area of effect object, right? Like I made a joke the other day.
Like we're in a Quentin Tarantino movie here,
right? Like literally, I made a joke the other day. You have a howitzer, and the person is a threat to you, but there's several people around you, and you have an explosive round, and you throw that into the crowd, which then causes injury to other people. That is reckless endangerment, maybe, right? It's maybe. Yeah, if you have any other alternative, that becomes reckless endangerment because you may be scared for your life, but I mean, that this thing is going to impact the people around it. That's not what we have in Kyle's trial, right? You have him pumping 4 rounds into a guy who's charging at him. And
lunging. No, let's get it right. Lunging at the weapon.
Well, Nate, let me stop you there. Is it lunging or is it falling? I'm not sure from Binger's testimony. But you have him lunging at the weapon or falling, if you want to frame it that way. So you have him pumping 4 rounds to this guy. You literally do not know if one of those rounds is going to penetrate and hit someone behind you. You don't know if it's going to hit a rib or a pelvis and deflect and fragment and cause danger to someone around you. All you're concerned about at that moment is, I need to hit the target that is trying to murder me right now. So yeah, I agree with you on the implications. I'm saying as a matter of law, you don't necessarily have, because the jury instruction on it is so weird, because it says you're not entitled to the privilege of self-defense, but the jury may consider a perfected claim of self-defense in their determination. So I think maybe the judge says, I don't have the authority to dismiss this charge. But I think largely the last two charges are the main two charges. And even if you dismiss all the others on legal self-defense, and the judge goes, okay, jury, he's legally guaranteed the privilege of self-defense and all these other claims. Do you think he shot this person? And you go, all four of those bullets entered pedophile Joseph Rosenbaum. And one of them might have maybe gone through and maybe hit the ground and maybe scared McInnes. Yeah, I think they win on that. At the end
I gotta say this too. Who the hell are these people he shot? He just like shot some really, the one guy who he's got the knife to his brother's neck and told him he's gonna kill the whole house. I'm like, that came out today. I'm like, what the hell? And then the other guy who's out of a mental institution telling everybody, if I get you alone, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, listen, this is going to be bad. I know there's people going to clip this, but Rittenhouse, if he could have shot some people, he shot some very interesting people. To say the least. I don't know.
But I think that tells you who was out that night. And what was it gives you because what are the chances? There's so many people out, and I think it just goes to his fear being reasonable. I mean, I don't think the case should have been filed, and that's
100%.
Someone,
I think it was ultimately a political decision,
which I hate. I don't like, and I said this about and people hate it when I said it about the Cosby case too. But when you get a politically motivated prosecution, you're not going to get a good result because you're not following the law. And if you're not following the law, your results are going to be fucked.
The Cosby decision is attenuated by what, 30 years of time? Like, even if it's the proper result, which I'm not saying it is or isn't.
They shouldn't have brought the prosecution after they said that if he testified, if he did the civil route, they told the victims go the civil route. They told everyone go the civil route, and they should have stuck with that. And then they changed heads of the office, and then the head of the office is like, nope, we don't want to do that anymore. Nope.
Someone in my chat last night said they brought up some incarceration statistics, and they basically broke down the incarceration statistics overall for the country for white males, right? And it comes down to something like a sixth of the country incarcerated at some point in time are white males at some point in their own lives. And they said, and Kyle shot 3 of them. And it's like, and they go, and it's like, yes, of all the people involved, of anybody, you pick any random protester on the street, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't shoot that person. That person probably does not have a criminal history, but 2 of them have severe felony convictions, and the third one has felony accusations. Come on now. Like, you're talking about again, as someone, I think it was you, Emily, who said, interesting. It's interesting, the demographics of who ended up getting shot, that they happen to have these criminal convictions. And
well,
it tells
and I think
you a
it
lot
speaks
about
to those
the makeup of the crowd.
And that those are the people that chose to try to kill Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes.
Because they were like, oh, I'm willing to go there. Me, I'm not there that night. You know, there are lots of law-abiding citizens who are like, I might want to protest, but I'm not staying around for this part. I know what happens at this part. Nothing good happens at this part. So I'm out.
It's important to note, a lot of BLM protesters and a lot of Antifa protesters that night didn't try to kill Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
In fact, the overwhelming majority of BLM and Antifa protesters, however many were there that night, did not attempt murder. But the only people who died are people who put hands on or attempted to put hands on the barrel of a gun, or
No
a
DNA
guy.
was on it, Nick. No DNA was on it.
Did you see that expert, Nate?
Yes,
Oh my
I
God.
saw it. It was so hilarious. It was like-
Did you see her get flown into the stratosphere and just explode like fireworks? And then Katy Perry came out and just sang for everyone.
Yes.
I don't want to say it. I don't
It
want
was
to
a
say
glorious.
it.
I missed
I
Katy
know it's
Perry.
How did the prosecution miss this? They're like, we don't have anywhere near conclusive proof that he didn't grab the gun. Like, look, and the crazy thing is, if you go with the first statistic they said, we have 70,000 on Rosenbaum, we have 660,000 on Huber. If every statistic you have is 660,000 on Huber, you're talking about a third of Wisconsin or a fifth of Wisconsin. That is a great statistic. That means that on that night, Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber did not grab the gun. You're talking 1 in 660,000 chance they did not grab the gun. But when you start getting down to 1 in 2,300, and then you start getting down into we literally cannot determine if they grabbed or didn't grab it. Don't call the fucking witness. Make the defense call the state employee to say to do that as a hostile witness. Make the state try and prove that case. What on earth are you doing?
Yeah, I it's crazy. I don't know why. Again, like Emily says, I don't know why they brought this case. With especially if just reading the complaint. When you had a complaint where your main witnesses say, yeah, he didn't shoot him until the guy lunged for the gun and chased him down and, he was cornered. It's like,
He didn't shoot him
game
until
over,
his
right?
life was imminently in danger. And then he did because it's self-defense.
When I read it, I was like, is this a motion to dismiss or is this a complaint? Because this looks like a motion to dismiss here.
Yeah,
this is a complaint.
I was down in Florida. I was handicapped. I was crippled. I was at my parents' house. My kids are visiting their grandparents. We're having a good time. The complaint comes out and I read it and I say, you have got to be kidding me. I thought, here I am, defense attorney going, malicious prosecutor is going to lie entirely. They're scumbag. They're going to misrepresent the entire case. I read the complaint and I go, wait, did Kyle's lawyer write this complaint? Like this is gold. And every witness so far outside of maybe the second witness. The second witness, who is Corey Washington. No, Corey Washington. Yeah, the guy. He's
social media influencer.
Yeah, he's an activist, social media influencer, and he wasn't great for the prosecution, but he wasn't great for the defense. Then you're right, Nate. The cop comes in, and for some reason and I think maybe we found this today. But the defense does not object to the fact that this guy's only foundation for testifying to the authenticity and reality of what's going on in this evidence is that, look, I looked at it on YouTube, bro, and downloaded it. You're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Authentication right there, right? This is a true and accurate representation of what happened.
But the defense goes, our facts are so good, we don't even care.
Yeah, just let all the videos in.
Yeah,
the videos all prove our point anyway. Just let all the videos in. Fuck it.
I gotta ask you guys though. The defense, do they know they can object? Because when the judge starts objecting for you, I think you got a problem. Like you.
Yeah, I think opposite though. Like I think it's actually helping them, because I think that it's for the jury. You do expect for the two attorneys on both sides to be objecting to one another. You don't expect to see the judge to step in, because the judge is super neutral. And this judge in particular is very warm, very affable, very kind. So when he steps in and puts the prosecution back in their lane, that looks much more powerful than when he's having to respond to the defense saying, hey, can you get us to put him back in his lane? They're not saying anything. And he's just like, you gotta move over.
You're saying it's a power play, that the defense is like, none of this bullshit that's happening matters. None of this matters to us, because I was screaming the other day. I'm like, there's no foundation, there's no authenticity, there's no this, there's no that. And it might just be that they're like, no, this is our plan. We're gonna just
and
let it be.
Straight on cross-examination. His directs are just cross. He didn't have a
Yes,
gun. No, he didn't have this. I'm like, what the hell is going on? There's no rules of evidence here. It's just do whatever you want.
Because the other thing too is that if you object, then it also makes it look like you think that whatever it is that you're objecting to is important and you don't want it. So it
Or
also
that it's bad for you. Yeah.
Exactly.
But
So if you instead do address it on cross and you do it very, very well, very snappy, like the defense has been doing, then you just destroy it, and that's the end of it.
Like the other defense attorney, not the main dude who was on the other day. His
Emily
crosses were not this
Baker.
good.
Look, I know you were a prosecutor down in Los Angeles or whatever, some small town. But I'm not going to have. Look, I'm not going to have you coming out here on a live stream on
Very
YouTube
good.
and besmirching my name. I've been doing a very good job. My opening statement was definitely baller. I think that's what you call it down there in the urban county of Los Angeles. Up here in Kenosha, maybe we don't use the word baller so much, but I looked it up and made sure it was appropriate for this.
And make sure that you use the hard R.
The hard R. Hard R. If I was a lawyer, if I was Kyle's lawyer, I'd be so, because I have free license. They called him yeah, yes, you should have saw it. That'd have been you know what? One thing I will.
Did you hear when they called Kyle's? Did you hear when they called Kyle a nit? It's like, oh my god!
I can say it. I can say it.
Not my words.
Oh
Not my
God.
words. That's his words, right?
I can't wait to see the Arbery trial because that word comes in a lot. So I'm like waiting.
Oh.
Yeah. But the prosecutor, you can tell she's getting. One thing about the objections, though, I did want to say though, there was one point when he was arguing with his own witness. He did literally impeaching his own witness. Did you
my
really
God.
see that? I think an objection there is just so everybody, so it just stops the flow and lets the jury know. And
Yes.
objection. He's arguing with his own witness, you know?
Yes, and
Because you have there's a procedure to be able to treat your witness as hostile.
Yeah.
In California, it's screening, but there's cases that govern that, and you have to go through that procedure to treat a witness as hostile. It can't just be stop it. I don't like what you're saying.
Right, but what the judge is going to say is overruled, but. You know, I need you to rephrase
Rein it
your
in,
question or
counsel.
qualify your witness as a hostile witness. If you want to, if you want to impeach your own witness, go ahead and do it. That is a thing that we've talked about on this show. Is if you're going to call a witness, if you're going to treat a witness hostilely, call them out on it. Let the jury know. The prosecution brought this person, and they're obliterating their own case, and the prosecution is so embarrassed right now that they're trying to discredit their own witness. But
Bringing hostile witnesses is the worst. It's not a good day in court. It's not fun for anyone. There's times they're going to be hostile, especially if you've had to put them in custody because they're dodging subpoenas, and you have to put them in custody and then bring them into court. For me, it normally starts with, "Good afternoon. Can you tell us your name?" "Hey, fuck you." It's like, no, just your name, please.
Yeah,
this is going
Is that your
well.
name?
So-
First name, last name?
I'm sorry, is your
This
first
is gonna be
name
great, Your
fuck,
Honor.
or was that fuck, comma, you? Is your name actually you fuck? I wanted
Hostile
clarify
witnesses
that.
are so fantastic. Somebody in the chat is bringing up the inventory manager. Why the fuck was that guy called, and why didn't he know what happened with the cars? He knew nothing.
I was hired by my dad. I'm on the payroll, but I don't actually do any work, and I don't know anything, and I don't want to admit to anything. And
I will say this: isn't it so ironic in the world we live in, the cancel culture we live in? The one person who is using the hard R word, who's going around saying it, the one white guy, is the one that they're not calling the racist.
Right?
It's the other guy who's not used that word. It's the guy who is running around calling everybody the R word.
Yeah.
Like what world are we living in? And they're calling Kyle the racist, right? I'm like, what's going on here?
Did Kyle shoot anyone that wasn't white?
No.
Have I not been
They were
paying
all
attention?
white.
Did I miss something?
No, they're all white.
Before I
This white
drunkenly
supremacist
forget
kills
this,
a lot of white people, unfortunately.
Before I drunkenly forget this, we're talking about defense strategy, and maybe they're making good decisions and not objecting to stuff. I have to give credit. To a couple lawyers who are very, very smart, and I welcome their input on this case and other cases. Andrew Branca from lawofselfdefense.com and also Robert Grueller, both very sharp guys. Robert Gruler is a criminal defense attorney. Andrew Branca is a use of force expert that consults. He's also an attorney, but mostly he's a use of force expert that consults on cases across the country. Both of those guys said on day 2, defense was doing fine, not objecting, whereas I'm screaming object. I want to put it out there. Those guys may have been 100% right on how the defense is conducting this case. I don't know if I'm there yet. I'm not sure I'm agreeing with them. I still think day 2 was a bad day for the defense. That could have been a good day. And, but day 3, day 4, the defense has blown the prosecution off the fucking map. And
so it is fun to play spot the objections.
Yes.
I mean, it is nice to be like, wait,
It
no,
is.
this. You get to relive law school a little bit. Look,
Uh-huh.
I'm not a sports ball person, but I imagine that's what sports ball
Sports
people
ball.
do when they're watching the things. And they're like, hey, you could have done this. You could have done that.
That was a pass interference. What are you doing?
Hold on.
It's the same for lawyers.
Well,
Yes.
Nick, you were
Yes.
saying because some of those objections though that were missed were pretty like almost ineffective assistance. Like the one where the guy's like, Kyle pointed the gun at me earlier, and they were like, and that was all through hearsay, and it was like, why are you letting that in?
It's the most damaging hearsay testimony you could possibly imagine from a guy who's not going to appear in court.
Like 4 times it was said. It was like, you're
Yeah.
letting the guy say that your client's pointing guns at everybody, and that's like this doesn't make any sense. But
the thing is that was so early on. The jury might forget about that by the time we are done with
There's
this.
a decent
Because
chance of that.
the defense goes last. The prosecution's not going to be able to bring it up in closing because it can be objected to then, and then it really makes them look like they're doing something shitty. So it could be strategy. It could just be our trying to figure out what they're thinking and not being just.
I have to ask my 2 prosecutors. After today's testimony, do you bring charges against the fucking car dealerships for insurance fraud? Like, do you go, wait a minute, your inventory manager literally is testifying under oath that your inventory manager doesn't know how many cars or what the value of those cars is that's destroyed. You've testified in a different, or you've made a statement in a different capacity that the insurance claim is not paying out the way you want to. Like you're talking about severely damaging statements for these guys who seem to have no information about how their business is run, how much their business is lost, how much their business needs to recover from insurance, but yet they're here testifying under oath about how much damage their business was under, and purportedly it's zero. They didn't even care. They didn't have, and you typically have no duty to mitigate damages, but mitigating damages is helpful in general to a negligence claim. So these guys are offered the opportunity of several armed men who say, we will protect your property for free. And they're not even going to entertain the question. You're not going to even respond to the text that you're testifying that you saw. What are you doing? Like,
I think the insurance company might get a transcript. If I'm the insurance company, I'm pulling a transcript.
I think so.
But the armed people, though, is a double-edged sword because God forbid they do kill somebody. Now you're talking about your insurance on the other side got a problem, right? Are you liable for that? You just hired these armed guards.
Are they on your property?
But
if you didn't pay them, you didn't hire them. You're like, look, man, if you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. I get it.
Yep.
I say you pull a transcript if you're the insurance company, and maybe if you're the IRS going, what do you mean you don't know how much losses? How much losses did you claim on your taxes? I would sure be curious.
Yeah.
But Nate, you're 100% right. It's a double-edged sword. And the best part about a double-edged sword on a prosecution witness is it's good for the defendant either way. You say, okay, you either have no idea how much damage was done to your property. So you're some weird witness that we don't know why you're here because you can't testify to any facts relevant to the case. Because the people in the jury are people of Kenosha. They want to know how much damage was done. We're talking $2.5 million. That's an average. I did the calculations, about $18,000 per car. So if you're talking a used car lot, you're talking 18 to 20 grand per car. Sure. Or 15 to 20 grand per car, averages out to 18 grand. That's reasonable. You had $18,000 per car in losses. The people of Kenosha who are on the jury want to see that. If you can't state that, if you can't articulate that, then the big question is, why is the prosecution bringing you to this case? And that, I think, is the jury's question all day. Why am I here with a DNA expert who's going to ultimately testify that they can't tell if someone grabbed the gun or not? Why am I here with these cops who over and over are testifying that they have no idea what actually happened because they weren't there? Why am I here with these 2 used car lot guys who, by the way, they scammed my brother on a car back in 1996 or whatever? Why am I here with these 2 used car lot guys who can't tell me how much damage they suffered and who are trying, and the defense got this in masterfully, they're trying to deny their liability for the fact that someone may have been shot and killed on their property, and otherwise they'd be liable.
And they asked them to be there. But the thing is about the damage, though, that didn't move me. As I'm going to play defense attorney, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
We got videos of cars being destroyed.
Yep.
We got testimony of them saying we destroyed cars, so we know there was damage to the amount. Then okay, but it's not like that. It's not like there was no damage, and they're saying give us $2 million. There was. We know there was damage. It's on tape. I think there were like 3 cars on fire right at one point. So maybe I think this guy probably just didn't want to get involved because he knows. Let's really understand what's going on here too.
But the DA would have known that.
Yeah.
They would have known that about this witness when they interviewed him. They would have known that was the vibe. They would have known and then chosen better to not bring this witness. I wonder if the prosecution's afraid. I mean, I'm sure they're afraid of the defense case, but the defense saying, well, if it was so bad, why didn't they call this person? Why didn't they call this person? Because it's very effective when the defense is like, well, the prosecution didn't call this witness, because they're hiding from you. And I think the prosecution might hurt themselves trying to get around that argument, because it's a powerful argument when the jury thinks the government's hiding things.
And the other thing is that the prosecution's devastating question to the actual owner of the dealership, right? We get the inventory manager, we get a guy who had some interest in 2015 testifying about this. But if you get the actual owner, their dad of the dealership or their mom on the stand, and you ask the question, why didn't you call the police? Oh, I did call the police. Oh, you did call the police, and what happened next? Nothing. Like, that is brutalizing testimony for the people. The people in Kenosha who are on the jury, who probably know a small business owner or a small business that they go to in Kenosha that was either damaged or shut down temporarily due to this thing. They say, "Hey, my friend, my friend from church, whatever. We had to do a fundraiser for my friend from church to keep their store open because of the damage done." Like, all of this, every fact in this case is bad for the prosecution. And that's why, as you, Nate, and you, Emily, have both said, why are we here in court when we've got this pretty clear case of self-defense?
We're here because the narrative is Kyle's an evil white kid that was looking to kill black people on that night.
Yes,
and this was
he's bad at it.
This was a BLM rally, right? And that was the narrative that was put out, and that's the narrative that's out there. And unfortunately, even the coverage on the news isn't covered. I would suspect the news would cover the guy saying no, it was total self. Like, he lunged for the gun. Like, if this was reversed, and I think the races of the parties were reversed, we would hear a lot. I think we'd have a lot different coverage of this. But
yes,
this they know that this is a bad case because it's them that's been telling us this is about race. It's them that's been telling us Kyle's such a bad person. But when the facts come out, none of that's going to be true. And if Kyle gets off, I really want to see what the news coverage is then. Hopefully, when I'm always scared of the court system. But I'll say this: when he gets off, the news coverage is going to tell you what it really is. Because are they going to be celebrating like, okay, this is now the truth is out, or are they going to be like, this racist got off, which is sad, but that's
what's interesting is when juries have gotten it right with a lot of these things when they've gone to trial. Juries have seen through the facts in a lot of these cases. It takes courage as a prosecutor to go against what's politically expedient. But your office has to have some balls and be like, that's not what the law says. I know that you don't like it. And that's what the law says.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Nate, I think the answer is already apparent. The main coverage of this case is that Kyle yawned during some proceedings.
It
That
was
is
fucking boring.
That is the overwhelming coverage of this case, is that Kyle, on trial for the murder of 2 men and the injury of another, yawned during his proceedings. We don't have anything at all about how, and again, 2 days ago, they could have run roughshod over the defense for what happened in court. The prosecution had a great day. They got everything they wanted admitted. The defense did basically nothing. Third day and fourth day have been great, but that second day was brutal for them. And the papers could have run it. But what are they running with? Kyle yawned while accused of murdering men.
I
in
bet you
cold
the
blood.
prosecutors yawned more than once, and I bet you people yawned on the jury.
Oh,
I bet you the
completely.
judge. I bet you the judge
Absolutely.
yawned. Lawyers generally go
Absolutely.
like this.
The big boy
Yeah.
prosecutor yesterday, he looked like he was literally asleep.
Falling asleep.
While
Yeah.
Binger was talking. He's sitting there, his eyes are
happens.
down. It looks
happens.
like his eyes are closed. And of course it does. You're there for 9 hours. That guy knows. Today, I have no job. I have nothing to do but be here. Same
Which
thing
is
with
so
Kyle.
hard.
I'm going to sit here for Kyle Rittenhouse, by the way, is an 18-year-old kid who's going to sit in court for 8 to 9 hours a day for 2 straight weeks and listen to language he doesn't understand from people he's never met. Like,
Right.
Look how boring we were the other day. Look how boring we were the other day. We watched it. We know what's going on. We're doing this because we want to do it, and we're
Yeah.
bored as hell.
and that's the thing that's so hard about being a defendant. I mean, in any kind of a trial, obviously you have the jury that's watching you the whole time, but in this kind of a case, especially that has so much media attention, you know that there is always a camera trained on the defendant because they're just waiting for a moment like that. They're waiting for it.
Yep.
And even if that was literally the one moment out of 10 hours of him sitting there, just one tiny moment of him yawning because, I'm sorry, he had a little bit of too much O2
Lunch.
in his body, right? Yeah, or lunch or something, like
the fact
like,
that he can't sleep because he's on trial, which if he's guilty, he'll go to prison for literally ever.
And
Right.
he can't like how do you sit still for that long? These are long days. I mean,
They are.
LA has much shorter trial days than this. These are long trial days for people, and that the jury's tired, the lawyers are tired, the defendant is tired, those in the courtroom are tired, and they can get up and walk out and go take a walk and then come back. Kyle doesn't have that option.
The only person who's not tired is the judge because he has the mandate of God infused into him. And he read that in Leviticus, which he will now recite to the jury.
The judge is pretty great.
I love
No,
this
I really
judge.
like him.
I
love
love
this
when he
judge.
the book when he threw it away. He was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, this is." He said, "Oh, it's wrong." He's like, "This is why we don't like these people." He goes into the trash. It's like we need another book. I'm like, that's so gangster, right? He's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, this book we can use." Yeah, that's fucking.
I keep going back to this idea. If you're a criminal defense attorney and Kyle is your client, there's no amount of money on earth that you could pay to get this judge. You love this judge, and because he has a judicial ideology. It's consistently applied, and it somewhat follows the rules. It doesn't fully follow the rules or whatever. He's got his own take on it, but his take is comprehensible. It's cognizable. You can strategize around it. There's nothing on earth you want more than a judge who will do this for you and your client.
And I love that he was willing to get the book out and open it up and
Yes.
go
That's what I'm
through it
saying,
with
yeah.
them. Like, okay,
This
let's
is what
go
it
through this
says.
together to see if everybody kind of
And that's
agrees on
what
this.
good judges do.
Exactly.
Good judges are like, look, if you want to tell me something I don't know, tell me something I don't know. If you want to help me
Mhm.
see it your way, help me see it your way.
Yes.
They're there as a neutral arbitrator, and they're there willing to take in new information instead of, no, I'm the judge. Everything I say is right. No one's always right.
I know everything. I hate those judges.
I want to ask you guys a question about the the propensity stuff that happened to the character evidence.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that if I'm in the defense and they have there was the grand aunt up there,
right?
I would have let her testify, right? She's a
Yes.
great boy. He's this, and then I say, well, listen, now I want to now hit her with the character evidence, right? Well, you said he's so peaceful. Did you know that he had this, that he was arrested for holding a knife to somebody's throat and yelling this? Did you know?
I was kind of wondering the same. I was kind of wondering the same thing.
Why stop it? I'm like, that's horrible. Why not let it go?
I think what happened was this. They had a motion in limine on these prior acts, and they wanted to get the matter before the judge. And what they worried about was it's the gamble. We can let this character testimony in, and then we can try and enter the evidence, and then the prosecution's going to object, and we have to argue this, or we can object to his general character evidence now, where we get to categorize him as an assailant, and they know they can't counter it. We get to do that, and then they're objecting. We get to make our argument and say, okay, well, you can object, but if you do this, we bring in his past character. In general, I fully agree with you. I think what the defense did is they made a risk assessment, and they said, we may lose if we let this in and object. I think that's a wrong risk assessment. I think it's
yeah.
I think they got it wrong. To be clear, I think they, if they would have let her testify to his good character of running in to stop a fire,
opens the door.
that they
the door's wide open. And I would have said, Judge, what else? What do you want me to do? And again, I'm not bringing it in for propensity purposes. I
kicked
want
down the
to know
door.
her extent. Yeah, there it is. And the judge is stuck.
Do you have the same opinion? If you know this, if you know this, if you know this, I just need to know what you think good means. We need to get to the same definition of good. Yes, I'll be talking about propensity later because the government is seeking to introduce it in the Duggar case. So we'll be talking about it.
No,
for what purpose?
I think your general assessment is 100% right. They should have let it in. They should have taken the gamble. I'm just making the argument that they looked at the gamble and they weren't 100% sure, so they decided, look, if we keep this guy's character evidence out, and it is some level of, I don't know if it's a Kafka-esque trap or if it's a Faustian trap or whatever, they get to now say whenever they want that Chuck Huber, sorry, that's a different Huber that I also don't like. Anthony Huber is the first aggressor, and to the prosecution, I dare you to challenge that first aggressor thing. It's one of the things where it's a win-win. I think the bigger win is getting getting to read the criminal charge to the jury. He held the knife to his brother's throat. Then he threatened his grandmother if she didn't clean the house, he would murder her with a knife. Then he brought the knife back to his brother's ear. Then he put the knife at his brother's stomach. Then he strangled out his sister for not cleaning the house. That bitch.
But Nick, you're watching that on TV. What if the jury hears that?
Yes.
Right before that, you say, well, if that's the case, what do you think about, do you consider this to also be peaceful? And then you run down your same list, but now you got the jury there.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that is the bigger win, and that's what they should have done. But I think what they did was they tried to mitigate a potential loss, and they said, well, the downside of this, the worst case scenario is we now get to call Anthony Huber the aggressor, and if the prosecution ever brings up that he's not the aggressor, we can bury him. And that's an okay downside.
And it doesn't look like they're trying to go too hard to paint him out for something that is not super relevant, because it's stuff that Kyle wouldn't have known at the time.
True.
But they can hold on to it. And that could have been tactical. One would hope it's all tactical. They should know who all these witnesses are. They should have made these decisions in advance and done a lot of if this, then this, if this, then this.
And
you hope that they did.
Alita brought up a great point earlier when she said, when this lady, Huber's great aunt, gets on the stand, she walks literally from the audience area to the stand and sits down. She is heavy breathing. She's clearly elderly. She has some infirmity of some sort. She's got a cane that she walks with.
Cane,
yeah. And so you can bury this lady on the stand but is the jury going to look at you and go, "You're being
Yeah.
a
You
fucking dick"?
Yeah.
Right.
Like this
That's
poor
too
lady,
aggressive.
she's ailing. She's buried her great nephew recently.
Yeah.
Like she's grieving. Like how could you? You know, like are you that heartless?
Well,
You know?
I will say, I've done it to a mom before. In
Yeah.
terms of it, I had a
Sometimes you have
I had a,
Yeah.
I had a, it was a ticket scalping case. It was, I got this ticket scalper. He's got like 100 and something convictions.
See,
for
I
ticket
had
scalping.
lobster scalpers and you had ticket scalpers. It's just the
Yeah, because
difference
it's
of
Yankee
where we
Stadium.
live.
It's Yankee Stadium. So it's like these ticket scalpers. This guy had like 100 convictions for ticket scalping. He's got to get all this other stuff. So, mom gets on the stand. He's such a good boy. He's law abiding. And I'm like, well, what about these 100 convictions for ticket scalping, right? How much law,
Does this fit your definition of good?
Yeah, that was all she wrote. So
No,
sometimes you just got. I think it's the form of it, because I wouldn't go down and gun her down. Like, what about this? I was like,
Yeah.
well, ma'am, what about the time that he had the problem with the knife, and
that little thing, that little problem with the knife.
I
Is that
very
peace- yeah.
briefly, I very briefly did some contract work with a prominent defense attorney in the area, and his entire defense in outstate Minnesota was, I defend criminal sexual conduct. That's all he did. He charged a lot. He's the best guy around as far as I can tell. And he hired me to do a hearing because he was unavailable. And I had some mild relation to the defendant where they tried to hire me earlier. They just never paid. So he gave me some money. He said, I'm going to be out of town. Can you do the plea hearing? Yeah. But when I'm talking to him prior to the plea hearing, and he's talking about defending criminal sexual conduct cases, he is the guy. He's the guy that you want, because he will take a 16-year-old alleged rape victim on the stand and he will rip her apart. He will tear apart the idea that she is telling the truth. He will bring up the falsity. That's a hard thing to do. And if it's not done 100% correct, you lose with the jury. But this guy in my town, he says, look, the last seven criminal sexual conduct cases I have 6 acquittals and 1 reduced sentence. And you go, I mean, this guy knows how to do it. He's the guy.
He knows what he's doing.
And he's 100% right. He knows how to put a person on stand who is a victim of a crime and tear their credibility apart. And if you don't do that carefully, though, every other attorney who tries to do that, they lose. And if Richards and Sharfisi say, we've got a grandma on the stand, she's a great aunt to this guy, he's dead, she's going to be crying, she might be crying. She didn't actually cry, to her credit. People who cry should be thrown out of life. No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
False.
But she didn't cry, to her credit, but they have to think she's going to cry. She's going to bring up some great past memories. She's going to have all these good testimonies about how he's such a great young boy that she helped foster and grow. You can't bury her,
because then you look like an asshole.
Right. You can't do it willy-nilly. You have to do it very precisely. And there was no reason or way to do it to this lady. So I think the defense, in my opinion, you go after the character evidence. Exactly. Because you really want the jury to hear this guy put a knife to his brother's throat and said, I'll give you a Colombian smile. Right on this. Like, that's the best thing you can do. But a humble second best for this is they can't introduce testimony about his character for heroism, and you have the full authority at this point to say this guy is the initial aggressor in the incident. That's a win in a loss. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have got to bounce. I'm sorry. I will see you later. I have got to go.
Have a wonderful stream.
Yeah,
Emily.
watching the nights. You always got such interesting stuff. What do you think?
What are you doing tonight, Emily? What are you doing and what time? Because
today's the Douglas thing, right?
I'm here. I'm like, oh, I got a whole bunch of live people watching, and this is like an average stream for you right now. What the hell are you doing?
Tonight, we are talking about all of the government motions against Josh Duggar. There's some new information. The fact that he's taking this to trial is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
fuck are you doing?
Oh, yeah.
The government has just added so much information in these motions. They're like, oh, by the way, did you know he did this and he did this and he did this to his sister? And this is
Did you know when he was 19, he was touching his 15-year-old sister's vagina?
Wow.
They
And
went
that
into
guy
the
is
info
sick,
in
man.
they went
Yeah.
into it in that, and they're using it for 414 evidence and 404B evidence. So those motions in limine are in there. The defense motions are in there, but also the Toddy Westbrook case is popping off in Washington with an answer and a cross complaint
Okay.
right on the heels of her shutting down the business that this all started over. And it is
this
juicy.
Is this Toddy versus her business partner?
So there's 2 active cases right now.
Yeah.
The Westbrooks businesses versus the business partner in Nevada.
Okay.
The California case got dismissed for form nonconvenience. It'll probably go to Nevada. But
Okay.
the business partner sued the Westbrooks personally in Washington for defamation, among other things. And they have answered and cross-claimed now. And they have gone, hey, fuck you. Here's all the info in the cross-complaint.
Am I correct on this? Washington State does not have an anti-slap.
Washington State does not have an anti-slap.
Interesting.
It was ruled unconstitutional, but which I think is why he filed it in Washington, because they were arguing they live in Washington. That's why he can't have the case in California. But in the cross complaint, they're like, so then if you knew we're in Washington, was the California a harassing litigation? Because I think that it was.
Yes.
Because you knew that we lived in Washington and you live in Nevada. So the only reason you filed it in California was for improper purposes.
Yeah, and
so that's all
this
going
is a business
Interesting.
partner who knows them personally. This is going to be like special
This is
knowledge about
this is a mess.
Yeah.
This is an absolute mess. But also it looks like he said things in a certified complaint that he signed, his lawyers didn't. So a complaint under oath, but then he had to walk it back in emotion and say, oh, that's not true. So now they have him lying in court documents about at least some facts. The whole thing is going to cost everybody hundreds of thousands of dollars. The business partner, per the documents in Nevada, put his baby mama's mom and dad on the company health insurance and on the payroll without telling the Westbrooks. Like all of it is a disaster.
Couldn't
All
have
of it's
happened to a
mess.
nicer guy.
And he's liking shady tweets, and she's closing down the business they're fighting over. And not poor, but KJ's name is all over all of it. The business partner tried to use
Poor
her as the
KJ.
mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Look, the business partner,
Poor
by all
KJ, don't
accounts,
say that.
used
He's
her
not
as the
poor,
mouthpiece. She was all willing to do it.
Yeah,
But the
this
business
motherfucker.
partner went to her and was like, guess what? She's like, no shit. Let me tell the internet. So it's all a
Look,
mess.
I have Emily and Nate here. I have to say, can someone fucking properly sue KJ?
Look, no.
You're
We all saw the
Minnesota.
new lawsuit.
No,
the
they can't.
new lawsuit is, how's the new lawsuit? Is it good? Is it bad?
No.
Have you guys read it yet?
She's
I
like
haven't read the new one.
Teflon KJ. Teflon
Yes,
KJ.
it can't-
All
Wait,
of these
how
lawsuits,
new?
none of them stick.
How new is the new one?
Steve lawsuit. I'll send it to you.
Was that
Oh,
actually
yeah.
was that actually filed or was that pocket
No,
served?
Pocket serve.
It's pocket
Okay.
service. What the fuck is happening with pocket service?
Look, let me
weird.
explain
What
this
is
real
wrong
quick.
with your state, Nick?
Let me explain this real
Your
quick.
state.
They all letting KJ off
No.
for everything, man. Nobody
Look,
can
I
get
get
what's
to
going
blame
on.
Nate on this. Nate, you're in New York, right?
Yes, I'm in New York.
You know where pocket service originated. It was from the New York Field Manual.
Oh, wow.
And it was New York, Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota, maybe Wisconsin at the time. We borrowed New York's process in
Well, there's your first problem.
in fucking like 1848. We're like, no, this is great. Pocket service is good. And the idea behind it is you can serve someone a lawsuit without filing it, and then you don't have any court fees. You don't
preserve
have
the
any-
statute of limitations.
Right. You preserve the statute of limitations, and Minnesota specifically has implemented a 1-year duty to prosecute the case. So if you're going to be a plaintiff, you're gonna serve someone a complaint. You don't have to file it necessarily, but if you don't act on that complaint in 1 year, your case is gone. So You
I
have
can see where it might make court go more quickly, because the cases that are going to resolve, if it's like, I sent a cease and desist, well, sue me then. Okay, well, here's the lawsuit. Do you want to talk now? I can see where that might resolve cases before they ever get filed in court, instead of getting on a docket and sitting for 10 months.
It's actually a pretty interesting system. It allows you to resolve a lot of things without paying a bunch of filing fees and going to court for it. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I have had people. It's funny because people because I'm on YouTube, people look up my public record, and it's like, yeah, in civil cases, a lot of them we just resolve without ever filing.
Yeah, there's never anything in court.
Yeah, and that's actually a good boon to many clients, because a lot of clients don't actually want their dirty laundry, and a lot of plaintiffs don't actually want their dirty laundry out in the public. So
come on, everybody, let's put all of it out there. Get it out.
Give us content.
Better. This is what
100% with you.
Yes, Carol Baskin. I think Carol
things to talk
Baskin
about.
wrote her entire lawsuit. I think she wrote the entire thing against Netflix, because it's just all written like, I'm Carol Baskin and I'm so great, and Netflix has a murderous conspiracy against me.
There's one thing I know for a fact about Carol Baskin. This is the only thing. It's special
Super chat,
whatever.
Baskin. You sent her the super chat of hell, man. I was there. I saw it. It was not funny.
I know. This
I did not see it.
You gotta watch it. The super chat of hell. He sent it. He did it. Nick did it.
Nate's not gonna let you get this out, Nick.
Before you get there, Nick, what was the super chat?
I don't remember. It was on Eric
Nate,
Huntley's
what
channel.
was the super chat? I remember. It was like, ask her why she killed her husband.
Yeah. ask her if she fed her husband to the tiger.
Something like that.
A $20 super chat. And she's in mid-flow doing the Carol Baskin thing. And here
you
it
can
is.
see her
Nick
face.
Henrietta. Boom.
She
In bright
saw
yellow.
100%. She saw that super chat. You can watch her eyes. She doesn't respond to it. She looks over at the chat and she stops.
Yep.
And then she goes back to Eric Huntley. It's on Eric Huntley's channel. Everybody should check it. No, I know one thing for a fact about Carol Baskin.
Oh my
her
God.
tiger shit out her husband's bones. That's what I know for a fact.
He
Challenge
couldn't
me,
have.
sue me. I don't care what you think.
I challenge. They allegedly went in the grinder, so he couldn't have shit out the bones. They would have been digested.
Are we gonna fight over whether bone paste is the same as bones at this point?
They asked everybody
Yes,
to
we
the
are.
link. I'll put the link in there. Erica loved the
Yeah,
The court's already salty with this lawsuit with Carol Baskin versus Netflix. So it's going to be very interesting. They denied her TRO request, and they're going to hear it for a preliminary injunction. So
do we
we'll see.
do we have a resolution on Tiger King's actual appeal? Because there was a whole bunch of drama where the guy who's alleged to have taken the money, basically said, I was never going to do it. Everybody knew it. I lied. And the guy, the present, or not the present, but the former present owner of the Tiger sanctuary in Oklahoma, the guy who took over after Tiger King, he basically said,
Jeff,
no.
what's his name?
Yeah, the shadiest man on the fucking planet.
Who isn't on that show?
But that guy basically says, no, it was all a setup, and none of this was actually going to happen. Everybody knew she was not in any danger. There was never anything. And you're like, wait, Jeff, who takes the tiger zoo from Tiger King while Tiger King goes to prison, he's out here even saying, no, this is that he didn't do anything about this. This is all a manufactured thing.
Right.
And then you got evidence of Fed involvement. Do we have any resolution on this?
No, we don't, but it's in the teaser trailer for Tiger King 2 that comes out later this month that they
Holy
start
shit.
addressing that, because the people are on video saying, no, that's not what it was going to be. And the agents knew that's not what it was going to
Wow.
be. And so there's agent involvement in that as well.
Yes.
And the owner of the Tiger King sanctuary now is Carol Baskin, because it was her payment for the trademark lawsuit.
Yeah, it was restitution.
Yep. It's
And,
fucking wild. It's like Keemstar taking Romeo Lacoste play buttoning. It's like, fine, I'll take your fucking zoo then. Give me your zoo.
And to be clear, if I remember right, there's allegations that the federal agents are on recording saying we need to include these animal charges because they'll make the murder charges stick, even though we don't.
Yes.
Basically, them not saying in as explicit words, but inferring we don't have a case on the murder for hire charges, but we got him dead to rights on the animal charges. And if we do the animal charges on the tigers, we'll kill him on the murder for hire charges as long as they're tried together. So we just need to tie these events. And like I read the motion when it came out, and it was like 6-8 months ago. And I was like, holy shit.
It's bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be
Tiger
really interesting
King
to see. And it's going to be addressed in this new series. I'm looking forward to Tiger King 2. I'm looking forward to
Me
seeing
too.
what comes from Carol Baskin's suit. She's alleging that they do not have an appearance release to use her in Tiger King 2. She only signed a release for Tiger King 1. It doesn't have sequel rights, and she might not be wrong. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens, because she didn't sign an appearance release and they're like, no, we're using footage from the first one, but sequel rights are a thing. So
this is one of my favorite topics right now is licensure in video, because I'm covering a case from this guy who's he's an insane man. His name is Russell Greer. And if you ever look him up, Russell Greer has the thing called Mobius syndrome. So his mouth doesn't close and his face is paralyzed. So you're immediately inclined to feel bad for this guy until you realize that he is an absolute pile of garbage. Completely divorced from his Mobius syndrome. He sued Taylor Swift. He sued Katy Perry. He sued Ariana Grande, and he sued them on the grounds that he composed a song and sent it to them, and they did not acknowledge it on Instagram. Therefore, they owe him $100 million. And every celebrity whoever gets a gift is entitled or is required to put a disclaimer that they will not recognize all gifts personally. Like, this guy is phenomenal. Anyway, he is currently suing America's Got Talent under the Americans with Disability Act. Let me hit you with this. This is a man with a paralyzed face. Okay. He composed a song called Heidi Klum, You Look Like Me, or You Look Like Me, Heidi Klum, because she's the current on stage talent for America's Got Talent. He had to hire a band to perform it because since he's got a paralyzed face, he can't sing very well. Right. So he hires a singer, he hires a drummer, he plays keys, and they do their audition via Zoom. And the producer says, this is great. Yeah, this is great. Please send us a video of this. And then he never gets a follow-up email, so he doesn't get on the show. So he has sued America's Got Talent under the Americans with Disability Act for not making a reasonable accommodation. And that reasonable accommodation is either you pay for my band, you bigots, or you put me on the 2022 season in front of the judges on television.
But didn't he just not get on the show?
Yeah, he got to audition. He literally got to
audition via Zoom.
Yes, like everybody else on the planet. But his theory is under the ADA, he's not only entitled to audition under Zoom,
he's entitled to make it.
Yes, is beautiful.
Beautiful.
And the best, if I can reiterate the best part of the best part of this, his claim is that disabled people don't make it on. One of the finalists of America's Got Talent in 2021 is a comedian, a stand-up comedian with cerebral palsy who has a visible physical disability and competed as a Paralympian. This guy's lawsuit is trash. It is amazing. It is amazing.
That is right up my alley. Because every now and then you need a break from Housewives and Britney.
Yeah, I'll send you the complaint if you want it. It's 34 pages of written absolute glory. Russell is a routine pro se litigant. He is trained as a paralegal, and he thinks he's smarter than any lawyer who has ever been born.
We love to hear it. We love to hear it. I did a dramatic reading of Britney Spears' last court hearing because James Spears, the dad's lawyer, threw an actual temper tantrum in court and was saying things, but Your Honor, he's like a stranger. You can't put a stranger in charge of a $60 million estate, Your Honor. He is a stranger. And I'm
literally
like,
who you want in charge.
If you're a professional fiduciary, that's exactly who you want. Never mind the man who's been abusing her for how many years.
Yes. Look, Emily, you tweeted out the other day. I don't mean to keep you, but you tweeted out just a couple days ago that Britney's family is going crazy. They're requesting fees. Maybe I misread this, but under California law, isn't Jamie Spears, her dad, entitled. Isn't he
Dad's entitled to fees. Her
Yes.
mom is
Mama
now
is
asking
not.
for fees.
Mom is not. Okay,
Yes.
thank
Mom
you.
is asking for
Mama
fees.
Spears is not.
Mom is
She-
not a party. Mom is not a conservator. Mom came in as an interested party and
Interested
hired
party.
her own lawyers. And
Oh,
so
shit.
now mom is
Yes.
going back and saying, but look at what my lawyers did, pay us $800,000 plus dollars, because look at all the work we did. But she waited
out.
until the dad got heated to come in and argue that she was acting in the best interest of the conservatorship. And I think it's mostly a PR piece. They know they're not going to get paid, but it's like, it was literally, look at what good we did. All these other lawyers were trash and we had to
Yeah.
be here.
Yeah, no,
Pay
that's
us.
amazing. Okay, so what time are you doing this show tonight?
Oh, I stream at 7 every Friday for Friday Night Live. I'm going to grab some whiskey. I'm going to finish up looking at this motion.
55 minutes from now.
And yes, 55 minutes from now. So I'm
Okay,
going to
guys, Emily D. Baker, 55 minutes from now. She's got some fire
Your
stuff. She's
chat's
got
going to come in and be like, wait, why can't we make jokes?
They're going to come in. They're going to be like, balls or no balls. This chick is fat or whatever.
Just know.
Guys,
that's not going to fly.
Go do it immediately. No, 55. 55 minutes from now. Emily D. Baker's channel. Guys, you got to check her out. She is streaming a completely different subset of law than I do, and it's phenomenal. I cannot look. If I covered what you covered, I would be eating more bullets than Joseph Rosenbaum right now. I can't do it. I'm like, how do you watch these cases with the?
I love it.
I'm going to tell. I
love pop culture.
You watch them too.
I fucking love pop culture.
The one thing I hate about Emily's stream is that I'll go and say, I'll just stay here for 15 minutes. And then at the end, when she's like, all right, any question? Like, I've been here for fucking 2 hours. This is ridiculous.
It's a fun look. I love streaming. I like talking about pop culture. I love the law nerds. It's really a lot of fun. And I love that LawTube is so diverse that we can all talk about all the different stuff and then come together and talk about serious stuff or not serious stuff and not be serious. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
And Nate has been covering Ahmaud Arbery and Kyle Rittenhouse. Good Logic has been covering Ahmaud Arbery, the trial over there. You guys, look, I'm pissed personally that Arbery's trial is not delayed by like 2 weeks. So I can
completely
do it.
agree.
It's hard to cover both things.
Why is there so much going
much
on all at once right now? It's like you can go through weeks and months of like really nothing. Like you have to kind of scrap for something to talk about, on like a weekly live stream. And then there are times like this that you're like, I can't fit everything in.
I can't fit
I have
everything
to be
in.
on a live stream for 9 hours so that I can talk about it.
There's a lot going on. I mean, there's my list of stuff I want to get to has gotten very, very long because from the YouTube stuff, Duggar's getting ready for trial. Jen Shaw's going to be going to trial. It's getting heated in the Girardi cases.
Alec
and now we've
Baldwin.
had the Alec Baldwin case. Like there is
Oh my God.
much happening. It's very, very busy right now. The lawyers are ready for Christmas. They're just getting their billables in for the holidays.
For me, my next case after this that I want to cover so much is Christian Chandler.
You have fun with that.
I will cover that degeneracy for days.
Nope.
And if I can get a way into the courthouse to have it stream live, I will cover it. It's gonna be memeable to the max.
My housewife degeneracy is where I live.
Nothing even
generally
close.
not as dark.
Nothing even close to this guy.
Oh
I'm aware. I can't. I cannot. All right, y'all. It's so great to see you. Thank you for doing the good work, everybody. I know you've been streaming forever. It's great to get to watch your coverage and catch up on like the other stuff going on in the world. So thanks all.
Peace.
Have fun.
Good to see you.
Peace.
Check Emily's channel tonight. She's streaming in less than an hour. Go get it. Okay, guys. Alita, we have been on for 9 hours and almost 17 minutes.
Yeah. This is by far the longest that I have ever streamed ever in my life.
You guys are like warriors.
And yesterday I did 3 live streams. I did 1 hour on Good Logic. I did like an hour and a half on mine. And then I did like 3 hours on here. yesterday too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
We had a big
I
day.
just I have spent so much time in this chair in the last 48 hours. I'm about to sink into the floor soon.
Okay. Go ahead, Nate. Sorry.
No, I said the good thing about this is that it's interesting because I didn't know that we're the only ones like doing this from this legal perspective. And that's what makes this thing so interesting, because I remember when we did the show and stuff, I had got a real good thing about that. And I was like, who really wants to sit there and watch me do a live stream for all these hours? But there's a real audience for this. And it's just surprising that not only is there an audience for this, but people are really engaged at the back and forth. So, it's a new thing for us though.
Someone mentioned earlier in the stream, this was the number 2 stream on YouTube for the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I don't know what the number 1 was. I know Crowder was
doing it too, right?
I know Crowder was doing it the other day, and I mean Crowder's gonna pull gangbusters numbers.
Oh yeah. He's got
we were out doing the Washington Post.
Yeah,
we're out doing Law and Crime. We're out doing Court TV. We're out doing ABC News. Like, people want the opinion of lawyers on this stuff. They don't want to just sit and watch the trial because, frankly, frankly, look, really, I've watched trials, most of them boring, terrible. Most of the time, you're wondering why you're even there. You're wondering if there's popcorn coming or a hot dog guy. Maybe he's going to sell beer. It's never happening. You're just sitting there watching. No, but
once you have lawyers involved, then it's tremendous.
Exactly. Most of the time in these trials, on the coverage on the media, because I don't know if their in-house counsel or their contributing attorneys are cowards. I don't know what it is. They're afraid to render opinions in real time. So what they'll do is they'll just put a live stream on and let people wander into it unassisted. And no one should walk into the law without assistance, in my opinion.
Completely agree.
But what I want to do, guys, we've been on 9 hours and 20 minutes. I will read the 20 plus super chats before I leave. Okay. And then the rest of the chats I'm going to read tonight on my live stream tonight. But I wanted to give, I don't want to keep you guys for all this. If you don't want to stay, if you want to, you're welcome. But I wanted to give you guys an opportunity because we've been on a long time. It's getting late in the day. Alita, is there anything you want to say, plug or whatever before I go into these super chats?
I think, I'm probably, I might stay for some of the super chats.
Aaliyah's going to be a soldier.
I feel like I've been here this long. I feel like I kind of
take it to the end.
Through to the end. Like this is a marathon, right? Like I've got to get to the last 26.2. I've gotten to 26, the last 0.2, right? So I think I'll probably actually stick around. But yeah, I mean, you can find my YouTube channel, Legal Bites. I'm also on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Locals. I'm on Patreon. So you can find me on any of those locations. And Nick, thank you so much for having me last night and today, because this has been amazing. I mean, I legitimately, my subscriber count has ballooned since I've gotten on here. I think I got like 800 subscribers over the last 24 hours. I'm not kidding.
Mine too.
Is it's and then also on Twitter, there was one Twitter account that decided to like amplify my account, and so I more than doubled my my follower count on there, which is like insane. Like,
that's the guy who he replied to Pasobiec, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had that.
Pasobiec actually retweeted his tweet, and he had a whole thread, and yeah, so it was incredible because I'm so used to just like tweeting things and like maybe one person liking it, and now all of a sudden I'm like I keep getting all of these notifications on Twitter because people are actually interacting with me. I'm like, this is fun. Okay, this is what it's like to have a following.
No, it's awesome, especially when the first time it happens. You're like, 10 people like this thing. I just said hello.
Yeah.
Let's move it on.
Like, okay, here's a picture of my cat. You guys want to see this? Let's try this out.
Like, oh my God. I was like that, watching the likes.
No, it's great. Guys, check out. If you need help, go in the description. There's an at Legal Bites in the description. If you click on that, it'll take you right to her channel. Subscribe to her. Check out the stuff she's following. I don't have Nate or Emily or Attorney Tom in the description yet, but as soon as the stream is over, I'm going to edit and add them in. But make sure we are like we are the great community of tubers here. We all
Love it.
We know we can't cover everything. We know we have disparate interests, and that the audiences do too. I haven't seen anything other than respect for any of the other law tubers that are out there from any of us. We all want everybody, like, we're like, look, I can't cover this. Go watch Nate. I can't cover this. Go watch Legal Bites. I can't cover this. Go watch Uncivil Law. We appear on each other's streams whenever we can. Go check out Nate. Go check out Legal Bites. If you want this lawsuit type coverage, go check us out, because everybody has different opinions, different takes. And the best part about law is we're all valid until we get before a judge who says no. And none of us are before a judge. So we're all valid forever.
That's the beauty of LawTube.
Yes.
You remember the one time we and you were arguing on Twitter? And then I was like, oh, Nick, you're actually right. I'm sorry, blah, 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 blah. And I said, and everybody was like shocked, like, oh my God, why did you say he was right? I was like, because he was fucking right. What the hell?
Because he convinced me.
Keep saying he's wrong? Yeah, Nick, you were right. I was wrong. It's
and they're like, people out there, they're like, oh, are you have problems with Nate? And I'm like, no, Nate's my dude. What the fuck? We had a minor disagreement on an issue that's basically irrelevant, and we talked about it. We just happened to talk about it publicly because we're both public people, and that's cool. And it's like, no love lost, no respect lost.
Yeah.
We both learned a whole shitload from that encounter. And it's like, I would do that every day so that I'm constantly refining my own positions, refining my own thoughts. Like
it's like the people are almost afraid to say that they're wrong. It's like I go into this trying to learn something, and I learned something. Like in that conversation, I was like, oh, you know what? I learned something. And that's why I think at a point you can't just continue to hold a position that's wrong. You gotta, and that's how you grow. And if you can't grow, then what are you in this game for? And that's the thing that's what I love about the law, because when you think you know it, that's when it gives you this little side ball, and you're like, okay, now it's something to do. So
and appropriately, when you think you know it, you take it into a court hearing, and opposing counsel makes a good argument, and you go,
shit.
you go, shit, what do I do? I actually had this experience in the opposite way on a case where I was going into court with a client. Long story short, it was an unlawful constructive eviction of a client. She had foreclosed on her house. The bank had foreclosed on her house, and she had held over for a long time. But in Minnesota, when you hold over, you're technically a tenant, and they cannot just evict you, especially in the winter, because you'll die, right? They turned off the power to this person's house in November, and it caused an injury. And so we go into court, and I'm like, hey, I tell the opposing counsel, I said, hey, we go into this courtroom, I will bury you on a constructive eviction, and my client is going to get a whole bunch of money. And he goes, where's that in the statute? So I show up in court. That was by email. I show up in court and I say, here it is. And I put my phone in his face. And I said, here's the statute, the statutory language. We will win on this case. And he goes and he talks to his clients, and then we go. And he calls me up and he says, hey, you want to negotiate before we get into the courtroom? I said, absolutely.
Let's talk about this one.
Absolutely we do, because, at the end of the day, my client hadn't paid a mortgage or rent in 18 months. And so, I mean, we win on the constructive eviction, but everything else is bad. We go into there, we negotiate it out, and then we fix that issue, and then we go. And I get my client paid at a later mediation. I get my client paid for not paying their mortgage. But I took it to the opposing counsel, and he had no idea. And I'm like, look, bro, you did a constructive eviction. You turned off the power to my client's house in November in Minnesota. If we go before a jury, I'm gonna kill you. and you're going to get, I'm going to get you on. My client fell down the stairs. She had other injuries. I'm like, I'm going to get treble damages on this. You're going to fry. Maybe we can work this out. And we did, because that's how you do it. And the frank thing is, sometimes you go into a courtroom and you have a good argument, and sometimes you go into the courtroom or the interview room before the courtroom, and the other person has a really good argument, and you go, all right, well, we need to mitigate our expectations here. And that's how law works. And that's why I think that we're all good at discussing things and even having some animated arguments with differing opinions. And then at the end of the day going, I still respect you. You're right. Or even if, I might be right, but there's some mitigating things here, and I've learned a lot, and this has been productive. And it's crazy that so many people can't do that anymore.
I want to say one thing before I get out of here.
Yeah.
This is there's what's his name? The guy who trained Mike Tyson. He always used to say, "You're never really a doctor until you open something up and you're like, what the hell is this?" And you got to think on the fly right then how to make it work. Right? That's when you're not just a student. That's when you're a doctor. And for law, we have that too. And for me, when it happened is when I remember the case that was in the New York Times. I'm making a motion to get this guy off, and it's 30 pages, and I type it all up, and I think it's the best motion ever, and I'm like, yes, I'm like right there at the page limit. I turn it in, and thinking the judge is going to have read this, and so we get there. I'm in front of the judge. Judge picks up my motion. It looks like a fucking book, and she says, "Oh, I didn't get a chance to read it." The counselor, you got 5 minutes. Tell me what's in this document.
Yes.
That was the moment I went from being a lawyer to an attorney, because I had to take 30 fucking pages of bullshit and turn it into a 5-minute speech. And that shit was denied cold, right? She denied it. But at that point in time, I said something like that. I will always be prepared, because you never know what's going to happen. I was so confident in that shit that I wasn't prepared to get punched in the face. When I got punched in the face, I became a lawyer that time.
It literally just happened to me. I had a client. This is a 2-year-long case. I just wrapped this up. I had a client pled guilty to over a 6-year period, 5 or 6 year period, whatever the statute of limitations is, stealing several $100,000 from a victim. Right? They pled guilty to it. The hardest part of this case is that the district attorney had us dead to rights because they used a company credit card to pay for everything. So there's no warrant issues. There's no probable cause. The victims brought the statements to the DA, and that frankly, this is why my client pled guilty. They had him dead to rights on it. And what we were doing was we were going in to to ask for a mitigated sentence, to say, hey, this is a middle-aged woman. This is a single mom. Let's not do prison, because prison isn't helpful here. There's been already a bunch of rehabilitation. There's been all these issues. And I wrote a motion that has all of the legal requirements, right? Every single legal requirement for a judge to go, you know what? We can mitigate this sentence. We can say probation. We can do this 10 years. I don't care I don't care if the probation's 30 years at this point. Just keep my client out of prison. And I wrote, it's a 13-page motion, and it's well-researched, and it's founded in as much law as you can actually find in Minnesota, which there isn't a lot. It's discretionary for the judge. And I go and I talked to my client about it, and I was like, well, the judge hasn't indicated that she hates you. So we got a chance here.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yes. Yes. Because we had asked for a modification of the probation order prior to sentencing, because my client's trying to complete school, and the school involves one-on-one contact with people. And that was in the probation order. It said, no one-on-one contact. You got to be supervised. And it says, okay, judge, in this environment, my client needs one-on-one contact. It's still supervised, but during the contact, it's one-on-one. They supervise via video or live viewing, but from outside the room, because it's counseling, right? And the judge says, hey, I don't know why I should believe this person has actually rehabilitated at this point. We have nothing on the record about it. And so I go, okay, this is not the worst thing. I get where the judge is coming from. So we go into this sentencing hearing and I'm like, we just want mercy from the court. We want all these things. Here's the motion. Here's everything you need. Every legal thing you need. The judge obliterates us from orbit. Fucking nukes. And then goes on to berate my client personally for several minutes. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, I have no idea that the judge is feeling this way up until this moment. And it's just like what you're saying. Because I put my thing into a motion, 13 pages, and the judge is like, okay, give me your oral argument. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll summarize what I said, and I do it. And then at the same time, the judge is like, yeah, nah, sorry. She tells my client, and you did this, and you're going to prison. And I'm like, oh, fuck me.
Oh
we got our asses handed to us. And I mean, my client got their plea agreement, right? Like that's what ended up happening is they got the terms of their plea agreement. But the judge basically said, could have been double that plea agreement. Asked the district attorney, could have been double that plea agreement, couldn't it? District attorney, yes, easily. And I'm like, fuck, I'm toast. But it's exactly what you're saying. You can have all the theory in the world, you can have all the legal arguments in the world, but until it gets tested by a judge or by opposing counsel, it's the way it goes.
My
Thank
first
you guys. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I want to hear this one. Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say my first moment where I felt like, okay, I've gone from lawyer to attorney was when I was representing I was actually representing a friend who had like his own like marketing business. And he was helping to do like social media promotion for some guy that was like selling Persian rugs or something that he was like importing or something. I don't know. And they knew each other from the same like MBA program or something. And so this guy was accusing my friend / client of breaching a contract for marketing services, kind of blaming him for the fact that his company never took off, basically because of the marketing services that he didn't do well enough or something like that. And so he had retained his friend who was, and mind you, this was all in Orange County, California, where, you know, it's me against this other blonde lawyer out of Newport Beach, California. So you can get some ideas, like this is like blonde lawyer, hoity-toity kind of women. And so I get this, he receives a demand letter. And so he refers it to me because he's retained me. And so I respond to it and I write her a letter. And mind you, I had like just passed the bar exam. So I knew contract law like the back of my hand because I had just gone through it. And I was like, okay,
bargain theory, baby.
You need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you don't have it. And I'm sorry, you don't. So your client doesn't have a case. I'm sorry. Like you're trying to rattle the saber here. And so she, instead of responding in writing, decides to call me, and she just goes on and on and on and starts yelling at me about how I've represented these big corporations and blah, 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 blah. And she just completely lost it. And I just had to I literally pulled the phone away from me for like a minute while she like ranted and screamed. And I was just like, all right, you're bad. Okay, fine. Just let it all out. And then finally when she stopped, I was like, okay, that's great. You have a very impressive resume and you've represented all of these awesome, great companies. However, in this particular case, your client doesn't have a case. And I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to present to you some sort of a settlement offer just because you've represented some really great companies. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. And that took a lot of nuts. I'm not going to lie, because this was when I was still in that stage in between, looking for a firm job. And I was like a very green new attorney. Yeah. So I was very, very proud of myself for being able to survive that. And they never filed a lawsuit. So, so the statute of limitations came and went, and that was the end of it. So very happy about that.
It's wild. I had an insurance claim. It was never filed because we didn't have to file. Thank God. I sent him a draft of my brief, but what ended up happening was I got the insurance company on the phone and I screamed at the adjuster for like 30 minutes. And then the next day we had a settlement. But the law firm that represented the insurance company sent me a letter. And the letter came in a big box, right? And the letter included a bunch of other documents from other cases. And they said, we are the law firm that represented this company on the leading case on this issue. And I sent back to them, then you know why you are wrong. And we ended up getting everything we asked for in that one. But no, it's weird. You're again, at the end of the day, the law is a thing where you're confident, you're cocky, you're a lawyer, you got some ego to you. But at the end of the day, there's another lawyer with another ego and a good fucking argument. And that's probably, as much as I want to shit on lawyers, there's probably a smart, well-researched argument on the end of whatever comes back. And you go, you get it, and you go, holy shit, I'm toast for a second. And then you go, okay, wait, no, I can reply to this and it's fine. But I mean, that's a smart person on the other end of your case too. But anyway, go ahead.
I was gonna say, or you get a filing from opposing counsel and you're like, oh shit, I don't understand any of this. Maybe I don't understand this law very well. And then you go and you look up the cases that they're citing to and you're like, oh no, you're the one that doesn't understand it.
Yep.
Yeah, I love those. I love those. Those are money. I call those money makers. I'm like, all right.
Yes.
You know,
That's a help. Nate,
all right,
you want to piece
we'll
out?
let you go.
What are you doing right now? Everybody needs to go check out Nate the Lawyer on YouTube.
Yes.
Subscribe to him. What do you got going right now? What are you covering?
I'm just doing Ahmaud Arbery. That's more or less it. The women's soccer, I want to cover more of it, but I said I'm gonna calm down on women's soccer.
You squeeze that fruit.
Yes. I thought get some more. People are like, we need another video. I'm like, nope, no more videos with soccer.
Someone gave me an over-under. They're like, how many women's soccer videos is Nate gonna do? I'm like, as many as he needs.
It's like 100,000 views a video. I don't know what people like about the soccer videos. What can I say? So yeah. Just Nate the Lawyer, and then either just search Nate the Lawyer, and I am there. And I do what these guys do. I try to make the law interesting at one bite at a time.
and discernible to the average person. Because at the end of the day, you, me, Legal Bites, we're all average people. And and all we have is a bunch of student loan debt that says that we can translate what happens into normal people speak.
Unless
and
Bitcoin has its next parabolic run and all the altcoins go even further, and then maybe I can pay off my student loan.
Yes, get it.
Yes,
all right.
Yes. Take care, guys.
Thank you so much for joining us, and have a good day, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Peace.
Take care.
See you, Nate.
Legal Bites. Did you want to hang out anymore? I mean,
let's do it. I can't. I have to take it all the way across the finish line. I have to. I'm here now.
You have made this mistake. You have made this mistake, and you never blame me for this. Ty Beard says, do the prosecutors even wince anymore when they step on their own dicks? The answer is no. The prosecution had a narrative. It's been blown out of the water. Now they're scrambling to find a new one. And I think they will by the end of trial. It may be too late, and I hope it is.
Yeah.
Let's see. 2% right says the DNA witness was solely used to use up time to push the testimony of Grosskruetz to Monday morning. Very possible.
Could be.
Very possible. I have a hesitant. I think that Binger thought it would be an okay testimony. Maybe just wasn't considering the fact that Cross would exist. I don't know.
like they've been asleep for all of the objections, so maybe they would be asleep for cross-examination too. That's, I don't know, could be.
Maybe. I don't know why you named the DNA person in the first place in this case, but second of all, I don't know why you named the DNA case or the DNA person after you know, a day where you go, okay, no, this day 2 specific or day 3 specifically. No, they objected a whole lot. Maybe we should rephrase our strategy. Onyx Robot says, watching the chat on another stream, you see people saying this wasn't a big deal. Some even said this witness did well with their testimony. With this caliber of witnesses, how's Kyle's chances? Right now I'm feeling very positive. What
Yeah,
about you?
I think he has a very good chance of acquittal at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Fifth says, with the short space of time involved with these events, DNA evidence is almost completely worthless. It was an extraordinarily bad choice to bring her on. Maybe they were hoping to rely on the CSI effect, but who knows? Maybe. But I think overall, bad witness. Dax
Agreed.
Terminex says, at this point, every time the prosecution gets ready to enter the courtroom, they need a monitor above the door with an announcer from Smash TV yelling, "Good luck, you'll need it." Peter says, Binger wants this case let off. He's opening the door on character on purpose. It's literally the only thing that makes any sense. I'm not 100% sold on that. What do you think about the idea of the prosecution throwing the case?
I mean, he still has to. He still has professional responsibilities too, right? I mean, although he technically doesn't have a person that is his client is the state, and he still has a requirement to be a zealous advocate for his position.
First Last says, in the opening statement, Binger said he was going to bring DNA evidence that the descendants did not touch Kyle's rifle, so the DNA expert was there for. I agree. He should have recalculated, in my opinion. It was a bad witness for the prosecution because it gave the defense the opportunity to say, yeah, your little science or whatever has nothing to say about this picture where you're watching a person grab. Think about this. The science does not say that Anthony Huber grabbed the gun, but the pictures that you can look at are him grabbing the gun and pulling away from the defendant.
Yes. It's the lab results coming from the University of my eyeballs.
Yeah. Right. And the whole thing is all the lab results, all of them, anything they may introduce scientifically after that is suspect. Billy Witch Doctor says, lunch is Subway right? Do you think it will be the U gouge or the regular cut? Do you remember the U gouge Subway sandwiches?
Oh, you mean the way that they would cut the bread?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Is it objectively, is it better or worse than the current cut?
Honestly, I don't think I can tell a difference.
Stop it. Get off my stream. It's clearly better. It's a better cut of the sandwich because all the ingredients stay in the boat.
I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I mean,
Stop
this. Do you keep the paper wrapping on it when you eat it?
No. Who does this?
Someone who doesn't like to get mayo and mustard all over your hands.
I can grab bread without getting mayo and mustard all over my hands. I'm not a barbarian.
Well, then why are you concerned about it keeping all the stuff inside?
Because if I bite the right side of the sandwich, I don't want all my meat to launch into Ecuador from the left side of my sandwich. I'm flabbergasted by this. How dare you? The U-cut is objectively a better way to cut the sandwich bread. And you're out here, you're like, no, just cut it halfway down the middle, throw some meat in there like some sort of high schooler who's gotten their first job. You barely even cut halfway. You put the meat in there, you put mayo on it and like let the meat launch out into fucking Iowa. What are you doing here? I thought you know about this.
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm just not that passionate about this one. I just kind of
get
love food
passionate.
in general.
This is sandwiches. This is the most important critical element of our entire lives. And you're like, oh no. I'm passive. Look, I don't care if you put 2 pieces of bologna on the outside and 1 piece of bread on the inside. That's still a sandwich. Stop it. Stop it. What are you talking about? Would you ever do hypothetically? You're going to make a sandwich for yourself or for your husband. It doesn't matter. Whatever. You're going to make a sandwich. Do you make the sandwich? You put the ham down, you put the cheese down, you got some pickles and lettuce or whatever. Do you then go in and squirt mayonnaise on top of everything that's on the sandwich? Or do you just, like a normal person, take a piece of bread, you take a knife, you scoop the mayonnaise, and you slather it on the bread?
Yeah, obviously, because then otherwise the bread is just too dry.
Thank you. Okay, Subway is ruined. You're redeemed. Thank you. God damn it. I hate Subway. I wish Subway would be the subject of ISIS terrorism until they quit their fucking sandwiches. Larry Bernard says, was he a hero? Did he run into violent situations to commit crimes? Wait, has the prosecutor not been in trial before? So now the arson, burglary, and molesting are all on point for the defense. What the fuck?
That is what would have happened.
To the prosecution's credit, they held off. They withdrew their question.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, that would have happened. And it's still possible. We still have several days of trial that they could somehow accidentally get this in. Russman says, this is the best show on TV. This kid shouldn't be on trial. The video speaks for itself. I agree.
I also agree.
Renal Ryan says, did I hear Alita say something about a Mr. Bites? My whole reason for being here is gone.
Oh, no.
Look, you have an embarrassing amount of simps in my own chat. And I'm sitting here thinking, how can I build a chamber to convince these people to get in so I can kill them? Because simps don't deserve. But you have a bunch of simps in the chat.
I guess, and they seem to only exist in your chat. They don't actually migrate over to my chat, which is funny.
They're busy. They can't type.
Which I'm not going to complain about it though, because it's whatever. It's a nice ego boost, I guess you could say.
Super Iron Bob says, can we perhaps admire how this prosecutor brought a case to make his career, and it may break his career with how bad it is being executed? Good. Private A says, they are trying to humanize the guy. Could they just be trying to make Kyle feel guilty to dirty Kyle's image? Yeah, that's their only goal, is to make the deceased look good, make Kyle look bad. I am, full disclosure on this, I'm absolutely tossed. So we're going to finish up these $20 super chats, and I will read the rest on my live stream tonight at 11. Brian Alleman says, you should all learn the ways of Japan, where they strong zero a sugar-free hard seltzer that is 9% alcohol in half-liter cans for less than $1 equivalent. Peter says, Nick, make her drink all the like drinks, all of them. No, I will never force someone to drink. That's weird.
What is the rule for your like drinks?
I drink at 1,000 likes and then every 500 after.
Every 500?
Today I have not kept up because as much as I have kept up, I'm literally dying right now.
Oh my God. It's funny because in the chat, some people have talked about me being intoxicated, but I've had a few glasses of whiskey, but over the course of how many hours, I don't feel like I'm even, I probably shouldn't drive, but I don't feel like I'm actually inebriated.
The other nights of covering this trial, I have felt when we got done, I have felt perfectly okay to drive, interact, whatever. And I've been fine. Today, I'm going to go up. I'm going to go up and drown in a bowl of cereal. Zysophageal says there's a real possibility that 17 at the time-year-old Kyle was old enough to legally have a rifle to lethally defend himself against rioters, but not old enough to carry White Claw to calm them down. Tom King says, found that ghost pepper cheese you mentioned the other day. It's about to go in, though I may regret it when it's coming out. Thanks for all you do, brother. And thanks to the fantastic guests for joining us. Dude, it's at Walmart. Every Walmart probably has it. It's an aged cheddar with ghost peppers in it. It's soft. It's squishy. It's wonderful.
Sounds amazing.
I just ate a half pound of it yesterday, and now I would eat it today, but I'm out.
Oh.
Tom King says,
That's
found
the
that
real tragedy.
No, 13 Speed Demon says, does Legal Bites have a special license for that high capacity glass? Asking for families still stuck in hell, or I mean, common fascism.
You're talking about this glass, I'm sure.
Yes. Tarek Frost says, barrel guard and barrel shroud are interchangeable terms in firearms technology. Cool. What else do we have here? And again, guys, I'm going to read all of the sub $20 chats on YouTube tonight on my live stream. Sorry. I literally, it's 10 hours. I can't go anymore. Adam Riley says, Judge Dredd, but all judges are based off of our main man here. Before every judgment, I once judged a case. Okay. This judge is fantastic. Nothing else to say about him other than he's been great and you would love to have him. Lopro says, I got to say, putting on a fat suit and pretending to be a prosecutor is one of the best disguises Robert Barnes has ever conceived. He's definitely helping Kyle. Very creative. Mega Lone Wolf says, have to run, but the defense better not blow this on cross. They did not. The defense did not screw up anything today. I'm sure there's always places where you can do better, but they did phenomenal.
Agreed.
Green-haired anti-liberal says, started late, so a bit behind earlier, but someone said, I could have joined the Marines, but ASVAB too high. Still, Army always has an excuse. Huh? My ASVAB was 93 out of 99. I'm a former Marine. Nice try, Army. No, I think you're with them. Tall Skinny Geek says, I finished moving my Forsythia. Thank you for streaming literally 200 hours this week. Is it that much? I don't want to know. Actually, don't tell me. AJ Cook says, Cirquel is a fucking antipsychotic. Yes. BG Willia says, I take gabapentin for diabetic neuropathy. And this is the first I've heard about bipolar. So I checked, and yes, it does qualify. Guess it depends on the dose. It does make you a bit drowsy when taken. Yeah, I know people take gabapentin for restless leg, and it does definitely make them drowsy. Who boy, here for lol says, in Elsa's sister's voice, I'm not doing that. Would like to raise the volume. Would you like to please the chat? Would you like to stop being late, being gay, or an update on Vic? Sinful says, don't let this distract you from the fact that Hector is going to be running 3 Honda Civics with spoon engines, and on top of that, he just went into Harry's and bought 3 T66 turbos with NOS and Motec exhaust system. I am getting more drunk by the minute as the alcohol hits. It's embarrassing.
It sounds like it.
I'm really trying not to. I'm like, oh God, just hold it together till the stream is done. Then you can go die on a couch somewhere. Jesus. Ricada, you have a high impedance microphone / headphone. Swap to some low impedance headphones like Bytes is wearing, and your feed will clean up the audio. StreamYard is pushing the audio through your computer amp. I don't care about the audio. I'm done caring about the audio. I've never cared about the audio in my entire life. I've never even heard of audio. Squirrel says, I get what the ADA is doing. He's putting as many BS witnesses on the stand to drown all the details that are relevant and bore the jury. Otherwise, the ADA would have known about the car doctor and other details. Joe Sullivan says, Dear bigot, the reason for the DNA was to prove the gun was grabbed to back up the video. It also showed they touched the rifle everywhere except the trigger. proving the prosecution's narrative of going after a mass shooter is what they were going for, not saying it worked. It didn't work. I read that earlier. Philip Coggin says that sort of arrangement is pretty common due to dealerships laws in Illinois. Squirrel says, is it possible these guys could get sued for asking for the people to guard or allowing them to guard the locations? Is that why he's being sketched in his answers? Yes. Yes. I think at the end of the day, Rittenhouse or Rosenbaum died on a car source parking lot, didn't he?
I think so. I think he did die there.
I think he died on a car source parking lot, which makes them possibly liable for his death, especially if they asked the guy who killed him to be there.
Yes. Yeah.
Scott R says Littlefinger is setting up to say Kyle planned it. Razgriz says, any advice on letter of religious exemptions? I have until Monday to write one or get the jab. Check robertbarnes.locals.com. FM says, but we want good lawyers, not you. Thank you. Also, hurtful. Please, dear Christ, let me be done with these soon. Nick Catafalarmo says, Binger's turtle paste speaking demeanor is 100% Bill Lumberg, the boss from the Office Space. What's up, Peter? Yeah. Did you get the memo about the evidence you're supposed to mention in your testimony? That'd be great. Yeah. The Japanese Yakuza says, I want your breezes now. Here for Lol says, I'm confident that Nick could sniff out any smack talk as well as anything else in existence. Rude. Vox Darkstar says, with all this dealership stuff, you should have Steve Lato on. Britt Cormier says, the inventory manager does not know how much inventory he lost because he does not know how much his dad claimed on the insurance. Adam Riley says, what does this inventory manager have to say so we can see Binger stand on a stool and wrap his tie around a rafter on camera? The helmet head says, hello to Tom. I don't remember what I wanted to say. Urban Phoenix says, I'm an airline inventory supervisor. Even if you don't know the money aspect, you definitely know the quantity and what gets wrecked because you are the inventory manager.
Right. That is essential for your job, it would seem.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesus Christ, Squizgar says in Robert's voice, objection, Your Honor. What the fuck is going on here? Next, RMS Chad says, even if you did believe he was stopping a rogue gunman, how does that weaken Kyle's case? It doesn't. Mithrin says, after Kyle is found, oh, wait, no. The point of these witnesses is to eat up enough time so they can call Bicep Boy first on Monday when the jury is fresh. I agree.
Could be, yeah.
Sword and Scale says you are doing an incredible public service, Nick. Also great panel, highly informative and entertaining. Thank you.
Oh, very kind.
Ovid says, isn't this better for the defense than a fresh jury on Monday? Are the jurors going to have the impression from this destruction to sink in all weekend? Yes. Kingslayer says, this Tom Cruise wannabe is testifying he is the reason these riots are happening. Bad cop, bad cop, bad cop. Get him off the force. GSPI says, everyone who comes on the stream, I want to have insert wholesome experience with this judge. Also, Nick, can you turn up the audio? I can't hear the trial anymore. Lewis says, playing catch up on the feed, have so many questions. Why did the cop testify in ballistic uniform? Was there an active shooter threat? Kind of. Reno Ryan says, I think I'm seeing a new reality show incoming. Emily D. Baker, lobster lawyer. I got a couple more. We're almost
Lobster
done.
lawyer.
I'm dying right now. I really need to go take a nap. Amaya Tenjo says, Nick, you are one of the most entertaining people on YouTube. Hey, thumbs up to that. C4 Own says, Nick, you have to introduce Emily to the Mountain Jew. I will try. Atarka 71 says, Nick, sorry for doing this, but I said it yesterday about my GoFundMe because I got screwed over, but I forgot to put it here. So could you shout it out? It would help. Called Money Stolen by Nico Smith. Thank you. Check out Nico Smith on GoFundMe. Drake Glazer says, just saying people watch EFAP for 24 hours straight. We want long form content. You're going to get it here. 13 Speed Demon
This
says,
is about
Nick,
as long as it can get.
I'm
10 hours.
I'm literally dying. Nick got distracted from super chats like Yellow Flash does on Flashcast. That's true. And finally, Rotor 13 says, I've been watching your channel for the past 2 years. By far, I've learned more about presenting a good argument on any topic from you than elsewhere. Thank you for
Wow.
the entertainment
Nice.
and the education, and send love to Drex. Will do. Alita,
Wonderful.
please, dear Christ, plug your channel so I can go die in a gutter.
Yes. My name is Alita. I'm come from Legal Bites. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Locals, and Patreon. So be sure to head on over to my channel. It's linked in the description below. Subscribe to the channel. Check out some of the videos that we do. I usually do a weekly live stream where I have other lawyers on my channel, and I also like to have some pre-recorded stuff that's pre-published and whatnot, that kind of stuff. So if you're interested in that, be sure to check it out. And otherwise, I have had a wonderful 10-hour marathon here with you, Nick. Thank you so much for having me. If you want me to come back next week, I'm happy to come back.
I'll hit you up, guys. Thank you so much. If you follow me and you have AB positive blood, please consider a liver transplant. That's what I need right now. I'm gonna go take a nap. I will be on 11 p.m. Guys, go check out Alita's channel. And Alita, if you can stay for just a second, go check out her channel. Go subscribe. Go subscribe to Nate the Lawyer. Go subscribe to Emily Baker, Viva Fry, all of the people. 13 Speed Demon says, Nick, you owe us 7K and 7,500 likes drinks. No, I'm literally, I'm done. I'm finito. I have drank half this bottle of whiskey.
Oh my.
I am over half. I'm done. I'm going to go take a nap. I'll see you guys at 11. Thank you so much. And I'm going to pull us out of here. But again, you stay for just a second until we close out the stream. Guys, I'll be on tonight and read the rest of Super Chats. Peace. Peace.
Your Honor, I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm going to mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.